Chapter 401. Yixing's words stunned Luo Zhengchu, Xiang Hongye, Yang Tongji, and Luo Lai. Luo Zhengchu and the other three smiled knowingly. Of course, they knew about Yixing's situation in the Qingyun region. What Yixing said was true. Luo Zhengchu said, "Brother Yi is right." However, with Brother Ye's current achievements and future potential, even if some people can't sleep, they can't do anything about it. Three-star Venerable said to Hongye, "Brother Yi is only 18 years old, but he has already broken through to the astral realm. This is unprecedented in the entire Truxian region. With such a cultivation speed, I believe that Brother Yi will be able to reach the astral realm level 4 and become a 4-star Venerable in less than 3 to 5 years. With Brother Ye's heaven-defying combat strength, if you become a middle-stage Venerable, no one will be able to compete with you except for upper-stage Venerables. When you return to the Qingyun region, even the Sun-Moon sect won't be able to compete with you. At that time, Brother Yi will be able to take revenge for the Falling Star sect. No one will be able to stop him." Another 3-star Venerable, Yang Tongji, said, "Brother Yi, don't worry and travel the world. Our Tian Luo sect can guarantee the safety of the Falling Star sect's disciples. We won't let them be bullied by the Sun-Moon sect. Brother Yi is now an unrivaled beginner-stage Venerable. If you want to train, you can go to the Sky Corpse mountain range in the north of the Truxian region. That's a good place for Venerable to train." Whether it was Yixing winning the Young Hero competition or Yixing destroying the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold, it could be seen that Yixing's rise was unstoppable. Due to the level of cultivation techniques, it might be difficult for him to become a Venerable in the future. However, with Yixing's potential to become a middle-stage Venerable at the age of 18, no one would doubt him. On the other hand, Yixing's combat strength was heaven-defying. Once he became a middle-stage perfected one, he would most likely be an invincible existence among middle-stage perfected ones. Apart from the 9 high sects, who else in the Truxian region would dare to provoke such a person? Since the Tian Luo sect was optimistic about Yixing's future, it was only natural that they wanted to express their goodwill to Yixing. Even if the conflict between them and the Sun-Moon sect intensified, they wanted to protect the disciples of the Falling Star sect so that Yixing wouldn't have any worries and could cultivate wholeheartedly. As long as Yixing continued to grow, it would definitely be beneficial for the Tian Luo sect to maintain a good relationship with Yixing. Yixing glanced at the 2 3-star spiritual masters and said, "This Yi plans to set off tomorrow and return to the Qingyun region to settle the hatred of the Falling Star sect. I can't do anything to the Sun-Moon sect for now, but the East supporting sect, Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect don't need to exist anymore." Luo Zhengchu and the others thought that Yixing would have enough strength to deal with the Sun-Moon sect before returning to the Qingyun region. However, they didn't expect that Yixing would actually set off tomorrow to take revenge. Hearing this, they were all surprised. Naturally, they didn't know that Yixing's true strength was much more terrifying than what he had shown today. If he used all his trump cards, Yixing wouldn't even take a 4-star spiritual master seriously. Even if he faced a 5 stars or 6-star spiritual master, Yixing still had the strength to protect himself. At the very least, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, Yixing didn't have to endure it. Of course, he would return to the Qingyun region and take revenge. He definitely wouldn't let his enemies continue to be free. As for the Sun-Moon sect, Yixing indeed couldn't deal with them for now. However, it wouldn't be easy for the Sun-Moon sect to deal with Yixing either. The Sun-Moon sect only had 1 6-star spiritual master, and it was said that he traveled the world all year round. As for the 5-star spiritual masters, the Sun-Moon sect only had 3. All of them held high positions and wouldn't leave the sect just to deal with Yixing. Luo Zhengchu said, "Little brother Yi, are you really in such a hurry to return to the Qingyun region?" Yixing didn't say anything. He only nodded to show his affirmation. Luo Zhengchu said, "The Tian Luo sect will always be little brother Ye's staunchest ally. If little brother Yi returns to the Qingyun region, the Sun-Moon sect will definitely not let you go. However, little brother Yi, you can do whatever you want in the southern region. Our sect will settle the Sun-Moon sect's harassment for little brother Yi. After the 10 sects grand tournament, the Tian Luo sect's master, Luo Zhan, already had a whole new level of respect for Yi Xing. After the Falling Star sect was destroyed, Luo Zhan didn't give up on Yi Xing. Instead, he interfered and stopped the Sun-Moon sect from interfering in the southern region of the Qingyun region. Otherwise, the Falling Star sect's stronghold in the Star Crystal Mine only had the most ordinary level 3 defensive formation. It definitely wouldn't be able to stop the Sun-Moon sect's middle-stage spiritual masters. Now, Yi Xing's performance was even more monstrous than during the 10 sects grand tournament. Luo Zhengchu believed that sect master Luo Zhan would definitely support his promise. Yi Xing still couldn't deal with the Sun-Moon sect. With the Tian Luo sect's help, this was naturally the best. Yi Xing smiled and nodded. Yi Xing said, Yi Xing is very grateful for the Tian Luo sect's help. The Falling Star sect won't let the Tian Luo sect help for free. If you need any compensation, please tell me. I'll definitely give it to you in the future. Luo Zhengchu smiled and said, there's no need for compensation. As long as little brother Yi remembers that the Tian Luo sect is your staunch ally. If they didn't talk about compensation, then they were talking about favors. Obviously, the Tian Luo sect valued Yi Xing's favor more than Yi Xing's compensation. Yi Xing nodded and said, I'll definitely remember it. Luo Zhengchu smiled warmly and was very happy. The Tian Luo sect master valued Yi Xing naturally. He had investigated Yi Xing thoroughly and knew that Yi Xing was a person who valued friendship. Letting Yi Xing remember the Tian Luo sect's favor was the greatest gain for the Tian Luo sect. Luo Zhengchu said, little brother Yi, when you return to the Qingyun region tomorrow, will you travel with the Falling Star sect's disciples or go back first? There were close to 200 disciples in the Falling Star sect. If Yi Xing traveled with the Falling Star sect's disciples, he could only return by beast carriage. With so many people, a few demon birds couldn't carry them. It would take more than 2 months to return by beast carriage. If Yi Xing went back first and rode the silver-winged demonic eagle, it would only take about 10 days. The difference was huge. Yi Xing obviously wouldn't waste more than 2 months on the road. He said, I'll go back first. I'll ask someone to escort my sect's disciples. Yi Xing's return to the Qingyun region would definitely cause chaos. When the Falling Star sect's disciples returned to the Qingyun region, if the Sun-Moon sect couldn't do anything to Yi Xing, they might attack the Falling Star sect's disciples along the way. Therefore, Yi Xing had to ask someone to escort him to ensure the safety of the Falling Star sect's disciples. Yi Xing and the Heavenly Dipper sect's master Wu Yu could be considered friends. He was prepared to ask the Heavenly Dipper sect for an escort. Yi Xing had plenty of mid-grade astral crystals. If he took out 10,000 mid-grade astral crystals as a reward, there would definitely be a 6 stars venerable willing to escort him. Luo Zhengchu didn't know that the escort Yi Xing wanted was a 6 stars sage from the Tiangang sect. He said, Elder Xiang and Elder Yang also want to bring our sect's disciples back to the Qingyun region. Why don't you travel with the Falling Star sect's disciples? Little brother Yi, don't worry. They will ensure the safety of the Falling Star sect's disciples. Xiang Hongya and Yang Tongji nodded in agreement. Yi Xing nodded. Thank you. Anyway, Yi Xing had already remembered the kindness of the Tian Luo sect. It couldn't be better if the Tian Luo sect's 2 3-star sage were willing to travel with the Falling Star sect's disciples. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the 4 Tian Luo sect's disciples left. Yi Xing closed the door and walked to the table. He sat down with a deep look in his eyes. Yi Xing didn't need to worry about the Falling Star sect's disciples returning to the Qingyun region. Yi Xing only needed to wait for his senior sister Lin Tongyu to return tomorrow. Then, he would set off with Lin Tongyu and return to the Qingyun region. Yi Xing's eyes sharpened. Once they arrived at the Qingyun region, it would be time for a massacre. Yixing could be lenient with the Flying Cloud sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Divine Wind sect. However, for the Dongfu sect, both old and new grudges, Yixing would make them bleed like a river. There would be no chance of them ever rising again. After a few breaths of time, the sharpness in Yixing's eyes gradually dissipated and returned to normal. His thoughts returned to the destruction of the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold. Yixing thought of the storage rings he had obtained. Yixing waved his hand and a total of 10 storage rings appeared on the table in front of him. The storage rings of the 10 sages of the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold were all in his hands. After Gu Feiyang was killed, Wu Yu didn't take his storage ring. Young Master Yang Ming was scared out of his wits and didn't take it either. The guards who entered the courtyard later were even more terrified when they saw Gu Feiyang's death. They didn't take it either. In the end, Yixing obtained it. 9 of them were low-grade storage rings. Only Gu Feiyang's storage ring was mid-grade, the same grade as the Falling Star sect's chief's ring. The items stored in the storage rings were either star crystals, spiritual medicines, spiritual pills, spiritual weapons, or all kinds of materials. As for martial arts manuals and martial arts manuals, they were very rare. There were almost none of them at the high grade of the spirit grade. In the world of martial arts manuals and inheritances were the most important. The martial arts manuals and inheritances of sects were all stored in the sect's martial pavilion. Even if they were borrowed, it couldn't be for too long. Martial arts manuals that had reached the high grade of spiritual grade were not allowed to be taken out of the sect. Unless it was one's own martial arts manuals, there was an exception. In Qijua's storage ring, Yixing encountered this exception. He found a high-grade spiritual grade martial arts manual. It was an archery martial arts manual, Flame Destruction Arrow. It was the archery skill that Qijua had used during his battle with Yixing. Its power was terrifying, and the arrows he shot contained the flame of death. If Yixing didn't have the star fire seed in his body that restrained the flame of death, he might have been at a disadvantage in the battle. Yixing's attainments in archery were very high. Compared to Qijua, who was at the 3rd stage of the astral realm, he was 1 level higher. However, Yixing's archery martial arts and spirit weapon bow were 1 level lower than Qijua's. Therefore, in terms of archery power, Yixing was inferior to Qijua. Yixing's arrows could only threaten Reverend 3 stars, but Qijua's arrows could kill him. However, Yixing obtained a high-grade spiritual grade bow and a high-grade spiritual grade archery skill from Qijua's storage ring. It immediately made up for Yixing's shortcomings. If Yixing learned the flame destruction arrow and shot it with a high-grade spiritual grade bow, with his attainments in archery, it would definitely be much more powerful than Qijua's arrows. Yixing's eyes showed great interest. He immediately opened the flame destruction arrow and read it. Soon, Yixing finished reading it. All the contents of the flame destruction arrow were scanned into his superbrain. Chapter 402. Aside from the basic arrow moves, the blazing arrow art only had 3 moves. They were the withering flame arrow, the burning arrow, and the death arrow. Each of the 3 moves was more powerful than the last. The withering flame arrow could be used at the entry level, the burning arrow could be used at the lesser mastery level, and the death arrow could be used at the greater mastery level. Qijua had only reached the entry level of the blazing arrow art with his cultivation at the 3rd level of the astral star realm. Otherwise, Qijua's arrow of incineration could injure or even kill a 4 stars enlightened master. Unless Yixing exposed all of his trump cards, he wouldn't be Qijua's match. Qijua had only scratched the surface of such a powerful archery technique. Yixing sighed in his heart, what a waste. Swordsmen loved swords and sword techniques. Similarly, archers loved bows and archery techniques. Yixing loved both the blazing arrow art and Qijua's upper-grade spiritual bow. Yixing put down the secret manual of the blazing arrow art and took out the upper-grade spiritual bow from Qijua's interspatial ring. The spiritual bow shone brightly. Holding it in his hand, Yixing could feel the great power contained within the bow. This was an excellent bow, worthy of being a high-grade spiritual weapon. There were 2 words engraved on the bow, Heaven Shocking. That should be the name of the bow. Heaven Shocking Bow, what a good name. How domineering. Yixing murmured with satisfaction as he caressed the 2 words Heaven Shocking. Holding the Heaven Shocking bow, Yixing felt a sense of heroism. There was nothing to be afraid of against a 4-star enlightened master. Yixing's 4 symbols arrow art had reached the transformation stage, and his attainments in archery had reached the 4 transformations. With the Heaven Shocking bow, killing a 3-star enlightened master would be as easy as shooting a chicken. Even a 4-star enlightened master would have a change of expression when facing Yixing's arrow. They wouldn't dare to underestimate it and would have to use all their strength to block it. If Yixing used the Sagittarius constellation, the power of his archery skills would increase exponentially. Killing a 4-star's venerable would not be a problem. Therefore, Yixing was a 4-star enlightened master. What was there to be afraid of? This was the confidence brought about by absolute strength. Yixing played with the shocking sky bow for a while and put it away. Not long after, he cleared out all the items in the storage rings. Other than the Heaven Shocking bow, Yixing had also obtained 4 high-grade spirit weapons. They were a blade, a sword, and 2 gloves. The high-grade spirit saber was Lu Onping's weapon, the high-grade spirit sword was Yin Qiushui's weapon, and the 2 high-grade gauntlets were Qijua's and Gu Feiyang's weapons. In the 6 southern sects, upper-grade spirit weapons were the most important treasures of the sections. For example, the Falling Star sect only had 1 upper-grade spirit weapon. As for the Sun-Moon sect, Yixing had obtained 5 upper-grade spirit weapons from 10 enlightened masters. This showed the difference between a low-grade 1-star sect and a mid-grade 1-star sect. Other than the spirit weapons, Yixing had also obtained close to 20,000 mid-grade star crystals, over 1 million low-grade star crystals, and several low-grade and mid-grade spirit pills. There were even a few upper-grade spirit pills. Most of them were materials for refining weapons, arrays, and so on. All in all, this was a huge harvest. It would be very beneficial for Yixing to rebuild the Falling Star sect. After sorting out the treasures he had obtained, Yixing calmed himself down and began cultivating the Eyes of Azure Cloud. There was no need to say more about the use of the Eye of Azure Cloud. Yixing had already become a Star Realm Enlightened Master. He should be able to cultivate the Eye of Azure Cloud to a higher level. The night was silent. The next day, Yixing left for the East City early in the morning and went to the White Bones auction house. Like the Big Dipper auction house, the White Bones auction house was one of the 3 largest auction houses in Nine Heavens City. Only enlightened masters had the right to enter the VIP room. Compared to when he had attended the Big Dipper auction house's auction, Yixing had changed. He had a lot of star crystals on him. He bought a VIP room and went in early to wait. Today, Yixing was famous in Nine Heavens City. He was the youngest Star Realm Enlightened Master in the history of the True Xian domain. He was also the youngest Earth Profound ranking Master in the history of the True Xian domain. The news that Yixing was in the White Bones auction house spread quickly to the upper echelons of the White Bones auction house. The martial artists of the 9 upper sects who came to the White Bones auction house knew that the martial artist in VIP room 079 was Yixing, who had shaken Nine Heavens City the day before. Yixing had a good relationship with the Big Dipper sect, which was led by the righteous sects. Because of the Earth Fiend sect, there was a gap between him and the evil sects. Many martial artists of the evil sects did not like Yixing. Everyone knew why Yixing was here. Yesterday, Yixing had destroyed the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold for the Falling Star sect's disciple. Today, there was a Falling Star sect disciple in the White Bones auction house. Yixing was obviously here for this Falling Star sect disciple. It was said that this falling star sect disciple was not ordinary. She was in her 20s and was as beautiful as a fairy. Moreover, she had reached the 6th level of the star vortex realm. What was even rarer was that such a beautiful woman was still a virgin. A beautiful virgin female slave was extremely rare. Many martial artists were attracted by her. They came to the auction because they wanted to make this beauty their personal pet. This was not limited to the younger martial artists. Even some mid-level enlightened masters of the sects had come. There were 5 people in VIP room 7. They were all astral realm enlightened masters. 3 of them were young, and 2 of them looked over 50 years old. Sitting in the middle was a young man. His eyebrows were as sharp as knives, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword. He emitted a violent aura. 2 middle-aged men who looked over 50 years old sat on the left and right of the young man. The other 2 young men sat below the 2 middle-aged men. The 2 young men, 1 male and 1 female, were geniuses of the younger generation who had participated in the Young Hero Assembly. They were both disciples of the Fire Cloud sect. The male was Shui Yan, and the female was Yen Lin. It was obvious that the other 3 were also martial artists of the Fire Cloud sect. The young man sitting in the main seat was called Yun Tianhao. He was the godson of the Fire Cloud sect. He was not even 30 years old, but he had already reached the 5th level of the astral realm. He was a famous figure in the true Xian domain. 5 years ago, when Yun Tianhao was not even 25 years old, he was ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking with a cultivation of the 3rd level of the astral realm for 2 years. He was once ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking, so he was naturally famous. Furthermore, he was the son of the Fire Cloud sect master. His status was higher than many of the Fire Cloud sect's elders. The 2 middle-aged men beside Yun Tianhao looked over 50 years old. They were both 4-star venerables and Fire Cloud sect's outer sect elders. However, beside Yun Tianhao, they were only subordinates. Yun Tianhao wore a scarlet robe and held a metal fan engraved with flaming runes in his hand. He gently fanned it, causing his hair to dance in the wind. In the Fire Cloud sect, other than the treasures that only the sect's esteemed elders could possess, Yun Tianhao could get whatever he wanted. There was basically no treasure that could interest him in the 9 Heaven Cities auction. However, today was an exception. He was here for the Falling Star sect's disciple, Lin Tongyu. Yun Tianhao was very interested in a 6-star martial saint who was as beautiful as a fairy, in her 20s, and was still a virgin. After knowing that Yixing had come to the White Bones auction for Lin Tongyu, Yun Tianhao's face flashed with a trace of coldness. He muttered to himself, "You want to compete with me? Humph. You overestimate yourself. How many mid-grade star crystals can a mere disciple of a remote, low-grade 1-star sect have?" Yun Tianhao didn't put Yixing, who was newly ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking, in his eyes. If it was the Golden Sword sect's Mu Xiaoyue, Yun Tianhao would pay more attention to him. This was because Mu Xiaoyue's background wasn't any worse than Yun Tianhao's. However, his talent was higher and would surpass Yun Tianhao sooner or later. As for Yixing, even if his talent was higher than Mu Xiaoyue's, his background was too poor. Furthermore, the news that Yixing hadn't joined the Heavenly Dipper sect had already spread. This meant that Yixing couldn't learn the Heavenly Dipper sect's supreme-grade spiritual tier cultivation technique inheritance. Without a cultivation technique inheritance, no matter how high one's talent was, one's achievements would be limited. A high-grade spiritual tier cultivation technique inheritance could only be cultivated to the 6th level of the astral realm. Although Yun Tianhao was only a 6-star yellow fate, with the help of the Fire Cloud sect, he had an 80% chance of becoming a high-grade astral realm expert. Yun Tianhao looked down on Yixing's background. Even if Yixing was the youngest perfected person in the history of the true Xian domain and the youngest person to rank first on the Earth Profound ranking, in Yun Tianhao's opinion, Yixing would only be famous for a short while. His future achievements might be amazing in a 1-star sect, but compared to the 9 high sects of the true Xian domain, it wasn't worth mentioning. The auction soon began. Yixing and Yun Tianhao were both here for Lin Tongyu, so they weren't interested in the items that were being auctioned. They each sat in their own VIP rooms. Yun Tianhao chatted with the two outer sect elders, Shui Yan and Yan Lin, while Yixing made use of the time to cultivate the Eye of Azure Cloud. However, when the 24th item was auctioned, Yixing stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. The 24th item was a 7th grade spiritual tier corpse jade. According to the auctioneer's introduction, the corpse jade contained extremely pure astral energy that could increase the cultivation of a beginner perfected person and martial arts comprehension. It was even effective for a mid-level perfected person. This was the first time Yixing had heard of a corpse jade. Since it was a treasure that could increase the cultivation of a perfected person and martial arts comprehension, it must be extremely valuable and rare. This 7th grade spiritual tier corpse jade had a starting price of 1,000 mid-grade astral crystals, which was almost as valuable as a high-grade spirit pill. After the price was announced, the auctioneer introduced the corpse jade once more. Some younger martial artists might not know much about corpse jades. This is a treasure from the Sky Corpse mountain range. Corpse jades are divided into spiritual tier and mystic tier. Mystic tier corpse jades are treasures that even sovereigns need. Spiritual tier corpse jades are divided into 4 grades and 12 grades. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades are low grade, the 4th, 5th, and 6th grades are mid grade, the 7th, 8th, and 9th grades are high grade, and the 10th, 11th, and 12th grades are supreme grade. Among them, low-grade and mid-grade corpse jades are useful for star marquises at the star vortex realm, while high-grade and supreme-grade corpse jades are useful for perfected persons. This corpse jade is a high-grade 7th grade spiritual tier corpse jade, which is most effective for perfected persons at the 1st and 2nd level of the astral realm. It can save a lot of cultivation time. Please begin the auction. Chapter 403. Treasures that could raise one's cultivation were very useful to both older and younger cultivators. For older warriors, they had already passed the golden stage of cultivation, and it was difficult for them to increase their cultivation. However, treasures that could increase their cultivation could forcefully increase their cultivation, allowing them to reach a higher level and even break through to the next realm. For younger cultivators, these treasures were even more useful. The golden stage of cultivation was the most precious stage. During this time, the higher one's cultivation could reach, the better. Treasures that could raise one's cultivation could greatly shorten the cultivation time. Hence, when the corpse jade was auctioned, many beginner-level perfected persons bid, wanting to get their hands on it. The starting price of 1,000 mid-grade star crystals was quickly raised to 2,000 mid-grade star crystals. Many beginner-level perfected persons could not afford to bid at such a high price. Furthermore, a 7th grade spiritual grade corpse jade could not allow a 1-star or 2-star perfected person to break through to the next level. The price was too high, so it was not worth it. Hence, when the price reached 2,000 mid-grade star crystals, most people gave up. The hall instantly quieted down. After a long while, someone bid again. 2,100, the bidder was from the 36th VIP room. The seats in the VIP room were not cheap. The enlightened masters who could enter the VIP room were usually relatively wealthy and came from relatively good backgrounds. They were either enlightened masters from the 9 superior sects or enlightened masters from 1-star mid-tier sects. As for the perfected persons from 1-star low-tier sects, they basically did not have the financial ability to enter the VIP room. 2,200, 2,300, 2,400, 2,500. When the price reached 2,200, all the perfected persons in the hall gave up. However, the perfected persons in the VIP room started another round of competition. These people were wealthy and were willing to spend more mid-grade star crystals to raise their cultivation. However, when the price reached 2,500, even the perfected persons in the VIP rooms stopped bidding. The perfected persons who had bid 2,400 immediately gave up. Since you are willing to spend 2,500 mid-grade star crystals, this corpse jade is yours. It sounded like the bidders knew each other. The Taoist master who bid 2,500 chuckled. Do I need you to give it to me? If you want it, feel free to bid again. From their voices, Yixing was able to determine their identities. The one who bid 2,400 was the spirit snake sex Shidu, and the one who bid 2,500 was the golden sword sex Mushaoyue. Shidu was a 2-star enlightened master, while Mushaoyue was a 1-star enlightened master. A 7th stage spirit grade corpse jade was the best for enlightened masters at the 1st and 2nd stage of the astral star realm. Therefore, both of them wanted it. Shidu did not bid again, but Yixing began to bid, 2,600. Yixing couldn't wait to increase his cultivation as quickly as possible. Since the corpse jade could increase one's cultivation, Yixing naturally wanted to buy it and study it to see how effective it was. As for mid-grade star crystals, Yixing had plenty. He already had tens of thousands of mid-grade star crystals. After destroying the Sun-Moon Sex stronghold yesterday, Yixing had obtained close to 20,000 mid-grade star crystals from the storage rings of the 10 perfected persons. Although mid-grade star crystals were very valuable, they were useless for cultivation. If they could not be turned into useful treasures, it would be meaningless no matter how many mid-grade star crystals one had. Therefore, Yixing would rather spend a higher price to buy the corpse jade. The voice came from VIP room 079. Many cultivators knew that it was Yixing who was bidding. As for Mushaoyue, he could tell that it was Yixing based on the voice. This made Mushaoyue, who was in VIP room 36, frown. Mushaoyue saw Yixing as a goal to surpass. He did not want Yixing to obtain the corpse jade and increase his cultivation. Mushaoyue immediately said, 2,700. Yixing was determined to get the corpse jade. He said, 2,800, 2,900. 3,000, 3,100. 3,500. Yixing saw that Mushaoyue was not going to give up, so he directly raised the price from 3,100 to 3,500. This made all the cultivators in the auction house speechless. 3,500 mid-grade star crystals for a 7th grade spirit grade corpse jade was not worth it. This was almost equivalent to an 8th grade spirit grade corpse jade. In VIP room 36, Mushaoyue coldly snorted. Facing Yixing, he could not maintain his calm and tranquil temperament. You win. Mushaoyue said unwillingly. The price had reached 3,500 mid-grade star crystals. Even if Mushaoyue could afford it, he was reluctant to part with it. Mushaoyue's star crystals came from the sect. Although he was very outstanding and the sect had given him a lot of resources, he still had a limited amount of middle-grade star crystals. He couldn't possibly go bankrupt for a 7th grade spiritual grade corpse jade. In the end, this 7th grade spirit grade corpse jade was sold to Yixing for 3,500 mid-grade star crystals. The corpse jade was quickly delivered to Yixing, and Yixing paid 3,500 mid-grade star crystals. The following auctions did not attract Yixing's interest. Yixing took the corpse jade and began to study it. Through the super brain scan, Yixing discovered that the corpse jade contained an extremely pure and surging power of the stars. It could rapidly increase a cultivator's cultivation. However, Yixing also discovered that the corpse jade contained a small amount of death energy. Although there was very little death energy, if an enlightened master absorbed all the energy in the corpse jade, it would definitely cause damage to their body. If a cultivator absorbed several corpse jades in a row, then the amount of death energy would stack up and the damage would be great. A cultivator would lose a great deal of their life essence and their lifespan. Therefore, although the corpse jade was good, it was not a treasure that could be continuously absorbed unless one could refine the death energy in the corpse jade. Otherwise, it would take a long time to absorb a corpse jade and let the life energy in the body slowly adjust to the death energy. Only then could one absorb the next corpse jade. The death energy in the corpse jade was intertwined with the star energy. It was not easy to refine it directly. Firstly, one needed to have the ability to refine the death energy. Secondly, one needed strong control to ensure that the star energy in the corpse jade would not be lost when refining the death energy. It was very difficult to achieve these 2 points. Even a high-level astral realm enlightened master could not do it. Therefore, cultivators would absorb the corpse jade directly and let the life energy in the body slowly adjust it. The higher the grade of the corpse jade, the stronger the star energy and the more death energy, and the longer it would take to adjust it. However, Yixing held the corpse jade and observed it for a while. The corner of his mouth curled up. The problem of refining the death energy was difficult for the enlightened masters of the true Xian domain, but it was not difficult for Yixing. He had the star fire seed, and the star fire that burned was of high quality. It could refine the death energy. Moreover, Yixing had the super brain scan, so he could clearly see the location of the death energy in the corpse jade. Yixing could fulfill both conditions. Chapter 404. The star fire seed was activated and a wisp of star fire was born. It swam around Yixing's body and came to his hand. This wisp of star fire was as thin as silk and was difficult to see with the naked eye. The death aura inside the corpse jade was also as thin as silk. Only the flame that was as thin as silk could refine the death aura without refining the star energy. The thin wisp of star fire passed through Yixing's fingertips and entered the corpse jade. Under the scanning of Yixing's super brain, whether it was the thin wisp of star fire or the death qi, Yixing could see them clearly. Under Yixing's control, the star fire followed the path of the death aura in the corpse jade. Everywhere it passed, the death aura was incinerated and disappeared without a trace. After about 20 breaths, Yixing retrieved the wisp of star fire from the corpse jade. The corpse jade no longer had any death qi. Only pure star fire seed was left. It could be refined and absorbed directly without any side effects. This kind of corpse jade could be continuously absorbed and its value would increase greatly. Yixing definitely did not lose out by bidding for it with 3,500 mid-grade star crystals. Yixing was not in a hurry to absorb the corpse jade. Instead, he put it away. Time passed. The following auction items were also valuable and precious. For example, there were high-grade spirit weapons. However, they were not attractive to Yixing. It was not until the last item of the auction that Yixing's spirit was lifted and he sat up straighter. Next, let's begin the last auction of the day. I believe everyone already knows the item being auctioned. Many of you are also here for this item. The final winner will depend on who is more generous. Bring her up. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, 2 female warriors immediately brought a beautiful woman who was about 20 years old and dressed in red onto the auction stage. In VIP room 079, Yixing immediately stood up. His eyes were filled with shock. The woman in red was senior sister Lin Tongyu. After not seeing her for several months, Lin Tongyu had lost a lot of weight. At this moment, Lin Tongyu's eyes were staring straight ahead. She was completely listless. Her body was completely controlled by the 2 cultivators who were supporting her. Wherever they supported her, she would go. Clearly, Lin Tongyu was under mind control. Yixing squinted his eyes. His gaze became sharper as he clenched his fists tightly. The anger in his heart instantly boiled. If he had enough strength, Yixing would not have waited until today. He would have killed his way into the White Bones auction house last night and forcefully snatched Lin Tongyu away. He would not have allowed Lin Tongyu to be auctioned off today. Senior sister, I promise you that this will be the last time you'll be humiliated. Although I don't have the strength to snatch you back, I have enough mid-grade star crystals to let you escape this quagmire and never be humiliated again. Today, no one can take you away from me. Yixing muttered to himself and swore. After Lin Tongyu was supported onto the auction stage, the auctioneer continued, everyone can judge for themselves how the auction item looks like. I won't introduce it. Such a beautiful and fairy-like virgin slave with a cultivation of the 6th level of the star vortex realm is extremely rare. The starting price is 5,000 mid-grade star crystals, and each increment must be no less than 100. Friends, please release your forthright spirit and begin the auction. 5,000. 5,100. 7,300, 7,500. 9,000. The bidding voices all came from the VIP rooms. Although there were many perfected persons in the hall, they could only sigh at such a price. There were many perfected persons in the true Xian territory. Although the ratio of rich people was not high, there were still many perfected persons who were rich. The starting price of 5,000 mid-grade star crystals had already exceeded the value of an upper-grade spiritual weapon. However, there were still many people who bid. The price continued to rise. Soon, it rose from 5,000 to 9,000. Compared to the starting price, it was almost double. I'll bid 10,000. An arrogant voice came from VIP room 7. The voice was filled with disdain, as if he did not care about many people who bid. The person who bid was naturally the fire cloud sect's disciple, Yun Tianhao. The highest bidder had only bid 9,000 mid-grade star crystals. The moment Yun Tianhao opened his mouth, he raised the price by 1,000 mid-grade star crystals, causing the auction price to break through 5 digits. Even the perfected persons in the VIP rooms could not afford such a price increase. The hall immediately quieted down. 10,000 mid-grade star crystals was not a small sum. It was more than enough to buy 2 upper-grade spiritual weapons. If it was a low-grade 1-star sect in a border area, all the martial artists in the sect might not be able to gather 10,000 mid-grade star crystals even if they pooled all their mid-grade star crystals. Thus, it was obvious that 10,000 mid-grade star crystals was already an extremely high price. Moreover, the auction item was not a treasure, but a beautiful woman. Buying her back was just for enjoyment. It had no effect on martial arts cultivation. In the eyes of many, it was simply a waste of resources for martial artists to spend 10,000 mid-grade star crystals for enjoyment. They did not dare to imagine it. Of course, how generous a person's heart was depended on how much they had. 10,000 mid-grade star crystals was an astronomical figure for most martial artists. They naturally felt that it was not worth it to spend such a large price on a woman. However, to Yun Tianhao, who was the fire cloud sect's disciple, 10,000 mid-grade star crystals were not much. Furthermore, he was a 5-star perfected persons. He could go to dangerous places that beginner-level perfected persons did not have the ability to go. He could earn an astronomical amount of mid-grade star crystals. The scene was quiet for no less than 2 breaths of time before someone continued to bid, 10,100. It was a fair increase of 100 mid-grade star crystals. This was the lowest price increase. Yun Tianhao was clearly determined to win this auction. He immediately said, "I'll bid 11,000. Gasp! A large number of martial artists in the hall immediately gasped. Some poor 1-star perfected persons might only have 1,000 mid-grade star crystals on them. The poorest ones might not even have 1,000. However, Yun Tianhao's one bid was equivalent to the entire wealth of these perfected persons. Naturally, they were shocked. 11,100. I'll bid 12,000. After 2 breaths, another round of bidding occurred. The other party raised the price by 100 mid-grade star crystals, and Yun Tianhao raised the price to 1,000 mid-grade star crystals. You win. The perfected persons competing with Yun Tianhao gave up. Seeing Yun Tianhao raise the price, they knew that Yun Tianhao was determined to win. They could not compete with him. This time, it was the perfected persons in the VIP rooms who were shocked. Most of the martial artists in the hall did not recognize the person who gave up, but most of the perfected persons in the VIP rooms knew him. They could tell from the voice that it was the Boundless Sect's 6-star perfected persons, Yu Gu. Yu Gu was as famous as Yun Tianhao. More than 10 years ago, Yu Gu was also ranked first on the Earth Profound ranking. Now, Yu Gu was over 35 years old. His cultivation was at the 6th stage of the astral realm. He was no longer a disciple of the Boundless Sect but an elder. He was the youngest inner elder of the Boundless Sect. If he had the opportunity, Yu Gu had hopes of breaking through to the upper stages of the astral realm and becoming a venerable. It was easy for such a person to take out 10,000 mid-grade star crystals. Even so, Yu Gu gave up on competing with Yun Tianhao. After all, Yu Gu did not have an unlimited supply of mid-grade star crystals. Moreover, with Yun Tianhao's bidding, even if Yu Gu continued to compete, he would not have any hope. After reaching a certain point, he naturally had to give up. If even Yu Gu gave up, who could compete with Yun Tianhao? Yun Tianhao immediately laughed and said, "This girl belongs to this young master." Yun Tianhao knew that Yixing also came for Lin Tongyu, but now that the price had reached 12,000 mid-grade star crystals, Yun Tianhao had already ignored Yixing. A disciple of a remote, inferior 1-star sect who had just broken through to the astral realm yesterday, how could he have so many mid-grade star crystals? Yun Tianhao was not the only one who thought so. Some of the martial artists who knew Yixing's goal also thought so. However, they were obviously wrong. As soon as Yun Tianhao finished speaking, Yixing made a bid. 15,000 mid-grade star crystals. Since no one else made a bid, Yixing naturally had to make a move. Furthermore, Yun Tianhao's bidding showed that he was determined to get Lin Tongyu. However, Yixing was even more determined to get her. Even if he had to go bankrupt, Yixing would get senior sister Lin Tongyu back. He did not care about how many mid-grade star crystals he had to spend. Therefore, Yixing had to show that he was stronger than Yun Tianhao and let everyone know his determination. The price of 15,000 mid-grade star crystals had indeed startled all the martialists. Yun Tianhao was already shocking enough, but he had only raised the price by 11,000 mid-grade star crystals. However, Yixing had raised the price by 3,000 mid-grade star crystals. Not only did the low-level perfected persons sigh, but the mid-level perfected persons were also shocked. Although mid-level perfected persons were richer than low-level perfected persons, there was a limit to how rich they were. They could not casually take out 15,000 mid-grade star crystals. 99% of the mid-level perfected persons felt that it was not worth it to spend such a huge sum for a woman. They knew that the bidder was Yixing, so they did not find it strange that Yixing was willing to pay 15,000 mid-grade star crystals for Lin Tongyu. However, what was strange was that Yixing had just broken through to the Star Dipper realm. Where had he gotten so many mid-grade star crystals? Yun Tianhao also felt that it was strange, but he immediately understood. He said, "It seems like you got quite a lot of mid-grade star crystals when you destroyed the Sun-Moon Sect's stronghold yesterday, but they can't compare to mine. I bid 16,000. The martial artists in the auction hall only realized after hearing Yun Tianhao's words that the martial artist in VIP room 079 was actually Yixing, the most famous genius of the younger generation in the True Xian region. After learning about Yixing's identity, all the martial artists were shocked. Yixing was a 1-star perfected person who had just broken through, yet he actually had so many mid-grade star crystals. Yixing was determined to win, so he continued to bid 20,000. In VIP room 7, Yun Tianhao smiled coldly and said, "This should be your limit. I'll pay 21,000. Chapter 405. Yesterday, the Sun-Moon Sect's stronghold had been destroyed, so Yixing must have obtained the storage rings of the 10 perfected masters. According to Yun Tianhao's estimations, the 10 perfected masters of the Sun-Moon Sect were not wealthy people. They would at most have 20,000 mid-grade star crystals. As for Yixing himself, it was impossible for him to have that many mid-grade star crystals. Therefore, Yun Tianhao was very confident that his bid of 21,000 mid-grade star crystals would be enough to force Yixing into a dead end. However, Just as Yun Tianhao finished speaking, Yi Xing made another bid, greatly increasing the price. 25,000. Yun Tianhao raised the price by a few thousand again. Compared to Yi Xing, Yun Tianhao's increment of 1,000 and 1,000 seemed like child's play. Yi Xing's bid shocked all the warriors present. It was hard to imagine that Yi Xing actually had so many mid-grade star crystals on him. Even the warriors in the VIP rooms were puzzled. Their estimations were about the same as Yun Tianhao's. If Yi Xing had only obtained the mid-grade star crystals of the 10 perfected masters of the Sun-Moon sect stronghold, he probably would not be able to afford such a price. However, one thing was certain. Since Yi Xing dared to make such a bid, he definitely had that many mid-grade star crystals on him. Otherwise, if he made a false bid and was unable to take out the mid-grade star crystals after winning the bid, the outcome would be very tragic. Yun Tianhao, who was in VIP room 7, had an unhappy look on his face as he said, "Looks like you have a little more mid-grade star crystals than I expected. However, how much more can you have?" "I bid 26,000. In VIP room 079, Yi Xing's gaze was sharp. He had already learned from the discussions of some warriors that his competitor was the Fire Cloud sect's Yun Tianhao. Everyone knew that Yi Xing was a disciple of the Qingyun region's meteor sect. Lin Tongyu, who was being auctioned, was also a disciple of the meteor sect. Yesterday, Yi Xing had destroyed the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold. That was enough to prove that whoever enslaved the disciples of the Falling Star sect was Yi Xing's mortal enemy. Yi Xing had to kill them without mercy. Yi Xing had already bid a high price for today's auction, but Yun Tianhao still wanted to compete with Yi Xing. Without a doubt, he didn't take Yi Xing seriously. Even if he was Yi Xing's mortal enemy, he didn't care. Yi Xing took a deep breath and suppressed the fury in his heart. His expression turned calm as he said, 30,000. The martial artists were shocked once again. Yi Xing's bid was too ridiculous. 30,000 mid-grade astral crystals. Even the wealthiest mid-grade true masters would not be able to take out that much. Even Yun Tianhao, a 5-star perfected one and the godson of the Fire Cloud sect, felt immense pressure from 30,000 mid-grade astral crystals. In VIP room 7, Yun Tianhao immediately stood up and said, 30,000 mid-grade star crystals? You're just a country bumpkin from a remote area. Can you take it out? Yun Tianhao suspected that Yi Xing couldn't take out so many mid-grade astral crystals and was making a false bid. Yi Xing snorted and said, "Why do you care if I can take it out or not? I can't afford it. Cut the crap." Yun Tianhao's face immediately turned green. His eyes burned with fury as he said coldly, "Do you know who I am?" Yi Xing had already treated Yun Tianhao as a mortal enemy that he had to kill if he had the chance. Why would he care who he was? Yi Xing said disdainfully, "You're just a pauper." Yun Tianhao was instantly enraged. Yi Xing actually dared to call him a pauper? At this moment, a voice rang out from VIP room 3, "No matter how many astral crystals Yi Xing offers, if he lacks any, my Tiangang sect can make up for it." Yun Tianhao, you don't have to worry about Yi Xing not having enough astral crystals. The person who spoke was Yang Gang, the previous first on the Earth Profound ranking. He was now third on the Earth Profound ranking. Yun Tianhao's cold voice rang out from VIP room 7, "So you've sucked up to the Tiangang sect. Looks like I've underestimated a country bumpkin like you. 30,000 mid-grade astral crystals. Go play by yourself. It's not that I can't afford it, but that bitch isn't worth it. Hee hee." Then, Yun Tianhao transmitted his voice to the 2 4-stars enlightened persons beside him, "Follow Yi Xing. When they leave 9 Heavens City, kill him and bring that bitch to me. You dare to fight me after finding the Tiangang sect to back you up? You're courting death." Yun Tianhao thought to himself. In VIP room 079, Yi Xing's eyes flashed with terrifying murderous intent. Yun Tianhao's actions were undoubtedly suicidal. Yi Xing had already sworn in his heart that if he didn't kill Yun Tianhao, he wasn't human. His cultivation technique inheritance had reached the supreme grade spiritual tier, and he could cultivate it all the way to the half-step supremacy realm. Even if Yun Tianhao was the fire cloud sect's godson, Yixing still had the confidence to do so. Even if Yixing wanted to kill the fire cloud sect's patriarch, it would still be a disaster in the future, let alone the fire cloud sect's godson. Yun Tianhao viewed Yixing as a country bumpkin and didn't put Yixing in his eyes. However, he didn't know that in Yixing's eyes, he was already a dead man. Since Yun Tianhao had withdrawn from the competition, no one dared to compete with Yixing. 30,000 mid-grade astral crystals became the highest bid, and Lin Tongyu was successfully bought by Yixing. The auction thus came to an end. Soon, Lin Tongyu was brought to VIP room 079 by the White Bones auction house's martial practitioners. Yixing paid 30,000 mid-grade astral crystals and said, "Please release my senior sister's seal." The White Bones sects perfected one tapped 3 acupoints on the back of Lin Tongyu's neck. Then, he pulled out a silver needle about the length of a finger from the back of Lin Tongyu's head. "It's done. She will return to normal in 12 breaths." After the White Bones sect's perfected one spoke, he led his people out of the room. Looking at Lin Tongyu before him, Yixing's heartbeat involuntarily sped up. His eyes were filled with anticipation. With every breath, Yixing counted silently. When Yixing counted to 12, Lin Tongyu's lifeless eyes suddenly lit up, becoming spirited. "Senior sister." Yixing's emotions also became excited at this moment, and he called out. Lin Tongyu suddenly regained consciousness. Her eyes immediately filled with fear as her body trembled. When she realized that the person in front of her was Yixing, Lin Tongyu's expression changed from fear to surprise. "Junior brother Yixing?" After the exclamation, Lin Tongyu's expression was filled with joy. She grabbed Yixing's shoulders and was even more excited than Yixing. She said, "Junior brother Yixing, you're still alive?" After Lin Tongyu was captured, she was sent to the Sun Moon sect by the East supporting sect. Then, she was escorted to Nine Heavens City by the Sun Moon sect's martial practitioners. She couldn't hear any news from the outside world. The Sun Moon sect's statement to the Falling Star sect's disciples was that the Falling Star sect had been destroyed. Apart from them, everyone else had been killed and died. This included the Falling Star sect's sect master, Lu Tianyuan, and the genius disciple, Yixing. Her father was dead, her sect was destroyed, and everyone else was dead. Lin Tongyu's heart had long since turned to ashes. At this moment, suddenly seeing Yixing standing in front of her alive, how could Lin Tongyu not be excited? How could she not be surprised? Yixing nodded and said, "Yes, senior sister. I'm still alive. The sect master has already passed the position of sect master to me. As long as I'm alive, the Falling Star sect will still exist." Chapter 406. Junior brother Yixing, my father is dead. My grandfather is dead. Many elders, deacons, and disciples are dead. Lin Tongyu was very emotional. She threw herself into Yixing's arms and cried. Her tears fell like rain, and her voice was sad and mournful. When the Falling Star sect was destroyed, except for the elders and juniors who went to the Azure Cloud ancient land, as well as a few warriors who went out and guarded the star crystal lode, the rest of the Falling Star sect's warriors were all inside the sect. However, apart from a portion of these cultivators who had surrendered to the Dong Fu sect, only Lin Tongyu and the nearly 200 disciples Yixing had saved the day before remained. The rest were mostly dead. Lin Tongyu witnessed the destruction of the sect with her own eyes. Countless of her fellow disciples were killed, and the grief in her heart was imaginable. However, after she was captured and sent to the Sun Moon sect as a slave, the grief in her heart became heavier and heavier, and she had nowhere to vent it. Until today, when she saw Yixing, Lin Tongyu finally had someone to rely on. The grief in her heart completely exploded, and she cried loudly. Yixing was affected by Lin Tongyu, and his eyes were a little moist. He could understand the grief in Lin Danyu's heart. Master Lin Fenghua's figure appeared in Yixing's mind. Although Lin Fenghua was Yixing's second master, and the time he spent teaching Yixing was not long, he was really good to Yixing. Yixing missed his master Lin Fenghua very much. Yixing was also very sad and angry about Lin Fenghua's death. Yixing gently patted Lin Tongyu's back and said, "Senior sister, it's all in the past. The Falling Star sect is still here. I will definitely make those murderers pay with their blood." Lin Tongyu had been suppressed for too long. She had no one to rely on for 3 months, and there was only pain in her life. Now that she finally had someone to rely on, her despair turned into hope. The tight string in her heart loosened, and she kept crying, wanting to release all the grief in her heart. Her father and grandfather had died one after another, and she had witnessed the tragic deaths of her fellow disciples. Lin Tongyu's little heart carried too much grief. "Senior sister, everything will be fine, everything will be fine." Looking at Lin Tongyu's crying appearance, Yixing's heart ached. Filled with pity, he gently patted Lin Tongyu's back to comfort her. Lin Tongyu cried for nearly 30 breaths of time before she finally stopped. Suddenly, she thought of something and her body shook. Lin Tongyu immediately left Yixing's embrace and said, "Junior brother Yi, there are still many disciples of my sect who were sent to the Nine-Heaven City by the Sun-Moon sect with me. They should still be at the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold. We have to think of a way to save them." Yixing gently patted Lin Tongyu's shoulder and said, "Senior sister, you don't have to worry. I've already rescued my sect's disciples yesterday. They're all safe and sound." Lin Tongyu was taken aback. She said, "Among the Sun-Moon sect martial practitioners who were escorting us, there were 3 spiritual masters. Among them, Lu Anping was even a 3-star spiritual master. Furthermore, how could junior brother save us?" Lin Tongyu's face was full of shock. There was an inexplicable sense of joy in it, which made Yixing laugh. Yixing wiped away the tears on Lin Tongyu's face and said, "Senior sister, I'm now a Star Realm spiritual master. Furthermore, I won first place in the Young Hero Assembly. 3-star spiritual masters are no match for me. I've already killed Lu Anping, and the 2 3-star spiritual masters who were escorting the younger generation of the Sun-Moon sect to the Young Hero Assembly were also killed by me. I've also destroyed the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold." Lin Tongyu's eyes were filled with surprise. She said, "Really?" At this moment, Yixing's image in Lin Tongyu's eyes began to grow bigger. Yixing nodded and said, "Really?" Yixing became incomparably tall in Lin Tongyu's heart. Lin Tongyu was surprised and sad at the same time. Lin Tongyu said, "Junior brother Yixing, in just a few months, you've actually changed so much. If father was still alive, I don't know how happy he would be. Unfortunately, father." Sigh. Yixing sighed and said, "Senior sister, the past is the past. We can't live in the past. Instead, we have to look forward to the future. The most important thing now is to rebuild the Falling Star sect and take revenge on the enemies who destroyed the Falling Star sect one by one. At that time, Master and the fallen elders of the sect will also be happy in heaven. They can smile in the underworld." Lin Tongyu nodded. She had already regarded Yixing as her pillar of support. Yixing said, "I'll take you to see the disciples of the other sects first. After that, we'll return to the Qingyun region and rebuild the Falling Star sect." After leaving the White Bones auction house, Yixing saw Yang Gang. Yang Gang represented the Tiangang sect. If Yixing did not have enough mid-grade star crystals, Yang Gang would make up for it. However, to Yang Gang's surprise, Yixing could actually afford to pay the price of 30,000 mid-grade star crystals. Yang Gang congratulated Yixing. Yixing proposed to ask the Tiangang sect's 6-star sage to escort the disciples of the Falling Star sect. After the two of them said goodbye, Yang Gang returned to the Tiangang mansion to report the matter to Wu Yu. Yang Gang could not make the decision to send a 6-star sage. Yixing brought Lin Tongyu back to the Tian Gang Inn to meet the disciples of the Falling Star sect. Seeing that the disciples of the Falling Star sect were safe and sound, a smile finally appeared on Lin Tongyu's face. The disciples of the Falling Star sect were all happy to see Lin Tongyu free. Yixing told the disciples of the Falling Star sect about the itinerary. He and Lin Tongyu returned to the Qingyun region first to rebuild the Falling Star sect. The rest of the disciples were led by the Tian Gang sect's 6-star sage and the Tian Luo sect's 3-star sage. They returned by beast carriage. Not long after, the Tian Gang sect's 6-star sage arrived. Wuyu naturally would not reject Yixing's request for help from the Tian Gang sect. Moreover, Yixing had offered 10,000 mid-grade astral crystals as a reward. Even for a 6-star sage, it was not easy to earn 10,000 mid-grade astral crystals. Many 6-star sage were willing to escort the disciples of the Falling Star sect back in less than 3 months. In the end, Wuyu chose the peak 6-star sage, Wu Mingyi. He instructed Wu Mingyi not only to escort the disciples of the Falling Star sect back, but also to guard the Falling Star sect from now on so that Yixing could cultivate without any worries. Wu Mingyi was a member of the Wu clan and was Wu Yu's direct descendant. Naturally, he would listen to Wu Yu's orders. Wu Mingyi was in his 80s. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wore a long black robe and exuded a vast aura. In front of the Falling Star sect's warriors, Wu Mingyi had an easygoing expression and did not put on any airs. When had the Falling Star sect ever had a 6-star sage? All the disciples were filled with reverence for Wu Mingyi. Yixing and Wu Mingyi had a discussion. They first gave him 10,000 mid-grade astral crystals before bidding farewell with Lin Tongyu. Yixing entrusted Wu Mingyi, "Sage Mingyi, I'll leave the safety of my sect's disciples in your hands." Wu Mingyi patted his chest and guaranteed, "You don't have to worry about them. I will escort them back safely." Yixing was anxious to return home. After leaving the Tian Gang Inn, he and Lin Tongyu rode on the silver-winged demonic condor and flew into the sky, returning to the Azure Cloud region. The silver-winged demonic condor was extremely fast and it did not take long for them to leave Nine Heavens City. Not long after Yixing left the city, the 2 Fire Cloud sect's 4-star sage elders who had followed Fire Cloud sect's Yun Tianhao left Nine Heavens City and chased after Yixing. The 2 4-star sage elders had a pair of metallic wings on their backs. They were mid-grade air transportation spirit artifacts. With a flap of their wings, they streaked across the sky at an extremely fast speed. They were even faster than the silver-winged demonic condor. On a tall building, Wuyu saw the 2 Fire Cloud sect's 4-star sage elders leave Nine Heavens City from afar. He snorted and said, "Yun Tianhao, you really don't know what's good for you. Who doesn't know that Yixing is someone that I, Wu Yu, think highly of? How dare you touch him?" With that said, a pair of azure wings sprouted from his back. It was a superior-grade air transportation spirit artifact. Instantly, he transformed into an azure beam of light and disappeared into the sky. The 2 Fire Cloud sect's 4-star sage elders pursued Yixing, but they did not know that they had been targeted by an 8-star sage elder. In order to take into account Wu Yu's reputation, Yun Tianhao got the 2 4-star sage elders to take action only after they were far away from Nine Heavens City. They had to do it without anyone knowing. As for Wu Yu, he had to take into account the Fire Cloud sect's reputation. The Fire Cloud sect was one of the 9 high sections. The Fire Cloud sect's 4-star sage elders were not people he could casually touch. He had to wait until he was far away from Nine Heavens City. However, Wu Yu did not know that be it the 2 Fire Cloud sect's 4-star sage elders pursuing Yixing, or him pursuing the 2 Fire Cloud sect's 4-star sage elders, they were all seen by someone else. He Biao was topless. His muscles were like dragons, and his face was covered in a beard. His long hair draped over his shoulders, making him look like a barbarian. However, He Biao's eyes were extremely lively. They were black and bright, and they were filled with vigor. He could clearly see Yixing, who was 50 kilometers away, the two Fire Cloud Sect's 4-star sage elders who were dozens of kilometers away, and Wu Yu, who was dozens of kilometers away. Whoosh! He Biao suddenly took a step forward, and his figure disappeared in a flash. When the two Fire Cloud Sect's 4-star sage elders were 50 kilometers away from Nine Heaven City, they were about to speed up and catch up to Yixing. However, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their path. This person was 2 meters tall. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were like dragons. It was He Biao. He Biao did not have wings condensed from astral energy, nor did he have a flying spirit tool. However, he was standing in the void. The two Fire Cloud Sect's 4-star sage elders were shaken. Only astral-reaching realm sovereigns could walk in the void without the aid of flying spirit tools or astral energy. Sovereigns were a legend in the true mystic region. There was not a single sovereign in the true mystic region. Moreover, very few sovereigns came to the true mystic region. When a sovereign suddenly appeared and blocked their path, the two Fire Cloud Sect's 4-star sage elders were naturally shocked. Just as the two were about to ask the sovereign before them, He Biao's eyes suddenly turned pitch black. Moreover, they started to spin, forming 2 dark vortexes. The two 4-star sage elders' gazes were deeply attracted by the 2 dark vortexes. In the blink of an eye, their eyes lost their color and became lifeless. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately after, the two 4-star sage elders attacked at the same time. Astral light broke through the sky and chopped at each other's necks. In the blink of an eye, 2 heads flew off from their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere. The two 4-star sage elders had lost their lives at the same time. Chapter 407. He Biao didn't even move his hand. Just by relying on his eye technique, he easily sent the two 4-star spiritual masters to hell. Master Wu Yu was far behind the two 4-star spiritual masters. Although the distance was too far and he couldn't see clearly, his eyesight was astonishing. He could still see the 2 figures. At this moment, a third figure suddenly appeared. Then, in the blink of an eye, the 2 spiritual masters chopped off each other's heads. Their corpses fell from the sky. This sudden change gave esteemed Wu Yu a fright. Even though he was an esteemed person, he still felt a chill in his heart. Master Wu Yu's cultivation was at Star Dipper Realm 8th stage. If he wanted to kill a 4-star spiritual master, he could do it in an instant, or even silently. However, it was impossible for him to instantly kill 2 4-star spiritual masters without making a move. Moreover, Master Wu Yu was very clear that no expert in the true Xian region could do it. From this, it could be seen how frightening the strength of the figure that suddenly appeared in front of the 2 4-star spiritual masters was. It was definitely not at the level of a master. Even from afar, Master Wu Yu could see that the figure didn't use a flying spiritual tool, but was walking on the void. Venerable. A thought flashed through Master Wu Yu's mind. He couldn't help but be astonished. Without condensing the Star Dipper wings or using a flying spiritual tool, only astral-reaching realm venerables could do it. In the true Xian region, venerables were legends. For example, 100 marquis martial saints couldn't defeat a 1-star spiritual master. 100 master spiritual masters couldn't defeat the weakest venerable. There was a world of difference between spiritual masters and venerables. A venerable had unexpectedly appeared in front of him. How could Master Wu Yu not be astonished? He didn't dare to continue forward. He hurriedly turned around and returned to Nine Heaven City. In front of a venerable, the 9 great sects of the true Xian region weren't worth mentioning. If a venerable was angry, any 1-star sect would be like a chicken or a pottery dog, easily annihilated. Although Master Wu Yu was famous in the true Xian region and ranked 7th on the Heavenly Profound ranking, he was still trembling with fear in front of a venerable. Of course, he didn't dare to be rash. As soon as he saw He Biao, he turned around and returned to the city. Since Master Wu Yu saw He Biao's figure, He Biao naturally saw Master Wu Yu clearly, as if he was right in front of him. He Biao only glanced at Wu Yu, and his figure disappeared in a flash. In an instant, a voice was transmitted into Wu Yu's mind. Protect him. To protect him. For simple words, but each word was like a sudden clap of thunder in Master Wu Yu's ears, intimidating his mind. When Wu Yu heard this, he was shocked. He immediately turned around to look, but the figure in the distance had already disappeared without a trace. Protect him? Who was he? Could it be? Exalted Master Wu Yu was astonished. His heart was greatly shaken, and his eyes revealed a look of astonishment. To protect Yixing? When Wu Yu thought of Yixing, he could not help but exclaim, "There's actually a venerable behind Yixing?" This was too shocking for Wu Yu. How could Wu Yu dare to disobey the orders of the Venerable One? After the shock, he cupped his fists and bowed in the direction where He Biao disappeared. Wu Yu said respectfully, "I will follow the Venerable One's orders." How could Wu Yu dare to disobey the orders of the Venerable One? Not to mention that Wu Yu was only ranked 7th on the Heavenly Profound ranking. Even if he was ranked 1st, in front of the Venerable One, he was still an ant. All the venerables of the true Xian region added together did not exceed 50, and they were not a match for the Venerable One. Moreover, Wu Yu obeyed the order to protect Yixing. This was also a good thing. If this matter succeeded, there would be at least 2 benefits. First, there would be a reward for completing the Venerable One's orders. What kind of person was the Venerable One? How rich was he? Even if he casually gave out a spirit-level treasure, it would still be a spirit-level treasure. Second, as Yixing matured, he, as the Venerable One, would also benefit. No wonder he was not interested in joining the Sky Dipper sect. It turns out that he has the guidance of the Venerable One and can learn the profound level martial inheritance. Yixing broke through the star realm and became a Taoist at the age of 18. He still has 17 years of golden cultivation time. With such talent and the guidance of the Venerable One, he will definitely become an astral-reaching venerable in the future. It is a great honor for me to be the Venerable One's Tao protector in this lifetime. It is a good thing, a very good thing. Wu Yu murmured to himself. His expression became more and more joyful. Wu Yu raised his hand. The astral energy condensed in his palm and turned into a small bird. Junior brother sect leader, from today onwards, I will be the Tao protector of Yixing. Please let junior brother O Nan guard the 9 sect alliance for me. Master Wu Yu muttered to himself beside Xing Gang's little bird. As he spoke, he waved his hand and shouted, "Go!" Shu the astral bird immediately turned into a beam of light and flew into the distance. Soon, it disappeared from sight. The internal strength of an ordinary martial artist was the ordinary qi. The internal strength of a martial saint was the star origin. It was a type of Jin qi that was 100 times stronger than ordinary qi. The internal strength of a Taoist was the astral energy. The astral energy was 100 times stronger than Jin qi. When the astral energy was condensed, it would be as solid as a spirit weapon. Especially for a high-level astral realm venerable, the astral energy would be inconceivably solid. It would be even stronger than a mid-grade spirit weapon. Even if this small bird condensed from astral energy left Wu Yu's side, it would still take more than half a day for it to dissipate. The astral energy pierced through the sky at an extremely fast speed. In more than half a day, the astral bird had already flown to the Heavenly Dipper sect and passed the message to the sect leader. Some martial saints of the noble realm could use astral energy to speak and condense it into a line. They could transmit their voices from 1,000 miles away. As for Taoists, they could transmit their voices from 10,000 miles away. As for high-level astral realm venerables, they could transmit their voices even from 100,000 miles away. If they were astral-reaching realm venerables, they would naturally be even more powerful. After sending the message, Wu Yu revealed a smile and continued to chase after Yixing. From now on, he would be Yixing's Dao protector. He would secretly follow and ensure Yixing's safety. This time, as a Dao protector, he would be able to get close to a venerable and help a future venerable. There were many benefits. Wu Yu was naturally very happy. His face was full of smiles. However, Wu Yu had overlooked one point. He had always thought that He Biao was a venerable. However, experts who could stand in the void with their own strength were not limited to venerables. Since venerables could stand in the void, kings who were stronger than venerables could also do so. Kings were existences who stood at the peak of martial Dao in the entire star continent. In the true Xian domain, venerables were already legends. Wu Yu had lived for more than 100 years, but he had never met a venerable from outside the true Xian domain. As for kings, Wu Yu had also left the true Xian domain when he was young. However, he had never met a king in his life. He had only met venerables a few times. When Wu Yu saw the expert standing in the void, he naturally only thought that he was a venerable. He did not even think that he could be a king. A king was an existence that was completely out of reach for a perfected person. The silver-winged demonic eagle flew high in the sky. Yixing and Lin Tongyu sat on the eagle's back. The wind was blowing beside their ears. Lin Tongyu's gaze was filled with admiration as she looked at Yixing from time to time. When they were in the Yixing's performance was already very outstanding. Lin Tongyu had a whole new level of respect for him. Now that the Falling Star sect was facing a great disaster, Yixing was shouldering a heavy responsibility. First, he asked the disciples of the Falling Star sect to survive. Now, he had to return to the Qingyun area to rebuild the Falling Star sect and take revenge on his enemies. Yixing's actions not only made Lin Tongyu look at him in a different light, but also deeply admired him. In her heart, Yixing had become incomparably tall, occupying all the space in her heart. Lin Tongyu looked at Yixing. She found that this junior brother was so handsome and so valiant even when he was sitting down. He was like a jade tree in the wind, or a majestic mountain. However, the current Yixing was not as handsome as Lin Tongyu had imagined. He frowned slightly. Due to the superbrain, Yixing's eyesight was far better than ordinary people. He could see into the distance. Moreover, because he had cultivated the eye of clear cloud, the distance he could see into the distance was even more astonishing. He could clearly see everything within a radius of dozens of miles. Yixing had left the city and the two 4-star perfected persons were following him. This could not be hidden from Yixing. Yixing did not take the two 4-star perfected persons seriously. If they were plotting something and left the Nine Heavens city, Yixing would use his trump card to kill them. Yixing only occasionally paid attention to the two 4-star perfected persons who were dozens of miles behind him. The appearance of He Biao had only been for a short period of time, so Yixing did not know about it. He only knew that after a period of time, the two 4-star perfected persons who were following him disappeared and were replaced by esteemed Wu Yu. This made Yixing a little puzzled. What was the meaning of esteemed Wu Yu following him? Towards Wu Yu, Yixing was very grateful and also very respectful in his heart. However, it was impossible for Yixing not to have any thoughts about esteemed Wu Yu secretly following him. The other party was an esteemed master at the 8th stage of the astral realm. He was very famous in the true Xian domain and ranked 7th on the heavenly profound ranking. He was one of the 7 most powerful people in the true Xian domain. Who would feel at ease being followed by such a person? Previously, there were 2 4-star perfected persons who were following me. Were those 2 4-star perfected persons subordinates of esteemed Wu Yu, or did esteemed Wu Yu chase them away? Yixing was puzzled. If the 2 4-star perfected persons were esteemed Wu Yu subordinates, then esteemed Wu Yu would not have any good intentions when he first sent people to follow him and then personally followed him. If esteemed Wu Yu helped him chase away the 2 4-star perfected persons, then it meant that esteemed Wu Yu was secretly helping him. Of course, there was another possibility for the second if, which was that esteemed Wu Yu had chased them away. However, esteemed Wu Yu was also plotting against him. Otherwise, why would he continue to follow him? Regardless of whether esteemed Wu Yu's intentions were good or bad, Yixing did not like it. Yixing had his own secrets. At certain times, he would use his trump card to kill powerful enemies who were far stronger than him. When he used his trump card, he did not want someone watching him from afar. Senior sister, you ride the silver-winged demonic eagle first. I will catch up later. Yixing instructed Lin Tongyu. Then, a pair of black feathered wings appeared on his back and he flew up from the eagle's back. If esteemed Wu Yu had any bad intentions, Yixing could only use the azure cloud wings to escape. Of course, he had to let Lin Tongyu go first. Otherwise, in front of an esteemed master, Yixing would have a hard time escaping by himself, let alone escaping with Lin Tongyu. I owe one chapter for both yesterday and today. The total number of chapters 10 is now 28. The plot at the back is finally straightened out. I am looking forward to it. I will speed up the updates from tomorrow onwards. Chapter 408. Behind Yixing, tens of kilometers away, Wu Yu stopped moving forward. That's impossible. I'm so far away from him. How can he discover me? Wu Yu saw that Yixing had stopped, but the silver-winged demonic eagle carried Lin Tongyu and continued to fly. He could not help but be surprised, and then he flashed into a white cloud at the side, hiding his figure. Wu Yu did not believe that Yixing could discover him. He did not understand why Yixing stopped. However, after a few breaths, his expression became one of shock. Yixing's voice was condensed into a line and transmitted into his ears. If you have something to say, why don't you come forward and meet me openly? Despite being so far away, Yixing was still able to discover him. Furthermore, he was certain that Yixing was following him. This truly shocked exalted Wu Yu. Since he was discovered, Wu Yu naturally could not hide anymore. He flew out of the cloud and soon arrived in front of Yixing. From afar, Wu Yu said, "Little friend Yixing, don't misunderstand. I don't have any ill intentions." Yixing raised his hand from afar, indicating for Wu Yu to stop. He said, "Since you don't have any ill intentions, then please tell me about your good intentions." Wu Yu was protecting Yixing under the orders of the Venerable One, but Yixing's reaction clearly showed that he did not know about this matter. Obviously, the Venerable One wanted Wu Yu to protect him secretly. Without the Venerable One's consent, Wu Yu naturally did not dare to say that he was protecting Yixing. Wu Yu smiled embarrassedly and said, "If I said that I was worried about your safety, so I secretly followed you and secretly protected you, would you believe me?" Yixing nodded and said, "I believe you. Thank you for your good intentions, but I don't need anyone to secretly protect me. If there's any danger, I have my own ways to escape. Please return." Yixing said straightforwardly because it was not important whether he believed it or not. What was important was that regardless of whether Wu Yu had good intentions or bad intentions, it was fine as long as he did not secretly follow him. Wu Yu's expression stiffened. That unknown Venerable One ordered him to protect Yixing. How would he dare to disobey? Since he was going to be Yixing's Tao protector, he naturally had to be by Yixing's side at all times. Otherwise, if Yixing was in danger and he, the Tao protector, was not by his side, how could he still be called a Tao protector? Wu Yu was in a dilemma and said, "Little friend Yixing, you have offended many experts in the true Xian domain. And this time you are also going back to the Qingyun region, you are also facing great dangers. This old man indeed only wants to ensure your safety and form a good relationship with you. I have no other intentions. With this old man secretly protecting you, there is absolutely no one in the true Xian region who can threaten your life. And if there's anything you want to do, you can ask me to do it. I will help you complete it." Yixing smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I won't be able to live a day in peace. If Venerable One wants to form a good relationship with me, protecting my falling star sect from being destroyed by other major forces is the best way to form a good relationship. As for what I want to do, I will do it myself." If everything needs to be done by humans and I just live my life peacefully, then what future does my martial way have? If Venerable One insists on secretly following me, then I can only escape from the true Xian domain and do everything I can to get rid of Venerable One's tracking. Since Yixing had said so, Wu Yu naturally did not dare to secretly follow him. Otherwise, his original intention was to protect Yixing, but he ended up forcing Yixing to escape from the true Xian domain. This was obviously not the result he wanted to see. However, Wu Yu did not dare to disobey that Venerable One's orders. He was in a dilemma. As such, Wu Yu could only be honest and said, "Little friend Yixing, the reason why I'm secretly following you is because a Venerable One ordered me to protect you and ensure your safety. Now that you don't let me follow you, and I don't dare to disobey that Venerable One's orders, what should I do? A Venerable One ordered Venerable One to protect me?" Yixing was puzzled and asked in surprise. Yixing had never seen a Venerable One in his life. How could a Venerable One order Venerable Wu Yu to protect him? Wait a minute, Yixing's mind suddenly flashed and he thought of a person. He Biao. The He Biao that he met in the depths of the Qingyun mountain range. That terrifying man with explosive muscles, shoulder-length hair, and a bare upper body, who looked like a barbarian. The strongest martial artist Yixing had seen in his life was undoubtedly He Biao. This person appeared behind Yixing silently. It was only when Yixing spoke that Yixing discovered him. Yixing's sixth sense was very sharp. He had already seen Venerable One, but he was very sure that even if it was Venerable One, it was impossible for him to stand behind him without him sensing anything. Moreover, He Biao had said that he came from the distant Dark Star sect. At that time, Yixing did not know what level the Dark Star sect was. He thought that it was a superior one-star sect established by the experts of the Qingyun sect. However, after Yixing arrived at Nine Heaven City, he had bought many books that introduced the Star Continent to read. Although the books that introduced the Star Continent mainly talked about the Great Yuan Dynasty and the 12 affiliated empires around the Great Yuan Dynasty, there were also a few words that mentioned an enemy force that could contend against the Great Yuan Dynasty, the Dark Star sect. When Yixing saw the Dark Star sect, he was surprised because the name was the same as the sect that He Biao had mentioned. However, the Dark Star sect was a super force that could contend with the Great Yuan Dynasty. It was stronger than any two-star empire. It was a three-star sect, a king sect. Yixing did not dare to believe that he would meet an expert from a king sect in the Qingyun mountain range. Therefore, in Yixing's opinion, perhaps the Dark Star sect that He Biao mentioned was the same as the Dark Star sect that he had read about in the books. But now, Yixing was starting to believe it. Perhaps they were from the same sect. Therefore, He Biao was the venerable that Wu Yu had mentioned. This was the only explanation. However, there was another question that puzzled Yixing. Although he had a good relationship with He Biao, the two of them had only met once and did not have a deep relationship. Why would He Biao ask Wu Yu to be his Dao protector and protect his safety? Yixing did not believe that this was a kind of evil intention. If He Biao had evil intentions, why would he need Wu Yu to secretly follow him? He could directly take action and capture Yixing alive. Even if Yixing had a supreme-grade flying spiritual weapon, he would not be able to escape. Just as Yixing was puzzled, He Biao's voice suddenly came from afar. Yixing and Wu Yu both heard his voice. Since younger brother Yixing doesn't like people secretly following him, you don't have to follow him. Younger brother Yixing, you are very good. I am optimistic about your future. 1 year later, if you can enter the top 100 in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius Competition, I will give you a great fortune. I will wait for you. He Biao said 3 sentences in total. The first sentence was for Wu Yu, and the second and third sentences were for Yixing. Wu Yu was stunned on the spot when he heard He Biao's words. A venerable actually called Yixing younger brother? Wu Yu's heart was thumping, and he was dumbfounded. Venerables were lofty existences. Even if he was a venerable who was revered by countless warriors in the true Xian domain, in front of a venerable, he still had to be cautious and pay respects to a junior. How could he dare to call a venerable brother? Yixing's expression was also one of surprise, but not of shock. From the voice, he confirmed that the venerable mentioned by Wu Yu was indeed He Biao. He was surprised because his thoughts were confirmed. Moreover, he felt warmth in his heart for He Biao to have a venerable protect him just because he thought highly of him. Although Yixing didn't have much contact with He Biao and had only met him once, He Biao had left a deep impression on him. Enter the top 100 in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius Competition? Brother He Biao, just you wait, I will definitely do it. Yixing didn't know where He Biao was, so he operated his star gang and roared. The sound waves were like waves, and his voice was mighty and mighty, spreading for dozens of miles. He Biao didn't reply and seemed to have left. Wu Yu, who was dumbfounded, was awakened by Yixing's sound waves. When he heard Yixing call that venerable brother He Biao, he couldn't help but be speechless. The venerable called you younger brother because he thought highly of you. You really dare to call him older brother? Wu Yu knew that he wouldn't dare. Moreover, Wu Yu also felt that Yixing's promise of entering the top 100 in the East Divine Continent Junior Genius Competition was unreliable. The true Xian domain was only one of the 72 lower domains of the 108 domains in the East Divine Continent. The 36 upper domains were all two-star forces, and their disciples were much stronger than the geniuses of the 72 lower domains. Wu Yu didn't know much about the 36 upper domains. He only knew about the Blue Dragon Empire and the Green Feather Empire, which were near the true Xian domain. These two empires were both low-rank empires, and the Blue Dragon sect and the Green Feather sect behind them were two-star forces. However, according to Wu Yu's knowledge, the most outstanding disciples under the age of 25 in the Blue Dragon sect and the Green Feather sect were already at the 5th stage of the astral realm. This was only a low-rank empire. If it was a middle-rank or high-rank empire, the junior geniuses would have a better cultivation environment, better resources, and better inheritances, and their cultivation would definitely be higher. There would definitely be many 6th-stage astral realm cultivators. The East Divine Continent Junior Genius Competition would be held a year later. At that time, there would definitely be many 6th-stage astral realm cultivators. Moreover, there would be some geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. Even if they were only at the 4th or 5th stage of the astral realm, their strength would be comparable to a 6-star enlightened being. In order to enter the top 100, one would need to have the battle strength of a 6-star enlightened being. Yixing had just broken through to the astral realm. Even if his battle strength was heaven-defying, he was still only a 3rd-star enlightened being. In order to enter the top 100, even if Yixing could still maintain his heaven-defying battle strength after becoming a middle-rank enlightened being, he would still need to raise his cultivation by 3 levels within a year. From the 1st stage of the astral realm to the 4th stage of the astral realm. When one's cultivation reached the astral realm, the time required to cultivate was much longer than the astral vortex realm. Being able to raise 1 level within a year was already considered an incredible genius. In Wu Yu's opinion, it was almost impossible for Yixing to become a 4th-star enlightened being within a year. Chapter 409. My young friend Yixing, since you do not wish for me to follow you, I won't be following you. If you have any difficulties, you can come to 9 Heaven City at any time to find me. The Fire Cloud sect sent 2 4-star perfected persons to pursue you, but they were killed by Lord Supremacy. The Fire Cloud sect will probably blame you for this. After I return to 9 Heaven City, I will settle the Fire Cloud sect's troubles. I will not let Yun Tianhao send anyone to disturb you again. Goodbye. Even He Biao addressed Yixing as his younger brother, so Wu Yu did not dare act like a senior in front of Yixing. He bade farewell to Yixing by referring to himself as a senior. After Wu Yu left, Yixing quickly chased up to the silver-winged demonic condor. He sat on the condor's back with Lin Tongyu as they continued their journey back to the Azure Cloud region. After confirming that no one was following him, Yixing sat on the condor's back with his eyes closed as he cultivated the eye of azure cloud. With the silver-winged demonic condor's speed, it would take about 10 days to return to the southern part of the azure cloud region. To Yixing, every second was precious. His cultivation level increased very quickly, so if he wanted to keep up with his cultivation in other aspects, he had to make the best use of his time to cultivate. It was very stable on the condor's back. Furthermore, with the silver-winged demonic condor's warning, Yixing did not need to constantly pay attention to his surroundings after he left Nine Heaven City. Yixing cultivated with his eyes closed. As for Lin Tongyu, she quietly looked at Yixing in a daze. At that moment, be it sitting or standing, any posture of Yixing was the most beautiful scenery in the world in Lin Tongyu's eyes. After Wu Yu returned to Nine Heaven City, he immediately issued a warning to the Fire Cloud sect's Yun Tianhao. At the same time, Wu Yu announced to the world that Yixing was his sworn friend. The Meteor sect was the Heavenly Dipper sect's ally. Whoever dared touch a hair on Yixing or the Meteor sect would be his mortal enemy. Esteemed Master Wu Yu's public declaration and unyielding attitude had set off a great storm in the martial world of the True Xian domain. All the martial artists were puzzled as to why esteemed Master Wu Yu would help Yixing. Although Yixing had performed very well in the Young Hero Assembly, Wu Yu's performance was too excessive. However, Wu Yu's attitude was unyielding. He was like an angry bull, ready to fight to the death at any time. Even if the others didn't understand, they didn't dare to provoke Wu Yu. Damn it! Damn it! After being warned by Wu Yu, Yun Tianhao was furious. Although the two 4-stars perfected ones were not considered important figures in the Fire Cloud sect, they were still outer sect elders. Furthermore, they had received his orders to pursue Yixing. Yet, they had been killed just like that. The two Fire Cloud sect outer sect elders had been killed. Logically speaking, the Fire Cloud sect should be furious. However, esteemed Master Wu Yu had warned him that if he dared do anything to Yixing, he would take his life with his own hands. Yun Tianhao was completely helpless against esteemed Master Wu Yu's overbearing attitude. He could only rage in secret. Then, the Fire Cloud sect's esteemed elders would negotiate with esteemed Master Wu Yu. Yun Tianhao was not qualified to speak to esteemed Master Wu Yu as an equal. In the end, the Fire Cloud sect's esteemed elders were also rebuffed by esteemed Master Wu Yu. Esteemed Master Wu Yu was under the orders of the supremacy to protect Yixing. Although he couldn't stay by Yixing's side to protect Yixing, he couldn't do nothing as a Dao protector. With the supremacy backing him, esteemed Master Wu Yu's attitude was naturally unyielding. If the Fire Cloud sect wanted to seek justice for the two 4-star perfected persons, they would have to fight with esteemed Master Wu Yu. Esteemed Master Wu Yu was one of the grand elders of the Heavenly Dipper sect. Once they fought, it would definitely be a battle between the two sections. And in a battle between sects, the deaths wouldn't be limited to just two 4-star perfected persons. Apart from esteemed masters at the high level of the Astral Dipper realm, who were relatively safe in a battle between sects and were difficult to kill, all perfected persons below esteemed masters were at risk of dying if they participated in the battle. How could the Fire Cloud sect go to war with the Heavenly Dipper sect over two 4-star perfected persons outer sect elders? Faced with the unyielding esteemed Master Wu Yu, they could only swallow their anger and make concessions. Since they wanted to avoid a life-and-death battle with esteemed Master Wu Yu, the Fire Cloud sect naturally didn't dare to do anything to Yixing. Even the Fire Cloud sect didn't dare to do anything to Yixing. Even if the Earth Fiend sect hated Yixing to death, they naturally wouldn't dare. However, even if they didn't dare, they were still indignant. Since they were indignant, they definitely wouldn't let the matter rest. This was especially so for Yun Tianhao. He was extremely proud and couldn't take this lying down. On this day, Yun Tianhao arrived at the Earth Fiend sect. He was a 4-star perfected persons and a disciple of the Fire Cloud sect. He had an illustrious status. The Earth Fiend sect's sect master, Chao Yanting, personally received him and respectfully welcomed him in. After taking a seat in the guest hall, Yun Tianhao went straight to the point and explained his intentions. Sect Master Chao, your sect's genius disciple, Wuxia, has been crippled by Yixing. This has caused your sect to lose a genius that could become an esteemed master in the future. Is your sect going to let this matter rest? Before Chao Yanting could say anything, the vice sect master, Shi Daotian, spoke with hatred. That little bastard caused my son to be in such a miserable state. How can we let this matter rest? However, with esteemed Master Wu Yu backing him, even if we are indignant, there's nothing we can do. Because of Wuxia, the vice sect master Shi Daotian's influence in the Earth Fiend sect was growing. His fame was gradually overshadowing sect master Chao Yanting's. Therefore, Wuxia's crippling was somewhat beneficial to Chao Yanting. However, in terms of the sect, it was a great loss. As the Earth Fiend sect's sect master, Chao Yanting was naturally indignant. He wanted to get rid of Yixing as soon as possible. Chao Yanting said, I heard that young Master Yun also lost 2 4-star perfected persons because of Yixing. I believe young Master Yun also wants to kill Yixing as soon as possible. I wonder what young Master Yun thinks. The corners of Yun Tianhao's mouth curled up slightly as he said, Yixing is under the protection of exalted Wu Yu. That old bastard is like an angry bull right now, and no one dares to provoke him. However, that's only limited to the martial artists of the true Xian domain. Martial artists from other domains might not take him seriously. Chao Yanting's eyes lit up. Young Master Yun, are you saying that we should invite people from other regions? Yun Tianhao smiled and nodded. The Green Feather Domain has a powerful assassin organization called the 7 Kill Alliance. The 7 Kill Alliance has countless experts. They even dare to assassinate high-level astral realm esteemed masters. Yixing has just entered the astral realm. As long as we give the 7 Kill Alliance enough money, they will definitely send people to the true Xian domain to complete the mission. The 7 Kill Alliance was a top-notch 1-star faction in the Green Feather Domain. It was very far from the true Xian domain and rarely did business in the true Xian domain. However, as long as the benefits were enough, the 7 Kill Alliance, as an assassin organization, would definitely not reject a profitable business. The Earth Fiend sect was only a mid-grade 1-star sect. It was not even considered a first-rate faction in the true Xian domain. Even the Earth Fiend sect was unfamiliar with many places in the true Xian domain. Naturally, they had not come into contact with the factions in other regions. The Earth Fiend sect only knew that there was a 2-star faction, the Green Feather Empire, in the Green Feather Domain. This was the first time the 7 Kill Alliance had heard of it. As for the Fire Cloud sect, it was one of the top-notch factions in the true Xian domain. It had contact with the martial arts factions in other regions and naturally knew more about the Green Feather Domain. When Chao Yanting heard Yun Tianhao's words, his eyes lit up. However, he quickly regained his composure and said, since young Master Yun knows about the 7 Kill Alliance, why don't you send people there yourself? Yun Tianhao smiled faintly and said, my father strictly forbids me from doing anything to Yixing. I can't go there personally, but no one in the Fire Cloud sect dares to defy my father's orders and obey my orders. However, I believe that as long as there is a chance to kill Yixing, your sect will not miss it. As he spoke, Yun Tianhao waved his hand. Instantly, a pile of mid-grade star crystals appeared in front of him. He then said, the 7 Kill Alliance is not cheap. The price to hire the 7 Kill Alliance isn't low. These 20,000 mid-grade astral crystals are the reward for this young master. If your sect can add a little more, the 7 Kill Alliance will definitely be more than happy to accept this mission to earn tens of thousands of mid-grade astral crystals by killing a 1-star venerable. Shi Daotian stood up and said excitedly, alright, I will personally head to the Green Feather Domain and ask the 7 Kill Alliance to kill that little bastard. Chao Yanting smiled and said, young Master Yun, just wait for the good news of that little bastard being killed. Yun Tianhao smiled and said goodbye to Chao Yanting before leaving the Earth Fiend sect. Green Cloud Region. After more than 10 days, Yixing and Lin Tongyu finally returned to the Green Cloud mountain range, which was near the Star Crystal Mine. In the past 10 days, Yixing had cultivated the supreme-grade eyes of Green Cloud and comprehended the array formation knowledge left behind by Supremacy Green Cloud. He had made significant progress in both aspects. His Eye of Azure Cloud had successfully broken through to the entry level. The power of his Eye of Azure Cloud had greatly increased. Yixing was very confident that he could even control a Class 3 demonic beast that was equivalent to a 4-star enlightened being. As for array formation, Yixing had reached the level of a Level 3 array master. He could easily set up a relatively simple Level 3 array formation. Supremacy Green Cloud had left behind a lot of array formation knowledge. If Yixing could comprehend it all, he could at least reach the level of a Level 3 array grandmaster. In the following period of time, Yixing's array formation skills would rapidly increase. Lin Tongyu pointed at a large array formation light shield in front of them and said excitedly, "Junior brother Yixing, we've arrived at the Star Crystal Mine." Yixing's eyesight was far better than Lin Tongyu's. He had already noticed it and his face was filled with joy. This time, Yixing could help his master, Zi Shanho, heal his feet, rebuild them and take revenge on his enemies. He was naturally overjoyed. Yixing activated his eyes of Green Cloud and looked into the distance. He saw through the array formation light shield and saw that everything was as usual. Soon, the silver-winged demonic eagle arrived outside the array formation light shield. Yixing activated his astral energy and shouted, "Master! Elder Gu! I'm back! I'm back! I'm back! I'm back! I'm back!" His voice was like a wave that resounded between heaven and earth. After a while, everything returned to normal. Not long after, the array formation door opened and Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang came out together. Their faces were filled with joy. Yixing was the hope of the future. Ever since Yixing left, the two of them had been on tenterhooks. Today, Yixing had finally returned. Of course, they were overjoyed. Gu Tianshang's joyful voice sounded, "Come in quickly." Chapter 4:10. When the silver-winged demonic eagle flew into the light shield, Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang were both shocked and overjoyed. First, they were surprised that Yixing's mount was the silver-winged demonic eagle, which was equivalent to 3-star venerable. Second, they were surprised that there was Lin Tongyu on the back of the silver-winged demonic eagle. Lin Tongyu followed Yixing and jumped down from the back of the silver-winged demonic eagle, greeting Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang. Zi Shanho's expression was astonished as he said, "Yixing, what's going on here?" Gu Tianshang was even more excited, appearing in front of Lin Tongyu in a flash, his voice trembling, "Tongyu, you're still alive, still alive." Gu Tianshang was obsessed with array Dao his whole life, and the person he admired the most was his junior brother Lin Fenghua. Lin Fenghua was younger than him, but his attainments in array Dao were higher than his. Naturally, Gu Tianshang was also very fond of Lin Fenghua's daughter, Lin Tongyu. Moreover, Gu Tianshang had no children and treated Lin Tongyu as his own. Gu Tianshang thought that Lin Tongyu had died in the sect like Lin Fenghua and Lin Xiuyuan, so he was naturally excited to see her again. Lin Tongyu was affected by Gu Tianshang's emotions and was also a little excited. Moreover, when she saw Gu Tianshang, she thought of her dead father, grandfather, and other family members. Lin Tongyu nodded with tears in her eyes, "Uncle Gu, it was junior brother Yixing who saved me." In Nine Heaven City, junior brother Yixing also saved many disciples of our sect. Really? Zi Shanho was also excited, exclaiming at the same time as Gu Tianshang. Yixing nodded, "Yes, Master, Elder Gu, this disciple has many things to report, let's find a place first." The Star Crystal Lode was the last stronghold of they and there were many martial artists inside. Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang had already brought some martial artists to welcome them, and their intense reaction attracted another group of martial artists, all of them looking over in surprise. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, it was obviously not a good place to talk. Good. 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 Gu Tianshang said, "Good," 3 times in a row, which was enough to show the surprise in his heart. He said, "Come with me. We'll talk in the meeting room." When they arrived at the meeting hall, Yixing told them everything that had happened in Nine Heavens City. Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang were shocked. In the Azure Cloud Mountain Range, he killed the Flying Cloud Sect's 2 stars enlightened Master Chou Buhong and met the expert He Biao. He controlled the silver-winged demonic condor, a demonic beast equivalent to Venerable 3-star, and rode it to Nine Heavens City, breaking through the astral realm and becoming a 1-star enlightened master. Defeat Mu Xiaoyue, take first place in the Young Hero Assembly, and become the first in the Earth Profound ranking. He was received by Wu Yu and refused to join Tiangang's sect. Kill Daoist 3 stars, destroy the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold in Nine Heavens City, and rescue the Falling Star sect's disciples. He would compete with the Fire Cloud sect's Yun Tianhao to snatch Lin Tongyu back. The powerhouse He Biao that he met in the Azure Cloud Mountain Range was actually a venerable. He had asked Wu Yu to protect Yixing. After Yixing finished telling them everything, Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang were dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that Yixing had gone through so many shocking things in the 2 months that he had been away. For example, the first in the Earth Profound ranking, esteemed, and so on. They had nothing to do with the or even the martial Dao factions in the Azure Cloud region. Not to mention that Yixing had met a venerable, who was a legend in the true Xian region. This was even more shocking. Of course, no one would have thought that He Biao could also be a king. After Yixing finished speaking, the scene was very quiet. Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang only had shock in their eyes, and they were overjoyed. They looked at Yixing, not knowing what to say. After a few breaths, Zi Shanho reacted and said, "Yixing, there are 3 3-star venerables among the younger generation participating in the Young Hero Assembly, but you took first place. Does this mean that your strength has surpassed that of a 3-star venerable?" Yixing nodded and said, "Unless the opponent is also a genius that can challenge those of a higher level, I am not afraid of any 3-star venerable." Zi Shanho and Gu Tianshang's eyes lit up, blooming with the light of hope. Zi Shanho said excitedly, "Good. Good. The heavens have eyes." Now, the Dongfu sect's sect master, Watanabe Xiong, is presiding over the Dongfu sect. The Falling Star sect only has the Dongfu sect's grand elder, Watanabe Tan. Yixing, since you have such strength, you can take advantage of the time before Watanabe Xiong arrives, kill Watanabe Tan and Watanabe Shu, reclaim the sect, and then use the array to resist Watanabe Xiong's counterattack. Yixing smiled indifferently, took out the rebirth pill and said, "Master, I won first place in the large competition and received the rebirth pill as a reward. With the rebirth pill, your legs will grow back after tonight. Tomorrow, I will go back to the sect with you. I will deal with Watanabe Tan, and you will deal with Watanabe Shu personally." Yixing naturally understood that Watanabe Shu was the former wife of the sect master of the Huatian Shu. Zi Shanho did not recognize her as a member of the Hua family, so Yixing naturally did not call her Huatian Shu. Zi Shanho looked at the rebirth pill in Yixing's hand, and his breathing gradually quickened. His legs had been crippled for more than 10 years, and there was not a moment when he did not want to recover. This day had finally arrived. Thank you. Zi Shanho took the rebirth pill, and had many things to say to Yixing, but in the end, he only said a word of thanks. Gratitude did not come from words, but from sincerity. Zi Shanho's gratitude was full of sincerity. He still remembered when he took Yixing in as his disciple, he said that if Yixing could obtain some kind of treasure that could regenerate broken limbs in the future, he would have the chance to heal his legs. At that time, it was just a casual remark, and he did not expect Yixing to actually do it. Yixing's face revealed a faint smile, and said, "If not for Master, how could I be where I am today? I would have died long ago. Compared to my life, the rebirth pill is nothing. The one who should say thanks is Yixing." It was Zi Shanho who taught Yixing the art of archery, letting Yixing know the profoundness of the art of archery. It was also Zi Shanho who explained the world of martial arts to him, letting him know how vast the Star Continent was. When the Dongfu nation's army invaded, it was Zi Shanho who saved Yixing's life. Otherwise, Yixing and Wei Qingxian would not have been able to escape Dong Xianying's pursuit. In other people's eyes, the rebirth pill might be incomparably precious, a priceless treasure. But in Yixing's eyes, a rebirth pill was far from comparable to the kindness his master, Zi Shanho had shown him. Zi Shanho took a deep breath, and heavily patted Yixing's shoulder twice, and said, "The best thing I've done in my life was to take you in as my disciple. Yixing, with your talent, no one can stop you from becoming outstanding. To be able to take you in as my disciple is the greatest fortune of my life." Ha ha ha. Gu Tianshang laughed happily at the side, and said, "Tianfeng, I have to say that you have a good eye. Back then, I also wanted to take Yixing in as a formation disciple. Unfortunately, his talent is too high, and I know that I can't teach him anything. Yixing being your disciple is your greatest fortune. Yixing being a disciple of the Falling Star sect is also Falling Star sect's greatest fortune." Sigh. It's a pity that junior brother Lin can't see this. If junior brother Lin knew that Yixing was so promising, I wonder how happy he would be. Speaking of Lin Fenghua, Gu Tianshang's smile faded, and his voice became melancholy. Lin Tongyu said, "Father's spirit in heaven must be able to see junior brother Yixing's current achievements. He will be smiling in the underworld." Gu Tianshang nodded, and said, Yes, junior brother Lin will see it. Yixing, your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. I wonder how your formation skills are now. Your talent is heaven-defying, so don't waste the knowledge that junior brother Lin taught you." Yixing nodded, and said, "I can already arrange third-level formations." Gu Tianshang's expression froze, and he was shocked again. He had studied formations his whole life, and finally, because of the great shock of his sect's destruction, he broke through the bottleneck and became a third-level formation master in one fell swoop. Yixing was only 18 years old, and he had only studied formations for a little more than a year, but he could already arrange third-level formations. This was much faster than Lin Fenghua in the past. Gu Tianshang looked at Yixing, and after a long while, he slowly said, "Monster. You really are a monster." Zi Shanho went back to take the resurrection elixir, and Yixing continued to talk with Gu Tianshang, learning more about the situation of the star crystal vein. After 3 months of mining, the Falling Star sect had obtained more than 1 million mid-grade star crystals, and more than 10 million low-grade star crystals. According to the calculations of professional mine masters, only half of the mid-grade star crystal vein had been mined. In other words, there were still more than 1 million mid-grade star crystals. More than 2 million mid-grade star crystals was a huge amount of wealth. Many one-star sects couldn't even compare to it. As long as they finished mining the mid-grade star crystal vein, the Falling Star sect would become one of the richest one-star sects, which would be of great help to the development of the Falling Star sect. Now that Yixing was the sect master of the Yixing returned, Gu Tianshang handed the star crystal resources to Yixing to manage. 1 million mid-grade star crystals piled up together was bigger than a house, but Yixing had a mid-grade storage ring, so he could store them. As for the tens of millions of low-grade star crystals, they were piled up like a mountain, so he could only store them in the underground cave. Unless he had a high-grade storage ring, he wouldn't be able to store so many things. After inspecting the star crystals, Yixing saw that it was still early, so he left the star crystal vein. Since the Falling Star sect was destroyed, the once glorious Ye family must have had a hard time. Yixing still had time today, so he went to Purple Mountain County's Azure Sky City to visit the Ye family. Purple Mountain County's Azure Sky City. Today was a lively day. Xiong Qisheng, the new head of the Xiong family, one of the three great families in Azure Sky City, was marrying Yi Yundai and Yi Yunwan, the two daughters of the Ye family, as his concubines. This might be a trivial matter in the Falling Star country, but in Azure Sky City, it was a big event that everyone knew about. Even many martial arts families in Purple Mountain County knew about it and came to congratulate them. Chapter 411. Because of Yi Xing, the Ye family was protected by the Zishan Marquis residents and developed rapidly. They had once become the top martial arts family in Celestial Ocean City. In the family, there were many level 7 martial Dao masters, and some of them had even reached level 8 martial Dao master. However, since the Falling Star sect was destroyed and Zishan Marquis fled to the Star Crystal Mine, the Ye family lost their backing. Moreover, because of Yi Xing, the Ye family was disliked by the new ruler, the East Fu sect. Although the East Fu sect did not care about the small Ye family, since the Ye family was disliked by the East Fu sect, there were naturally many martial arts families who were willing to step on the Ye family. The Ye family's strength was second to none in Celestial Ocean City, but the Ye family knew that they were in a bad situation, so they had always been cautious and kept a low profile. If there were any conflicts with other martial arts families, they would do their best to compromise. Because of this cautious attitude, the Ye family had always survived in a dangerous environment. However, there were some changes in the Zishan County recently, which put the Ye family in a difficult situation. Just half a month ago, the Zishan Marquis position that had been vacant for 2 months was finally filled. Now that the Falling Star Kingdom was under the control of the East Fu sect, the new Zishan Marquis naturally listened to the orders of the East Fu sect. This new Zishan Marquis happened to have some conflicts with Yi Xing. This was because the new Zishan Marquis' surname was Qi Jingyang, and he was once a core disciple of the Falling Star sect. His father, Qi Dosheng, grandfather, Qi Jingchao, and great-grandfather, Qi Zhantian, were all loyal warriors who had died in the battle with the Dong Fu sect. However, Qi Jingyang did not inherit the loyalty of his ancestors. Instead, he became a traitor and surrendered to the Dong Fu sect. The East Fu sect wanted to use the Falling Star sect system to manage the Falling Star Kingdom. They needed some martial artists who belonged to the Falling Star sect to manage the kingdom, and they gave important tasks to those who surrendered. Qi Jingyang's ancestors were famous for being loyal warriors who were sworn enemies with the East Fu sect. However, the East Fu sect promoted Qi Jingyang as a role model for those who surrendered. Therefore, when Qi Jingyang broke through to level 7 and became a 7-star martial saint, he was given the title of Zishan Marquis by Watanabe Shu, who was temporarily in charge of the Zishan County. Furthermore, they sent Wang Feng, the disciple of Zishan Marquis, who had also surrendered, as the head steward of the Marquis residence to assist. Wang Feng was now a 3-star martial saint. When he returned to the Zishan County, the Wang clan became the #1 martial arts clan in the Zishan County. Wang's head. Wang's Wang family, and Wang's Wang's. Wang's Wang was benefited Wang's. Was Marquis sect? Maru Mara Marmaru was Marmar Marmara Marmar Mars. Had Marmar 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 Mar Marmar 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 Mar. In Celestial Azure City, the strongest martial artist was level 8 martial saint. Xiong Qisheng became a level 9 martial saint. If the Falling Star sect was still around, with Yi Xing's light, Xiong Qisheng becoming a level 9 martial saint would not be worth mentioning. However, now that the Falling Star sect was destroyed and Yi Xing was rumored to be dead, Xiong Qisheng naturally became the strongest martial artist in Celestial Azure City. Xiong Qisheng returned to Celestial Azure City and took over the position of patriarch of the Xiong family. The first thing Xiong Qisheng did after becoming the patriarch of the Xiong family was to go to the Ye family and vent his hatred for Yi Xing on the Ye family. He killed several elders of the Ye family. The entire upper echelon of the Ye family, including 7-star and 8-star martial saints, were all severely injured by Xiong Qisheng. Furthermore, Xiong Qisheng captured the two beauties of the Ye family, Yi Yundai and Yi Yunwan. He announced to the world that he was going to take them as his concubines. Xiong Qisheng sent out invitations to all the martial arts families in Celestial Azure City. He also invited Wang Feng, a 3-star martial saint, to preside over the situation and be a witness. Wang Feng knew that Xiong Qisheng was the illegitimate son of his uncle, Wang Haiqing. Furthermore, because of his hatred for Yi Xing, he was also happy to come to Celestial Azure City and trample on the Ye family. Naturally, he agreed. However, when Wang Feng reported this matter to the new Purple Mountain Marquis, Qi Jingyang, as a marquis, actually dared to take the initiative to come to Celestial Azure City and preside over the ceremony. Qi Jingyang's hatred for Yi Xing was much stronger than Wang Feng's. Even though Qi Jingyang believed that Yi Xing was dead, his hatred for Yi Xing had always existed. After knowing that the Ye family of Celestial Azure City was the Ye family's clan, Qi Jingyang did not care about bearing. As a 7-star martial saint who held the position of Purple Mountain Marquis, he had the thought of exterminating the Ye family. He wanted to first watch the Yi clan decline, then slowly exterminate the Yi clan, until there was not a single person left in the Yi clan, and they were erased from the world. When Yi Xing arrived at the Ye family, the upper echelons of the Ye family were nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, there were many experts standing guard outside the Ye family. From a deacon of the Ye family, Yi Xing found out about the changes in Purple Mountain County and what had happened to the Ye family. Instantly, his heart burned with rage. Qi Jingyang, Wang Feng, Wang Haiqing, Xiong Qisheng, these were all once Yi Xing's enemies. Yi Xing was magnanimous and spared them. However, reality proved that forgiveness did not make them grateful. It would only cause trouble. Once something happened to him, the people around him would be harmed. Yi Xing's heart surged with killing intent as he headed for the Xiong family. Today, the Xiong family's patriarch, Xiong Qisheng, was marrying a concubine. They held a grand banquet, singing and dancing in celebration. Most of the guests were 7th-level grandmasters and above. Many of them were 8th-level grandmasters and even 9th-level grandmasters. They were all experts from the top martial arts families in Purple Mountain County. The newly appointed Purple Mountain Marquis, Qi Jingyang, sat high up in the main seat. Wang Feng, the chief steward of the Marquis residence, sat below Qi Jingyang. Beside Wang Feng was Wang Haiqing. Wang Haiqing naturally had to attend the wedding of an illegitimate son. The Xiong family was filled with guests. Even the square outside the main hall was filled with hundreds of tables of banquets. The grandeur of this banquet far surpassed any banquet in the history of Tiansang City. However, on this joyous occasion, not everyone was treated kindly by the Xiong clan. On the side of the square, there were dozens of wooden stakes. The upper echelons of the Yi clan were all tied to the wooden stakes with blood on the corners of their mouths. They were battered and exhausted. Beside each wooden stake stood a Xiong family martial practitioner. They held large sabers and glared at the Ye family from the side. Their eyes were fierce, as if they were going to execute these Ye family martial practitioners at any time. Xiong Qisheng grabbed Yi Yundai and Yi Yunwan, who were dressed in red robes, and toasted the guests. Seeing Yi Yundai and Yi Yunchuan's eyes filled with grief and indignation, Xiong Qisheng said coldly, "Bitches, be happy for me. Smile. Otherwise, I'll give the order and your Ye family's pigs and dogs will have their heads cut off one by one." In the sky, a green light flashed. It was Yi Xing. He had rushed to the Xiong family as fast as he could and had even used the supreme-grade flying spirit artifact, the Azure Cloud Wings. Yi Xing's speed was too fast. Even martial sages could not see him clearly. Furthermore, none of the martial practitioners on the square were martial sages. How could they notice the green light that flashed in the sky? It was only when Yixing appeared on the square and folded the azure cloud wings that the martial practitioners noticed that there was an additional person. When Yixing appeared, he did not release the aura of his astral realm cultivation. Just the terrifying murderous intent that surged out caused all the martial practitioners on the square to shiver. They all looked at Yixing. None of the guests on the square recognized Yixing. However, Xiong Qisheng was an exception. When he saw Yixing, his body trembled violently, and his mind buzzed. What was going on? Wasn't Yixing dead? Wasn't he dead? Xiong Qisheng looked at Yixing and his arrogant expression instantly turned into fear. He knew how amazing Yixing's performance in the Falling Star sect was. Although Xiong Qisheng did not know what happened after Yixing went to the Azure Cloud Ancient Land, he knew that Yixing was already the #1 disciple of the Falling Star sect before he went there. Yixing's gaze fell on Xiong Qisheng and he said coldly, "Xiong Qisheng. Xiong family. You are courting death." Xiong Qisheng pointed at Yixing and said in a trembling voice, "Impossible. This is impossible. Aren't you dead? How can you still be alive? How can?" Besides Xiong Qisheng, Yi Yundai and Yi Yunwan were overjoyed when they saw Yixing. They exclaimed at the same time, "Yixing, save them." Xiong Qisheng immediately grabbed Yi Yundi's and Yi Yunchuan's necks and blocked the two girls in front of him. He shouted, "Yixing, if you dare to move, I will kill them. Marquis. Brother Wang Feng. Help! Help!" After Xiong Qisheng shouted, the Xiong family martial artists beside the wooden stakes also placed their swords on the necks of the Ye family martial artists. Yixing's name was well known in the Azure Cloud City. Only by controlling the life and death of the Ye family martial artists could everyone feel a sense of security. Yixing's gaze swept across Xiong Qisheng and the Xiong family martial artists. Two green vortexes appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a strange scene occurred. The Xiong family martial artists who placed their swords on the necks of the Ye family martial artists raised their swords and cut off the ropes binding the Ye family martial artists. Then, they fiercely chopped off their own heads. Instantly, a large number of heads rolled down. Dozens of Xiong family martial artists became headless corpses. Blood spurted out wildly as they fell to the ground. Yixing's eyes of green cloud could even affect a perfected person in the astral realm. It could directly control a martial sage in the astral vortex realm. The Xiong family martial artists were only in the astral tempering realm. Yixing could easily control dozens of them at the same time with a single glance. Xiong Qisheng was also controlled by the eyes of green cloud. He released Yi Yundai and Yi Yunwan, took out a dagger, and stabbed himself in the heart. Ah! The intense pain immediately awakened Xiong Qisheng from the state of mind control. He let out a shrill scream. Xiong Qisheng looked at his hands that were holding the dagger in disbelief. The dagger had already pierced his heart, causing a fatal injury. He could feel his life slipping away rapidly. No! No! I don't want to die. Xiong Qisheng's hands let go of the dagger. He could not stop trembling. His eyes were filled with the fear of death and disbelief. He had finally become a level 9 Grandmaster and the head of the Xiong family. Today was supposed to be his most glorious day. Who would have thought that it would be the day of his death? Chapter 4:12. The cultivators in the plaza all had shocked expressions. They felt like their hearts were being ruthlessly grasped by a large hand, causing them to tremble in fear. This was too strange. Yixing did not even move. Xiong Qisheng and the dozens of Xiong family warriors had all committed suicide. It was unbelievable. The Eyes of Blue Cloud was an ultimate spiritual martial art. It was a unique skill of the Blue Cloud sect that had been lost for more than 1,000 years. Even a martial saint might not recognize this unique skill. The people present were all country bumpkins who rarely saw a martial saint. How would they know about the Eyes of Blue Cloud? Therefore, when they saw the two blue whirlpools flash in Yixing's eyes and Xiong Qisheng and the dozens of Xiong family warriors commit suicide, the guests looked as if they had seen a ghost. How could they not be shocked? Xiong Qisheng suddenly stabbed himself and the Xiong family warriors chopped off their own heads. This strange scene shocked the Ye family warriors. However, they were only shocked by Yixing's ability. They were not as scared of Yixing as the other warriors. When Yi Yundai and Yi Yunwan saw that Xiong Qisheng had died, they quickly ran towards Yixing. The Ye family warriors also gathered around Yixing. They looked very surprised. In the Ye family, Yixing was a legend. The Ye family's prosperity was closely related to Yixing. Yixing was still alive, which meant that the Ye family's future would be prosperous again. Brother Xing. Yifeng was also among the imprisoned Ye family warriors. He shouted in surprise and waved at Yixing. Yifeng was already an 8-star grandmaster. Other than Yixing, Yifeng was the strongest warrior in the Ye family. Of course, he belonged to the upper echelon of the Ye family. Yixing smiled and nodded at Yifeng. At this moment, the guests in the hall had already rushed out. Qi Jingyang and Wang Feng led the way, while the half-martial sacred Wang Haiqing followed closely behind. They had just heard Xiong Qisheng's cries for help. The two cries for help were the clearest, and Xiong Qisheng's was the loudest. As for the two words, Yixing, Xiong Qisheng was the first to shout out, and his voice was at its lowest pitch. Qi Jingyang and Wang Feng seemed to have vaguely heard the two words, Yixing, and both of them looked surprised. Wasn't Yixing dead? It was precisely because the two of them thought that Yixing was dead that they rushed out without much thought. When Qi Jingyang and Wang Feng rushed out of the hall and arrived at the square, they saw Yixing, just like Xiong Qisheng, their bodies shook violently and their faces were filled with shock. They did not hear wrongly. Xiong Qisheng was shouting for Yixing. Yixing was still alive. Qi Jingyang and Wang Feng's eyes were instantly filled with fear. Especially Qi Jingyang, who had entered the Qingyun ancient land with Yixing and participated in the 10-sect grand tournament. He knew how terrifying Yixing's strength was. During the 10-sect grand tournament, Yixing's strength had already swept away 9-star martial saints. Now that 3 months had passed, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Although Qi Jingyang had broken through to the 7th-star vortex realm and was conferred the title of Marquis, when he saw Yixing, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. Senior brother Yixing. Qi Jingyang's heart was pounding. He wanted to turn around and run, but he knew how fast Yixing was. Under Yixing's hands, there was no hope of escaping. He could only suppress the fear in his heart and force a smile at Yixing. Yixing looked at Qi Jingyang with disgust and said, "You traitor of the are you qualified to call me senior brother? My senior brothers are all disciples of the Falling Star sect. There is no traitor like you." Qi Jingyang's face stiffened. He wanted to say something, but Yixing had already sentenced him to death. After you surrendered to the Dongfu sect, if you had behaved yourself, although I hate you, I would not have bothered to lower myself to your level. But you just had to bully the Ye family. You are seeking your own death. Qi Jingyang suddenly looked terrified. He cupped his fists and begged for mercy, "Senior brother, spare my life, spare my life." Most warriors did not know how strong Yixing was, but they all knew that Zi Shanho was not only a martial saint, but also a royal martial saint. His strength was unbelievably strong. However, this Zi Shanho did not even have the courage to attack Yixing. He only dared to beg for mercy. This really shocked these country bumpkin warriors. Yixing was unmoved. He began to use the azure cloud eyes. Qi Jingyang still begged for mercy, "Senior brother, please, for the sake of my Qi family ancestors." Before Qi Jingyang could finish, 2 clouds appeared in Yixing's eyes. Qi Jingyang's eyes suddenly lost their light. He seemed to be in a daze and stopped talking. Qi Jingyang was only a 7-star martial saint, and Yixing had used the cloud pupil eye to easily control his mind. Azure. Azure cloud eyes, this is. Cloud eyes. Wang Feng looked at Yixing's eyes and exclaimed. As a martial saint and a disciple of his knowledge was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary warriors. Wang Feng knew that the azure cloud eyes were divided into azure eyes and cloud eyes. Yixing used the cloud eyes, which meant that Yixing had received the complete inheritance of the azure cloud eyes. The complete azure cloud eyes was an extreme-grade spiritual martial art. This made Wang Feng's heart beat rapidly. When Qi Jingyang turned to look at Wang Feng expressionlessly, Wang Feng was even more frightened. He also begged Yixing for mercy. Senior brother Yixing, I had no choice but to surrender. I only have Master in my heart. Please don't kill me. For Master's sake, please don't kill me. Yixing snorted and said, Master did his best to cultivate you, but you chose to become Watanabe Shu's lackey. Don't think that I don't know. Before the Falling Star sect was destroyed, you were already Watanabe Shu's lackey. How dare you mention Master in front of me? As he spoke, Qi Jingyang suddenly attacked. A middle-grade spiritual saber suddenly appeared and slashed at Wang Feng in an extremely overbearing manner. The saber slashed like a dragon. The aura was dazzling and the power was shocking. Middle-grade spiritual martial art, Big Dipper dragon-slaying saber. How could a 3-star martial saint resist a 7-star martial saint's full strength? Wang Feng was cut down by Qi Jingyang's saber. Whoosh! Qi Jingyang struck out with his saber, followed by a second saber strike. Wang Haiqing first saw his dead illegitimate son. Then, he saw his nephew die in front of him. He was in pain and was also killed by Qi Jingyang. Marquis. Seeing Qi Jingyang go crazy, the martial artists all retreated. Those who were closer to Qi Jingyang were the upper echelons of the Xiong family. Qi Jingyang continuously slashed out with his saber. The saber radiance crisscrossed. In an instant, more than 10 of the Xiong family's upper echelons were killed by Qi Jingyang, including the previous head of the Xiong family, Xiong Baolong. The last saber slashed fiercely at Qi Jingyang. The moment the saber radiance entered his body, Qi Jingyang regained his consciousness due to the fear of death. He watched as the saber killed him and he died. The new Marquis Zishan, Martial Saint Wang Feng, Vice Principal Wang Haiqing of the Zishan Academy, and the upper echelons of the Xiong family were all killed. The guests were frightened out of their wits. They screamed and fled, rolling and crawling. Today's events would be deeply imprinted in their hearts. In the future, they would no longer dare to look down on or trample on the Ye family. There would only be awe and fear. Yixing's help to the Ye family was limited to this. The upper echelons of the Xiong family had been wiped out. Yixing did not care if the Ye family would uproot the Xiong family in the future. This was the Ye family's business and had nothing to do with him. The only thing he cared about was that the Ye family could develop well, and this was not a problem. Tomorrow, he would return to the sect and rebuild the Falling Star sect. With the Ye family would not be in danger. After chatting with Yifeng and other acquaintances for a while, Yixing did not return to the Ye family. Instead, he left and returned to the Star Crystal Mine. The next day, the final day, had finally arrived. In the morning, when Yixing saw his master Hua Tianfeng, his heart was filled with joy. The resurrection pill was indeed miraculous. In one night, Hua Tianfeng's legs grew back and returned to normal. From now on, Hua Tianfeng did not need to rely on the artificial legs to move. Yixing chuckled and said, Master. Congratulations on the recovery of your legs. Hua Tianfeng smiled and nodded. Compared to the past, Hua Tianfeng was in high spirits today. He was full of vitality. His broken legs had been healed. Whether it was physically or mentally, Hua Tianfeng's temperament had undergone a huge change. Hua Tianfeng waved to Yixing and said, Yixing, let's go. It's time to fight back against the Dong Fu sect. Yixing summoned the silver-winged demonic condor and jumped on its back with Hua Tianfeng. In an instant, the silver-winged demonic condor soared into the sky. The star crystal mine was guarded by Gu Tianshang. As for Lin Tongyu, she was only a 6-star martial saint. She had no real use in taking back the sect. Today, there would be a decisive battle. Yixing and Hua Tianfeng naturally could not be distracted by taking care of her. Therefore, only Yixing and Hua Tianfeng went. The silver-winged demonic condor was extremely fast. In less than half a day, it had arrived outside the Falling Star sect. Yixing was the fastest among the cultivators who went to the Nine Heavens city. Because the silver-winged demonic condor's speed was faster than the other cultivators' flying mounts, Yixing's deeds in the Nine Heavens city had not spread to the Clear Sky region. As for Yixing's return, no one knew. Even though Yixing had appeared in the Azure Sky City yesterday afternoon, the Azure Sky City was at the border of the Falling Star Kingdom. In just one night, the news could not be sent back to the sect. Therefore, the Dong Fu sect cultivators guarding the Falling Star sect did not know that Yixing had returned. Many people even thought that Yixing was dead. Although the Flying Cloud sect said that Yixing was not dead, this was only a suspicion. There was no proof. The first thing Yixing did when he arrived outside the Falling Star sect was to break the array. The array that the Dong Fu sect had set up at the old site of the Falling Star sect was based on the original array of the Falling Star sect. Many of the original arrays of the Falling Star sect were set up by Lin Fenghua. As Lin Fenghua's disciple, Yixing was very familiar with them. Moreover, Yixing's X-ray vision and super brain scan allowed him to easily find the strength and weakness of the array. To Yixing, the array formation that the Dong Fu sect had set up on top of the original array of the Falling Star sect was nothing more than an empty shell. By the time someone discovered that Yixing and Hua Tianfeng had arrived, the array formation had already been mostly broken by Yixing. At the final point, Yixing had taken out the Black Dragon Spear and forcefully broken it open. Chapter 413. Boom! The light shield of the formation was shattered. The sound of the spear shook the sky. Enemy invasion. The sentry who discovered Yixing and Hua Tianfeng shouted. There was no need for the sentry to call the police. All the martial artists in the sect had heard the explosion. Du Biantan, Li Hanguang, and the other astral realm perfected masters rushed out of their residences. They formed astral wings and flew into the sky. The other 3 perfected masters were the elders of the Dongfu sect. One was a 2-star perfected master, Dong Xuanhe, and the other 2 were 1-star perfected masters, Shi Fengyi and Luchuanzu. The 7 perfected masters glided in the sky and soon arrived in front of Yixing and Hua Tianfeng, stopping them. In addition, there were a large number of marquis martial sages and half-step perfected masters rushing over. Hiss! After a short while, there was a snake hiss. A huge 4-winged flying snake flew out from the back of the mountain. This was the flying mount that Du Biantan had used to take the disciples of the Dongfu sect to the Qingyun ancient land. It was equivalent to a 3-star perfected master. Seeing Yixing's figure, the perfected masters were shocked. They had not reached a conclusion about Yixing's life and death. However, now that Yixing had appeared in front of them, the result was clear. Among the 7 perfected masters, only Du Biantan noticed Hua Tianfeng. She was shocked to see that Hua Tianfeng's legs were intact. She had personally cut off Hua Tianfeng's legs. For more than 10 years, Hua Tianfeng had been walking with prosthetic legs. When did his legs grow back? If one wanted to regrow a severed limb, one would need a supreme healing elixir. Where did Hua Tianfeng get the supreme healing elixir? Du Biantan looked at Yixing, his eyes full of gloomy coldness, and laughed. Little bastard, the Flying Cloud sect was right. You're not dead. However, you're courting death today. Let's see how you can escape from my hands. A astral realm martial artist's aura would not leak out. It was difficult for outsiders to see their cultivation. Du Bianton could not see Yixing's cultivation. 3 months ago, Yixing was only an 8-star martial sage. Du Bianton naturally did not think that Yixing had broken through to the astral realm. As for Hua Tianfeng, he was only a 9-star martial saint. He was not worth mentioning. On Yixing's side, the only thing that Du Bianton paid attention to was the silver-winged devil condor, which was equivalent to Daoist 3 stars. As for Du Bianton's side, he was a 3 stars reverend. In addition, there were 6 astral realm reverends. Moreover, there was a demonic beast equivalent to a 3 stars reverend, the 4-winged flying snake. Naturally, Watanabe Lake did not put Yixing's strength in his eyes. He thought that Yixing was seeking his own death. However, Du Bianton did not let the 4-winged flying snake fly forward. Instead, he stayed behind to hold the line. Watanabe Tam remembered that Yixing had once made the 4-winged flying snake crazy. Yixing seemed to have some ability to control demons. This was the only thing that Watanabe Tam valued about Yixing. Yixing's gaze swept across the 7 reverends coldly. He did not hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Yixing said coldly, "When Dong Fu's sect destroyed me, did you ever think that one day, Dong Fu's sect would be wiped off the face of the earth?" Du Bianton was unmoved. He still had a smile on his face as he said disdainfully, "Dong Fu's sect will not have such a day. Boy, if you have any last words, say them now. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to say them." Yixing narrowed his eyes and said, "You are wrong. Dong Fu's sect's day will come soon. Today is the day you all die. In 3 days, I will personally go to Dong Fu's sect and kill Watanabe Xiong. I will destroy Dong Fu's sect forever." Ha ha ha. Du Bianton laughed and said, "Boy, it seems like you have lost your mind because of your desire for revenge. Today is the day we die." Ha ha ha. Du Bianton's laughter suddenly stopped. The smile on his face suddenly turned into a murderous intent as he shouted, "Today is the day you die." All of a sudden, Du Bianton soared into the sky and a high-grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand. He slashed out with his saber and the saber light was as bright as the moon. It lit up the sky and slashed towards Yixing upper-grade spiritual weapon, Moon Destroyer Blade Technique. Du Bianton's Moon Destroyer Blade Technique had been cultivated to the initial stage. Its power was extraordinary and the blade aura was shocking. Facing Du Bianton's terrifying blade, Yixing did not move. He waved his hand casually and the silver-winged demonic eagle soared into the sky. Whoosh! The silver-winged demonic eagle cut across the sky like a sharp blade and stopped Du Bianton. The silver-winged demonic eagle was one of the top among the 3-star reverends. It was even stronger than Du Bianton. Du Bianton was at a disadvantage in their first clash. He was shocked and stepped back. Du Bianton shouted, "I will deal with this beast. You all kill them quickly." He 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 he. The 2-star Reverend Dongshuan looked at Yixing and laughed eerily. "Boy, without the protection of the silver-winged demonic eagle, what can you do? Tell me, how do you want to die?" Du Bianton Shu also came forward with a smile. She looked at Hua Tianfeng and said, "My good brother, it's been more than 10 years and your feet have been cured. It's really not easy." Sigh. "It's not easy to cure your feet, but you're in such a hurry to die. Why do you have to waste a peerless elixir that can regenerate broken limbs?" Hua Tianfeng ignored Du Bianton Shu. After a cold glance, his eyes fell on Li Hongguang. Li Hongguang was the elder of the Falling Star sect. However, he had betrayed the sect and colluded with Du Bianton Shu. Du Bianton Shu was originally from the Dongfu sect. She was a spy arranged by the Dongfu sect in the Falling Star sect. Her betrayal of the Falling Star sect was reasonable, but Li Hongguang's betrayal was real and shameful. Apart from Du Bianton Shu, there were 3 other elders of the Falling Star sect who had betrayed them. One was the law enforcement elder Yu Pinghai, the other was Zhang Maosheng, the elder of the affairs hall, and the last was Li Hongguang. Yu Pinghai was killed by Lu Tianyuan, the sect master of the Falling Star sect. Zhang Maosheng was killed by Gu Tianshang. Only Li Hongguang was still alive. Hua Tianfeng looked at Li Hongguang and said coldly, "Li Hongguang, have you been at ease these 3 months? Have you been scolded by the ancestors of the Falling Star sect in your sleep? You traitor!" Li Hongguang did not look ashamed at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. The Falling Star sect is weak and the Dongfu sect is strong. It's certain that the Falling Star sect will be destroyed. I'm just following the trend. Why wouldn't I be at ease? He. I'm at ease." Yixing ignored Dongxian He and looked at Li Hongguang, saying, "Very well, then you can die in peace." As he spoke, 2 clouds appeared in Yixing's eyes. He had used the cloud eyes. Once, Yixing had obtained the azure cloud eyes. He could only keep it a secret and could not let anyone know. Because he could not bear the consequences of the azure cloud eyes being exposed. But now, Yixing had enough strength to bear the consequences. He did not need to use the azure cloud eyes secretly anymore. He. Li Hongguang laughed coldly. Then, as soon as he started laughing, he suddenly stopped. His eyes were covered with a layer of mist and his expression became dull. Yixing's eye of azure cloud had already reached the entry level. It had the effect of controlling the mind of a beginner enlightened master. A 2 and 3 star enlightened master would have a harder time controlling it, but a 1-star enlightened master wouldn't be able to resist it for long. Azure cloud eyes. You actually obtained the best spiritual martial art inheritance of the Azure Cloud sect. Seeing the cloud vortex appear in Yixing's eyes, the sages exclaimed in unison. The Azure Cloud eyes was something that the top 10 sects of the Azure Cloud region had been searching for thousands of years in the Azure Cloud ancient land but could not find. Now, Yixing had obtained it. How could the sages not be shocked? Just as the sages were exclaiming, Li Hongguang's eyes were completely shrouded by the mist, spinning rapidly. He had been completely controlled by Yixing. Yixing could control his every move. Li Hongguang immediately took out a mid-grade spirit weapon, and slashed at the immortal 1-star Westfengi. Middle-grade spiritual martial art Clear Wind Shadowless Blade. This blade was very fast and the blade light was without a shadow. West Wind Yizheng was taken aback by Yixing's display of the Eye of Clear Cloud. How could he have expected that Li Hongguang would suddenly strike out with his blade? When Shifengyi reacted, he instantly activated his Star Gang and his speed exploded to the limit, dodging to the side. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shifengyi was unable to avoid Li Hongguang's blade, and only avoided a vital point attack, but the blade still left a deep wound on his body. Blood spurted out. Shifengyi was seriously injured. While Li Hongguang slashed out with his blade, and in an instant another blade slashed out, the target was still Shifengyi. Shifengyi's face was filled with horror, screaming, "Save me!" Dong Xuanhe and Lu Chuanzhu, in order to save Shifengyi, simultaneously attacked Li Hongguang. Watanabe Shu also wanted to help, but suddenly a sense of crisis gushed out from her heart, making her look startled and not dare to act rashly. Hua Tianfeng took out a bow, knocked an arrow and aimed at Watanabe Shu. Hua Tianfeng's attainments in archery had already reached the level of 3 changes at will, which was a great threat to the initial stage sages. Moreover, in Hua Tianfeng's eyes, 2 azure light vortexes also appeared. He had activated the Azure Cloud eyes. Although Hua Tianfeng was only using the Azure Cloud eyes, but Hua Tianfeng had already cultivated to a very high level of attainment, and more or less had some influence on Watanabe Shu. The moment Watanabe Shu was distracted, Hua Tianfeng immediately drew his bow, and an arrow pierced through the air, shooting towards Watanabe Shu. Azure Dragon Arrow form, the arrow transformed into an Azure Dragon, and the roar of the dragon shook the surroundings. Watanabe Shu was not Watanabe Ing. In half an instant, she came back to her senses, and her figure flashed, avoiding Hua Tianfeng's arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot by Hua Tianfeng turned in the air, instantly changed direction, and continued to shoot towards Watanabe Shu. Watanabe Shu was taken aback. She did not expect Hua Tianfeng's attainments in archery to have reached such a level. At this moment, a scream rang out. Before Li Hongguang could kill Westfengyi, Dong Xianhe and Luchuan Zhu's attacks both landed on his body. After all, Westfengyi was on their side, and Li Hongguang was just a person who surrendered to the Falling Star sect. Dong Xianhe and Luchuan Zhu were anxious to save Li Hongguang, so their attacks were heavy, and Li Hongguang was instantly fatally injured. People often say that when you raise the rice, you will be grateful, but when you raise the rice, you will be hated. Sure enough. The other authors basically did not say anything about making up for the chapters, because no one owed anyone, so everyone could understand. And I, because I am a kind person, promised to return all the chapters that I did not update. Once I return to normal one day, I will immediately be scolded by n number of people for being shameless. Who is shameless? It's still the same sentence, I will return what I promised. From now on, I will never owe a chapter. Chapter 4:14. The intense pain woke Li Hongguang up from his mind control. Looking at the two fatal wounds on his body, Li Hongguang was terrified. Clank! At the same time that Li Hongguang was fatally injured, a crisp sound rang out. Watanabe Shu managed to block Hua Tianfeng's arrow in the nick of time, and her body retreated continuously. At the same time, Hua Tianfeng drew his bow for the second time and shot at Watanabe Shu. Why? Li Hongguang asked in disbelief. He did not expect that after surrendering to the Dong Fu sect, he would be killed by the Dong Fu sect's perfected person. However, Dong Xuanhe and Luchuan Zhu did not have the time to listen to Li Hongguang's death confession. In just 2 breaths, Yixing had completely controlled Li Hongguang. Dong Xuanhe and Luchuan Zhu did not dare to waste any time. After severely injuring Li Hongguang, they immediately attacked Yixing Moon Destroyer Blade Technique. Sky/Sword Technique. Dong Xuanhe used an upper-class spiritual martial skill. Although his Moon Destroyer Blade Technique was not as good as Watanabe Tan, it was not far from the initial stage. Luchuan Zhu used a middle-class spiritual martial skill. His Sky/Sword Technique was close to perfection. When he used it, its power was not much weaker than Dong Xuanhe's Moon Destroyer Blade Technique. The saber and the sword attacked Yixing at the same time from different angles. Although Yixing's eye of blue cloud was terrifying, it still needed some time to control a martial artist's mind. Dong Xuanhe and Luchuan Zhu attacked with their fastest speed, not giving Yixing a second to react. In this way, they were not afraid of Yixing's eye technique attack. In their eyes, without the eye of blue cloud, Yixing was just a junior martial artist and was not worth mentioning. Facing the combined attack of the sword and the blade, Yixing's expression was normal. He was not afraid at all. He even showed a hint of disdain. Yixing did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. A beam of light shot out from his eyes and a terrifying aura exploded. The aura of an astral realm perfected person was revealed. Astral realm, 1-star sage. Yixing was so young, but he had already broken through the astral realm and became an enlightened master. This shocked Dong Xuanhe and Luchuan Zhu. However, the two of them had already made their move, and it was impossible for them to stop midway. The energy sabers and energy swords continued to hack at Yixing upper-class spiritual martial force, Flame Dipper Fist. Condensing flames into astral energy. Tiger Roar and Dragon Cry. Yixing attacked with both hands at the same time. His left hand used condensing flames into astral wind and punched at Luchuan Bamboo. His right hand used Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar and punched at Dong Xianhe. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions rang out, and the astral sword and saber instantly shattered. Lu Chuanzhu was no match for Yixing's punch. Even though the Flame Dipper Fist was just one of the more common moves in the Flaming Dipper Fist, the Flaming Dipper Fist at the Great Completion stage was extremely powerful. Lu Chuanzhu immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body instantly shot backward. Dongxian, he was a 2-star enlightened master, and he was 1 level higher than Lu Chuanzhu. However, there wasn't much of a difference between them in front of Yixing. Especially when Yixing attacked Dongxian he with the ultimate move of the Flaming Dipper Fist, Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. Its power was unimaginable. Therefore, Dongxian he was in an even worse state than Lu Chuanzhu. The high-grade spiritual weapon in his hand was directly shattered by Yixing's punch. The terrifying energy fist slammed into Dongxian he's chest, causing it to cave in. Dongxian he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with fear and pain. The sound of his bones and tendons shattering could be heard from his body. With a miserable shriek, Dongxian he's body shot backward. After landing on the ground, there was no more movement. He had been killed by Yixing's punch. Lu Chuanzhu fell to the ground, and his body struggled for a moment. However, he couldn't get up no matter how hard he tried. His internal organs were also shattered by Yixing's punch. In the blink of an eye, Yixing had counterattacked Dongxian he and Lu Chuanzhu. One of them was dead, and the other was heavily injured. Shi Fengyi, who was heavily injured, wasn't attacked by Yixing. However, at this moment, he cried out in shock. He couldn't imagine that Yixing was already a stellar realm enlightened master. He actually had such terrifying strength. Similarly, Watanabe Shu was also shocked. Dongxian he and Lu Chuanzhu's outcome had shocked her. When facing Hua Tianfeng's arrow attack, her reaction was a bit slow. Hua Tianfeng's arrow was extremely fast. Watanabe Shu was already in danger when facing the arrow attack. At this moment, her reaction was a bit slow, and she was instantly shot in the chest by the arrow. The terrifying power of the Azure Dragon arrow style entered Watanabe Shu's body along with the arrow. In an instant, her internal organs were heavily injured. Watanabe Shu screamed and retreated. She looked at the arrow in her chest with a terrified expression. At this moment, Hua Tianfeng had already knocked an arrow and aimed at Watanabe Shu. Watanabe Shu felt the aura of death. She looked at Hua Tianfeng and shouted, "Tianfeng, I'm your elder sister. I'm Tianshu, I'm Tianshu." Hua Tianfeng's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure. He gritted his teeth and said, "From the beginning to the end, I've never had an elder sister. Go to hell, bitch." Whoosh, the arrow pierced through the air and shot out. "How dare you!" In the distance, Watanabe Tan roared. Under the attack of the silver-winged demonic condor, he was at a disadvantage and couldn't help. However, with this roar, Watanabe Tan's aura suddenly surged. His strength was extraordinary. He dodged the attack of the silver-winged demonic condor and used the moon-vanquishing blade technique to slash at the arrow shot by Hua Tianfeng. The blade radiance was like the moon, piercing through the air. If Hua Tianfeng's arrow was hit by the blade of 3-star spiritual master, it would definitely be cut in half. "Old thief!" Yixing shouted at the same time and threw a punch at the saber aura that was tearing through the air. Before the blade aura could hit the arrow, the flaming fist aura had already collided with the blade aura and exploded. The arrow was not blocked at all. It shot into Watanabe Shu's throat and killed her. Li Hongguang, Dong Xuanhe, and Watanabe Shu died one after another. West Wind Yi and Lu Chuanzhu were both seriously injured. Of the 6 spiritual masters, only Watanabe Tan was unharmed. However, he was also in a difficult situation under the attack of the silver-winged demonic condor. When Yixing and Hua Tianfeng came with the silver-winged demonic condor, Watanabe Tan thought that Yixing was seeking his own death. Who would have thought that the Dongfu sect would be defeated like this? And this miscalculation occurred because of Yixing. He never expected that Yixing had obtained the supreme spiritual martial art, Eye of Blue Cloud, and had broken through to the astral realm. He actually had such terrifying strength. Watanabe Tan roared, "Yixing, Hua Tianfeng, I will tear you into pieces. Not even your bones will be left." The four-winged flying snake at the back was summoned by Watanabe Tan and flew over. Watanabe Tan unleashed the power of his astrology, astral energy, and martial arts to the limit. He attacked the silver-winged demonic condor fiercely and forced it back. Then, he formed astral wings and glided towards the four-winged flying snake. In less than a second, Watanabe Tan had already joined the four-winged flying snake and stepped on its back. Watanabe Tan shouted fiercely, but he did not continue to attack with the four-winged flying snake. Instead, he fled into the distance. Yixing knew the Eye of Blue Cloud and could control the four-winged flying snake. If Watanabe Tan used the four-winged flying snake to attack Yixing, it would be suicide. Whoosh, wings of black feathers appeared on Yixing's back. His figure flashed like lightning and soared into the sky. A mid-grade flying spirit artifact, coupled with the wind force of the minute subtlety realm, was even faster than the four-winged flying snake. Watanabe Tan rode the four-winged flying snake for a few miles before he was intercepted by Yixing. A cloud vortex appeared in Yixing's eyes as he used the Eye of Blue Cloud. Watanabe Tan was shocked and immediately had a bad feeling. Indeed, the Eye of Blue Cloud was much more effective on fey beasts than martial artists. In the blink of an eye, the four-winged flying snake was affected. Its body swayed and it shook off Watanabe Tan. Then, the four-winged flying snake let out a long hiss and pounced at Watanabe Tan. At the same time, the silver-winged demonic condor also attacked Watanabe Tan. Its silver wings cut through the void like sharp blades. Watanabe Tan was already at a disadvantage against the silver-winged demonic condor's attack. How could he withstand the simultaneous attacks of the silver-winged demonic condor and the four-winged flying snake? Soon, Watanabe Tan was cut in half by the silver-winged demonic condor's silver wings as he dodged the four-winged flying snake's attack. An unwilling roar reverberated in the air, and the two halves of Watanabe Tan's body fell from the sky. Of the 6 spiritual masters of the East Fu sect, 4 were dead and 2 were seriously injured. The Star Vortex Realm martial saints were dumbfounded and fled in all directions. With a flap of his black wings, Yixing quickly returned to his original place and landed in front of Westfengi. The silver-winged demonic condor and the four-winged flying snake both landed behind Yixing, like 2 protectors guarding one side. The seriously injured Luchuanzu let out a blood-curdling scream and was killed by Hua Tianfeng's arrow. The only spiritual master of the East Fu sect left was Westfengi. Westfengi's breathing was rapid, his eyes full of horror and his heart trembling. He was seriously injured and could not move freely. He could not even escape. In fact, even if Westfengi was not injured, there was no hope of escape. As a 3-star spiritual master, Watanabe Tan was easily caught and killed by Yixing as he fled on the four-winged flying snake, let alone Westfengi. Hua Tianfeng knocked an arrow and pointed at Westfengi. "Kill this East Fu dog thief with 1 arrow." Yixing shook his head. "No, he still has a little use." Westfengi's eyes lit up when he heard this. Hope was born in his despair. Yixing looked coldly at Westfengi. "I'll give you a chance to live, do you want it?" Westfengi nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes." Yixing pointed to the four-winged flying snake. "Ride the four-winged flying snake back to the East Fu sect and tell Watanabe Xiong that 3 days later, I will go to the East Fu sect and kill everyone. Tell him to keep his life well. 3 days later, I will personally take his dog life." Westfengi was taken aback. The chance Yixing gave him to live was to let him go back to the East Fu sect. Was there such a good thing? Westfengi was surprised. "That's all?" Yixing nodded. "That's all, do you want it or not?" Yes, of course. Westfengyi was overjoyed. Today many brothers voted for me, thank you very much. I will work hard to write in return. Chapter 4:15. Sixth update. West Wind Yi felt that he was very lucky, as if a pie had fallen from the sky onto him. Of the 6 perfected masters who occupied the other 5 were dead, and he was the only one who survived. Moreover, Yixing let him ride the 4-winged flying snake back to the East Fu sect. Wasn't this a pie from the sky? This kid is young and arrogant. He became a perfected master of the astral realm at such a young age. How dare he look down on my East Fu sect? Humph. My sect master is a perfected master of the 4 stars. How dare you threaten to kill your way into the East Fu sect? You're courting death. West Wind Yi thought to himself as he left on the 4-winged flying snake. A perfected master of the 4 stars was already in the middle stage of the astral realm, and his strength was far beyond that of a perfected master of the East Fu sect. West Wind Yi had full confidence in the sect master of the East Fu sect, Watanabe Xiong. Looking at the 4-winged flying snake in the sky, Hua Tianfeng said, "The end of the East Fu sect has arrived." Hua Tianfeng wasn't worried about Yixing killing his way into the East Fu sect. Hua Tianfeng was the only one who knew the secret of Yixing's astrology, and he knew the limit of Yixing's strength. Yixing was now able to defeat a perfected master of the 3 stars, so when he used the black hole astrology and Sagittarius astrology, his battle strength would be greatly increased, and killing a perfected master of the 4 stars would be a piece of cake. However, Hua Tianfeng's expression was a little puzzled as he continued to speak. If you kill your way into the East Fu sect, won't you catch them off guard? Why did you let West Windy go back to inform Watanabe Xiong? Yixing smiled. I gave him 3 days, which is just enough time to gather the sects in the southern part of the Qingyun region, but not enough time to go to the northern part of the Qingyun region to ask for help. So, to be safe, Watanabe Xiong should have invited Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Ghost sect to help. This way, I can kill them all in one fell swoop. Hua Tianfeng couldn't help but admire Yixing's plan and courage. If he directly destroyed the Dong Fu sect, the news would quickly spread. If Yixing went to the Flying Cloud sect, the Divine Wind sect, or the Blood Spectre sect, his enemies would most likely be one step ahead of him. If they escaped from the Qingyun region, no matter how resourceful Yixing was, he wouldn't be able to find them. Therefore, it was best to gather them together and catch them all in one fell swoop. Hua Tianfeng said, Flying Cloud sect, Holy Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect all have 3-star Venerable Masters. 2-star Venerable Masters and 1-star Venerable Masters are even more numerous. If they all gather at Dong Fu sect, they will have the advantage in numbers. Although you are strong, can you deal with them alone? The corners of Yixing's mouth curled up, and a green light appeared in his eyes. He said, You want to compete with me in numbers? Aren't you courting death? Hua Tianfeng understood and laughed happily. Not bad, not bad. I didn't think about that. Huh. On the same day, Yixing set up a new formation on the basis of the previous one. He had a lot of formation materials on him, and the Falling Star sect's formation foundation was perfect. In just one day, Yixing repaired many level 3 formations. Moreover, when Yixing set up the formations, he integrated the formations he learned from Venerable Qingyun, making them even more powerful. On the 2nd day, Yixing entered the Qingyun Mountains. On the 4th day, Yixing agreed to attack Dong Fu sect. Dong Fu sect was ready, waiting for Yixing's arrival. In Dong Fu sect, there were not only martial artists from Dong Fu sect, but also venerable masters from the Flying Sky sect, the Divine Wind sect, and the Blood Spectre sect. Although the Blood Spirit sect's martial practitioners who had gone to Nine Heavens City were slightly slower than Yixing, they had returned 2 days ago with news that Yixing was in Nine Heavens City. The news quickly spread among the southern sections. First place in the Young Heroes competition. Invincible 3-star Venerable Masters. Destroyed the Sun-Moon sect's stronghold in Nine Heavens City. This news shocked the martial artists of the 4 great sections. As for Venerable Master Wu Yu's public statement of protecting Yixing and the Blood Spectre sect's martial artists didn't know about it, because it happened after the Young Heroes competition. At that time, they were already on their way back to the Qingyun Mountains. Yixing was so powerful that the Flying Cloud sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Divine Wind sect couldn't compete with him. Only the Dong Fu sect, who had a venerable 4-star Venerable Master Watanabe Xiong, could remain calm, but he still felt a lot of pressure. Yixing's growth was so fast that he was already a Venerable Master at the age of 18. In 2 more years, he would be even more powerful. 2 years later, who could guarantee that a venerable 4-star Venerable would still be Yixing's opponent? Watanabe Xiong didn't dare to act rashly against Yixing. Now that Yixing had become powerful, once he made a move, he had to kill Yixing completely. He couldn't give Yixing a chance to turn things around. Since Yixing had agreed to go to the Dong Fu sect in 3 days, Watanabe Xiong also set his plan to kill Yixing on that day. The Dong Fu sect was his territory, so he had the advantage of formations. Of course, killing Yixing in the Dong Fu sect would give him the greatest advantage. In order to kill Yixing in one fell swoop, Watanabe Xiong sent out invitations to the Flying Cloud sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Divine Wind sect. These 3 sects didn't have the strength to fight against Yixing, so they naturally agreed to the Dong Fu sect's invitation. Moreover, they sent out their strongest team to help the Dong Fu sect. The venerable 3-star Venerables of the Flying Cloud sect, the Blood Spectre sect, and the Divine Wind sect all arrived. They were the Grand Elders of their respective sections. In addition, the sect masters of the 3 sects all arrived, each with 1 venerable 2-star Venerable and 3 venerable 1-star Venerable. Including the sect masters themselves, each sect sent out 6 venerable ones, 1 venerable 3-star Venerable, 2 venerable 2-star Venerable, and 3 venerable 1-star Venerable. The 3 sects had a total of 18 venerable ones. Including the Dong Fu sect's venerable one, there were more than 20 of them. As for the Dong Fu sect Star Vortex Realm martial saints, needless to say, there were more than 1,000 of them. With so many martial saints, venerable ones, and the venerable 4-star Venerable Watanabe Xiong, they were naturally confident in dealing with Yixing. The experts of the 4 sects were only worried that Yixing wouldn't show up, but would hide and cultivate instead of fighting with them. After 2 years, he would come back with a higher cultivation and stronger strength. At that time, even a venerable 4-star Venerable wouldn't be able to stop him. Their worry was obviously unnecessary. Since Yixing said that he would come to the Dong Fu sect 3 days later to kill Watanabe Xiong, then he would definitely come. More than 20 venerable ones gathered in the hall. Watanabe Xiong sat in the main seat. The Flying Cloud sect's Yun Zhankong, the Blood Ghost sect's Mo Yuxi, and the Wind sect's Feng Heng sat below Watanabe Xiong. Below them were the venerable 2-star and venerable 1-star Venerable ones. A half-step perfected person rushed into the hall and reported to Watanabe Xiong, reporting to the faction leader, Yixing has been found 300 miles north of our faction. Watanabe Xiong's eyes flashed and he smiled, he really dares to come. The eyes of the venerable ones lit up. They were afraid that Yixing wouldn't come. Compared to the excitement of the venerable ones, the half-step venerable one who reported looked a little depressed. Sweat could be seen on his forehead as he continued, "Sect Master, although Yixing came alone, he brought an endless army of demonic beasts with him. I don't know how many of them there are. According to the sentries in front, they were all high level 2 demonic beasts, and there were even level 3 demonic beasts." The smiles of the venerable ones froze on their faces. Watanabe Xiong's eyes widened. "What did you say? He brought an army of demonic beasts?" The half-step venerable one said, "Yes, Sect Master. We lost contact with the sentries 300 miles north. I'm afraid they are already dead." The speed of the demonic beast army is very fast. I'm afraid it won't be long before they reach East Supporting Peak. An army of demonic beasts with an unknown number of level 2 demonic beasts, and there were even level 3 demonic beasts. What kind of terrifying force was this? The experts of the 4 sects wanted to use their numbers to bully Yixing. Now that Yixing brought an army of demonic beasts, the 4 sects' advantage was gone. The only advantage they had was Watanabe Xiong, a mid-level venerable one. However, the premise was that there were no mid-level level 3 demonic beasts in Yixing's army. Watanabe Xiong stood up from his seat and said, "Should have thought of this." He knows the Blue Cloud sect's best spiritual martial art, Eye of Clear Cloud. He can control demonic beasts. The reason why he set the meeting 3 days later was to free up time to control the demonic beasts in Blue Cloud Mountain. Watanabe Xiong slammed the table and shouted, "I should have gone to Falling Star sect to kill this kid as soon as I got the news." The venerable ones also stood up. The Flying Cloud sect master Yun Zhankong said, "How can he have the Blue Cloud sect's best spiritual martial art, Eye of Clear Cloud?" The rest of the venerable ones were also surprised and had the same question. Among the Dongfu sect's venerable ones, Shi Fengyi said, "He does know the Eye of Clear Cloud. I saw him use it with my own eyes and controlled a venerable one." The venerable ones could accept the fact that demonic beasts were controlled, but the fact that a venerable one was controlled made them feel a chill. Watanabe Xiong waved his hand to suppress the commotion and said, "Everyone, don't panic. It's hard to find mid-rank 3 demonic beasts in Blue Cloud Mountain. Even if there are rank 3 demonic beasts in this kid's demonic beast army, they should only be early rank 3 demonic beasts. When the time comes, all you have to do is hold back the early rank 3 demonic beasts and I can still kill this kid in the demonic beast army." The Blood Spectre sect master Mo Yuxi chuckled and said, "Speaking of eye techniques, although my Blood Spectre sect's Blood Spectre eye technique is not as good as Blue Cloud sect's Eye of Clear Cloud, it is still quite effective in controlling demonic beasts. My junior brothers and I are all experts in controlling demonic beasts. Yixing is dreaming if he wants to rely on his demonic beast army to attack us. That's right. We might not be able to control mid-rank 3 demonic beasts, but we still have some confidence in dealing with early rank 3 demonic beasts. The key to the demonic beast army is the early rank 3 demonic beasts. As long as we can deal with this problem, the rank 2 demonic beast army will be nothing. Everyone can come and go as you please. If the demonic beast army loses its effect, this kid will be like a tiger that has lost its claws and fangs. Killing him will be as easy as flipping your hand." The venerable ones of the Blood Spectre sect spoke one after another. Chapter 4:16. With Watanabe Xiong, a 4-star enlightened master, and a few enlightened masters from the Blood Ghost sect, Yixing's demonic beast army didn't seem that scary anymore. The enlightened masters became arrogant again. Watanabe Xiong ordered, "Activate the sect protecting formation." Then, he said to the enlightened masters, "Everyone, let's go to the North Peak and meet this kid's demonic beast army." The sect protecting formation was activated and a light barrier covered the entire East Supporting Peak. North of the East Supporting Peak, Watanabe Xiong and the other enlightened masters looked towards the north. Behind them, there were many martial saints from the East Supporting sect. They hadn't seen Yixing yet, but they could already feel the ground shaking. It was as if a huge army was rushing towards them. The enlightened masters had strong eyesight and soon found Yixing and the demonic beasts. The first thing they saw were the demonic beasts flying in the sky. They were the vanguard of the demonic beast army and there were several hundred of them. At the front was a level 3 silver-winged demonic condor. Yixing stood on the back of the silver-winged demonic condor. He had already seen the enlightened masters on the East Supporting Peak. There were a total of 27 enlightened masters, 1 4-star enlightened master, 3 3-star enlightened masters, 10 2-star enlightened masters, and 13 1-star enlightened masters. Yixing smiled. There were so many enlightened masters. Obviously, the Flying Cloud sect, Blood Ghost sect, and Divine Wind sect had sent reinforcements. Moreover, there were many of them. This was exactly what Yixing wanted. He wanted to kill all the higher-ups of the 4 sects in one fell swoop. Moreover, Yixing saw the enemies who had attacked the Falling Star sect that day. The East Supporting sect and Blood Ghost sect were there. The 2 from the Flying Cloud sect were already killed before Yixing went to the Nine Heavens City. The 2 from the Divine Wind sect were killed by Yixing in the Nine Heavens City. Today, he killed the 2 from the East Supporting sect and Blood Ghost sect to avenge the sect master Lu Tianyuan and the elders. This was only the vengeance between the sect master and the elders. The vengeance of the Falling Stars sect was not something that could be settled with just a few enemies. There was only one result for a sect that destroyed Dayan that was to be destroyed. This was especially true for the East Supporting sect, which had been enemies with the Falling Star sect for generations. The East Supporting sect was the main force that destroyed the Falling Star sect. Countless Falling Star sect martial artists had died at the hands of the East Supporting sect martial artists. Therefore, the Dong Fu sect couldn't let any of them go. Today, the Dong Fu sect would be completely wiped out. Those who had come to the Dong Fu sect were the upper echelons of the other 3 sections. Once these people were taken care of, the other 3 sects would collapse on their own without Yixing needing to do anything. As long as he could get rid of all the people in the Dong Fu sect today, all the hatred would be resolved. Very quickly, the several hundred flying beasts arrived at the north of East Rising Peak and stopped in the sky a few miles away. At this moment, the spiritual masters also saw the demonic beast army on the ground at the end of their vision. This was the real demonic beast army. They could not see the end of it. On the silver-winged devil eagle, Yixing shouted, "Watanabe Xiong, have you washed your dog head clean? I'm here to get it." Yixing and Watanabe Xiong had never met before, but they could tell who was Watanabe Xiong from their positions. His voice was roared out with astral force, and the sound waves were like waves, spreading out in all directions. His voice was like thunder, and all the martial artists in the Dong Fu sect heard it clearly. Watanabe Xiong's face darkened, and he shouted, "Kid, you've just broken through to the astral realm, and yet you're already so arrogant. You're born with a short life, and you won't live past today. Ha ha ha." Yixing laughed, his voice wild and unruly. "Today, I'll lead the demonic beast army to destroy your sect and wash the Dong Fu sect with blood. No one will be left alive, and your Dong Fu sect will be emptied soon. Of course, there's no one in my eyes, only corpses." Today, Yixing only came for revenge. He went on a killing spree and washed Dong Fu with blood. He did not care about reason, nor did he care about grace, nor did he care about benevolence. There were a total of 27 perfected persons on the Dong Fu peak. They were confident before, but now, they felt a little depressed. Regardless of whether Yixing was condescending or arrogant, Yixing's attitude of looking down on them made them feel uncomfortable and depressed. Although Yixing was only one person, his aura was even stronger when facing 27 perfected masters. He was like a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds, making people look up to him. Mo Yuxi, the sect leader of the Blood Spectre sect, and Fengheng, the sect leader of the Holy Wind sect, had seen Yixing at the 10 sects grand competition. This was their second meeting. Watanabe Xiong, the sect leader of the Dong Fu sect, had met Yixing for the first time. Only Yun Zhankong, the sect leader of the Flying Cloud sect, had seen Yixing's glory at the Spiritual Moon sect, and Flying Cloud sect's gathering. He had witnessed Yixing's growth from a 5-star martial saint to a 1-star perfected person. When he was a 5-star martial saint, he had defeated a 7-star martial saint. When he was a 7-star martial saint, he had defeated a 9-star martial saint in the 10 sects grand competition. Now, Yixing was a 1-star perfected person, and it was said that he had defeated a 3-star perfected person in the Young Hero Assembly. Yun Zhankong sighed in his heart. He had to admit that Yixing was a peerless genius, a monstrous genius that he had never heard of. If he could turn back time, he would never have made an enemy of Yixing or the Falling Star sect. However, time could not be turned back. The choice that had been made could not be changed. Therefore, Yun Zhankong only had one thought, and that was that Watanabe Xiong could kill Yixing today. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare for any of the four sects. At this time, the demonic beast army on the ground had also approached. The demonic beasts were emitting violent auras, and the perfected persons could see the specific cultivation of the demonic beasts. The silver-winged demonic condor under Yixing's feet was equivalent to a 3-star perfected person. Among the hundreds of demonic beasts, there were 3 3-star demonic beasts, one of which was equivalent to a 2-star perfected person, and 2 of which were equivalent to a 1-star perfected person. In the demonic beast army on the ground, there were more 3-star perfected person, and there were more than 10 of them. Among them, there were 2 3-star perfected person, 5 2-star perfected person, and 9 1-star perfected person. There were a total of 23-star demonic beasts. It was 7 fewer than the 27 perfected persons on the east supporting peak. Moreover, there were 3-star demonic beasts on the east supporting peak. The east supporting sect had 3 3-star demonic beasts, one of which was equivalent to a 3-star perfected person, and 2 of which were equivalent to a 2-star perfected person. The Flying Cloud sect and the Holy Wind sect had 1 3-star demonic beast each, and the Blood Spectre sect had 2 3-star demonic beasts, both of which were equivalent to a 3-star perfected person. On the east supporting peak, there were 7 3-star demonic beasts, 5 of which were equivalent to a 3-star perfected person, and 2 of which were equivalent to a 2-star perfected person. This was also an extremely powerful force. Although the demonic beast army's numbers far exceeded the martial artists on the east supporting peak, they were at a disadvantage in terms of high-end combat power. The Azure Cloud mountain range was very vast with countless demonic beasts, but 3-star demonic beasts were not easy to find. Yixing was able to control 23-star demonic beasts in 2 days, which was already quite good. As for the 3-star demonic beasts, there was no need for Yixing to control them. Every 3-star demonic beast had their own territory in the depths of the Azure Cloud mountain range, and all the demonic beasts within their territory obeyed their orders. Yixing controlled the 3-star demonic beasts, and the 3-star demonic beasts commanded the 3-star demonic beasts. A demonic beast army was naturally formed. The perfected persons did not care about the number of 3-star demonic beasts. They only cared about the 3-star demonic beasts that were equivalent to perfected persons. Seeing that the 3-star demonic beasts brought by Yixing could not compare to the perfected persons and 3-star demonic beasts on the east supporting peak, the pressure in the perfected persons' hearts quickly dissipated, and their hearts calmed down. Watanabe Xiong swept his gaze and quickly judged the 3-star demonic beasts' numbers and strength, and a smile appeared on his face. Watanabe Xiong said, "Kid, do you think you can threaten us with this demonic beast army?" "Ha ha ha. Fellow perfected persons, help me block his 3-star demonic beasts. Watch how I kill this reckless thief in the midst of this demonic beast army." As he spoke, a silver light flashed behind Watanabe Xiong, and a pair of silver wings grew out. It was a middle-grade flying spiritual weapon. Seeing this, the perfected persons were even more delighted. Watanabe Xiong actually had a middle-grade flying spiritual weapon. In that case, even if Yixing also had a middle-grade flying spiritual weapon, it would be difficult for him to escape Watanabe Xiong's pursuit even if his cultivation was insufficient. In this way, killing Yixing was almost a certainty. Good. Sect Master Watanabe Xiong, don't worry and kill Yixing. We will deal with the 3-star demonic beasts. Sect Master Watanabe Xiong will definitely make this thief bleed in 5 steps, and kill him in 7 steps. The perfected persons shouted one after another, looking excited. Kill. Watanabe Xiong shouted and flapped the silver wings behind him. Like a flash of light, he instantly passed through the light shield of the formation and charged toward Yixing. The rest of the perfected persons also condensed their astral wings and rushed out of the light shield of the formation to kill the 3-star demonic beasts in the demonic beast army, so that Yixing could not get help from the demonic beasts. Seeing that all 27 perfected persons had rushed out of the light shield of the formation, Yixing was not surprised, but delighted. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl up. Falling Moon Massacre. Watanabe Xiong used the ultimate move of the moon vanquishing saber technique. When this upper-grade spiritual weapon was used, the saber aura extended for hundreds of feet. Like a broken moon, it slashed toward Yixing with terrifying force. This saber aura was domineering and indomitable. It would kill even gods and Buddhas in its way. Flame Astrology. Facing a 4-star perfected person, Yixing did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately used the flame astrology. Wearing the upper-grade spiritual weapon, the blazing flame gloves, he used the blazing fist and punched out. Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar. A fire dragon and a fire tiger appeared with this punch. The tiger's roar shook the sky and the dragon's roar was ear-piercing. As soon as Yixing attacked, he unleashed a strike at his peak state. The power of fire and the power of the star fire seed were all contained in this punch. The flaming fist had a destructive force that collided with the moon vanquishing saber aura. Boom, the explosion shook the sky. Astral currents splashed in all directions. Terrifying airwaves rushed in all directions as if there was a big explosion. A 4-star perfected person was indeed a mid-level perfected person. His strength was extraordinary. Even though the saber was blocked, it was still terrifying as it slashed forward. Yixing's peak state attack was enough to defeat a 3-star perfected person. However, in front of Watanabe Xiong, it was weak. Watanabe Xiong's body shook violently and shot backward. Yixing was shocked. The black wings appeared on his back and he turned to flee. Huh! Do you think you can escape? Watanabe Xiong laughed. He flapped his silver wings and chased after Yixing. Chapter 4:17. Watanabe Xiong's cultivation was profound, and his astral aura propelled his mid-grade flying spiritual weapon even faster than Yixing's. The distance between the two shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. The rest of the perfected masters were delighted. Yixing couldn't escape. As long as Yixing was killed, the demonic beast army wouldn't be a threat despite their numbers. The perfected masters would work together to kill a few 3rd-level demonic beasts, and the demonic beast army would be routed. The key to this battle was whether they could kill Yixing, so the perfected masters' attention was on Watanabe Xiong and Yixing. They didn't attack the 3rd-level demonic beasts fiercely, only delaying them so that they couldn't rescue Yixing. Kid, how dare you come to the Dongfu sect with this little ability? You're walking right into a trap. Watanabe Xiong quickly closed in on Yixing, roaring as he slashed down with his upper-grade spiritual weapon. A round of bright moonlight burst out. The pursuit took only a few breaths, but they were already more than 10 miles away from the Dongfu sect. The shock in Yixing's eyes disappeared, replaced by a murderous intent. Whoosh! A ray of black starlight shot out from between Yixing's eyebrows, shooting up into the sky and turning into a huge dark vortex. Boundless darkness suddenly shrouded Watanabe Xiong in all directions, making him shocked. Yixing used the black hole astrology, and at the same time, the wings on his back changed from the black feather wings to the azure cloud wings, doubling his speed. Watanabe Xiong's moonlight blade continued to shoot forward without slowing down, but Yixing easily dodged it. What astrology is this? Watanabe Xiong exclaimed, putting away his blade and assuming a defensive posture. He also used his own astrology, a high-grade metal attribute one. However, Watanabe Xiong's golden astrology was also shrouded in boundless darkness, appearing extremely dim. The black hole astrology was too advanced. Even though Watanabe Xiong's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Yixing's, his astrology couldn't disperse the darkness caused by the black hole astrology. The bright day had suddenly turned into night. It was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be shocked and inevitably lose their head out of fear. The perfected masters in the distance were also shocked. They didn't fall into the world of darkness, but they looked at the black hole astrology above Yixing with shock. A normal astrology was a star, but Yixing's astrology was a dark vortex. The perfected masters had never seen such an astrology before. What was even more shocking was that Yixing had already unleashed his flame astral avatar. At this moment, the flame astral avatar was still in the sky, but it had been pushed to a corner by the dark vortex. This meant that Yixing actually had two types of astrological signs. How could one person have two astrological signs? The enlightened masters found it hard to believe. What was even more shocking was yet to come. Whoosh! Another beam of starlight flew out from between Yixing's eyebrows and turned into a giant starry bow in the air. Ultimate astrology, Sagittarius astrology. Constellation astrology. Sagittarius astrology. The legendary ultimate astrology. He has 3 astrologues. The perfected masters exclaimed, their voices filled with shock and disbelief. Yixing wasn't Watanabe Xiong's opponent if he didn't use his trump card. Today, Yixing came for revenge, swearing to wipe out the Dongfu sect, so he didn't care about revealing his trump card in front of everyone. They were about to become a pile of corpses anyway, so it didn't matter if they knew Yixing's secret. When Yixing used the Sagittarius astrology, the sky bow appeared in his hand, a purple gold arrow knocked on the bow, aiming at Watanabe Xiong. In the world of darkness, Watanabe Xiong immediately felt a terrifying murderous intent. The aura of death shrouded him, making him feel that his life was no longer in his own hands. This feeling of death was extremely terrifying. Watanabe Xiong's heart tightened, and he shouted, "Kid, what tricks are you playing? If you have the ability, fight me with real swords and spears." As he spoke, Watanabe Xiong's hair stood on end, and he was extremely alert, guarding against his surroundings. The perfected masters looked at Watanabe Xiong in shock. They weren't shrouded in the world of darkness, so they could see that Yixing was only 1,000 meters away from Watanabe Xiong. However, Watanabe Xiong acted as if he didn't know where Yixing was. He was guarding in all directions, not focusing on Yixing's direction. Sect Master Watanabe, Yixing is 27 degrees to your left, about 2,600 steps away from you. Blood Spirit Sect Master Mo Yuxi's eyes were sharp, and he immediately warned Watanabe Xiong. At the same time that Mo Yuxi spoke, Yixing had already shot out his strongest arrow. As the arrow left the bowstring, a dragon's roar sounded, and it turned into a huge azure dragon. It instantly streaked across the void and pounced in front of Watanabe Xiong. The azure dragon arrow technique of the transformative realm contained the power of the Sagittarius constellation, and the power of 3 different realms of heaven and earth. Its power was extremely terrifying. Mo Yuxi's warning made Watanabe Xiong react instantly. With a loud shout, the spiritual weapon treasure sword in his hand shone brightly, and he slashed down in the direction where the arrow came from. Before the sword energy left his body, the azure dragon had already rushed up and collided with him. As a 4-star perfected master, Watanabe Xiong's strength exploded to the limit, and his attack was extremely terrifying. However, the power of the azure dragon was even more terrifying. The azure dragon waved its claws, and with a crisp sound, the sword energy dissipated, and the spiritual weapon treasure sword was instantly slapped away. Then, Watanabe Xiong's body was engulfed by the azure dragon. The azure dragon instantly rushed over Watanabe Xiong's body, and it turned into a ray of light and shot out from behind him. Puff fresh blood spurted out from Watanabe Xiong's throat, spraying into the sky. Watanabe Xiong's throat was pierced by an arrow. Watanabe Xiong clutched his neck, and his eyes were filled with horror. This arrow didn't just pierce his throat. A terrifying power exploded in Watanabe Xiong's body, and traveled along his meridians, destroying them one by one. How How is this possible? Watanabe Xiong exclaimed in disbelief. He had cultivated to the 4-star perfected master with great difficulty, and became the strongest person in the southern part of the Qingyun region. He had never expected such an ending. The meridians in his body were destroyed, and the astral energy dissipated. The silver wings on his back lost the support of the astral energy, and they shrank and returned to his body. Watanabe Xiong's life was rapidly draining away, and his body fell from the sky. A formidable person of a generation had come to an end. Sect leader. On Dongfu Peak, a large number of Dongfu sect martial artists cried out in surprise. The founder of the Dongfu sect was only a 4-star perfected master, and there hadn't been another 4-star perfected master since the founder. It wasn't until Watanabe Xiong broke the record and reached the same level as the founder. In the Dongfu sect, Watanabe Xiong's prestige was very high. Every Dongfu sect martial artist worshipped Watanabe Xiong, and they believed that the Dongfu sect would rise to glory under his leadership, and surpass every sect in the southern part of the Qingyun region. However, Watanabe Xiong's throat was pierced by Yixing's arrow right in front of them. How could the Dongfu sect martial artists believe this? The perfected masters shuddered. No one had expected Yixing to be so powerful that he could kill Watanabe Xiong with one arrow. Yixing stared at Watanabe Xiong's falling body and shouted. Watanabe Xiong, have you felt death? Soon, everyone in the Dongfu sect will follow in your footsteps. Today, I'll wash the Dongfu sect with blood, and leave no one alive. From now on, there will be no Dongfu sect in this world. The falling Watanabe Xiong's body shook violently, and his heart was filled with endless regret. The strong emotions caused him to die even faster. Run! The perfected masters were scared out of their wits, and they cried out one after another. They no longer had the courage to resist Yixing. Even Watanabe Xiong, a 4-star perfected master, was killed by Yixing with one arrow. Who would dare to resist Yixing? They only wanted to run away. The perfected masters were divided into 2 groups. Most of them rushed to Dongfu Peak, while a small number of them lost confidence in the Dongfu sect's formation and fled in all directions. The Dongfu sect's formation was a level 3 formation. It was effective against beginner perfected masters, but not against mid-level perfected masters. If Yixing could kill Watanabe Xiong, it was possible for him to break the Dongfu sect's formation. Since Yixing had exposed his trump card in front of them, he would not let any of them escape. He immediately ordered the level 3 demonic beasts to counterattack. All the level 3 demonic beasts went berserk and attacked crazily. The perfected masters had no choice but to block and delay their escape. At this moment, Yixing knocked another arrow, and his killing intent shrouded the perfected masters. In an instant, a world of darkness descended and shrouded all the perfected masters. It was so dark that they could not see their own fingers. The perfected masters were horrified. They suddenly understood why Watanabe Xiong could not see Yixing. It turned out that Yixing had such a trick up his sleeve. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows pierced through the sky, and they turned into azure dragons, white tigers, and vermilion birds. With each arrow, a perfected master was killed. There were also perfected masters who were struck by demonic beasts in the world of darkness. In a short span of 10 breaths, more than half of the 26 perfected masters had fallen. 7 were killed by Yixing, and 6 were eaten by demonic beasts. Another group of perfected masters identified the direction of Dongfu Peak and fled there with all their might. They barely escaped and passed through the formation's light barrier, escaping back to the Dongfu sect. Yixing prioritized the perfected masters who fled to other places. Naturally, only those who fled to Dongfu Peak survived. The 13 perfected masters who fled back to Dongfu Peak were all horrified. They sized each other up, and the shock in their eyes intensified. There was not a single level 3 perfected master among the 13. Only 2 level 2 perfected masters were left, and the rest were level 1 perfected masters. Most of those who died to demonic beasts were level 1 perfected masters. Those who died to Yixing's arrows were either level 2 perfected masters or level 3 perfected masters. They were all killed in one shot. 14 of the 27 perfected masters had fallen, including level 4 perfected masters and level 3 perfected masters. Only 2 level 2 perfected masters were left. The remaining perfected masters were all terrified, and their hearts were trembling. Yun Zhankong was one of the level 2 perfected masters who was fortunate enough to survive. At this moment, other than fear, there was only endless regret in his heart. Chapter 4:18. He's too scary. What should we do? Zhankong, Wuxia. All the 1-star enlightened masters were filled with shock and fear. The 2-star and 3-star enlightened masters of Dongfu sect were all dead. Everyone's eyes were on the remaining 2 enlightened masters, Flying Cloud sect's master Yun Zhankong and Blood Spectre sect's master Mo Wuxia. Yun Zhankong and Mo Wuxia looked at each other and saw fear and regret in each other's eyes. The two shouted at the same time, "Use the formation and defend with all your might." However, the two flew to the other side of the Dongfu peak at the same time. They did not believe that the Dongfu sect's formation could stop Yixing. They only hoped that the Dongfu sect could delay him for a while they escaped from the other side. Outside the Dongfu sect, under Yixing's command, the demonic beast army led by the 3-star spiritual beasts divided into 2. One on the left and one on the right, they followed the Dongfu sect's formation to surround the entire Dongfu peak. Yun Zhankong and Mo Wuxia, the 2-star spiritual masters, were Yixing's main targets. He spread the azure cloud wings behind him and flew outside the formation's light shield. Even if he flew in a curve, he was one step ahead of Yun Zhankong and Mo Wuxia to reach the other side of the Dongfu peak. Yun Zhankong and Mo Wuxia had just rushed out of the formation's light shield when they saw Yixing suddenly appear. In an instant, they fell into a world of darkness. Whoosh! The arrow pierced through the air and the azure dragon roared. The azure dragon arrow style was instantly shot out. Yun Zhankong and Mo Wuxia screamed at the same time. They did not expect Yixing to appear and disappear so mysteriously. They quickly turned and rushed toward the Dongfu peak. Although the surroundings were shrouded in darkness, they still had a sense of direction. However, the arrow's speed was much faster than their reaction. When the two turned, the azure dragon had already pounced on Mo Wuxia and pierced through his throat. Then, the arrow turned in the air and changed direction. Almost at the same time, it pierced through Yun Zhankong's body. Yun Zhankong and Mo Wuxia fell from the sky one after another. In the end, the 2-stars enlightened masters both died. Seeing Yun Zhankong and Mo Wuxia abandon the Dongfu sect and flee, several 1-star enlightened masters also lost confidence in the Dongfu sect's formation. They followed behind the two and fled. However, before they could leave, they saw Yun Zhankong and Mo Wuxia being killed by Yixing, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. They immediately stopped and didn't dare to take another step forward. Although the Dongfu sect's formation wasn't very reliable, it seemed that whoever got out of the formation first would be the first to die. There was only one path for the martial artists on East Supporting Peak, and that was to use the array to resist Yixing and the Demon Beast army. The 3rd-level formation master of the Dongfu sect was still there. He was a 1-star enlightened being. He said loudly, "Don't panic, our sect's formations have been accumulated for 1,000 years. With me controlling the formation, even a 4-star enlightened being might not be able to break in. Help me transfer astral energy and I'll push the formation's power to the limit. With dozens of 3rd-level formations, it's not impossible to kill this brat." Previously, Watanabe Xiong was there. As a 4-star enlightened being, he alone was more terrifying than the Dongfu sect's dozens of 3rd-level formations. In terms of power, Watanabe Xiong's attack might be on par with the dozens of 3rd-level formations, or even slightly inferior. However, formations were dead. Although they were powerful, they couldn't be moved. On the other hand, Watanabe Xiong could move them at will. Therefore, when he saw that there weren't many third-level beasts in Yixing's demon beast army, Watanabe Xiong led the enlightened beings to fight their way out of the formation. He had them restrain the third-level beasts while he went after Yixing. In the end, he had misjudged Yixing's strength and lost his life. The enlightened beings were also routed and suffered heavy losses. Now, the Dongfu sect's third-level formation master had become the backbone of the sect. Everyone's hopes were placed on him. The one-star enlightened beings gathered behind the third-level formation master and channeled their astral energy to him one by one, giving him an almost inexhaustible supply of astral energy. Although the strength of the third-level formation master's astral energy didn't increase by much, the quantity was no less than that of a 3-star enlightened being. Rise! The third-level formation master shouted as he pressed both hands to the ground. Astral energy swam underground, activating the formations one by one. Outside of East Support Peak, other than the light shield of the formation, there were layers upon layers of other formations. There were sword energy crisscrossing, saber light flashing, flood dragons, lions, tigers, snakes, leopards, eagles, cranes, and other ferocious beasts condensed from formation energy. They were all killing formations. In addition, there were formations of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and other attributes, all linked together. Among them, blazing flames, surging rivers, thousands of trees were like swords, sand and pebbles flew, and golden light illuminated the sky. Dozens of third-level formations were activated one after another. The entire Dongfu Peak was impenetrable. Even a 4-star enlightened being would find it difficult to gain an advantage. However, Yixing only let the demonic beast army surround the mountain, and didn't let them attack. Yixing also distanced himself from the layers of formations outside Dongfu Peak. He was at least a few li away, and didn't approach. Although the formations were activated, they couldn't be moved. If Yixing didn't go forward, no matter how powerful the formations were, they couldn't touch him. In the sky, Yixing's azure cloud wings unfolded behind his back. Black Hole, Sagittarius, and Flame constellation shone in the sky. In his hand, he held the heavenly bow. Wind, fire, and darkness realm, the 3 subtle realm forces of heaven and earth were constantly activated. His aura was still maintained at peak condition. As an archery expert, Yixing didn't need to rush up and engage in close combat with the enemy. He only needed to shoot arrows from afar, and that was his strongest attack. To a formation set up with a formation base, an archery expert was simply the nemesis, and could only take a beating. The third-rank formation master of Dongfu sect wanted to use the formation to counterattack when Yixing led the demonic beast army to attack. But now, not a single demonic beast attacked, and only Yixing was shooting from afar. His face immediately turned ugly. He borrowed the power of several perfected masters to activate dozens of formations. It was like a person who had unleashed his power to the highest level, only to find that the distance between him and his enemy was too far, and his attack range was not enough. Everything was in vain, and all his efforts were in vain. The most important thing was that he couldn't attack the enemy, but the enemy could attack him. Facing Yixing's arrows, Dongfu sect's side could only take a beating for nothing. His arrows definitely can't break my sect's formations. With dozens of formations activated, the power erupting will definitely be able to shatter the arrows. The third-rank formation master of Dongfu sect could only think of this to strengthen his confidence. Yixing pulled back the heavenly bow, but didn't rush to shoot an arrow. At this moment, his super brain was scanning, and his eyes were looking for flaws in the dozens of formations outside Dongfu Peak. There was no such thing as a perfect formation. As long as Yixing could find the flaws in the formation, he would be able to break the dozens of layers of formations with minimal effort. Time passed by second. Yixing's delay in attacking made the martial artists on Dongfu Peak feel even more oppressed. It was as if there was a rock on their chests, and it was getting heavier by the second. The martial artists were puzzled. What was Yixing doing? The formation masters all frowned as a sliver of surprise flashed through their eyes. They obviously knew that all formations had flaws, and archers possessed far greater insight than regular people. Yixing had drawn his bow instead of shooting. Clearly, he was observing the flaws in the formation. Our sex formations are layered upon layers, and they're all interconnected. It's impossible for him to find the flaws in the formations, unless he's a level 3 array grandmaster, but that's impossible. The third-rank formation master of Dongfu sect thought to himself. After 30 breaths of time, Yixing's eyes suddenly exploded with a brilliant light. His killing intent intensified several times, and his aura skyrocketed. On the East Fulcrum Peak, the hearts of several array masters inexplicably tightened. They had a bad feeling from Yixing's gaze. It was a gaze of confidence that could see through everything. Did this mean that Yixing had really found the flaws in the formations? The worries of the array masters were quickly verified. At this moment, Yixing finally released the arrow that was already on the bow. Azure Dragon Arrow style, the arrow morphed into an Azure Dragon. A 300-meter-long Azure Dragon traversed several kilometers in the air and slammed into the formations outside Dongfu Peak. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Azure Dragon plunged deep into the formations and rampaged through them. Layer after layer of formations crumbled under the dragon's assault, disappearing into nothingness. The arrow was so fast that by the time the Dongfu sect's third-rank formation master reacted, several layers of formations had already been destroyed by the Azure Dragon arrow style. Kill! The level 3 array master roared. Immediately, more than 10 layers of array formations were activated. Sword Light, Saber Light, Fire Dragon, Water Flood Dragon. All kinds of array formations attacked the Azure Dragon. The simultaneous attack of more than 10 layers of formations was immensely powerful and scattered the Azure Dragon. The arrow's strength was exhausted and sent flying. However, at this moment, Yixing shot out his second arrow. White Tiger Arrow style. The arrow morphed into a 300-meter-long white tiger and traversed several kilometers in the blink of an eye, charging into the layers of formations from another location. Yixing's arrow was imbued with the wind force of the arcane realm, so it was extremely fast. The moment the arrow was shot out, it had already pierced through the layers of formations. A grade 3 array master would not be able to react quickly enough to block it. By the time the third-rank formation master reacted and activated the remaining formations to destroy the White Tiger arrow style, at least 4 or 5 layers of formations had been forcibly destroyed by the arrow from their weak points. The martial artists on East Boost Peak once again had looks of fright on their faces. The layers of formations didn't seem to be able to withstand Yixing's attack for long. Moreover, Yixing's attack had broken through several layers of formations. The Dongfu sect's third-rank formation master's counterattack had only repelled Yixing's arrow. It hadn't even touched a hair on Yixing's head. Seeing Yixing shatter layer after layer of formations outside Dongfu Peak, the cultivators on Dongfu Peak were terrified out of their wits. Chapter 419. Azure Dragon Arrow Style. White Tiger Arrow Style. Vermilion Bird Arrow Style. Yixing stood in the sky several kilometers away, firing arrow after arrow. Yixing knew the weaknesses of the Dongfu sect's formations and aimed at them with every arrow. The Dongfu sect's formations were connected layer by layer, allowing their power to increase gradually. However, once a formation was destroyed, it would cause a chain reaction. Therefore, every time Yixing shot out an arrow, several layers of formations would be broken one after another. Under Yixing's attack, even if the Dongfu sect had a level 3 formation master controlling the formation, it was futile. They could only take a beating. Seeing the formations outside Dongfu Peak dwindle one after another, the cultivators on the peak grew more and more terrified. Those with weaker mental fortitude even started wailing. Boom! Soon, the last formation was completely destroyed by Yixing's arrows. Dongfu Peak, the heart of the Dongfu sect, was completely defenseless. Roar! With a wave of Yi Xing's hand, 10,000 beasts roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Under the lead of the third-level beasts, the monster army charged up Dongfu Peak. We surrender. We're willing to join the Fallen Star sect. Spare us, Sir Yi. We surrender. Have mercy, Sir Yi. When the monster army charged up Dongfu Peak, all the cultivators were scared witless. Their hearts trembled violently, and there was nothing left in their eyes but terror as they begged for mercy. The Fallen Star sect doesn't need traitors. In the sky several kilometers away, Yi Xing's voice was cold as he issued an order to the third-level beasts. Kill them all, leave no one alive. Whether it was in terms of hatred or reason, these people had to be killed. In terms of hatred, it was only natural that the Fallen Star sect would be wiped out. In terms of reason, Yi Xing had exposed all his trump cards today, so these people couldn't be left alive. Blood blossomed on Dongfu Peak, accompanied by endless screams. It was like hell on earth as blood flowed like rivers. Yi Xing was several miles away in the sky. He turned around, his back facing east supporting Peak. Although the hatred in his heart was so great that he wanted to kill the Dongfu sect martial practitioners one by one, he still couldn't bear to do so when it came time to do so. It was one thing to want to kill, but it was another to do it with one's own hands. If Yi Xing were to personally take action and kill the defenseless Dongfu sect cultivators in front of him, perhaps he really wouldn't be able to do it if over 1,000 people died at his hands. Therefore, Yi Xing killed his way into the Dongfu sect and brought an army of monsters with him. In the battle, the demonic beast army did not play much of a role. Now, it was time for them to show their worth. The army of demonic beasts charged towards the Dongfu sect. They showed no mercy, only bloodshed. As for Yi Xing, as long as he hardened his heart, a single order would be enough. On Dongfu Peak, Enlightened Being 1 star had a level 3 beast to deal with, while the rest of the martial practitioners were dealt with by level 2 beasts. The army of monsters swarmed in from all directions. Not a single martial practitioner could escape. Even the level 3 formation master with his level 3 disc couldn't stop the attacks of 3 level 3 monsters. In just a few breaths, the silver-winged condor had cut him in two. The slaughter didn't last long. Soon, the screams on Dongfu Peak ceased. The martial practitioners and monsters of the Dongfu sect were all annihilated. The reinforcements from the Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect were all killed. After the slaughter, Yi Xing still didn't turn around or glance at Dongfu Peak. Instead, he landed on a mountain peak and carved a line of words with his astral energy. Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect, if you don't disband, the Dongfu sect will be your end. The Dongfu sect was much stronger than the Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect, but it was still annihilated. Yi Xing's message was a threat. If the other 3 sects knew, they would most likely disband to prevent Yi Xing from making another trip. The Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect were different from the Dongfu sect. They didn't have any great enmity with the Fallen Star sect. When the Fallen Star sect was annihilated, the 3 sects had only sent out enlightened beings to intercept Lu Tianyuan's group. Therefore, Yi Xing only needed to disband the 3 sections. It could be considered their annihilation as revenge for the Fallen Star sect. The silver-winged condor quickly flew over and Yi Xing leaped onto its back. Behind the condor were 2 2-star enlightened beings, both scarlet-winged flying lions. The other 2 were 3-star enlightened beings, the saber-toothed saber tiger and the black-skinned bear. They ran over and stood below Yi Xing, looking up at the sky. Whoosh! The silver-winged condor flapped its wings and flew towards the direction of the Fallen Star sect. Behind it, the 2 scarlet-winged flying lions followed closely. On the ground, the saber-toothed saber tiger and the black-skinned bear also took large strides, crossing mountains and ridges as they followed Yixing. Yixing brought these 5 demonic beasts back to the Fallen Star sect as sect protector demonic beasts. Sect protector demonic beasts had to be completely tamed. Even if Yixing wasn't in the Fallen Star sect, they would still listen to the orders of the Fallen Star sect's martial artists. Yixing could control dozens of early rank 3 demonic beasts at once, but when Yixing wasn't around, these dozens of rank 3 demonic beasts might go out of control. Leaving them in the sect would be a hidden danger. Therefore, Yixing only brought 5 demonic beasts back. He had full confidence that he could completely tame these 5 demonic beasts. The other rank 3 demonic beasts led the demonic beast army back to the Green Cloud mountain range. There might be a large amount of storage rings and resources left behind on the Dongfu Peak, but Yixing wasn't interested and didn't take anything away. It wasn't that he didn't care about these resources. No matter what, the more resources the better for the Fallen Star sect's reconstruction. But in Yixing's heart, there was a hurdle that he couldn't cross. The reason why he massacred the Dongfu sect was because the people of the Dongfu sect had to die, and not because he wanted to steal their things. Even if the people of the Dongfu sect died, their things would be taken away by others sooner or later. Since the Dongfu sect was destroyed by Yixing, it was only right and reasonable for Yixing to take the things of the Dongfu sect. But once Yixing took the things of the Dongfu sect, there would be another reason for him to massacre the Dongfu sect. It was to steal their resources. Although no one saw it, Yixing knew in his heart that it wasn't to steal their resources, it was to take revenge. But this time, he massacred the Dongfu sect and killed too many people. Blood flowed like a river. Yixing needed to give himself an unassailable reason. Revenge for the sect, he had to kill them. Other than that, there couldn't be any other reason. He wasn't a bloodthirsty demon, nor was he a psychopathic murderer. He wouldn't go on a killing spree just to steal their resources. If he took the items of the Dongfu sect afterwards, he might develop an inner demon in his heart. Even if it didn't happen for the time being, it would still leave a hidden danger. Perhaps one day, Yixing would encounter an inner demon in his martial path and have such thoughts. Back then, you massacred the entire Dongfu sect because you stole their resources. Today, you can do the same. Kill, 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 kill. Kill them all and take their resources. Kill anyone who dares to stop you. Kill anyone who has the resources. Yixing had to put an end to any chance of his inner demons developing. His path of martial arts was to stick to his heart. He was not a saint who treated the world with kindness, nor was he a demon who treated the world with a murderous heart. Kindness had its own Tao, and killing had its own Tao. Yixing had his own Tao and his own standards in his heart. When Yixing returned to the first thing he did was tame a few demon beasts and let them guard the sect. Then, Yixing placed his focus on comprehending the formation. He couldn't guard the sect all the time, and there were no other experts in the Falling Star sect except for him. Yixing knew how important formations were to the safety of the sect. The Green Cloud venerates array formation knowledge was in his mind. As long as Yixing focused on comprehending it, it wouldn't be long before his array formation standards would continue to rise. By the time he completely mastered the Green Cloud venerates array formation knowledge, he would definitely become a level 3 array formation grandmaster. If he could set up a level 3 formation successfully, then even a high-level astral realm sage wouldn't be able to invade the Falling Star sect. While Yixing was comprehending formations in the news of the Dongfu sect's destruction spread rapidly in the Qingyun area. Although no one knew about the massacre, the Dongfu sect was a large sect with a large number of people. Not all the martial artists happened to be in the sect. When these martial artists returned to their sects, they naturally found out about the Dongfu sect's destruction. Moreover, the Flying Cloud sect, Divine Wind sect, and Blood Spectre sect had sent 6 of their sect masters, grand elders, and inner elders to the Dongfu sect. Now that they had disappeared, the 3 sects would definitely send people to investigate. They would also find out about the Dong Fu sect's destruction and Yixing's handwriting. As Yixing expected, even Watanabe Xiong was killed and the Dong Fu sect was massacred. When the martial artists of the other three sects heard the news, they were all scared out of their wits. In the three sects, most of the remaining sages were one-star sages. There were only one or two two-star sages, and none of the three-star sages. With such strength, even without the threat of Yixing, it would be difficult for them to protect a sect. A three-star sage's sage was enough to threaten the survival of these three sections. Under the discussion of sages the three sects were all disbanded. The fate of the Dong Fu sect was still vivid in their minds. They didn't dare to disobey Yixing's warning. Moreover, the sages of the three sects were afraid of the falling star sect's revenge. They didn't even dare to stay in the southern part of the Green Cloud region. They either brought their disciples or juniors to the northern part of the Green Cloud region or left the Green Cloud region to explore other regions of the True Xian domain. When the news spread to the northern part of the Green Cloud region, the four northern sects were all shocked. They had never thought that the Dong Fu sect, which had a four-star sage's sage like Watanabe Xiong, would be wiped out by the falling star sect. There were no other experts except for Yixing. The destruction of the Dong Fu sect was obviously directly related to Yixing. How could Yixing destroy the Dong Fu sect? No one saw what happened that day. The martial artists of the four northern sects were all shocked and puzzled. They didn't believe that Yixing had such heaven-defying strength as a one-star sage's sage to be able to kill a four-star sage's sage. This was because Yixing's performance at the Young Hero competition was only that of a three-star sage's sage. The three-star sage's strength was still far from that of a four-star sage's sage.
Chapter 868. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness slowly woke up. He felt powerless and a breeze was flowing around him. He opened his eyes, and what entered his field of vision were countless corpses that floated about like stars, densely packed and innumerable. His eyes widened. He subconsciously wanted to move but he couldn't move at all. Zhou Xuanji glanced in other directions and found that this universe was very strange. The space was like water. He could clearly feel the flow of space. It seemed that as long as he exerted force, the surrounding space would explode. He suddenly caught a glimpse of the golden-crowned Divine Lord. His wings had been broken. He looked like a corpse. He also saw Shen. This girl's clothes were ragged, her hair was messy, and her body was covered in blood. What the hell happened? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought in doubt. He couldn't absorb Dao energy here. Fortunately, his Tianxia map stored a massive amount of supreme divine power, which was enough for him to recover. After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji regained his mobility. He was about to leave. Where are you going? Shen Yanqing's voice suddenly drifted into Zhou Xuanji's ears. His body instantly stiffened. He looked back with difficulty and saw Shen Yanqing with disheveled hair appear behind him. Her cold eyes were staring at him. Are you okay? Zhou Xuanji asked. His expression was calm. He didn't panic at all. Shen Yanqing coldly said, I almost died, but that guy is really dead. She raised her right hand and pointed. Zhou Xuanji followed her gaze. He saw a headless corpse 100 meters away. It was badly mutilated and looked very miserable. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He thought that Shen Yanqing had been defeated. He didn't expect that the great sovereign had already died. What's going on? He looked at Shen Yanqing in surprise and found that the woman's aura was weak like a candle that was about to be extinguished. Humph, what are you thinking? No one can get close to me. This guy underestimated me. I will use the divine ability mutual destruction and then use the rebirth technique, Shen Yanqing said with a contemptuous smile. Shen Yanqing smiled contemptuously. As soon as she finished speaking, she coughed. At this moment, she looked so weak. Zhou Xuanji had a strong hunch that if he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill her. However, he suppressed this idea. Shen Yanqing was also testing Zhou Xuanji. She wasn't sure and could only bet on her past with Zhou Xuanji. I want to go back to the Kunlun Origin Court. Can you show me the way? I can help you recover, and from then on, we don't owe each other anything. Zhou Xuanji looked into her eyes and said seriously. He had promised to bring Shen Yanqing back to the Kunlun Origin Court, but in the end, he failed to keep his promise and caused Shen Yanqing to encounter an accident. He had always felt guilty. This was also the reason why he could face Shen Yanqing calmly. Okay, I'll go back and see my poor sister. Immediately afterward, she closed her eyes and collapsed into Zhou Xuanji's arms. She raised her right hand with difficulty and pointed at the golden crowned divine lord. She said with a trembling voice, "Take him and leave this place." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and sighed softly. He took out a white robe and put it on Shen Yanqing before sucking the golden crowned divine lord over. He held Shen Yanqing in his right hand and the golden crowned divine lord in his left hand as he quickly left. Not long after, he realized that he was unable to enter the absolute time realm directly. The space here was very strange. It looked soft, but it couldn't be completely penetrated. He began to search for the weak space. If they could fall into this place, there must be a space-time node that could lead them out. However, it took him half a year to search for it. Shen Yanqing and the Golden Crown Divine Lord hadn't woken up yet. They were both in a comatose state. Zhou Xuanji stopped and began cultivating on the spot. Since he couldn't find it, he could only become stronger and look for an opportunity. Another 3 months passed. Shen Yanqing finally woke up. She opened her eyes and found herself wearing a loose white robe, floating in the void. "You are finally awake." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the side. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. This girl fainted without saying anything, making him waste so much time here. How could he not be resentful? "Why haven't you gone out yet? Are you so weak?" Shen Yanqing asked with a frown. Zhou Xuanji's liver ached when he heard this. "What do you mean I'm so weak?" Shen Yanqing coldly snorted and said, "If you want to leave this place, you don't have to break the space but absorb it." As soon as she said this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. Absorb space. Why didn't I think of it before? He didn't answer her. Instead, he began to feel the surrounding space and absorb the space that was as soft as water. After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. Suppressing the pleasant surprise, he exclaimed, "I found it." He suddenly stood up. Purple light burst out from his eyes as he took in the entire universe. In the next second, he, Shen Yanqing, and Golden Crown Divine Lord appeared in the turbulence of space and time. He curiously asked, "What was that place just now? Why can't those corpses be erased?" Shen Yanqing coldly snorted and said, "Those corpses have long been turned into the eyes of the array. This space is a domain created by me. Those corpses are all source sovereigns. There are hundreds of great sovereigns among them. Their vast divine power is gathered together. This is a peerless array that no one can break into. Now, this array belongs to you. You have to thank me." Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked, "Why can I absorb it so easily?" If he could, so could other great sovereigns. In this way, this array was like an empty shell. That's because I agreed in my heart that you could absorb it. Otherwise, you would have already broken out, Shen Yanqing snorted disdainfully. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He suppressed his anger and asked, "In other words, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape unless you woke up and agreed in your heart. Then why didn't you agree before?" He finally understood that this girl was lying to him. She deliberately coaxed him to stay here. Shen Yanqing proudly smiled and said, "Why do you care so much? This array is called the 10,000 Venerables God-slaying array. This kind of good fortune makes you wait a little longer. What's wrong?" Sophistry. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and flew forward with Shen Yanqing and Golden Crown Divine Lord. He swept out his divine will, searching for the aura of the Kunlun Origin Court. Shen Yanqing was in his arms, staring at his side face thoughtfully. As for Golden Crown Divine Lord, he was still in a coma. "I suddenly feel that I might have liked you before," Shen Yanqing suddenly said. Shen Yanqing suddenly said. Her eyes were intriguing. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He just looked ahead. "Little chicken, don't sleep. I don't need you now. You can say your last words." Shen Yanqing changed the topic and said with a soft smile. Golden Crown Divine Lord immediately opened his eyes and struggled in Zhou Xuanji's hands. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Since my spiritual wisdom was born, I haven't really left the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. Just treat me as a pitiful worm. Let me go." Golden Crown Divine Lord cried and begged. He felt extremely wronged. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. It turns out that this guy is just a paper tiger. But he can pretend for so long. It's amazing. Shen Yanqing said with a playful smile, "So what? There are many pitiful worms that died in my hands." Chapter 869. After being tricked by Shen Yanqing, Zhou Xuanji was very angry at first, but his anger quickly disappeared. No matter what, it was a blessing in disguise. It was just that the 10,000 God-slaying formation was created by Shen Yanqing. Perhaps this girl had left behind some tricks, so he had to be careful. Seeing Shen Yanqing teasing Golden Crown Divine Lord, he couldn't laugh. He couldn't see through the current Shen Yanqing. God knew when she would make a move on him. They fooled around for a while. Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed the aura of the Kunlun Origin Court. He immediately flew over with Shen Yanqing and Golden Crown Divine Lord. The Golden Crown Divine Sovereign shouted, "Is that Kunlun Origin Court really that good? Is it worth it for you to rush back so quickly?" His top priority was to find a way to escape from the clutches of Shen Yanqing. In the end, this guy actually cooperated with Shen Yanqing, which made him very angry. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stared ahead. The Divine Lord with the Golden Crown pouted his lips and did not say anything else. The corners of Shen Yanqing's mouth raised, but she didn't say anything. The rest of the journey became quiet. About 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji finally entered the Kunlun Origin Court. The familiar Tao energy and spiritual qi made him take a deep breath. This is the Kunlun Origin Court. How weak. The Golden Crown Divine Lord snorted disdainfully. He raised his head high and looked at the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji didn't bother to pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Shen Yanqing and said, "Next, do you want to find a place to recuperate or follow me?" Shen Yanqing had already been to the Kunlun Origin Court. Supreme Kongxing was killed by her without anyone knowing. Although she was seriously injured now, she was definitely not someone the Kunlun Origin Court could plot against. "Go. It won't be long before you come looking for me." Shen Yanqing waved her hand. With a flip of her right hand, a floating island appeared in her palm. With a gentle wave, the floating island rose up and quickly grew larger. She carried the Golden Crown Divine Lord and flew into it. Zhou Xuanji looked at the massive island that was tens of thousands of meters tall and could not help but click his tongue. This lass was too arrogant. You're seriously injured, yet you're not hiding. On second thought, perhaps this island could defend against the attacks of a supreme being. However, it was impossible. If she was really that powerful, why would Shen Yanqing be so embarrassed in the face of that mysterious supreme being? He flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. This place wasn't far from the Kunlun origin court and was close to the void boundary. In less than half an hour, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. During the time he was away, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range did not encounter any danger. Zhou Xuanji found Chang Xiyin and asked her about what had happened during this time. He had been worried that Beast Sovereign would attack the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. However, Chang Xiyin told him that the Evil Sky Divine Range had already been defeated. The entire Divine Range had been flattened and collapsed. It was very miserable. As for Beast Sovereign, he never showed up from beginning to end. Now, the Evil Sky Divine Range no longer existed. Its name had been erased from the history of the Kunlun Origin Court. Most of the original living beings of the Evil Sky Divine Range had died, and the remaining ones were hiding like street rats. Master, the Void Boundary Palace's target doesn't just seem to be the Evil Sky Divine Range. They have begun to attack other super divine ranges. It seems that the Origin Court is going to purge them. Chang Xiyan said with a frown. She had no feelings for the Void Boundary Palace. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is there any movement from the sovereign divine ranges?" Chang Xiyan shook her head and said, "No, they are all recuperating and cultivating in seclusion." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. After a while, "Go contact the Tianyi Divine Range and invite Nanmu Tianyi to come as a guest," Zhou Xuanji instructed. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Upon hearing this, Chang Xiyan nodded. He then waved his hand, motioning for Chang Xiyan to leave. When he was the only one left in the palace, he sighed and said, "Kunlun Origin Court. You think you are the highest existence, but you don't know that there are many terrifying existences lurking outside. Your fight is just a joke." He closed his eyes and began cultivating. After absorbing the divine power of Golden Crown Divine Lord, he was only one step away from Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment. Once the breakthrough was successful, his strength would soar. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment. He didn't need to go through the tribulation. Everything seemed so calm. Even the people inside the Emperor's Sword Divine Range didn't notice his breakthrough. He didn't walk out of the cultivation palace but continued to adjust the supreme divine power in his body. Until Nanmu Tianyi came to visit. The two gathered in a pavilion. Chang Xiyan prepared wine and dishes for the two to talk alone. Nanmu Tianyi exclaimed in admiration, "Origin Fusion Divine Lord Ninth Enlightenment, how did you cultivate?" If it was in the past, he would definitely be amazed. But now, he felt that Zhou Xuanji's achievements were reasonable. After all, this kid would be the next sovereign. It's just a small opportunity. I want to ask you, what opportunity did you, young Heavenly Lord, and Wang Bao get? Did it come from outside the Kunlun Origin Court? The Kunlun Origin Court isn't at peace yet. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked with a smile. He had been thinking about this question before. Nanmu Tianyi's aura was very strange. It gave him the feeling that he was facing the energy outside the court. Each plane outside the court had different energy, and most of them were stronger than the Kunlun Origin Court. Nanmu Tianyi's aura was incompatible with the spiritual qi and Tao energy of the Kunlun Origin Court. He was constantly devouring the spiritual qi and Tao energy around him. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, Zhou Xuanji could still clearly feel it. Did your opportunity also come from outside the Kunlun Origin Court? Nanmu Tianyi asked curiously. He carefully observed Zhou Xuanji and found that the kid's essence, qi, and spirit had changed significantly. Zhou Xuanji nodded and then told him about his experiences during this period of time. He hid his relationship with Shen Nianxing and only talked about his experiences. Nanmu Tianyi was dumbfounded after listening to him. Are there so many great sovereigns? Nanmu Tianyi was drenched in cold sweat. He felt conceited because of his breakthrough. But after listening to Zhou Xuanji, he realized that he was still a frog in the well. Zhou Xuanji continued, the recent actions of the void boundary and the disappearance of Beast Sovereign may be related to the outside world. As the range master of the sovereign range, not only must you be careful, but you also can't ignore it. It's best to ask the law ancestors what they mean. Don't be used by evil. Nanmu Tianyi solemnly nodded. The Kunlun Origin Court had experienced so many disasters during this period of time. He was also very worried that something bad would happen. Thinking of this, Nanmu Tianyi no longer had the mood to drink. He found an opportunity, got up, and said, in that case, I will go find the 12 law ancestors now. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and Nanmu Tianyi disappeared from the building. It seems that his opportunity also told him something. Zhou Xuanji shook the wine glass and murmured to himself. Zhou Xuanji swirled the wine glass and mumbled to himself. His eyes fell on the surface of the wine in the glass, as though he was peeking into another world. After Nanmu Tianyi left, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate in the following days. Shen Yanqing didn't come to disturb him either. Everything fell into a state of tranquility. It seemed easy, but Zhou Xuanji felt the pressure. The peace was broken by Zhou Tanhua's visit. Chapter 870. Father, I have something to ask you. Hearing Zhou Tanhua shout outside the hall, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, come in. Zhou Tanhua rarely took the initiative to disturb Ning Cheng's practice. But today, he was making a fuss. It seemed that there was really an urgent matter. Ever since Zhou Xuanji returned from outside the court, he had paid less attention to Zhou Tanhua. At this moment, he felt a little regretful. He wanted to nurture Zhou Tanhua into the range master of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Zhou Tanhua pushed the door open, closed it, and quickly walked up to Zhou Xuanji. He hurriedly bowed and looked up, saying, Father, Mother went to find trouble with the mortal divine range. Zhou Xuanji heard him and immediately got up with his eyes wide open. What's going on? Is she crazy? Zhou Xuanji asked furiously. Xian Xianghua's cultivation was increasing day by day, but the mortal divine range was the sovereign divine range. How could she fight with the mortal divine range? Zhou Tanhua gritted his teeth and said, she said she wanted to collect the mortal qi. I wanted to stop her, but she used her exterminating divine eyes to stop me. By the time I broke free, she had already disappeared. Nonsense! Zhou Xuanji cried out before disappearing on the spot. Zhou Tanhua still wanted to chase after him, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't track his father's whereabouts at all. He had thought that he was strong enough. Even if he wasn't as strong as his father, he wasn't at a level where he couldn't catch up to him. But now, as expected, my cultivation is still not enough. Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly. He immediately left and prepared to go into seclusion. The other side. Zhou Xuanji rushed toward the mortal divine range. At the same time, he activated the exterminating divine eyes, trying to establish a connection with Xian Xianghua. Their exterminating divine eyes were connected, but as Xian Xianghua became a mortal god, the connection between them also decreased. Not only Xian Xianghua, but even Zhou Xuanji was the same. They had an even more powerful force suppressing the god-exterminating eyes. Soon, Zhou Xuanji accurately sensed Xian Xianghua's aura. He immediately rushed forward. Right now, Xian Xianghua was fighting with 3 Essence Fusion Divine Lords. They all had the cultivation of Essence Fusion Divine Lord Erming. They surrounded Xian Xianghua, but they were unable to gain any advantage. In fact, they were even injured. Zhou Xuanji let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to rush over, a figure sped over. He glanced over and saw that it was Shen Yanqing. Her speed was very fast, and she quickly grabbed Xian Xianghua. Her left hand clasped Xian Xianghua's wrist, and with a wave of her right hand, the 3 Essence Fusion Divine Lords were killed and turned into ashes. What do you want? Zhou Xuanji angrily rebuked. He wanted to stop her, but Shen Yinqing pulled Xian Xianghua behind her. She sneered, "You want to save your wife?" Xian Xianghua was shocked. She wanted to struggle, but she found that she couldn't move, and she couldn't mobilize the mortal divine power in her body. She looked at Shen Yinqing in horror. Who was this woman? Don't mess around. I did save you before. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice, his eyes flashing with a cold light. If Shen Yinqing dared to harm Xian Xianghua, then he would no longer care about their past friendship. He would definitely kill Shen Yinqing in this life. When Shen Yinqing saw his expression, she couldn't help but curl her lips and snort, "Do you have such feelings for my poor sister?" Zhou Xuanji was silent and did not reply. He stared fixedly at her. Xian Xianghua was very confused. Who is this woman's sister? At this time, Shen Yinqing suddenly let go of Xian Xianghua and said to her with a smile, "Your mortal god changed halfway. Your aura is not pure at all. It seems that you are related to my poor sister. After all, you both serve the same husband. That's why she can treat you with all her heart." As soon as she said this, Xian Xianghua's expression changed drastically. She subconsciously looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in her eyes. She had always respected mortal sovereign and regarded him as her master. She didn't expect that the cold and powerful mortal sovereign would like Zhou Xuanji. No wonder, Xian Xianghua's expression became more and more strange. Her gaze made Zhou Xuanji feel pressured. He said in a deep voice, "Shen Yinqing, what are you going to do? Are you trying to tease me?" "Tease you?" Shen Yinqing burst into laughter as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Xian Xianghua looked for an opportunity and immediately fled behind Zhou Xuanji. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Shen Yinqing as the mortal qi exploded. Mortal sovereign Shen Tang appeared. She looked excited and wanted to hug Shen Yinqing. However, Shen Yinqing avoided her. Shen Yinqing grabbed mortal sovereign's wrist and said with a sneer, "Poor thing, you finally came out. After cultivating for so long, why haven't you broken through to great sovereign lord? If you had come to me earlier, you might have been far stronger than you are now. This shows that Zhou Xuanji is more important than me in your heart." Mortal sovereign hurriedly explained, "It's not like that, Nianxing, listen to me." "Explain what?" "You just want to use your lack of strength as an excuse," Shen Yinqing said impatiently. She was furious when she saw mortal sovereign. She squeezed her right hand, causing mortal sovereign to frown. Zhou Xuanji said, "We have the same root, shut up," Shen Yinqing shouted. After that, she grabbed mortal sovereign's neck and threatened, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break her neck and make you regret it." Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Why did he feel like he was watching a melodramatic drama? Mortal sovereign couldn't break free from her grip. She was so powerful in the Kunlun origin court. But at this moment, in the hands of Shen Yinqing, she was like a defenseless mortal. She looked very weak. Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji to speak again, Shen Yinqing left with mortal sovereign, disappearing into thin air without leaving any aura behind. Zhou Xuanji turned around, looked at Xian Xianghua, and said seriously, "Don't mess around in the future. Think about the situation just now. If you do it again, you will die." He felt that it was necessary to teach this woman a lesson. She was really getting more and more arrogant. She actually dared to challenge the sovereign divine range alone. Xian Xianghua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile, "What if I meet your little lover next time?" The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth twitched. "Humph. Come back with me first, and then I will deal with you." Zhou Xuanji took Xian Xianghua into his arms and flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Xian Xianghua asked with a frown, "What about mortal sovereign? Aren't you afraid that something bad will happen to her? They are sisters. If Shen Yinqing wanted to kill her, she would have done it just now. Why take her away?" Zhou Xuanji replied indifferently. If Shen Yanqing really hated mortal sovereign, she would have made mortal sovereign suffer just now. But she didn't. She just captured her. Xian Xianghua nodded. She was full of curiosity about the relationship between Shen Yanqing and mortal sovereign. She began to ask Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. While flying toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range, he told her about his experience in Anti-Kunlun. By the time they returned to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, he had also finished telling the story. Women are really affectionate. Even time and space can't isolate their affection for you, Xian Xianghua said with a teasing smile. At the same time, she fell into deep thought. She could have what she had today because of the celestial devil rebirth technique passed down by her ancestors. And this technique was created by mortal sovereign. Everything was destined. Chapter 871. After returning to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji severely criticized Xian Xianghua. Xian Xianghua also realized her arrogance and promised not to challenge the Sovereign Divine Range again, unless she surpassed Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Zhou Xuanji was still worried. He made her promise not to provoke the Super Divine Ranges on her own and not to go in alone. Xian Xianghua hurriedly promised, but she seemed very perfunctory. Zhou Xuanji could not do anything to her and could only give up. After letting Xian Xianghua leave, he directly escaped out of the Emperor Sword Divine Range to track down Shen Yanqing's whereabouts. Soon, he saw that the giant island that Shen Yanqing had taken out was still there. He immediately teleported over. After entering the huge island, he saw Golden Crown Divine Lord bathing in a lake. The golden pheasant hummed a song as it washed, looking very comical. Zhou Xuanji noticed that he did not have any divine energy in his body. Even so, he could still be so happy. It was really puzzling. Zhou Xuanji did not bother to talk to the Golden Crown Divine Lord and flew toward a massive black castle on the island. He could already hear Shen Yanqing's wild laughter, cruel and insane. He could even vaguely hear the sound of a whip being lashed. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank, and he immediately sped up. He quickly penetrated the stone wall and came to the palace where Shen Yanqing was. He stood on the stone beam and looked down. His expression instantly froze. Shen Yanqing held an iron whip in her hand and frantically whipped a stone man. This stone man was still wearing the clothes of mortal supremacy. Even though he was repeatedly whipped by the iron whip, the red clothes did not break. "You're here. Have you seen? This is the consequence of offending me." She didn't look at Zhou Xuanji above. Instead, she stared at the stone man. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed drastically and asked in a deep voice, "You turned your sister into this?" He immediately went in front of the golem and helped it block the iron whips. Shen Yanqing didn't wave the whip again. Instead, she asked with a faint smile, "What? Is your heart aching?" She came up to Zhou Xuanji and grabbed the cloth in front of his chest with her right hand as fast as lightning, pulling it back. Zhou Xuanji could only see darkness before his eyes. He could not control his body and fell into it. He fell into the endless darkness and looked back. He saw Shen Yanqing standing at the entrance of the cave looking down at him, smiling extremely coldly. Damn it, Zhou Xuanji struggled with all his might, but he could not mobilize the sovereign's divine power in his body. Plop! He fell to the ground in a sorry state. The hole above him suddenly disappeared, and he fell into complete darkness. He immediately activated the exterminating divine eyes and scanned the surroundings with purple light. There was nothing under the darkness. Even the space beneath his feet was transparent. He slowly turned around and looked behind him. His body suddenly stiffened. Because he saw a figure. It was Autarch Crimson Dust. At this moment, Autarch Crimson Dust wasn't wearing any clothes and was in the middle of cultivating. His snow-white body and his fluttering black hair caused his heart to skip a beat and he hurriedly retracted his gaze. You were imprisoned here by her? Zhou Xuanji asked with his back facing mortal sovereign. In the darkness, he could clearly hear Supreme Crimson Dust's breathing, and he could even feel her warmth. Supreme Crimson Dust didn't answer him. After a while, a soft body suddenly hugged him from behind, causing his body to stiffen even more. He frowned and asked, "What do you want to do?" He couldn't help but wonder if Supreme Hongqian had been bewitched by Shen Yanqing. "She wants to humiliate me by helping you become stronger. She doesn't know that I have this plan all along," Supreme Crimson Dust replied softly. Dark Crimson Dust replied softly, his voice no longer as cold as it usually was. She began to pull Zhou Xuanji's clothes. He resisted instinctively, trying to avoid her. "Don't move. Don't you want to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened? I will help you and help you become the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. Anyway, I see that she is still alive. I have no regrets," Supreme Crimson Dust said softly, hugging Zhou Xuanji tightly. Just when Zhou Xuanji wanted to refuse, she suddenly covered his mouth, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in his ear, "This is the cultivation method that you and I should have done. Are you really going to refuse? This is also a good thing for me. After all, you have the soul origin. As far as I am concerned, it is not a loss." She suddenly burst out her divine power of the mortal world, drowning Zhou Xuanji like warm water. An uncontrollable desire rose from the bottom of Zhou Xuanji's heart. His eyes burst out with purple light, illuminating the dark space. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji was horrified in his heart. He tried to suppress this desire but to no avail. Supreme Crimson Dust's hands then touched his chest, completely igniting the flame in his heart. Inside the hall, Shen Yanqing was sitting on a stone seat covered with animal skin. She supported her chin with her right hand. Her eyes flickered. No one knew what she was looking at. She had a strange smile on her face. She licked her lips and murmured, "Interesting." At this moment, Golden Crown Divine Lord's voice came from outside. "Bitch. I have already washed it. Do you want to stew or roast it? It's up to you." Golden Crown Divine Lord's tone was full of pride. He wasn't afraid of death at all. He even began to kick the gate of the Black Castle, shaking the Black Castle. Shen Yanqing let out a cold snort. With a wave of her right hand, a black shadow flew out of her sleeve and quickly flew out of the Black Castle. "Ah! What are you doing? Bitch! You are crazy. You can kill me but you can't humiliate me. Ah! I'm going to kill you." Golden Crown Divine Lord's scream resounded. He was surrounded by black chi as his golden feathers were thrown away. In less than 10 breaths, he turned into a featherless chicken. His fleshy wings wrapped tightly around his body. He squatted on the ground, shivering. He was crying. He had lived for so long but had never suffered such humiliation. He was the Crimson Flame origin. He lowered his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth and murmured, "Shen Yanqing. Just you wait." Boom. A strong wind blew in his face, sending him flying backward while vomiting blood. His body was like a ball, rolling along the ground and crashing into the woods. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. A few days later, the Black Castle shook violently as a terrifying aura erupted. It was Zhou Xuanji. He had forcefully broken through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened. A horrifying pressure shrouded the entire island. Golden Crown Divine Lord, who was sleeping in the grass, suddenly opened his eyes. He cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji's fate was the same as his, a prisoner. Why could Zhou Xuanji still break through? It's unfair. At the same time, inside the palace, Shen Yanqing nodded with satisfaction and said in amazement, "This method is very suitable for cultivation. I can use him as a cauldron for my cultivation in the future." Clang! A sword chi appeared out of thin air, tearing the space apart and creating a black crack. The sword chi rushed up and broke through the top of the castle. Next, Zhou Xuanji flew out of the black crack with Mortal Sovereign in his arms. He was wearing white clothes and a black robe wrapped around Mortal Sovereign's body. Mortal Sovereign was nestled in his arms. His eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. Chapter 872. Do you like this kind of cultivation method? Shen Yanqing asked with a smile, leaning back on the stone seat lazily. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "Did you do it?" He looked calm but he was helpless in his heart. He really couldn't control himself before. "I just did you a favor." "Why?" "You don't want to admit it after putting on your pants," Shen Yanqing said with a sarcastic smile. Zhou Xuanji stared at her. Swords of light appeared around him, pointing at her, ready to attack at any time. "You are not my opponent. Don't make trouble for yourself," Shen Yanqing provoked. Shen Yanqing provoked, which made Zhou Xuanji narrow his eyes. At this time, Mortal Sovereign in his arms slowly opened her eyes and said, "Forget it." She looked at Shen Yanqing with gentle eyes and said, "Yanqing, no matter what, I am very happy now because I found you. I am relieved to see that you are stronger than me." Shen Yanqing snorted and said in a bad mood, "What are you talking about? You are happy for the man next to you. Look at you in his arms. You are really shameless. You can leave but he has to stay." With a wave of her right hand, Mortal Sovereign uncontrollably left Zhou Xuanji's arms. Zhou Xuanji wanted to catch her but he couldn't. Even if he had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th Realm, he was helpless. Mortal Sovereign quickly put on the black robe given by Zhou Xuanji. She looked back but she could no longer see Zhou Xuanji. She was directly sent out of the Black Castle. She frowned and could only watch the Black Castle getting farther and farther away from her. Not long after, she was sent to the depths of the universe by Shen Yanqing's supreme divine power. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji looked at Shen Yanqing with a calm expression and asked, "What do you want to do?" After breaking through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th Realm, Shen Yanqing was still unfathomable in his eyes. This unfathomable feeling made him uncontrollably nervous. He tried hard not to show this nervousness. He wanted to be calm and collected. "What do I want to do?" "Naturally, I want to do what you were doing before," Shen Yanqing said with a teasing smile. Shen Yanqing teased. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown. He didn't take it seriously. He felt that Shen Yanqing was teasing him and mocking him. Shen Yanqing stopped smiling and asked, "Do you want to become a supreme being?" Zhou Xuanji nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. After all, he had not become the sovereign. "I'll be leaving soon. If you can become a sovereign, then I'll come back to find you. I'll have you accompany me to hunt grand sovereigns. I won't let you do it for nothing. I'll impart my cultivation technique to you. Before that, I have to leave. I'll leave the Scarlet Flame Essence to you. Take good care of it. I'll come back to inspect it." Shen Yanqing stood up and said slowly, "I'll leave this island in your care for the time being. This place is very suitable for cultivating Supreme God Force." As her voice fell, Shen Yanqing stepped down. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Shen Yanqing disappeared. He was stunned and spread out his divine sense to cover the entire island, but he could no longer capture Shen Yanqing's aura. She really left. Zhou Xuanji felt that everything was unreal. He was still thinking about how to get rid of Shen Yanqing, but he didn't expect her to leave just like that. It seemed that her injuries had healed and she was in a hurry to hunt grand sovereigns. However, judging from Shen Yanqing's words, it would take a long time for her to come back again. After all, it was impossible for him to become a sovereign immediately. Zhou Xuanji sighed and flew out of the Black Castle. He first looked for Golden Crown Divine Lord. His expression turned weird. Golden Crown Divine Lord was napping on the ground. His body was bare and covered with big leaves. His fur, Zhou Xuanji almost laughed out loud. It must have been done by Shen Yanqing. This guy is really miserable. He didn't disturb Golden Crown Divine Lord but went to look for Mortal Sovereign. After Shen Yanqing left, Mortal Sovereign regained her freedom. She was rushing to the island and met Zhou Xuanji head-on. As soon as she saw that Zhou Xuanji was safe and sound, she was pleasantly surprised. Zhou Xuanji was the same. But just as the two of them wanted to speak, they remembered the previous cultivation scene. They couldn't help but fall silent. What happened before? Zhou Xuanji wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. He wanted to say sorry, but when he thought about it carefully, it was Mortal Sovereign who took the initiative. However, Mortal Sovereign might have been controlled by Shen Yanqing. Mortal Sovereign shook her head and said, "No need to say more. For you, cultivation is the most important thing right now. Don't care about unnecessary romantic feelings." Zhou Xuanji was a little disappointed when he heard this. Generally speaking, shouldn't it be a man who says such things? Dark crimson dust tightened his black robes and chuckled softly. It seems she has already left. Since that is the case, I'll go back and train as well. That cultivation technique earlier allowed me to comprehend the laws of the soul. After speaking, she turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji stayed in place and fell into contemplation. This pair of sisters were really sisters. They acted so swiftly and decisively, making him feel like he was abandoned. He shook his head and laughed as he rushed toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. After a month, the 12 Law ancestors came to visit the Emperor Sword Divine Range. This alarmed the nearby divine ranges. The news spread quickly. Soon, the news about Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough to Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened spread like wildfire in the Kunlun Origin Court. Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 Enlightened. Even the range masters of some super divine ranges might not have such cultivation. For a moment, the gloomy atmosphere resounded again. More and more creatures were spreading the news, hoping that all living beings could elect Zhou Xuanji as the sovereign. As long as the Kunlun Origin Court didn't have a sovereign, all living beings couldn't feel at ease. All living beings were looking forward to an indomitable expert standing at the top of the Origin Court to protect the order of the Origin Court and resist all kinds of catastrophes. The 12 Law ancestors stayed in the Emperor Sword Divine Range for 6 days before leaving. When they left, they all had smiles on their faces, looking very satisfied. In the meeting hall, Zhou Xuanji was chatting with the higher-ups of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Ha ha ha. Now, we should congratulate our master. He is no longer the first candidate for the sovereign but the sovereign. Qiu Hu burst into laughter as if he had become the sovereign himself. Zhou Xiaoxian stood up in excitement and asked, "Father, can we announce this in advance?" Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. He was no longer afraid of anyone in the Kunlun Origin Court. Naturally, he had no scruples. After cultivating with Mortal Sovereign, his cultivation had soared. He even comprehended a trace of the Mortal Rule. Next, he could continue to grow stronger by comprehending the Mortal Rule. Zhou Xuanji instructed, "The Origin Court will prepare for the sovereign's ascension. You don't have to worry too much. Just take care of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. When I become the sovereign, the Emperor Sword Divine Range will be handed over to you. At that time, Tanhua will be the range master. The others will assist him. Also, gather all the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court who are wandering outside." He began arranging the positions of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. No one dared to object to his arrangements. Everyone was very convinced by Zhou Tianhua. Chapter 873. While Zhou Xuanji was arranging the positions of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, the Kunlun Origin Court was already in a heated argument. There was only one topic in all the divine ranges, and that was the position of supremacy. On the sovereign list, Zhou Xuanji sat firmly at the top. He had not lost to any other geniuses on the list. Zhou Xuanji is really going to become the sovereign. I heard that the 12 law ancestors all went to visit him. When they came out, they were talking and laughing. Isn't that how it should be? Is his cultivation strong enough? It is said that becoming a supreme doesn't just depend on one's own cultivation. The Origin Court will grant you the supreme power. Come on, if the Origin Court had such power, it would have been used long ago. The sovereign divine ranges have already acknowledged him. After all, Zhou Xuanji has 2 sovereigns as his backing. Zhou Xuanji's name once again became a name that was passed down by everyone. Half a month later, the Origin Court made a public announcement, officially electing Zhou Xuanji as the current sovereign. This news was earth-shattering. All living beings rejoiced. This also meant that the dark period that had lasted for a long time had officially ended. 3 years later, at the peak of the Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji would be crowned as the sovereign with the title of Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor had once brought terror to the Kunlun Origin Court, so Zhou Xuanji wanted to use the name of the Sword Emperor to protect all creatures and restore the Sword Emperor's reputation. Just like that, the name of the Sword Emperor spread through the mouths of all living beings. Zhou Xuanji officially became the Sword Emperor who reigned above all worlds. Time flew by. 2 years later, Zhou Xuanji came out of closed-door cultivation, and one of the 12 law ancestors, Senior Mei, was waiting outside the cultivation palace. Senior Plum immediately cupped his fists and bowed as soon as he saw him. "Greetings, Supreme Elder," Senior Plum said with a smile. She seemed very enthusiastic. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him and smiled as he asked, "Why have you come, Senior?" I don't dare. I hope that the Supreme One will not call me Senior in the future," Senior Plum said in fear and trepidation. He knew clearly that Zhou Xuanji was just being courteous and did not really revere him. With Zhou Xuanji's current strength, he was really not a match for him. Zhou Xuanji nodded and continued to ask, "What is it?" Senior Plum immediately replied. It turned out that the Supreme Palace built for him by the Origin Court had already been built. It was located at the peak of the Origin Court, an independent space that belonged to the highest position of the Kunlun Origin Court. The spiritual energy and Tao energy of the entire Kunlun Origin Court and the myriad realms would flow into it, and then flow to the various realms to realize the heavenly cycle. Then lead the way. I'll go take a look, Zhou Xuanji muttered. He originally wanted to teach Zhou Tianhua cultivation. But now, he had become interested in the sovereign plane. Senior Plum immediately led the way. The 2 of them moved out and quickly flew upwards. By the way, Sovereign, have you seen Sovereign Kongxing again? We originally wanted to invite him to participate in your ascension ceremony, but in the end, we discovered that his independent plane had already been destroyed. Where did he go? Senior Plum asked curiously. Sovereign Kongxing was a sovereign, after all. If they could rope him in or even have him assist Zhou Xuanji, it would be a blessing for the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, Sovereign Kongxing is dead. Senior Mei's eyes widened when he heard this, and he said in a trembling voice, How is that possible? He is a supreme martial artist. Wait a minute. How did Zhou Xuanji know about this? Could it be that he had teamed up with Little Sovereign? Senior Mei knew that Zhou Xuanji had killed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji definitely did not have much respect for the sovereigns. Recalling Little Sovereign's rage that day, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's image in his heart quickly rose. Next, Senior Mei became respectful. He didn't dare to speak rashly anymore. They didn't speak along the way. They passed through the spatial wall and arrived at the sovereign plain. This place was filled with clouds and mist. The blue sky was high and vast. In front of them was a towering, sword-like mountain. The mountain was hundreds of thousands of meters high and had a majestic aura. At the top of the mountain stood a magnificent palace. 2 giant swords stood in front of the gate. This palace was built with Dao stones that are hundreds of millions of years old. You can cultivate at any time while living in it. Even if you rest, your cultivation will continue to improve. A virtuous demonstration array has been set up in the Sea of Clouds. When you move in, no one can break in without your permission. Senior Mei began introducing the sovereign plain to Zhou Xuanji. His tone was full of pride. This world also had his share of effort, and he was very satisfied with it. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Suddenly, 2 exterminating divine light burst out from his eyes. Swoosh! The exterminating divine light swept across, shocking Senior Mei. A loud bang resounded. A light blue light curtain appeared out of thin air, covering the entire mountain and blocking the exterminating divine light. The entire mountain shook violently, making Senior Mei shudder in fear. He wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine light dissipated in time. Not bad, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. After that, he flew forward. Senior Mei, who was originally worried, immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly followed. In the universe filled with white light, Shen Yanqing was moving quickly. Her eyes were cold as she locked her gaze ahead. She saw a green light speeding ahead, making it impossible for her to catch up. Don't chase anymore. It's impossible for you to catch up with me. A female voice came from the green light, full of anger. Shen Yanqing let out a cold snort. She ignored it and continued to chase at full speed. The 2 chased each other. Soon, they rushed out of the white light space and came to a vast starry sky. Countless creatures were fighting in front of them. They were all over the starry sky. The scale was huge and there were corpses everywhere. Shen Yanqing and the green light directly passed through the battlefield. In an instant, all the creatures and stars were directly shattered, turning into flying ashes. The space was also shattered. Spiritual chi poured into the cracks, taking away countless flying ashes. Such a scene had happened before. In order to chase the green light, Shen Yanqing had destroyed countless planes. Let's see who will stop first, Shen Yanqing said with a cold smile. As she spoke, she licked her lips. Even though she looked like a young girl, she still gave people a very evil feeling. When the green light heard this, it flew even faster, gradually distancing itself from Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing frowned. She didn't expect the other party to be able to accelerate. At this moment, a huge black vortex appeared in front of them. It swallowed the turbulence of time and space. It was extremely terrifying. A big black hand reached out and grabbed the green light before putting it into the black vortex. Shen Yanqing stopped in fright. She looked at the black vortex vigilantly and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" This black vortex appeared so suddenly that she couldn't see through it. There seemed to be countless demons hidden in the darkness. It was very terrifying. After a while, a hoarse voice came from the black vortex, "Little girl, I advise you not to create a massacre. You have attracted the attention of many immortal existences. Although you are strong, you are not the strongest." Shen Yanqing's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. She asked impolitely, "You're talking nonsense. Get out now. Let me see what kind of immortal existence you are." She had a magical ability to escape. Even if she was no match, she could still escape. This was her arrogance. Chapter 874. Humph. A girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The hoarse voice coldly snorted. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding space-time turbulence began to riot. Shen Yanqing didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "Can you stop talking nonsense? If you don't want to offend me, hand over that guy. I will definitely eat her." She raised her hands, causing the surrounding space-time to fluctuate visibly. In the blink of an eye, the entire space-time turbulence was wantonly twisting like countless water dragons surging. The scene was very spectacular. The black vortex suddenly shrank and quickly turned into a black ball with a diameter of only 6 feet. It was flashing with a faint red light. A figure emerged from the surface of the black ball. It was an old man with disheveled hair. He looked like a ferocious ghost. His expression was horrifying. His eyes were full of stones, making people shudder. Upon seeing him, Shen Yanqing couldn't help but frown. She asked in a deep voice, "Are you the legendary Black Demon Xian ancestor?" Black Demon Xian ancestor. As soon as she thought of this person, she didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. "Little girl, since you know my name, do you still want to eat her?" Black Demon Xian ancestor looked at Shen Yanqing coldly and asked in a cold voice. His voice was so hoarse, filled with endless killing intent. Shen Yanqing suddenly laughed and said, "Well, I admit defeat." After saying that, she turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the space-time turbulence. Black Demon Xian ancestor stood on the black ball. He raised his right hand and the green light appeared in his hand. He murmured, "What is the origin of that girl? She is hunting grand sovereigns everywhere. Is she related to that person?" His expression became solemn. He pondered for a while and finally chose to leave. The black ball shrank and disappeared into thin air with him. As soon as he left, Shen Yanqing appeared in his previous position. "Humph, Black Demon Xian ancestor, do you really think I am afraid of you? I happen to be looking for you. As long as I refine you, I will be able to transform. At that time, I will devour the soul source and surpass Grand Sovereign." Shen Yanqing excitedly muttered to herself. She shook her body and disappeared. Kunlun Origin Court, Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji was sitting on the golden throne. Behind him, there were countless huge barriers coiling around him. He looked majestic and domineering. The hall was wide and was filled with immortal mist. Then, giant pillars emerged from the mist, rushing into the clouds above. The air of an immortal, the lofty sentiments of a supreme being. Senior Mei stood in the hall and rubbed his hands. He asked with a smile, "How do you feel, Sovereign?" Zhou Xuanji nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "I can sense endless Tao energy flowing toward me. This feeling is very good. I'm very satisfied with this palace. I will reward you in the future." A supreme being was the faith of all living beings. Once he became a supreme being, a single word from him would be enough to abolish the 12 law ancestors, and no one would dare to object. Only I am supreme. This was a grand supreme. When Senior Mei heard this, she couldn't help beaming with joy. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you rest here first? I'll go back and prepare for the ascension with the other ancestors. We can't be careless about this. We will definitely make this the greatest event of the Kunlun Origin Court and let the name of the Sword Emperor spread throughout the world. Forever engraved in the river of history." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and Senior Mei left immediately. After his aura completely disappeared, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. He began to comprehend the laws of the mortal world that he had obtained earlier. The Origin Fusion Divine Lord was already superior to most living beings, but he was still far from being comparable to a Grand Supreme. He wanted to become stronger. At least before the next time he met Shen Yanqing, he had to have the power to protect himself. He took out the lesser supreme sword, making it hover beside him. Little Sovereign's soul flew out as well. TSK, this place is really magnificent. It's even more magnificent than my supreme palace, Little Sovereign exclaimed. Little Sovereign sighed with a face full of envy. Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes, "Do you want to be resurrected?" He also had the help of the souls of 9 powerful cultivators. All of them had been resurrected and reincarnated by him. Now, they were wandering around the world. He had always been grateful to Little Sovereign. Therefore, he was willing to resurrect Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. But the next second, his eyes dimmed again. I will not be resurrected. Once I am resurrected, how long will it take for me to cultivate again? I might as well follow you like this. I believe that you will surpass all the other sovereigns. Maybe you will have the ability to resurrect me and restore me to my peak state, Little Sovereign said with a proud smile. Little Sovereign smiled proudly. His expression was as annoying as ever. Zhou Xuanji opened one eye, glanced at him, and asked curiously, "Do you really have that kind of ability?" Little Sovereign was a genuine Grand Sovereign. It wasn't easy to resurrect him, let alone directly raise his cultivation to the pinnacle. Wasn't that too difficult? As long as you dare to think about it, it may not be impossible. Little Sovereign said with a smile. There was some expectation in his eyes. He once heard his master say that the end of cultivation was omnipotent. The mind could transform everything. As long as one thought about it, anything could come true. Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to it. If it was really as Little Sovereign said, what kind of realm would it be? But then again, your little wife seems to have obtained the inheritance of an immortal existence. She can even hunt great sovereigns. This is incredible. You must be careful. She is no longer the same as before, Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. His tone suddenly changed as he spoke in a solemn tone. He shuddered at the thought of his soul being scattered by Shen Nianqing. The little girl from back then had already become a great evil demon. She could even threaten his life. Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully, "How strong is she? Compared to you, who is stronger?" Little Sovereign glared at him and said in a bad mood, "My cultivation is not my greatest strength. My knowledge, my experience, my calmness, my wisdom, these are. She is stronger than you. I already said it. I rely on my wisdom. You are weaker than her." Okay, Little Sovereign was rendered speechless by Zhou Xuanji's retort. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about Shen Nianqing's experience. How did the once unreliable lass get to where she was today? Just as the two were chatting, the Void Boundary Palace made another move. Zhou Fa flew out of the Kunlun Origin Court with 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns and headed toward the Lower Realms universe. "Where do you want to go?" A cold voice came, startling Zhou Fa. He immediately stopped and looked around. He saw a figure descend. Surprisingly, it was Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign's face was expressionless as he said, "Zhou Fa, it's time for us to settle our grievances. If you don't resist, this sovereign will make you feel better." Seeing that it was him, Zhou Fa smiled disdainfully and said, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the famous Super Range Master, Beast Sovereign. How is your evil Sky Divine Range now? Has it become a Sovereign Divine Range?" The Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns became nervous. They had grown up listening to Beast Sovereign's prestige. They were naturally afraid. Beast Sovereign let out a cold snort. He then stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhou Fa from a distance. Zhou Fa's expression drastically changed. His body flew uncontrollably toward Beast Sovereign. Chapter 875. Paw. Beast Sovereign's right hand clasped Zhou Fa's neck. Zhou Fei's face instantly turned red. He stared into Zhou Fei's eyes and said in a cold voice, "Ever since you appeared and told me about the future, this sovereign has been tricked. Now, my evil sky divine range has been destroyed. Tell me, how should this sovereign punish you?" In the distance, the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns widened their eyes. Their bodies were stiff. They were extremely nervous. Zhou Fei suddenly showed a strange smile and said, "Don't you want to know what has happened in the future?" Beast Sovereign frowned upon hearing this. "Now, our fates are actually connected. Zhou Xuanji has become the sovereign. I have no place to live in the Kunlun origin court. And your evil sky divine range has been destroyed. The 12 ancestors are behind it. They pushed Zhou Xuanji. And with Zhou Xuanji's character, he will definitely repay them in the future," Zhou Fei continued. Zhou Fei continued. His words made Beast Sovereign's brows furrow even tighter. He knew very well that Zhou Fei was deliberately trying to fool him. But he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. He wanted to know what his future would be like. Zhou Fei saw his hesitation and couldn't help but continue, "The future is not fixed. It can be changed. Zhou Xuanji has successfully changed his fate. The past has already happened. It's useless even if you kill me. It's better for us to join hands and create a new future together." Crack! Beast Sovereign directly twisted his neck and turned to look at the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns, saying, "A bunch of worms at the mercy of others." Beast Sovereign disappeared with Zhou Fei, leaving the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns behind. They were really afraid of facing Beast Sovereign. "What should we do now?" asked a void boundary heavenly sovereign cautiously. He looked around, fearing that Beast Sovereign would come back. "Run." Without Zhou Fei, the Void Boundary Palace will be controlled by the Origin Court sooner or later. We must leave. That's right. Once the ancestors find out what we have done, we will definitely die. After the 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns discussed, they quickly made a decision and retreated. In the Sovereign Plane, Zhou Xuanji was sitting on the golden throne. He supported his cheek with his right hand, looking very lazy. He murmured, "Beast Sovereign, this is the path you have chosen. You have already regretted it. Why do you continue to sink?" He couldn't understand Beast Sovereign's excessive trust in fate. In any case, Beast Sovereign was also a super vain master. How could he fall into such a swamp? He was hesitating whether he should help Beast Sovereign or not. But facing the current him, what kind of mentality would Beast Sovereign have? Forget it, let him be. Zhou Xuanji let out a sigh. Beast Sovereign had changed. When the evil sky divine range was in trouble, he didn't appear. Previously, he even wanted to harm the Emperor Sword divine range. In such a situation, Zhou Xuanji couldn't persuade Beast Sovereign at all. Everyone had their own fate. He couldn't care less. Right now, he had yet to truly become a supreme being. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji slowly closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the rules of the mortal world. Recently, he had a deep understanding of the rules of the mortal world. Somehow, he had already touched the realm above the Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He had once asked Little Supreme how to break through to the Grand Supreme Realm by himself. Little Sovereign answered. He needed the guidance of Supreme Force. Every generation Supreme Being would leave behind a strand of Supreme Being's power for generations to fuse with. This would allow the Supreme Beings of the later generations to have a better foundation. Logically speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the Supremes should be. But the environment was the biggest factor that determined one's strength. The worse the era, the stronger the Supremes born. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Sovereign's ascension had finally arrived. Zhou Xuanji stood on the top of the mountain. Behind him was a dense immortal mist that blotted out the sky. The 12 Law ancestors were kneeling in the void below the sovereign's plane. Below them was the Kunlun Origin Court. Tens of millions of Origin Court divine soldiers were kneeling before the 12 Law ancestors. Every inferior divine soldier's face was filled with fanaticism. It was a great honor for them to be able to witness the ascension of the sovereign with their own eyes. At the same time, close to 10,000 divine ranges were silent. Countless living beings were raising their heads in anticipation. All the creatures could see Zhou Xuanji's majestic figure when they looked up. This scene was created by the Sage Manifestation Array. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Father's figure is so mighty. How did he do it? Does he already have the strength of a sovereign? Zhou Xiaoxian asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji had been away for some time. She thought that he had broken through again. The others standing on the hillside had the same thought. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. Revered teacher is indeed revered teacher. I thought that my breakthroughs outside were already big enough, but compared to him, it's nothing. His face was filled with admiration. Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, Meng Tianlang, and the others were the same. They were all excitedly discussing Zhou Xuanji's strength. Jiang Shui looked up with a smile. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. When it really came, she realized that she wasn't too excited. Instead, she felt that everything was reasonable. He deserved all of this. Today is the grand event of the Kunlun Origin Court that only happens once in a billion years. The new sovereign is about to ascend. A Law ancestor's voice resounded across the entire Kunlun Origin Court. His voice was so majestic and awe-inspiring. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji was born in a mortal world. His starting point was lower than all living beings in the Kunlun Origin Court. But with his extraordinary aptitude, he became the sovereign in less than 2,000 years. Ever since he entered the Kunlun Origin Court, he showed his brilliance and soared into the sky. The Law ancestor began talking about Zhou Xuanji's past. His voice was full of emotion and stirring up the crowd. Everyone's blood boiled as they listened. They couldn't hold back their excitement. All kinds of phenomenons bloomed at the top of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji stood before the cliff. Listening to the Law ancestor's voice, a smile appeared on his face. The sovereign's position, he really did it. Once upon a time, he even fantasized about what he would see if he became the sovereign. Now, he saw it. All living beings bowed down to him. Everything was under his feet. Rumble, the Tao energy in the sovereign's plane began to riot. More accurately, the Tao energy in the entire Kunlun Origin Court was rioting. All of it surged toward the sovereign's plane. Above Zhou Xuanji's head, purple clouds gathered, and an immense pressure descended. A violent gale swept up, stirring up the surrounding celestial mist. Zhou Xuanji looked up. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, covering more than half of his face. He peeked into the purple clouds with his exterminating divine eyes and mumbled, "Could this be the sovereign's power?" The sovereign's power existed everywhere in the Kunlun Origin Court. Was this the reason why the Law ancestors couldn't use it? He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" Little Sovereign's soul flew out. As soon as he saw the purple clouds above, he smiled and said, "You don't need to do anything. Just wait for its arrival." A look of relief appeared in his eyes. It could be said that he had watched Zhou Xuanji grow step by step until he became the sovereign today. This was the first time he had seen a junior he was optimistic about become the sovereign. Chapter 876. The technique ancestor's voice was still resounding, solemn and majestic. All living beings were listening carefully. Listening to Zhou Xuanji's growth experience, all of them felt their blood boiling and their fighting spirit soaring. Putting aside his current achievements, who would have thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the sovereign? Zhou Xuanji had written an inspirational story with his own opportunities. For all living beings, this was a story that happened around them. It was very close and very real. Under such a feeling, all living beings had an extreme sense of worship for Zhou Xuanji. Even those geniuses who hated or envied Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The technique ancestor's speech lasted for a long time. The billowing purple sea gathered above Zhou Xuanji's head. Countless purple qi fell like stars and quickly poured into his body, transforming his muscles and bones. Zhou Xuanji accepted the baptism of these purple qi with a smile on his face. Awesome! He could feel that his sovereign divine power was transforming. It wasn't just becoming stronger, but it was changing qualitatively. Faintly, he saw countless figures descending from the purple sea like a group of immortals. It was a very artistic conception. Even Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Little Sovereign, floating behind him, excitedly said, "They're here. They're here." Great Sovereign is also known as Court Realm Lord Great Sovereign. Every 100 million years, a court can only give birth to one Court Realm Lord Great Sovereign. If you were a little later, I'm afraid you would have to wait for 100 million years. And this is a special case. Generally speaking, the sovereign reigns for billions of years. Zhou Xuanji didn't care. His eyes were focused on the purple sea with a calm expression. Those sovereign divine shadows drilled into his mind. In an instant, his consciousness exploded. Purple halos flew out of his body, wrapped around him, and quickly circled around him. The origin of battle, the will is firm, indestructible, indelible, the will transforms into God, the origin of time, the past and the future are close at hand. Invert time and space, and only respect one's heart, the origin of radius, the stars revolve. 10,000 worlds are a square, the vertical is a circle, the radius and the circle are one, the origin of change, the body turns into all things, all sources obey. One change, one source, one grace, different majestic voices exploded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, one after another. Past sovereigns. He heard the voices of Little Sovereign, Sovereign Kongsheng, Sovereign Darkness, and Sovereign Wuzhou. The Supremes were all talking about their own origin laws in unison. At first, Zhou Xuanji only felt that it was very noisy, but he soon entered a state of enlightenment. The ruler of the court realm was a grand autarch. The ruler of a court, and the 3,000 origin laws were at his disposal. At the same time, the laws of the myriad realms of the Kunlun origin court rushed toward the supreme plane. The Tao energy that had drilled into Zhou Xuanji's body was assimilated and turned into sovereign divine energy. Then, it overflowed from all his pores and flew out of the sovereign plane, landing in the Kunlun origin court and turning into brand new rules. This was a kind of good fortune, using the transformation of the laws to control the Kunlun origin court. The ascension of the supreme martial artist has officially begun. The Sword Emperor will transform into a supreme martial artist. Everyone should celebrate together. The ancestor of technique raised his voice. Like thunder, it bombarded everyone's ears. Countless golden lotuses floated down from the Paragon Plain and landed on the various divine ranges. With the Kunlun origin court taking the lead, the spiritual energy of all the great heavens realms began to surge. The spiritual energy was boiling and his Tao energy was increasing wildly. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, and they all shouted the Sword Emperor's name. Sword Emperor! Long live Sword Emperor! Supreme Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! All the creatures of the various divine ranges were shouting the Sword Emperor's name. They gathered together as if they wanted to overturn the sky of each divine range. 3,000 origin laws were manifesting to celebrate the Sword Emperor. This day would be the most joyous day in the past 100 million years. At the border of the Kunlun origin court, in the void, Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa looked up at Zhou Xuanji's majestic figure. They were silent for a long time. After a long time, Beast Sovereign had a complicated look on his face as he murmured, "He really succeeded." At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he had desperately cultivated Zhou Xuanji instead of Origin Court War God, perhaps his current situation would be completely different. The evil Sky Divine range might still exist, or even be stronger. After all, even the Emperor Sword Divine range still existed, and its power was growing day by day. It's useless to regret. We no longer have a foothold in this court. Let's retreat, Zhou Fa said, shaking his head. Zhou Fa shook his head. He appeared calmer than Beast Sovereign. What was done could not be undone. Instead of regretting here, it was better to plan for the future. Beast Sovereign nodded, and the two turned around. He took out a scroll inlaid with red jade and waved it forward. Space fluctuated as a crack appeared. The two stepped into it one after another. The crack disappeared as if it had never appeared. On the other side, Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa shuttled through the dark void. A ball of light was suspended above their heads, like a small sun, illuminating the void within a radius of 100 feet. At the same time, they were vigilant of their surroundings. We have to be careful after leaving the Kunlun Origin Court. There are many unknown existences lurking in the darkness. You may be swallowed by them before you can even see their appearance, Zhou Fa reminded. At the same time, he took out a sword, ready to fight at any time. It wasn't the first time he had come outside the Kunlun Origin Court. He was very scared every time he came. Beast Sovereign didn't answer, but his eyes were very sharp. He was vigilant in all directions. The two moved forward at full speed. After an unknown period of time, a light appeared in front of them. Zhou Fa heaved a long sigh and said, "Finally, we are leaving this damn ghost domain." Next is, before he could finish his words, terrifying shadows that resembled dragons and flood dragons suddenly appeared from the darkness 1,000 feet away, surrounding them tightly. The two immediately stopped in fright. "What are these things?" Beast Sovereign cried out in horror. The aura of these shadows was very terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't know." Damn it. He felt that his luck was really bad. He was besieged as soon as he came out. "Are you from the Kunlun Origin Court?" A cold voice came from above, startling them and making them look up. They couldn't see anything in the endless darkness. "Who are you?" Zhou Fa asked in a loud voice. His voice was trembling. He was obviously very scared. He was pretending to be calm. "Bring me to the Kunlun Origin Court, or else you will die here." The cold voice sounded again. A soul-freezing killing intent locked onto Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa. They didn't dare to refuse. Sovereign Plain, Zhou Xuanji was still enjoying the sovereign's inheritance. The preaching of the sovereigns and the sovereign's divine power had made a qualitative change in his cultivation. In terms of his own sovereign's divine power, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The sovereign's inheritance wasn't an infusion of wisdom. It was a kind of traction that led his sovereign's divine power to transform. He was getting closer and closer to the true sovereign. Relax your body. Let your extermination immortal physique reach its most comfortable state. Don't offset it. Little Sovereign's voice came from behind. Zhou Xuanji immediately did as he was told. The next moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the growth rate of the sovereign's divine power had begun to accelerate. Chapter 877. Boom! In the sovereign plain, the mountains shook, and the celestial mist billowed. Zhou Xuanji stood on the edge of the cliff. A powerful gale surrounded his body, forming a majestic tornado that swept away the clouds. His aura continued to rise, like a hot knife cutting through butter, unable to be stopped. The 12 ancestors, who were closest to the sovereign plane, looked up. They were pleasantly surprised. So fast. So powerful. He can accept the sovereign's power so quickly. Seems like he will become a true sovereign soon. Kunlun Origin Court will welcome a new era. I think he will become the most powerful sovereign in history. The 12 ancestors discussed among themselves. They were all full of confidence in Zhou Xuanji. Since ancient times, very few sovereigns had the same experience as Zhou Xuanji. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji had connections with several sovereigns. Such talent and luck were rare. Senior Mei smiled and said, "It's time to promote the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Before the sovereign gives the order, we should take action." The other ancestors nodded. They did not hate the Emperor Sword Divine Range at all. Since the Emperor Sword Divine Range was established, other than Zhou Xuanji's wife, the other disciples had never caused trouble. Even after Zhou Xuanji became the first candidate to become the sovereign, they rarely left the divine range. All of them were cultivating diligently. Such a divine range was the favorite of the ancestors. After all, the Kunlun Origin Court needed a large number of powerful cultivators to deal with the previous predicament. Immediately, an ancestor left to arrange the promotion of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji was reborn. Everyone rejoiced. This kind of life lasted for several decades. This day, a majestic aura engulfed the entire Kunlun Origin Court. I, Zhou Xuanji, have been recognized by all sovereigns and have officially become a great sovereign of the court realm. My title is the Sword Emperor. I will protect the Kunlun Origin Court with all my power. I will help the Kunlun Origin Court surpass history and create an unprecedented era. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the world like a great bell, shaking everyone's soul. The peaceful Kunlun Origin Court was in a great commotion again. At the same time, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Analyze that the sword owner has reached the great sovereign of the court realm. Gotcha begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained the soul of court-toppling origin, Kunlun Sword, Battle Body Explosion. Zhou Xuanji slowly opened his eyes. The violet light in his eyes made his eyes look like purple gems, mysterious and majestic. The ruler of the court realm was a grand autarch. Grand Supreme Being. His supreme god force had already transformed. Compared to before he broke through, he felt that he was more than 10,000 times stronger. His exterminating divine eyes had also transformed. With a casual glance, his eyesight could penetrate the walls of space. The unprecedented power did not inflate his heart. Instead, he was very calm. This is a grand sovereign, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a slight smile. Information about the Soul Kunlun sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Soul Kunlun sword level, court toppling description. This sword was created by the soul origin of the Kunlun Origin Court Supreme Sword Emperor. Using the soul origin to power this sword, it possesses a terrifying sword power that can destroy an origin court. To use this sword, one needs to be the ruler of the court realm, Great Supreme Realm. Ding! Since the host has obtained the court-toppling divine sword, the divine sword's level will be updated. The sword spirit's voice came again, and Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Another update. It seemed that the supreme legendary sword system was also continuously growing stronger. After that, he activated his inherited battle physique. A wave of memories flowed into his mind. This was a secret technique that could stimulate the potential of one's body, allowing one's power to increase explosively for a short period of time. This secret technique was extremely demanding on one's body. The stronger one's body, the greater the increase. Such a secret technique was very easy for the current Zhou Xuanji to master. He did not move his body. He easily learned it with his divine will. he did not try it. With his current ability, once he activated his supreme god force, this sovereign plane would most likely shatter into pieces. He changed into a brand new purple robe. The robe was embroidered with numerous legendary swords, forming the pattern of a divine steed. Then, he put on the sword Emperor Divine Crown. His entire aura changed suddenly. At this moment, his aura was no weaker than Sovereign Wuxia's. He directly teleported into the palace and sat on his golden throne. "Come in," he said softly. He said softly. As the sound of his voice faded, the 12 ancestors of technique appeared in the palace. The technique ancestors were stunned. They had just heard Zhou Xuanji's voice, and before they could react, they were teleported in by a mysterious force. So powerful. They looked up and felt deep veneration for Zhou Xuanji, who was high above them. They came back to their senses and knelt down. "Greetings, Sovereign." The 12 technique ancestors cupped their fists and said in unison. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Get up. Tell me everything about the Kunlun Origin Court." Having heard this, the technique ancestors got up and began talking about the various rules and powers of the Kunlun Origin Court. This lecture lasted for nearly half a month. The Kunlun Origin Court was too big. The technique ancestors had to take turns to talk about it. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt and listened quietly. After the technique ancestors finished talking, he grasped all the information about the Kunlun Origin Court. "In the future, you will still be the technique ancestors, and your positions will be second only to me. I need you to pick one person from each divine range to form a god pillar. The god pillar's position is only one level lower than yours. They are on the same level as the range lord. None of the god pillars can be a range lord," Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, the 12 technique ancestors' expressions changed drastically. One of them asked cautiously, "Sovereign, what rights do the god pillars have?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said calmly, "They represent the divine range and talk to me directly. Their positions in the divine range are on the same level as the range lord. They can only be executed if I give the order. At the same time, the god pillars cannot interfere with the management of the divine range. They can only advise them." The technique ancestors' eyelids twitched wildly. Decentralization. This was to suppress all the divine ranges. They thought about it and realized that this was a good thing. Each divine range had someone who could restrain the range lord. For the 12 technique ancestors, it was more beneficial than harmful. For example, Beast Sovereign dared to order the evil Sky Divine Range to defy the Origin Court. If the god pillars were present, the range lord's every move would be transmitted to Zhou Xuanji. As for whether the god pillars would be on the same side as the range lord, the probability was too low. After all, the technique ancestors were the ones who decided the god pillars. As long as they had brains, they would not choose someone who was on the same side as the range lord. Also, the great elimination will continue. But I want you to send people to investigate the details of each venue. You can't achieve absolute fairness, but you have to be as fair as possible, Zhou Xuanji continued. After that, he told them about the other plans he had in mind. What he mentioned was the overall situation of the Kunlun Origin Court. He did not mention the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The technique ancestors admired him in their hearts. Only such a sovereign was trustworthy. No matter what, for now, Zhou Xuanji really hoped that the Kunlun Origin Court would be better. His decision was also good for all living beings. Chapter 878. Okay, let's stop here. You can leave, Zhou Xuanji said with his eyes closed. Zhou Xuanji said with his eyes closed, and his tone became lazy. Having heard this, the 12 ancestors immediately bowed and left. After they left, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne in deep thought. Now that he was a supreme being, his perspective of thinking was different from before. He knew that the Kunlun Origin Court wasn't safe. So he wanted to improve the overall strength of the Kunlun Origin Court. He couldn't be the only one powerful. When he heard the 12 ancestors' explanation, he already had a huge plan in his mind. The Kunlun Origin Court can't be limited to my home, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He didn't finish his sentence. He continued to adjust his sovereign divine energy. The next day, the Origin Court spread the news of the God Pillar position to all the divine ranges. Most creatures expressed their support for Zhou Xuanji's decision. In their eyes, this was an opportunity. An opportunity for their future. It was also an opportunity to find Zhou Xuanji directly. If the divine ranges were in danger, the God Pillars could ask for help from the sovereign. If they became God Pillars, they could reach the sky in one step. For a moment, the Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. The Kunlun Origin Court had nearly 10,000 divine ranges. Each divine range had countless creatures living in it. It wasn't easy to choose a suitable God Pillar in each divine range. The 12 ancestors were extremely cautious about Zhou Xuanji's first task. Ever since Zhou Xuanji broke through to Great Sovereign, they had been feeling great pressure. If they didn't do a good job, Zhou Xuanji might really make them step down from their positions. Emperor Sword Divine Range, halfway up the mountain, in a courtyard, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Zhou Shaoxian were chatting in a small pavilion. Zhou Shaoxian leaned on the table and sighed, "When will father come back? I heard that the powerful cultivators of the Origin Court could go into closed-door cultivation for millions of years or even longer. Will he be like that too?" It had been so long since Zhou Xuanji ascended to the throne. Her excitement had faded. She wanted to go to Zhou Xuanji's supreme palace to take a look. But he still hadn't come back, which made her very disappointed. Jiang Shui smiled as she peeled the spiritual fruit. "Are you that free? Do you want me to betroth you to a good husband? That way, your attention can be diverted." Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said, "I don't want to. My goal is not love. I want to follow in my father's footsteps. At the very least, I can't be left far behind by Tanhua." Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and smiled helplessly. "This girl will never grow up." Xian Xianghua swirled her wine glass, lost in thought. "Aunt Xian, what are you thinking about?" Zhou Shaoxian suddenly patted Xian Xianghua's shoulder and asked. Xian Xianghua smiled and said, "I'm thinking about the position of the godly pillar." Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian was speechless, and Jiang Shui could not help but laugh. "Aunt Xian, it seems that you are very dissatisfied with your son being the branch master." Zhou Shaoxian winked and smiled provocatively. Jiang Shui glared at her and snappily said, "Will you only be happy when you go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years? Zhou Shaoxian was terrified when she heard that. She was most afraid of boring seclusion. She had to rest from time to time during her cultivation. This was also the biggest reason why she was surpassed by Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua was completely different from her. He loved to cultivate alone. Unless he encountered trouble in cultivation, he would rarely take the initiative to leave the place of cultivation. Of course not. There are only a few Origin Fusion Divine Lords in the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Naturally, I won't decline, Xian Xianghua said, curling her lips. She didn't have any thoughts of scheming against him. She just wanted to make a name for herself. Even if she couldn't become the first in the Kunlun Origin Court, she wanted to be the second. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "You should cultivate well. Don't go out and cause trouble for him. Maybe you can even become the sovereign in the future." Xian Xianghua slightly furrowed her brow. She asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" She could hear the deeper meaning in Jiang Shui's tone. "You still don't know him. When did he stay in one place for a long time?" Jiang Shui shook her head and said with a smile. She still remembered that Zhou Xuanji had told her about sovereign Wu Zhou. In her opinion, the seed of leaving the Kunlun origin court had already taken root and sprouted in Zhou Xuanji's heart. Xian Xianghua thoughtfully murmured, "In that case, I won't be a god pillar anymore. I have to cultivate in seclusion. I can't fall behind too much." She wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji more than make a name for herself. She couldn't imagine what dangers there were outside the Kunlun origin court. Only by following him could she feel at ease. At the same time, she was also looking forward to more exciting experiences. "What are you thinking? I just became the sovereign and you are already looking forward to my downfall." Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly drifted over, startling the three women. They saw Zhou Xuanji slowly walking down from the sky. His purple robe was fluttering in the wind. He had an imposing appearance, fully displaying the aura of a sovereign. "Father!" Zhou Xiaoxian stood up excitedly. She looked at Zhou Xuanji. The more she looked, the more excited she became. After not seeing him for so long, she felt that her father seemed to have changed into a different person. Who would dare to question whether Zhou Xuanji was worthy of being the sovereign now? Jiang Shuai and Xian Xianghua were even more dazzled. This was their man. The person with the highest status in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Zhou Xiaoxian and rubbed her head. Then, he walked up to Jiang Shuai and Xian Xianghua and opened his arms. The two women immediately jumped into his embrace. With his wife and daughter by his side, Zhou Xuanji smiled happily. Only in this moment did he feel real. "Don't worry, no matter where I go, I will take you with me." It was like this in the past, now, and in the future, Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile, and the two girls smiled happily. Zhou Xiaoxian came up to his side and curled her lips, asking, "Father, I thought you had forgotten about us." She pretended to be unhappy, but the excitement in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "I came back to pick up your mother and Aunt Xian. As for you, stay in the Emperor's Sword Divine range and cultivate well." Having heard this, Zhou Xiaoxian immediately put on a sad face. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood that she was acting. He just smiled and didn't say anything. After that, he pulled the two women to sit down and talked about the recent situation of the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Since he became the sovereign, the 12 law ancestors and many divine ranges sent gifts one after another. This caused the spiritual qi in the Emperor's Sword Divine range to grow continuously. The environment was getting better and better. The resources that the disciples could receive had also increased exponentially. With Zhou Xuanji in the lead, the disciples were all working hard to cultivate. Their cultivation was constantly improving. Ren Niming became the first person to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord after Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tianhua. This guy was the incarnation of destiny. After joining Zhou Xuanji's banner, his destiny was connected to Zhou Xuanji's. And Zhou Xuanji was the sole sovereign, which made his cultivation soar. Fortunately, this guy didn't get arrogant. He was still loyal to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. In addition, the number of 9 vast heavens and Tao ancestors was also increasing rapidly. They were bound together for good or bad. After Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, the destiny of all the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine range had also improved by leaps and bounds. It could be said that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Chapter 879. The news of Zhou Xuanji's return to the Emperor's Sword Divine range didn't spread. The Emperor's Sword Divine range was also in harmony. The disciples still didn't know that Zhou Xuanji was back. The reason for this was that Zhou Xuanji didn't want to cause trouble. Not to mention that his home wasn't just the Emperor's Sword Divine range but the entire Kunlun origin court. 10 years passed just like that. During these 10 years, he taught his children to cultivate. he didn't interfere in the affairs of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Occasionally, he would give advice to Zhou Tanhua. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was about to leave with Jiang Shuai and Xian Xianghua. Before leaving, he looked at Zhou Tanhua and asked curiously, "Are you going to keep this form?" After so long, Zhou Tanhua still maintained his youthful appearance. Although this appearance was very pleasing, Zhou Xuanji felt that he should have the spirit and appearance of a boy. The appearance is not important. What's important is the heart. I can change into the appearance of a normal man at any time, but I don't think it's necessary, Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. Zhou Tanhua said with a faint smile. He seemed to be even calmer than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's calmness was sharp. On the other hand, Zhou Tanhua seemed approachable. It was easy for people to feel close to him. He looks good just like this. Zhou Xiaoxian rubbed Zhou Tanhua's head and chuckled. It was precisely because of Zhou Tanhua's appearance that she often teased him. After so many years, it was the same every time they met. In her eyes, Zhou Tanhua was a younger brother who would never grow up. But in the eyes of others, she was the one who would never grow up. She was more like a younger sister. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "After we leave, you have to support each other. After all, you are brother and sister. Apart from us, there is no one closer to you. Understand? Don't give up on each other at any time." Zhou Tanhua nodded while Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips. Okay, you speak as if we are going to part forever," Zhou Xiaoxian said, waving her hand. She pretended to be impatient. But in fact, she felt wronged. She had never bid farewell like this in her life. She tried to comfort herself that she had already grown up. Jiang Shuai looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and felt very distressed. But she understood that her daughter had grown up. She should let her grow up. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and said with a smile, "Okay, I will wait for you up there. I look forward to you finding me with your own ability." With that, he waved his right hand and disappeared with Jiang Shuai and Xian Xianghua. Zhou Xiaoxian looked up. Through the sky of the Emperor Sword Divine Range, she seemed to see the peak of the Origin Court. Cultivate well. Zhou Tanhua patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Then, he turned around and left. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxian came back to her senses and hurriedly turned around to chase after him. Stinky little brother. What are you talking about? Is my cultivation weak? Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the summit. Jiang Shuai and Xian Xianghua observed their surroundings, and they were all stunned. This place is so beautiful. This world belongs to me. You can go wherever you want and create whatever you want. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, the doors of the Supreme Palace opened. The two women looked at each other and immediately flew in different directions. They wanted to take a look at the Supreme Plain first. The Supreme Plain didn't have a fixed boundary, and it could be continuously expanded. There were many natural treasures here, and it contained almost all the resources of the Kunlun Origin Court. This was all thanks to the 12 ancestors. Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked into the palace alone. He was going to continue studying the rules of the mortal world. In the mortal plane, Sovereign Mortal World was meditating in the sea of fog. Strands of soul shadows coiled around her like a group of dancing ghosts. It was very strange. Since parting with Zhou Xuanji, she had been focusing on cultivating the rules of the soul. Although it wasn't a leap forward, it was still a great epiphany. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said with a calm look, "Come out." Just as she spoke, a spatial crack appeared in front of her, and a figure stepped out. It was Zhou Fa. Looking at Zhou Fa, who looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, Sovereign Mortal World said with a contemptuous smile, "You dare to come to me, a little ghost who doesn't dare to show his true face." Xiaofan looked very nervous facing sovereign mortal world. He forced a smile and said, I came here to ask you a favor. After it's done, you will have the opportunity to break through to the great sovereign realm. You want to read my fortune? I don't dare. Xiaofan's smile was very unnatural. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. Sovereign mortal world closed her eyes and asked, what's the matter? Xiaofan replied, it's like this. There is a big opportunity outside the Kunlun origin court. Dozens of great sovereigns will gather there. If you can let the Sword Emperor go, it will be beneficial for both you and the Sword Emperor. Sovereign mortal world didn't speak and waited for him to continue. Xiaofan explained slowly. After a long while, Xiaofan looked up at Sovereign mortal world and asked, how is it? Sovereign mortal world didn't answer immediately as if she didn't notice him talking. Xiaofan wasn't in a hurry either. He waited patiently. Okay, wait outside the court, Sovereign mortal world said leisurely. Dark crimson dust said slowly. Xiaofan immediately bowed and left. She opened her eyes, stood up, and said with a smile, you have been listening for so long, why don't you show yourself? A beam of light descended from the sky and landed in front of her. Zhou Xuanji appeared majestically with the Emperor's sword of life and death and a long sword radiating red light floating behind him. This red sword was the Kunlun Soul Sword. What do you think? Sovereign mortal world asked with a smile as she looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, it should be a trap. But I want to take a look. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with the outside world. Xiaofan said that an ancient great sovereign had invited great sovereigns to meet him with the excuse of a sovereign's opportunity. There was no need to fight. They just wanted to get to know each other and obtain information about the sovereign's opportunity together. If this was said by a great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji might not think too much about it. But the other party sent Xiaofan. He couldn't help but think too much. You have just become a great sovereign. Do you want to stabilize yourself for a while? Sovereign mortal world asked with concern. She was a little surprised. She couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. This kid gave her a feeling that he was even more mysterious than the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. He was like Sovereign Wu Zhou. It's okay. I can stabilize myself better if I go out and fight, Zhou Xuanji said with a confident smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently. He had already noticed Xiaofan when he entered the Kunlun origin court. He deliberately let Xiaofan in to see what tricks this guy had. Sovereign mortal world nodded and said, then I will go with you. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and said, no, I have another request. What is it? Teach my 2 wives to cultivate. When I come back, I will share half of the opportunity with you, Xiaofan said. TSK, are you afraid that I will drag you down? No, I just feel that the Kunlun origin court needs someone to take charge. When the time comes, I will let you control the divine demonstration array. Yo, you have even mastered the divine demonstration array. The two began to chat and laugh. They were no longer as distant as before. But they still treated each other with respect. Looking at the current Zhou Xuanji, sovereign mortal world couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of being in anti-Kunlun had returned. Chapter 880. Mortal sovereign did not refuse Zhou Xuanji's request to oversee the Kunlun origin court. And so, Zhou Xuanji took her back to the sovereign's plane. He summoned Jiang Shuai and Xian Xianghua. When the 2 girls saw mortal sovereign, they looked a little strange, especially Xian Xianghua. She used to regard mortal sovereign as her master. But now, she always felt awkward. I will teach you cultivation in the future. I will leave only after the sovereign returns, mortal sovereign said expressionlessly. Dark crimson dust said expressionlessly. His tone was very calm, and he had returned to his usual demeanor. Jiang Shui said gracefully, then, thank you. She had a smile on her face and her eyes. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. He had told her everything that happened between Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign. Mortal Sovereign nodded and said, you guys talk first. I will find a place to cultivate. After that, she flew toward the horizon. As soon as she left, the pressure on Xian Xianghua was immediately reduced. Should I call her sister now? Xian Xianghua asked with a faint smile. Jiang Shui was startled. She covered her mouth and laughed. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, that was just an accident. He and Mortal Sovereign did not have that kind of relationship, and Mortal Sovereign did not want to become his woman directly. So, he left it to fate. Next, he told the two girls about his upcoming journey. After listening to him, the two girls frowned. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In my opinion, the Kunlun Origin Court has encountered successive disasters because it has been stuck in its own ways and can never get out, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He raised his hand and rubbed the long hair of the two girls with a gentle expression. He planned to stay for a few years before leaving. As for Zhou Fa, he would wait a little longer. He believed that Zhou Fa would wait until he appeared. The Kunlun Origin Court was still establishing a new order. He had to wait for the god pillars to be selected. A year later, Zhou Xuanji met with nearly 10,000 god pillars in the Supreme Palace. The 12 ancestors stood at the forefront. Everyone was very nervous facing Zhou Xuanji. No one dared to whisper. They all lowered their heads and waited for Zhou Xuanji to speak. Before coming, they had imagined all kinds of scenes. They thought that this sovereign would be very immature. But they did not expect Zhou Xuanji's aura to be so powerful. Even if he did not deliberately reveal it, they still felt suffocated. The absolute difference in strength made them not dare to have any improper thoughts, only endless reverence. The 12 law ancestors were like this as well. They sighed in admiration in their hearts. It seemed like the Sword Emperor had made a huge breakthrough again. Compared to a few years ago, the pressure that Zhou Xuanji gave them was even greater. Zhou Xuanji said slowly, you are all the first god pillars. Don't think about taking care of your positions. From now on, there will be another god pillar selection every 1,000 years. The god pillar positions will be voted by the creatures in the divine range. If you can maintain the highest number of votes, you can be re-elected. If you don't have the highest number of votes, you will be replaced. If you fail, you will still have a chance to run for the position of the divine pillar in the future, understand? The expressions of all the divine pillars changed greatly, falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Even the 12 ancestors of law were shocked. When they thought about it, they were instantly shocked. Such a rule could indeed spur on the divine pillars. If it was the branch master, he would probably overturn the heavens. The divine ranges belong to the Kunlun Origin Court, but they also belong to themselves. Zhou Xuanji was very clear about the feelings of the branch masters. When he was the Emperor Sword Divine Range's range master, he did not want to be controlled by others. The god pillars he promoted were not taking away the freedom of the divine ranges. On the contrary, he was giving the creatures in the divine ranges a chance. The range masters might be furious, but everyone would be happy. Who did not want to climb higher and higher? Understood. Who dares not to understand? Senior Mei suddenly shouted. All the god pillars trembled in fear, and they responded in unison. Understood. Nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators shouted in unison. Their aura was so powerful that it seemed like they were going to turn the Supreme Palace upside down. The cultivation of these god pillars ranged from Tao Ancestor to Origin Fusion Divine Lord. After all, many divine ranges were powerful. Their top combat power was Tao Ancestor. Zhou Xuanji looked around and said, next, I will talk about the future plans of the Kunlun Origin Court. My goal is not just the Kunlun origin court and the worlds below. I want to break out of the Kunlun origin court. I believe everyone has more or less heard that there are other realms outside the Kunlun origin court. They were created by the sages. Before this, Sovereign Darkness and Sovereign Wuxia had been outside. I want to make the Kunlun origin court stronger and surpass all the previous eras. Everyone in the palace was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji's words made them feel like they were coming from the Arabian Nights. Hold on. According to the sovereign, could it be that there were other realms outside the Kunlun origin court that could threaten the safety of the Kunlun origin court? Surprise, fear, and excitement filled their hearts, making them feel very confused. The 12 ancestors looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They were already aware of the threat of other realms. If it was Sovereign Wuxia who said this, they would only be worried. But since it was Zhou Xuanji, they somehow believed him. They saw a kind of hope in Zhou Xuanji. And a kind of domineering aura that Sovereign Wuxia did not have. He had become a sovereign at the age of 2000. Such brilliance had never been seen before. Also, after the God Pillars matter is settled, I will leave the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji continued. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. With these words, everyone was shocked. Leave. The 12 ancestors were the most terrified. They had already experienced the dark period without sovereigns. They did not want to experience it again. Sovereign. You. The ancestors hurriedly tried to persuade Zhou Xuanji. But just when they opened their mouths, they saw Zhou Xuanji raise his hand. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not that I won't return. This is an invitation from a great sovereign. Do you understand what a great sovereign is? It's someone who is as powerful as me or even more powerful than me. He has gathered dozens of great sovereigns. I'm going to understand the situation outside the Kunlun origin court." Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. Dozens of great sovereigns. Their first reaction was that Zhou Xuanji had gone crazy. Everyone, the Kunlun origin court has just been attacked by 3 great sovereigns. We can't be like before. We can't just sit and wait for death. The next plan is for all the divine ranges to stop all wars. All of you must cultivate hard. Without my order, if any divine range dares to start a war, I will annihilate them. Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice. His domineering aura made all the God Pillars tremble in fear. When you go back, tell your range masters that not only must everyone cultivate hard, but so must the range masters and God Pillars. All of you, go back. Origin Court divine soldiers will come to hand over various tasks to you. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and teleported everyone out. Below the sovereign plane, the God Pillars and the 12 ancestors were stunned in the air. They looked at each other in dismay and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, an Origin Fusion Divine Lord sighed in amazement, "Our sovereign is really amazing. I'm afraid that if we follow him, we will really surpass the past and present." Chapter 881. Yes, although it was very risky, his decisiveness was indeed very impressive. The previous Supremes never had such foresight like him. That's right, I'm starting to look forward to the future Kunlun Origin Court. That's good too. Without the war, everyone can cultivate in peace. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for a sovereign to meet dozens of grand sovereigns rashly? Don't worry. If he was so rash, he would have died long ago. How old is the Sword Emperor? It's impossible to reach this step by relying on talent alone. The Divine Pillars discussed spiritedly, most of them extremely excited. Senior Mei turned around, looked at them, and said in a clear voice, "All right, everyone, supremacy has already confided in you. The future of the Kunlun Origin Court is in the hands of all of us. I hope that you will live up to Supremacy's expectations and benefit the Kunlun Origin Court. Go back now. Yes. The divine pillars saluted and left one after another. The 12 law ancestors did not tarry and left together. Very soon, the various divine ranges announced a ceasefire. They responded to the sword Thearcha's call and cultivated diligently together. Under Zhou Xuanji's command, the Origin Court began to build momentum. All kinds of news about the Outer Court domain and the Great Supreme were circulating in the Origin Court. Cultivating for the Kunlun Origin Court. This sentence resounded throughout the Kunlun Origin Court at an extremely fast speed, becoming a declaration passed down by all living beings. Everyone in the Origin Court admired Jizun. Such a method was truly powerful. He could easily unite all living beings into an iron plate, and at the same time, he had also aroused the enthusiasm of all living beings to cultivate. When the news reached Emperor Sword Divine Range, all the disciples were proud. Zhou Xuanji could decisively change the Kunlun Origin Court as soon as he became the sovereign. This had already surpassed many sovereigns. Most of the Supreme Venerables would be cautious for a period of time after they took up their positions. They wanted to take care of the feelings of the various divine ranges. This was because the majority of Supremes were able to ascend to their current positions thanks to the support of some divine ranges. But Zhou Xuanji's decision was to treat everyone equally. He did not give special consideration to any divine range. Such a supreme being could convince all living beings. Several years later, Zhou Xuanji tore open spacetime and came to the outside of the Kunlun Origin Court. He walked slowly in the boundless darkness. The Emperor Sword and Soul Kunlun Sword levitated by his side, giving off black, white, and red lights that illuminated the surrounding 100 kilometers. He was like the sun. Wherever he went, there would be light. Xiao! A voice came. Zhou Xuanji did not need to look to know that it was Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa quickly flew over and said respectfully, "Jizun, you've come." Now, he did not dare to do anything overboard when facing Zhou Xuanji. He nonchalantly glanced at the Life and Death Emperor Sword and the Soul Kunlun Sword. He was shocked. This kind of treasure. He was also a person who loved swords, but this was the first time he had seen such a divine sword. If it weren't for his rationality warning him, he would have continued to stare at the two swords. Lead the way. Zhou Xuanji instructed indifferently. He used to be interested in Zhou Fa, but now, he had no interest at all. He had seen through Zhou Fa's identity. Back then, he had experienced a great war in the northern wilderness region and ended up in a village, teaching the children there. One of the children wanted to be his disciple, so he taught the villagers how to practice the sword. What was worth mentioning was that this kid had another identity. Ji Xian. To him, this name was like a star in the sky, a legend. Later on, Ji Xian accidentally entered the space-time turbulence and accidentally flew out of the Kunlun Origin Court, encountering the Darkness Sovereign. All of this could only be seen after Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign. His soul source had already reached the pinnacle, and he could see Zhou Fa's past with just a glance. Zhou Fa flew in front, not daring to look back. After leaving the dark area, they entered a universe space that was constantly changing between green and red. This place was filled with a kind of scorching energy gas. If one didn't reach the Saint Realm, they would be turned into ashes immediately. Zhou Xuanji scanned this universe with his divine will. At this moment, his two divine swords suddenly vibrated. Zhou Fa, who was in front, heard the commotion. His body immediately stiffened. Ha ha ha. You are the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji. A burst of heroic laughter came. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Fa turned their heads to look. A man in a yellow robe walked over. His body was surrounded by runes of blue light, and he wore a divine beast crown on his head. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Fei's expression changed the moment he saw him. How come it's him? Zhou Fei's eyes widened as waves of shock surged in his heart. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "Who are you?" His divine will captured Zhou Fei's expression. It seemed that Zhou Fei wasn't in the same camp as this person. "You can call me Han Jinggu. I once went to the Kunlun Origin Court and gave pointers to a kid. That kid is called Dao Hu. I don't know if he's dead or alive," the man in the yellow robe explained with a smile. The yellow-robed man said with a smile. He was very generous. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side and sized him up before praising, "What a good soul origin. The sword Dao you created is very good. I once met a great sovereign with great attainments in the sword Dao. This time, I can introduce you to him." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. His attention was attracted by Dao Hu. It turned out that Dao Hu had received pointers from this great sovereign. No wonder he was so powerful. He curiously asked, "What do you think about the sovereign's opportunity?" Han Jinggu replied, "It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. You should be thinking the same thing. The courtyard realms are very far away from each other, and the various domains are in different planes. It's also what every single great supreme being wants to gather here. There were many existences like Shen Yanxing. Most of the great sovereigns were still uneasy. It would be a good thing if they could get to know more great sovereigns." Zhou Xuanji nodded and started chatting with Han Jinggu. The three of them continued to move forward. Zhou Fei flew in front, extremely nervous. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he tried to remain calm. "This kid is your son. He looks like you, but his aura isn't from you. He has many kinds of powers in his body, and this isn't a good thing. Sooner or later, he'll play himself to death." Han Jinggu looked at Zhou Fei and asked mockingly. When Zhou Fei heard this, his body stiffened, and he felt very unnatural. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "It's not my son. He was also sent by a great sovereign. If it wasn't for that great sovereign, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come." Hearing this, Han Jinggu's interest was piqued. He shouted, "Hey, kid, what's the name of the great supreme being behind you?" Zhou Fei turned around and said respectfully, "Senior, I don't know either. I was caught as soon as I left the Kunlun Origin Court. He never revealed his name to me." Han Jinggu frowned, his eyes turning sharp. Zhou Fei didn't dare to look him in the eye and quickly turned his head away. The atmosphere became silent. Zhou Xuanji had a smile on his face, but he was on guard in his heart, in case Han Jinggu attacked at any moment. This guy was too close to him. This wasn't a distance that should exist when they first met. However, he wasn't too afraid. Han Jinggu was very strong, but he didn't feel a great threat. Han Jinggu suddenly said, "I'm afraid this meeting won't be as good as we thought. If there is a fight, Brother Zhou, how about you and I join hands?" Chapter 882. That's naturally a good thing. Thank you for taking a liking to me. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile at Han Jinggu's request. If Han Jinggu hadn't made this request, he might have thought too much about it. Now it seemed that Han Jinggu's interest in him came from finding helpers. Ha ha ha. All right. If you and I join hands, we will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Han Jinggu laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. Following this, he became even more enthusiastic and began to tell Zhou Xuanji about his experiences outside the court. Han Jinggu also came from a Fang court realm, and the ancestor of that Fang court realm was an ancient sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. It was very difficult for the vast majority of supreme beings to die, which was why they all established their own Dao realms that were scattered across different planes. It was very difficult to find all of them. Outside of the court realm, the hegemons and grand autarchs of the court realm were divided into different levels of power. Generally speaking, it could be divided into 9 courts. One court was the weakest, and the other 9 were the strongest. The grand paragons of the 9 halls needed to create or control the realms of the 9 halls. Once the destiny of the 9 halls fused together, their strength would reach the pinnacle. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "It's very difficult to control the other realms. I saw someone kill dozens of sovereigns." Han Jingge shook his head and said, "The supreme martial artists that person killed should have included origin supreme martial artists as well. It's impossible for all of them to be grand supreme martial artists. Besides, killing grand supreme martial artists is much more difficult than controlling other court realms. That's because our souls aren't limitless and can only withstand a single court realm. Furthermore, court realms and court realms will repel each other because of our luck. Since ancient times, how many grand supreme martial artists have died because they tried to forcefully fuse with court realms? Was this the great sovereign's way of playing him to death?" Zhou Xuanji suddenly wanted to ask Little Sovereign, did he die like this back then? They talked and laughed along the way, so it was not boring at all. The one who suffered the most was Zhou Fa. He couldn't hide his flustered emotions at all, and his body kept trembling. Zhou Xuanji was very curious if he was under some kind of evil spell. After all, Zhou Fa wasn't a greenhorn. He had dared to play around with the Kunlun origin court before. Even if he was afraid, he didn't need to go to this extent. They flew for about 20 hours. Ah! Zhou Fa suddenly hugged his head and screamed. He stopped and curled up in pain. Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately used his divine sense to scan his body. TSK, as expected, he suffered the backlash of the power. This brat is a pitiful worm, to actually be cast with such a sinister curse. He will forever be reduced to a puppet, unable to escape the control of the caster. Han Jinggu said, taking pleasure in Zhou Xuanji's misfortune. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji did not take Zhou Fa seriously. Their relationship was quite strange, which was why he mocked Zhou Fa directly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you recognize the person behind this technique?" Han Jinggu shook his head and said, "I don't know him, but we will meet him later." With a wave of his right hand, a white light flew out from his sleeve and entered Zhou Fa's body. Zhou Fa's body suddenly stretched out, and his screams came to an abrupt end. He looked at his hands in pleasant surprise, turned around and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help, Senior." "No need, I can only help you suppress it for a while. Continue to lead the way, this is your only value." Han Jinggu waved his hand, his expression disdainful. He was too lazy to say another word to Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa quickly turned around, and the 3 of them continued forward. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Since you were also invited, don't you know the route?" Zhou Fa's speed was really too slow. No hurry. It might not be a good thing to go earlier. I also want to see who is behind this brat. Han Jinggu shrugged with a smile, which made Zhou Fa's heart shudder. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Although they were already very familiar with each other, he still could not tell what Han Jinggu was thinking. In the blink of an eye. About 7 days passed. They came to another cosmic domain. The top of the universe was bright ahead, and countless pink petals floated down. At a glance, there were many floating islands of different sizes. They saw a dragon with 2 heads. Its body was thousands of meters long, and it was coiled in one place. It was sleeping peacefully, and the dragon's scales on its body were giving off a terrifying cold light. Other than this old dragon, there were many other giant beasts hiding in this cosmic space. The destination is ahead. Zhou Fa pointed at an archipelago far away and said with a nervous expression. There were a total of 12 floating islands in that archipelago. They were like beads strung together. The floating island in the middle was the largest. It was filled with majestic spiritual qi and was surrounded by clouds and mist. Zhou Xuanji had already sensed a dozen powerful auras, and none of them were weaker than him. He was shocked in his heart. They are really great sovereigns. Han Jinggu's expression was also a little unnatural. Apparently, he was also shocked. Two great sovereigns, come in, a majestic voice came. A majestic voice came. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and Han Jinggu immediately flew over, while Zhou Fa stayed where he was. At the same time, beside a lake in the archipelago, short tables were placed on the ground, and a total of 17 Grand Supremes were sitting on each of them, in a meditative posture. Among them, 16 great sovereigns were facing one person. That person had white hair and a youthful face. He was wearing a white robe with peach blossom patterns. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "The new sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court is coming. Everyone, prepare to welcome him." As soon as he said this, the 16 great sovereigns turned around and looked. Shen Yanqing was among these sovereigns. She furrowed her brow with a weird look on her face. He has become the great sovereign of the court realm. How long has it been? She was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's rapid progress. She originally thought that it would take Zhou Xuanji tens of thousands of years or even longer to officially become a great sovereign of the court. She didn't expect him to succeed now. What has he experienced? Just as she was in shock, Zhou Xuanji and Han Jinggu flew over and landed in the middle of the great sovereigns. "I'm Han Jinggu. Greetings, everyone." Han Jinggu took the lead and saluted with cupped hands. His expression was calm as he glanced at everyone present. Zhou Xuanji followed suit and announced his name. He was also shocked by the appearance of Shen Yanqing. Why is this girl here? This is troublesome. Based on his understanding of Shen Yanqing, this girl would definitely find trouble with him. Sure enough, noticing Zhou Xuanji's peripheral vision, Shen Yanqing revealed a dangerous smile, which made people shudder. Good, 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 two fellow Taoists, please take a seat. The old man in the white robe waved his hand and said with a smile. Immediately afterward, two short tables appeared out of thin air on the right of Shen Yanqing. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched as he followed Han Jinggu. Han Jinggu's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Yanqing. He walked up to Shen Yanqing and said with a smile, "Fairy, how about I sit next to you?" "No, let him sit," Shen Yanqing said expressionlessly. Shen Yanqing said expressionlessly, and Han Jinggu's face instantly froze. The other great sovereigns had a strange look on their faces. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Zhou Xuanji and Shen Yanqing. Han Jinggu burst into laughter before he walked to the short table next to him and sat down. Zhou Xuanji was helpless. He could only sit at the short table between the two. Not bad. Your cultivation has risen so fast. I guess I can't use you as a cauldron now, right? Shen Yanqing supported her chin with her right hand as she looked at Zhou Xuanji from the corner of her eyes. Chapter 883. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer Shen Yanqing but glanced at the other great sovereigns. Those great sovereigns were also observing him. His identity as the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court made him the most eye-catching existence. I am Sovereign Xiaoyao. I used to be the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. I have left the Kunlun Origin Court for billions of years. Sword Emperor, how is the Kunlun Origin Court now? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar asked with a smile. His words surprised Zhou Xuanji. Sovereign Xiaoyao. This name also left behind a mark in the long river of history. He reigned for 3 billion years, taking in countless disciples, and the next supreme being was one of his disciples. Many profound methods were passed down from him, and for the cultivation of the later generations, it was of great use. Zhou Xuanji immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Greetings, senior." No one would lie on such an occasion. Sovereign Xiaoyao was very happy. He chatted with Zhou Xuanji. The other sovereigns weren't idle either. They chatted with Han Jinggu. The atmosphere became lively. The old man in a peach blossom robe had been observing all the great sovereigns present with a smile on his face. He looked amiable without any shrewdness. Shen Nianqing didn't speak. She held her chin and looked at Zhou Xuanji. The expression in her eyes kept changing. No one could guess what she was thinking. After some communication, Zhou Xuanji got to know all the great sovereigns present. The old man in a peach blossom robe was called Su Aoxue. He had lived for many years. Some people guessed that he had the cultivation of the great sovereigns of the three courts. In this regard, he just smiled and said nothing. Su Aoxue was very calm. He didn't speak much. Most of the time, he let the great sovereigns present communicate freely. After an hour, another great sovereign arrived. This great sovereign's aura was unstable. He had obviously just broken through. In the face of so many great sovereigns present, he was a little nervous. Slowly, the great sovereigns began to talk about their experiences of becoming great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji also listened carefully. He wanted to learn something from other people's experiences. Ding! The grade of the legendary swords has been successfully updated. The divine swords, from low to high, are divided into ordinary stone, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, Armageddon, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, heaven essence, overturning heaven, connecting heaven, 9 extremes, chaos, mysterious Tao, supreme marquee, vast sky, myriad life fusion, origin court, myriad flower origin court, lord of karma cauldron, and great destruction. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he narrowed his eyes. Myriad flowers origin court. Lord karma cauldron. The great apocalypse. The addition of 3 levels sounded impressive. Zhou Xuanji thought about these 3 names in detail, trying to find out the meaning behind them. This sovereign's opportunity is not that simple. Don't listen to Su Aoxue and agree to whatever he says. You'd better have the same attitude as me. Shen Nianqing transmitted her voice to Zhou Xuanji in a lazy tone. Zhou Xuanji ignored him again. 6 hours later. Shen Nianqing's voice floated into Zhou Xuanji's ears. Don't look at how harmonious these guys are. Maybe they will fight after leaving this island. He said nothing. 10 hours later, Shen Nianqing transmitted her voice. Among the people present, only Su Aoxue and Sovereign Xiaoyao are truly powerful. The others are just a so-so. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He found it funny in his heart. This girl is really two-faced. I'm going to leave her hanging and see how much more she can say. Just like that, even if Zhou Xuanji didn't answer, Shen Nianqing would transmit her voice to him from time to time. Most of them were complaining about the sovereigns present. After a month, 33 great sovereigns gathered by the lake. Most of them maintained their human form, but some of them looked quite strange. It's almost time. Everyone has come from afar. Apart from making friends, you also want to know the whereabouts of the sovereign's opportunity, right? Su Aoxue slowly stood up with his hands on his knees. He glanced at all the great sovereigns and said with a smile, we all know that there are 3 sovereigns' opportunities in countless planes. One can command all the great sovereigns, unify all the court realms, and usher in the golden age of the primeval sovereign. All the great sovereigns immediately sat up straight, waiting for him to continue. Zhou Xuanji was also very interested in the sovereign's opportunity. He had previously guessed that the supreme legendary sword system was transformed from one of the sovereign's opportunities, but he wasn't sure. The supreme legendary sword system transformed from the primeval's opportunity was indeed powerful, but it needed to be strengthened step by step. There was no end to it. Compared with the rumored sovereign's opportunity, it was far from it. I found the news of this sovereign's opportunity from a destroyed plane. I don't know who its owner is, but the jade slip he left clearly recorded that there is a sovereign's opportunity in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. Everyone should have heard of what the Myriad Domain Devil Lair is, Su Aoshue said leisurely. He put his hands behind his waist and walked to the front of the short table. All the sovereigns were shocked. Myriad Domain Devil Lair. The grumpy man almost slammed the table and stood up. Senior, are you sure you are not joking? Han Jinggu asked in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with anger. The other great sovereign's eyes also turned unfriendly. The previous harmony and cheerfulness had disappeared. Su Aoshue said with a smile, I'm not joking. Everyone, please calm down. Let me explain in detail. The Myriad Domain Devil Lair is an abyss left behind by the ancient sages when they created the universe. Anyone who enters will die. But have you ever thought about what kind of power could create such an abyss? Can't one jump to another plane after the universe is destroyed? I guess there must be something maintaining the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. It can devour great sovereigns. If it's not the sovereign's opportunity, what is it? His words made the great sovereigns frown deeply. No one who could reach the cultivation of great sovereign was a fool. The great sovereigns were already thinking about how to retreat. Zhou Xuanji was listening with great interest. It was his first time hearing about the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. He wanted to see how Su Aoshue would continue to make up stories. How could the clue of the sovereign's opportunity appear in a destroyed plane so casually? It was enough for him to come here and meet so many great sovereigns. Everyone, you may think that I am fooling you. After all, the sovereign's opportunity can only be obtained by one person. I may be using you. But you don't know that there have been many examples of people enjoying the sovereign's opportunity in history. You know about the 18 Purple Sky Formation, right? They shared the sovereign's opportunity. I learned about this from my revered master. He is the descendant of the 18 Purple Sky Formation, Su Aoshue continued. Facing the attitude of the sovereigns, he didn't get angry. He still had a smile on his face. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. Seeing this, he had to change the topic and said with a smile, everyone, think about it first. Next, I will give you the wine that I brewed for 1 billion years. With a wave of his right hand, wine pots appeared on the short table in front of the great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji stared at the wine pots vigilantly. It can't be poisonous, right? The eyes of the other great sovereigns flickered. They were weighing whether to drink it or not. Su Aoshue, have you ever been to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair? Shen Yinxing suddenly asked, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 884. Yes, I have. That's why I'm asking for your help. I've stayed at the edge of the 10,000 domain demon nest for hundreds of millions of years, and I know that the 10,000 domain demon nest has a stable period. During the stable period, the resentful demons and the demon tide inside will disappear. However, I can't be sure how long the stable period will be. Su Aoshue replied with a serious expression. He stared at Shen Yanqing and continued, this is an opportunity. It is already very difficult for you to become stronger. Don't you want to give it a try? I will go with you. The 10,000 domain devil lair is equally dangerous to you and me. I can't set up an ambush to harm you. His words made the other Grand Supremes fall into deep thought. That was right. No matter how strong Su Aoshue was, it was impossible for him to set up an ambush in the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. That was a dangerous place, and anyone who entered would die. Perhaps it wasn't certain death, but none of the creatures that rushed in managed to escape. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He was not interested in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. With his sharp senses, he could tell that this was a trap. If he was Su Aoshue, even if he couldn't obtain the Paragon's opportunity, he wouldn't leak it out. There were only two possibilities. Firstly, it was a lie. Secondly, he had already obtained the supreme opportunity. Therefore, no matter what Su Aoshue said, his heart would not waver. Shen Yanqing was also not interested in Su Aoshue's statement. She had a faint smile on her face and didn't point it out. Everyone, are you afraid that my wine is poisoned? Everyone here is a Grand Supreme, yet you're afraid of a cup of wine. Su Aoshue changed the topic and asked with a smile. Taunt. The faces of all the great Supremes fluctuated between green and red, hesitating as to whether or not they should drink it. Zhou Xuanji suddenly said, "Of course we have to drink wine. Why don't we drink it after we succeed? Senior, when are we going to act?" As soon as he said that, the other Grand Supremes also joined in. Exactly. The most important thing is the Paragon's opportunity. When are we leaving? This wine can be drunk at any time. Why now? Right now, I just want to find the Paragon's serendipity as soon as possible. That's right, we want to become an existence like the 18 Purple Dome Formation. Ha ha ha, I like Sword Emperor's determination. I also agree. Hearing these words, Su Aoshue looked at Zhou Xuanji meaningfully. Then he laughed and said, "That's right. That makes sense." He waved his right hand and all the wine disappeared. The Grand Supremes felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and smiles reappeared on their faces. "You're finished. He hates you." Shen Yanqing sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji, gloating. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and did not take it to heart. There were many people who opposed Su Aoshue, and there were also people who took the lead. Even if Su Aoshue wanted revenge, he would have to kill them one by one. After that, Su Aoshue began to explain his plan. There were still 10,000 years until the next stable period of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. During this period of time, he hoped that every Grand Supreme could store a huge amount of divine power and seal it in the space within their bodies, soul planes, or divine treasure spaces. The great Supremes all agreed, and the banquet ended. They left in twos and threes, talking and laughing. Zhou Xuanji and Han Jinggu returned together, but Shen Yanqing wanted to follow. "Looks like this fairy likes my brother Zhou." Han Jinggu winked and said with a teasing look. He wasn't jealous of Zhou Xuanji. With his identity, he didn't lack beautiful partners at all. Not only that, but Shen Yanqing was also very dangerous. How could he hope to be favored by Shen Yanqing? Shen Yanqing smiled gently and followed beside Zhou Xuanji like a little wife. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and burst into laughter. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Shen Yanqing was very cute. Previously, he was still thinking about how to fight against Shen Yanqing, but now he felt that she was not so hateful. No. This lass was pretending. Zhou Xuanji warned himself in his heart to stay awake and not be confused by the divine star. In the past, Xian Xianghua was even more temperamental than Shen Yanqing. Never believe a woman's change. Especially bad women. The three of them flew out of this plane and traveled through the space-time tunnel. After leaving the floating island, Zhou Xuanji found that Zhou Fa had disappeared. They were the first group of Grand Supremes to leave the floating island, which meant that Zhou Fa's master wasn't a guest Grand Supremes on the floating island. There was another possibility. Zhou Fa's master was Su Aoshue. "We have to be careful. I can sense danger," Han Jinggu said in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji also sensed it. He spread out his divine sense, and the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death and Soul Kunlun's sword appeared behind him at the same time, giving off powerful might. Shen Yanqing looked at the two swords in surprise. She was surprised. What kind of sword is this? The three stopped talking and moved forward at full speed. They traveled through time and space. They had already forgotten the direction. They just wanted to get rid of the danger behind them. Aren't you very strong? Why are you afraid now? Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but tease. The other party hadn't made a move yet. It seemed that he was afraid. Once the three of them separated, the other party would definitely attack. Shen Yinxing curled her lips and said, "How am I afraid? I just want to go back and see my sister." "Is she your wife now?" Han Jinggu raised his brow when he heard this. He laughed loudly and said, "Oh, it turns out that you are in-laws. It seems that you can't separate." He deliberately said this to the existence that was following them. He wanted that guy to retreat. Shen Yinxing covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "It's not just in-laws. I will marry him soon. He can become a grand sovereign thanks to my yin and yang technique." Han Jinggu laughed even louder when he heard this. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This girl is slandering me. However, he didn't explain. It was best not to explain now. After an hour, the killing intent disappeared. It seemed like the other party had given up. Han Jinggu sighed, "This banquet is indeed full of danger. I wonder if it's Su Aoshue or the other Grand Supremes who can't see through it." If it was Su Aoshue, there was no need to go through so much trouble. That guy was still waiting for them to go to the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. It doesn't matter who it is. I've learned a lot from this banquet, and I'm very satisfied. As for the trip to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair, forget it. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. Han Jinggu nodded as well. "Ha ha ha, to be able to get to know Brother Zhou and Goddess, I've gained a lot. Let's talk again in the future." Han Jinggu laughed. Zhou Xuanji asked in surprise, "You're leaving now?" Han Jinggu nodded. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back. He spread them and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the space-time turbulence. "Brother Zhou, no, Sword Emperor, the outside world of the court realm is very vast, and it is also very confusing. One day, you and I will definitely meet again. I believe that at that time, you will surprise me." Han Jinggu left, leaving behind only his hearty laughter. Shen Yinxing jokingly said, "This guy is very dangerous." Fortunately, he left. Zhou Xuanji doubtfully asked, "What do you mean?" Han Jinggu gave him a good impression. But from what Shen Yinxing said, Han Jinggu was far more unfathomable than he thought. Chapter 885. Can't you see? That killing intent isn't directed at you, but at Han Jinggu. This guy pretends to be there to protect you, but in reality, tsk tisk. Shen Yinxing smiled contemptuously. No one knew who she was looking down on. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but think. It seemed that he hadn't incurred the hatred of the other grand sovereigns. That's good too. It's better to avoid trouble. Then, he and Shen Yinxing continued to fly forward. Zhou Xuanji had left a demon god avatar in the sovereign plane, so he could clearly sense the location of the Kunlun origin court. There were simply too many cosmic domains outside the court. Even a Grand Supreme could easily get lost. Along the way, Shen Yinxing didn't ask Zhou Xuanji how he broke through to Great Sovereign, nor did she mention anything about what had happened before. She told Zhou Xuanji about her experiences outside the court, and Zhou Xuanji was very interested in all sorts of amazing things. The universe domain outside the court was collectively known as the Boundless Universe. No one knew exactly how big the boundless cosmos was, because countless generations of great sovereigns had been opening up their own worlds, expanding the boundless cosmos. Most of the past supremes of the Kunlun origin court were still alive, and they had already created their own court realms. Because of this, the Kunlun origin court was widely known in the endless universe, and it was known as the origin of all living beings. Shen Yinxing's attitude toward Zhou Xuanji had improved significantly. Every time Zhou Xuanji asked her about something, she would patiently answer him. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, the two returned to the Kunlun origin court. I'll go take a look at Golden Crown Divine Lord first. Don't worry about me. After dropping this sentence, Shen Nianqing disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and returned to the sovereign plain. At this moment, Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui were sitting side by side on the cliff, facing the vast sky as they cultivated. Supremacy Crimson Dust stood behind them, her red dress fluttering in the cool breeze. It was as if she was wrapped in red flames, looking extremely beautiful. The mortal world is the secular world, and the secular world is everywhere. When you cultivate, you can think back to the past. Dark Crimson Dust said slowly as he stared off into the horizon. She smiled because she saw Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled at her from afar and said nothing. He flew into the Supreme Palace silently to cultivate. Sovereign Hongqin did not interrupt Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui's cultivation. He continued to explain to them. Several years later, Sovereign Crimson Dust said, "All right, let's end our cultivation here. The Sword Emperor has returned. You can go and see him." After saying that, Supreme Hongqin turned into a wisp of Hongqin Qi and dissipated. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They immediately turned into two rays of light and flew away. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne and looked at the Soul Kunlun sword floating in front of him, deep in thought. Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua flew into the hall and landed beside him. "Why didn't you tell us that you were back?" Xian Xianghua rebuked, while Jiang Shui looked at him affectionately. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to come back so soon. This was good as well, they did not have to worry too much. Zhou Xuanji pulled them into his embrace and told them what had happened during this period of time. After he finished speaking, the two women were filled with emotion. "I didn't expect that there would be such a big world outside the Kunlun origin court. It seems like the sages of the past really couldn't stop." Throughout history, the vast majority of sovereigns would leave the Kunlun origin court after they abdicated to open up a new universe. They would never return. Over time, in the eyes of later generations, they had all died outside the court. Jiang Shui asked worriedly, "Will those great supremes target our Kunlun origin court, especially the one behind Zhou Fa?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Sovereign Wu Zhou has many enemies outside. Has he seen any of his enemies attacking? The Kunlun origin court should have some kind of protection, which is why it can exist for so long. After all, this is the origin of all living beings." Previously, Dark Sovereign hated the Kunlun origin court and was unable to extricate himself from the abyss of hatred. The Sword Emperor came from anti-Kunlun, and what he wanted to do was to occupy the Kunlun origin court's providence. Both of them were very special and couldn't be lumped together. The two ladies nodded. They felt that what Zhou Xuanji said made sense. How many sovereigns had gone out in the past? How could they not have enemies? If he wanted revenge, he would have come a long time ago. "From now on, all of you will follow me and cultivate." Zhou Xuanji let go of his hand and said with a gentle smile. The two ladies also smiled. Two treasure chairs appeared next to them, and they sat down. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and channeled his energy. In an instant, the two women felt that everything around them suddenly shattered. A majestic Tao energy enveloped them from all directions. So strong, Xian Xianghua's beautiful eyes widened as she mumbled to herself. Jiang Shui was also shocked. At this moment, they felt that their cultivation could be enhanced just by breathing. It was the first time they had encountered such a scene. Outside the Supreme Palace, on a floating island in the distance, Sovereign Hongqin, who was strolling in the courtyard, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the giant mountain on the horizon, murmuring, "How strong are you now?" In a dark palace, Golden Crown Divine Lord was crawling on the ground, shivering. After so long, his body was wrapped in a layer of beast skin. It seemed that even his golden hair hadn't grown out. Shen Yanqing stood on the high platform in front of him, frowning. No one knew what she was thinking. Golden Crown Divine Lord was uneasy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, it really has nothing to do with me. I have never been out of the world before, let alone know a great sovereign." His eyes fell on the ground. A small silver token was lying on the ground. A strange divine beast was carved on it. It looked like a tiger. Shen Yanqing took a deep breath and said, "Do you know what this is? This is the universe kill order. Once this order appears, the person being hunted will die without a doubt." "Where did you pick it up?" Golden Crown Divine Lord trembled in fear. He quickly replied, "I picked it up next to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. I was very interested in Zhou Xuanji's divine range, so I went for a stroll. Then, I met his son. We had a good chat. Just as we finished talking, this token tore the space and flew over. I took it away." His heart was filled with regret. Previously, he felt that this token was exquisite and gorgeous, so he took it away and hung it around his neck. He didn't expect it to have such a background. Zhou Xuanji's son. Shen Yanqing's brow furrowed even more. She immediately disappeared. On the other side, on a meteorite outside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Tanhua was practicing his sword. He held the sword with one hand as his figure kept moving. Lightning intertwined on the blade. The speed of the sword was as fast as the wind, causing the space to ripple like the surface of a lake under a strong wind. Shen Yanqing appeared above the meteorite, looking down at Zhou Tanhua below, sizing him up. "Ha!" She suddenly cried out, looking a little surprised. Zhou Tanhua, who had already reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level, didn't notice her arrival. He was still focused on practicing his sword. After a while, Shen Yanqing had a complicated look in her eyes as she murmured, "Zhou Xuanji, I didn't expect your son to be so amazing." Chapter 886. Ever since he assumed the position of the Emperor Sword Divine Range's master, Zhou Tanhua's cultivation had not fallen behind. He had let Daoya Old Man and Xiao Jinghong handle most of the affairs of the Divine Range for the time being. Only when there were big decisions would he ask Zhou Tanhua. Xiao Jinghong was now a deity pillar of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The 12 ancestors were very understanding. After knowing that Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's only disciple, they chose Xiao Jinghong as a deity pillar straight away. No one in the Emperor Sword Divine Range objected to this. Regardless of his identity, Xiao Jinghong's character was still trustworthy. Zhou Tanhua liked to study the Sword Dao and create his own Sword Dao magical ability. He even accepted some disciples in the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Many disciples believed that his aptitude was not inferior to his father's. At this moment, he felt uneasy as he practiced his swordsmanship. He frowned slightly, feeling that something bad was about to happen. He suddenly stopped and looked up. There were no living creatures in the starry sky above the meteorite. Strange. He muttered to himself, then shook his head and continued to practice. Little did he know that someone was looking at him. Shen Yanqing was still floating above. She wrapped her divine power around herself and isolated the vision of the exterminating divine eyes. She watched for a while and then left. From beginning to end, she did not disturb Zhou Tanhua. As soon as she left, Zhou Tanhua's mood suddenly calmed down. Strange. Zhou Tanhua muttered to himself and subconsciously looked at the top of Origin Court. Could it be that his father was spying on him? But if it was his father, why would he feel uneasy? Sovereign Plain. Shen Yanqing sneaked in without anyone noticing and broke into the Supreme Hall. Upon seeing her, Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui immediately stood up and prepared to fight. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and motioned for them to calm down. Tsk. Isn't it blissful to cultivate with your 2 wives? Shen Yanqing teased, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she threw out the Universe Kill Medallion, which floated in the air. What is this? Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. Jiang Shuai and Xian Xianghua looked at each other and immediately guessed his identity. The younger sister of the mortal world supreme, Shen Yanqing. Universe Killing Order. Then, she introduced the origin of the Universe Kill Order to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why had a Universe Killing Order appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court? Could it be that the mysterious existence that had been chasing after them hadn't given up? This kill order is aimed at your son. His talent is extraordinary, just like yours. However, you have already become a supreme being and have the protection of the Origin Court, but he is different. I reckon that he has already appeared in the calculations of many great supreme beings. Shen Yanqing said meaningfully, making Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. Jiang Shuai asked, is there a way to solve it? Shen Yanqing glanced at her and said casually, we can only wait for the other party to come to our door. We can't escape, but the other party may be afraid of the Kunlun Origin Court. For the time being, let him stay in the Kunlun Origin Court with peace of mind. Don't run out. She had a good impression of Zhou Tanhua. He was like Zhou Xuanji's youth. With his cultivation, can he leave the Origin Court? Xian Xianghua coldly snorted as if she was despising Shen Yanqing's ignorance. For some reason, she instinctively resisted Shen Yanqing. He felt that this woman was very annoying. Because when she saw this woman, she inexplicably thought of herself in the past. Shen Yanqing smiled and stopped talking. Other than that, is there anything else? Zhou Xuanji asked, his eyes fixed on Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing smiled and said, of course. As her voice fell, she suddenly turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Xian Xianghua. Clang! Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of Xian Xianghua out of thin air. Holding the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death, he blocked Shen Yanqing's right hand. Shen Yanqing's nails were so beautiful, but they were as hard as the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death. Her fingertips collided with the blade of the sword, causing the blade to tremble. She followed suit and retreated, clicking her tongue in wonder. Your strength is not like that of a great sovereign who has just entered the court realm. Zhou Xuanji coldly asked, what do you want to do? The Kunlun Soul Sword appeared behind him, emitting a red light with a trace of green smoke. Shen Yanqing covered her mouth and laughed. Her smile was so beautiful. She turned around and walked towards the gate. Xian Xianghua wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to step forward to stop her but was stopped by Zhou Xuanji. In the Kunlun Origin Court, you had better not cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our old relationship and fighting to the death with you, Zhou Xuanji reminded. He could see that Shen Yanqing didn't have any killing intent towards Xian Xianghua. But because of this, he felt a headache. What is this girl thinking all day long? Shen Yanqing laughed heartily as she disappeared. Her aura was still in the sovereign plane. He reckoned that she had gone to find Sovereign Hongqin. Xuanji, will she? Jiang Shuai asked worriedly. She didn't finish her sentence, but Zhou Xuanji understood what she meant. He shook his head and said, don't worry, she will know what to do. She has come to the Kunlun Origin Court more than once. She has only killed Sovereign Kongsheng. From Shen Yanqing's words, he could infer that the Kunlun Origin Court was feared by the endless universe and also by Shen Yanqing. In the dark void, Su Aoshue was walking in the air, followed by Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign, who used to be insufferably arrogant in the past, were like two walking corpses at this moment. Their heads were lowered and their temperament was decadent. Su Aoshue looked ahead. His eyes were as indifferent as water. He faintly asked, Your Excellency, how long are you going to follow me? Just as his voice fell, a silver crack appeared 100 feet away on the left. A white thigh poked out, followed by a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam. Her silvery hair was fluttering in the wind. Her face was devastatingly beautiful. The corners of her red lips were raised. She looked extremely enchanting. As soon as he saw her, Su Aoshue couldn't help but frown. He asked in a deep voice, "Qilin Demon, why are you following me?" Qilin Demon covered her mouth and giggled, "I heard that you have information about the Sovereign's opportunity. Why don't you tell us Qilin 9 absolutes? We will give you a universe kill order in the future. How about it?" Su Aoshue frowned and didn't answer immediately. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign nervously looked at Qilin Demon. As soon as this woman appeared, they inexplicably felt as if they were facing death. Their bodies turned cold and stiff, unable to move. Universe kill order, it's really a big deal. But why do you Qilin 9 absolutes trust me so much? Su Aoshue asked with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with fear. He kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Qilin Demon slowly walked over and said with a smile, "It's our business whether we believe it or not. You only have one choice." Threat. Su Aoshue didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Okay, I agree." Qilin Demon smiled even more happily when she heard this. She was so beautiful, but Su Aoshue and the other two couldn't have any evil thoughts. At this moment, the three just wanted to escape as soon as possible. "It just so happens that I'm planning to go to the Kunlun Origin Court. Why don't you accompany me, lest I can't deal with that sovereign?" Qilin Demon smiled. She stopped less than 10 feet away from Su Aoshue. This distance made Su Aoshue frown. Chapter 887. Why are you going to the Kunlun Origin Court? Su Aoshue asked. His memory of Zhou Xuanji was still fresh. Although Zhou Xuanji was young, his divine energy was very pure. If they fought in the Kunlun Origin Court, it would be very difficult to win. Every Grand Supreme was invincible in their respective court realm, unless the difference in strength was more than 3 courts. The Qilin Demon blinked his eyes and said, "Another peerless genius has appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court, and there are still 2 of them. However, the strongest one has already become a sovereign and cannot be interfered with. The other one is still growing. Someone asked us, the Qilin 9 absolutes, to eliminate that brat." As soon as he said this, Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua. Su Aoshue wasn't surprised. The Kunlun Origin Court had produced peerless geniuses since ancient times, so it wasn't strange for 2 of them to appear at once. However, he was very curious as to who had invited the Qilin 9 absolutes. If one wanted to invite the Qilin 9 absolutes, one would have to pay a huge price. The Qilin Enchantress laughed mockingly and said, "The other party revealed your supreme being opportunity before we were willing to make a move." Su Aoshue's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Who was the one who leaked it? Could it be the great sovereigns he had invited before? Didn't those guys not believe it? The more Su Aoshue thought about it, the angrier he got. On second thought, he didn't have the ability to enter the Myriad Domain Demon Lair at the moment, so it wasn't a bad idea to let the Qilin 9 absolutes go. He even got a universal kill order because of it. In the boundless universe, the value of a universe kill order was immeasurable. This was also the reason why the 9 absolutes Qilin could look down on everyone. Once the universe killing order was issued, no matter how many Great Hall Supremes you were, you would definitely die. Kunlun Origin Court is the origin of the gods. Are you planning to barge in directly? Su Aoshue tilted his head to look at Qilin Mei and asked doubtfully. He had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before. Zhou Xuanji was definitely a ruthless character. He looked gentle, but his eyes were sharp. To be able to come this far, he must have stepped on countless bones. Qilin smiled charmingly and said, "You will understand when the time comes." Afterward, the four of them walked toward the Kunlun origin court. Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Red Dust Sovereign, and Shen Yanqing sat together. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Shen Yanqing crossed her arms in front of her chest, glanced at the four people, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you very nervous?" Dark Crimson Dust asked, "Why have you gathered us here?" She looked at her younger sister helplessly. In the past, Shen Yanqing was obedient to her, listened to her everything, and regarded her as the only dependence. Now, there was a deep estrangement between the two sisters. Even now, it had not been completely eliminated. Zhou Xuanji was very calm, waiting for Shen Yanqing to speak. "Naturally, it's for your son. During this time, I have been calculating and found that the killing intent against Zhou Tanhua is approaching. I want to accept Zhou Tanhua as my disciple. Do you have any objections?" She had seen Zhou Tanhua and felt that his aptitude was really strong. He might be the next Zhou Xuanji. "No." Xian Xianghua refused without hesitation. Sovereign Hongqin also furrowed her brow. She couldn't figure out her sister's true intentions. If Zhou Tanhua was harmed, how would she face Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji laughed unpleasantly. "He has me as his father, why does he need to take me as his master?" Shen Yanqing stared at him and said in a serious tone, "His aptitude is not inferior to yours, but you have already become a sovereign. If he stays in the Kunlun origin court, it will only limit his development. I will take him to see my revered master so that he can grow up quickly." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He naturally had expectations for his children, but it was too dangerous to leave the Kunlun origin court. Sovereign Hongqin solemnly asked, "Nianxing, you have to consider this matter seriously. There are still people hunting Tanhua outside." Jiang Shui kept staring at Shen Yanqing without saying a word, as if she wanted to see through her. Xian Xianghua, who was a little angry, also calmed down. If what Shen Yanqing said was true, this would be Zhou Tanhua's opportunity. "If I want to target him, I can take him away at any time without anyone knowing. Do I still need to discuss with you?" Shen Yanqing said in annoyance. She had good intentions but these guys didn't believe her. She suddenly thought of leaving. "Do you have a way to avoid the universe kill order?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He really wanted to take out the truth sword to test it but he felt that it would be too insulting to Shen Yanqing. "What's more, can the truth sword work on great sovereigns?" Shen Yanqing nodded and said, "I have a way to hide his fate. Although it's only for a while, it's enough for me to rush to my revered master's range. At that time, even the 9 absolutes of Qilin who issued the universe kill order will not be able to kill him." Her tone was full of confidence, looking down on the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment before he waved his right hand and Zhou Tanhua appeared behind him out of thin air. As soon as he saw the 5 people in front of him, Zhou Tanhua was stunned. He was still holding his sword with a dumbfounded look on his face. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sit down, I have something to discuss with you." Zhou Tanhua sat down between Zhou Xuanji and Xian Xianghua in a daze. Seeing him like this, Xian Xianghua couldn't help but touch his head. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this kid was really cute. Maybe it was because they might have to separate. Zhou Xuanji told Zhou Tanhua the ins and outs of the matter. After listening to the entire story, Zhou Tanhua's expression didn't change much. His calmness made Shen Yanqing and Sovereign Hongqin look up to him. This kid was really like his father. Zhou Tanhua smiled and said, "I'm willing to go. Leaving the Kunlun origin court can save the Kunlun origin court from a calamity. At the same time, I can also obtain opportunities." He looked at Xian Xianghua, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Mother, it seems like the position of branch master is destined to belong to you." When Xian Xianghua heard this, she pinched his ear reproachfully. At this time, this brat was still joking. "If you go out, you will also be in danger. Don't be in a rush to make a decision," Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Tanhua nodded. Then, he crossed his hands and closed his eyes in deep thought. Shen Yanqing burst out laughing. "Zhou Xuanji, your son obviously has an idea, but he is still pretending. Is this inherited? He is so pretentious." As soon as he said this, the corners of Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua's mouth twitched. When Xian Xianghua and Jiang Shui saw this, they also laughed. It was indeed very similar. "Ahem, then I've decided to leave. But before I leave, I want to see my sister. If I leave without saying goodbye, she'll definitely be very angry." Zhou Tanhua touched his nose and pretended to be serious. Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Tanhua and Xian Xianghua disappeared at the same time. Shen Yanqing got up and said, "It's settled then. Tell him to hurry up. I can feel the killing intent getting closer and closer. It won't be long before it arrives at the Kunlun Origin Court." As her voice fell, she gave Sovereign Hongchen a look, and the two women immediately left. Jiang Shui moved to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked softly, "Have you really decided?" She also regarded Zhou Tanhua as her son. It was natural for her to be worried. Zhou Xuanji calmly said, "A young eagle has to soar alone in the end. When I was his age, I had already begun to compete for the position of sovereign. The age gap between him and Zhou Tanhua wasn't big. At least in the Kunlun Origin Court, they could be brothers." Chapter 888. Zhou Tanhua and Xian Xianghua returned to the Emperor Sword Divine Range to explain. In less than 3 days, he left with Shen Yanqing. The range master of the Emperor Sword Divine Range was Xian Xianghua. After all, Zhou Xiaoxian was too impatient and Xiao Jinghong's cultivation wasn't high enough. It was difficult for him to support the majesty of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji sent them off. They came to the dark realm outside the Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua looked back at his father and said with a smile, "Father, don't worry. When I come back, I will definitely become your right-hand man and strengthen the Kunlun Origin Court with you." He smiled confidently. There was no sadness of parting at all. In fact, he felt very sad in his heart. But in order not to drag Zhou Xuanji down, he felt that he had to act free and easy. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Then we have an agreement. You have to come back. Don't go away and never return." Looking at him, Zhou Xuanji inexplicably thought of himself. He used to be like Zhou Tanhua. Now, he was a sovereign but he still couldn't cover the sky with one hand and protect his family. This made his heart a little heavy. Shen Yanqing, who was next to him, looked at the father and son. Her emotions were surging. She suddenly remembered the scene in the passageway between the two worlds. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in her eyes. After exhorting a few words, Zhou Xuanji let them set off. "Don't worry, I won't let him die." Shen Yanqing couldn't help but let out a cold snort when she saw Zhou Xuanji looking at Zhou Tanhua. She was a tyrannical existence who had hunted many great sovereigns. How could she be so weak and untrustworthy? Zhou Xuanji nodded before watching Shen Yanqing and Zhou Tanhua leave. Only after they disappeared into the darkness did he slowly retract his gaze. "If I find out who you are, I will make you regret it." Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he muttered to himself. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he mumbled to himself. After that, he turned around and returned to the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua's departure didn't change anything. The Kunlun Origin Court was still the same. Zhou Xuanji also began to work hard on cultivating. With the 12 law ancestors and the god pillars, the order of the Kunlun origin court was restored. The various origin cities became lively again. Due to the prohibition of war, many living beings in the Kunlun universe came and went in an endless stream. The entire Kunlun origin court seemed to be flourishing with each passing day. The interactions between the divine ranges had also increased. If they couldn't start a war, they would hold a tournament to hone their combat abilities. The origin court turned a blind eye to this. Zhou Xuanji came out of closed-door cultivation and discovered this, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sent a message to the 12 ancestors, telling everyone that they could fight, but they couldn't carry out a divine range war. Completely curbing the slaughter would only produce the opposite of the desired result. As long as it did not affect the divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji had no objections. Some people needed to fight to become stronger, while others needed to take revenge. These emotions could not be suppressed. Time flew by. Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 3000th birthday. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 3000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Myriad Flower Origin Court, 1000 Worlds Banishing Hegemon Sword, Outer Soul Doppelganger. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He opened his eyes, which flashed with a purple light. The Myriad Flowers Origin Court that surpassed the Origin Court Reversal Divine Sword. Zhou Xuanji had a feeling. Currently, he was not qualified to use the Thousand Realms Chaotic Executioner Sword. Soon, the sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Thousand Realms Hegemon Slayer Sword Grade, Myriad Flower Origin Court Description, a peerless overlord sword formed by the fusion of 1000 planes. It contains a horrifying power that can destroy everything. To use this sword, one must have at least the cultivation of the great sovereign of the 5 courts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. What did 1000 planes refer to? Only the cultivation of the great sovereign of the 5 courts could use it. This showed how domineering this sword was. After that, he continued to inherit the Outer Soul Doppelganger. A stream of memories flowed into his mind, allowing him to quickly master this divine ability. The Outer Soul Doppelganger divine ability used soul telekinesis to manifest a doppelganger. The doppelganger's aura was exactly the same as the original body, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The strength of the original body was related to the amount of soul telekinesis consumed. The greatest advantage of this divine ability was that it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily. Not bad. Although he only received 1 legendary sword for his birthday, it was still a huge gain for him. He got up and walked out of the Supreme Palace. On the cliff, Jiang Shui had already prepared a table of dishes and wine, waiting for him. Seeing him walking over, Jiang Shui got up and said with a gentle smile, "Xuanji, congratulations on reaching 3000 years old, 3000 years old. For mortals, this was such a long time." But in the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji was still not old enough to travel alone. Not only was Jiang Shui congratulating Zhou Xuanji, but the 12 ancestors were also busy. The entire Kunlun origin court congratulated Zhou Xuanji together. When everyone learned that Zhou Xuanji was only 3000 years old, they were all dumbfounded. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was very young, but they didn't know his exact age. Now that they heard about it, they were all stunned. For a moment, Zhou Xuanji was praised as the most powerful genius in history. "Congratulations to you too, you are already 3004 years old," Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a soft laugh. He walked to Jiang Shui's side, held her hand, and sat on the bench. Jiang Shui poured wine for him. The two talked about the past while facing the majestic immortal mist. Since Zhou Tanhua left, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation. Under his guidance, Jiang Shui had already reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Stage 1. Although Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power had been growing steadily, it was difficult for it to make a qualitative leap. According to Little Sovereign, if he wanted to break through to the Great Sovereign of the Second Court, he had to master another court. In other words, he had to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. However, the owner of the Universe Kill Order hadn't arrived yet. He couldn't leave. The two talked about the past for a while. Then, the topic fell on their children. I wonder how Tanhua is now. He hasn't replied after leaving for so long, Jiang Shui said worriedly. She was most worried about Zhou Tanhua. As for Zhou Xiaoxian, she was very safe in the Emperor Sword Divine range. Zhou Xuanji swirled the wine glass and calmly said, "He's fine. I have a hunch that he will surprise us the next time he comes back." Jiang Shui nodded and said with a smile, "Just like you. Every time you disappear and come back, you will surprise everyone." Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly. Like father, like son. The more powerful Zhou Tanhua was, the more face he would have as a father. Sword Emperor, can you come out for a gathering? At this moment, Su Aoshue's voice suddenly came. Zhou Xuanji put down his wine glass. He softly said, "I will go out for a while. Wait for me here." Having said this, he directly left the Kunlun Origin Court without waiting for Jiang Shui's response. In the Dark Domain, Su Aoshue, Qilin Demon, Zhou Fa, and Beast Sovereign were waiting. As soon as Zhou Xuanji appeared, the four's gazes quickly fell on him. The Qilin Demon looked at Zhou Xuanji with an evil smile on his face. He looked like a poisonous scorpion, making people shudder. "Sword Emperor, long time no see. How have you been?" Su Aoshue cupped his fists and said with a smile. He had an amiable look on his face. He was secretly surprised. "How long has it been? This kid's aura has become stronger again." Chapter 889. Not bad. May I know why Senior Su is here? Zhou Xuanji asked as he bowed. He could not help but glance at the Qilin Mei. He could sense that this woman was very dangerous. She tried her best to suppress her murderous intent, but Zhou Xuanji could still sense it. This woman came with ill intentions. Su Aoshue immediately introduced the Qilin charm to Zhou Xuanji. After hearing that the Qilin charm was one of the Qilin 9 absolutes, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. The universe-killing order was created by the Qilin 9 absolutes. Zhou Xuanji was immediately filled with murderous intent. "Sword Monarch, can I see your son?" The Qilin enchantress covered her mouth and smiled. Her demonic tone and expression seemed to have a deeper meaning. "No." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. The Imperial Sword of Life and Death and the Soul Kunlun sword appeared behind him. His gaze turned sharp. He wanted to fight. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign were secretly shocked, especially Beast Sovereign. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji didn't seem to be any weaker than Su Aoshue. How long has it been? Beast Sovereign thought bitterly. Zhou Xuanji is growing too fast. Previously, when he heard Zhou Fa's words, he felt that it was unreal. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was shaken to the core. His emotions were complicated, and he even wanted to find a hole to hide in. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more he would lose face. The Qilin demon laughed out loud. She laughed beautifully, as if she had heard a very funny joke. Su Aoshue frowned and transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. "The Qilin 9 absolutes are very powerful in the endless universe. Too many great sovereigns have died in their hands. Don't act recklessly." In his opinion, it was just a son. If he died, he could just have another one. It was not worth it to sacrifice his own life for this. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Qilin demon calmly without any fear. As for Su Aoshue, he did not have a good impression of him. This matter had nothing to do with Su Aoxue. If he wasn't here to lead the way, was he here to be a mediator? In his heart, Su Aoxue was already his enemy. The Qilin charm's expression also calmed down. She no longer had a smile on her face as she said coldly, "If you are unwilling, the consequences will be unimaginable." Kunlun Origin Court. So what? They, the 9 absolutes Qilin, were not afraid. You all acted for money and serendipity. If I pay a higher price to buy you all to kill your original employer, will that work? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Qilin enchantress shook her head and said, "We are selling the Universe Kill Medallion. We only sell it and don't take it back. If you want to take revenge, you can also buy the Universe Kill Medallion and let us kill that guy." It was really not a loss to sell and buy. The murderous intent in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew stronger. He was thinking about whether he should act directly. Qilin Mei was a little impatient and said, "Sword Emperor, since you can become a sovereign, you should be a smart person. Adapting to circumstances is the greatest ability to survive. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you will still die. To you, the Qilin 9 Absolutes is a power that transcends dimensions. We will not destroy the Kunlun Origin Court because of its past, but what about you? Even Wu Zhou has to avoid me." Su Aoxue nodded. He looked so cowardly in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Back at the banquet, Zhou Xuanji felt that Su Aoxue was unfathomable and had a deep understanding of the Tao. Now, it seemed that he had misjudged him. No matter how high one's cultivation was, without backbone, what kind of expert was he? It's useless to say more. Zhou Xuanji directly used the sword fusion technique. Except for the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword, all the other swords perfectly fused with his body, making his sovereign divine energy skyrocket. His aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a purple light lit up in the darkness behind him. Strands of purple light rushed over and quickly wrapped around him. The power of the Kunlun Origin Court. In the face of external forces, the Kunlun Origin Court would automatically help its sovereign. It was also Zhou Xuanji's first time using this power. He was inwardly shocked. This is too strong. No wonder little sovereign said that he wouldn't lose in the vicinity of his origin court. In an instant, his confidence exploded. He looked down on everything in his eyes. He raised his hands and grasped the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword. Purple light burst forth from his eyes. The aura of the Sword Emperor's sovereign was completely revealed. Su Aoxue and Qilin Mei were shocked at the same time. The Kunlun Origin Court is so strong. Qilin Mei was shocked. His eyes turned cold. Zhou Xuanji raised the Life and Death Emperor sword and poured all the sovereign divine energy in his body into the blade. The next moment, sword light burst forth and rushed up with unstoppable momentum. Without any hesitation, the sword slashed down. Su Aoxue immediately waved his hand and fled with Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign. Qilin Mei raised her hand and slapped. Immediately, a universe kill order appeared in front of her out of thin air. It quickly grew bigger and blocked the sword chi for her. Boom! The violent sword chi forced Qilin Mei to retreat. She gnashed her teeth and murmured, "This guy." At this moment, she suddenly understood the truth of the legend. Her figure flickered and disappeared into thin air. The universe kill order directly shattered and turned into ashes. Zhou Xuanji, offending the 9 absolutes of Qilin won't end well. Today, I will let you go for the time being. The next time the 9 absolutes of Qilin come, they will not only kill your son but also slaughter the Kunlun Origin Court. Qilin Mei's cold voice echoed in the dark domain for a long time. Zhou Xuanji didn't chase after them. He just sneered. It would take time for the 9 absolutes of Qilin to make a comeback. After all, the endless universe was so big. Even great sovereigns couldn't come and go easily. After confirming that the aura of Su Aoxue and Qilin Mei had completely disappeared, Zhou Xuanji returned to the sovereign plane. Jiang Shui was still waiting for him at the table. He appeared beside her and sat down. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shui asked as she poured wine for him. Zhou Xuanji told her everything that had happened. He looked calm and didn't panic at all. After he finished, Jiang Shui asked, "Can you deal with the 9 absolutes of Qilin?" Zhou Xuanji was able to force the Qilin Mei to retreat. This meant that he was very powerful, even in the endless universe. "I'm not sure. But we'll deal with it when it comes. Even if I say that the Tanhua isn't here, the 9 absolutes of Qilin will not give up." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Jiang Shui nodded. She understood this too. She couldn't help but sigh, "Your enemies are too big. Even if we cultivate with all our might, we can't keep up with you." Following Zhou Xuanji was both blissful and sad. No matter what kind of disaster they encountered, Zhou Xuanji was there to handle it. But at the same time, no matter what kind of enemy they encountered, they could only watch from the sidelines. Zhou Xuanji saw the worry in her eyes and said with a smile, "Your role to me is not to kill enemies with me. It's also very important to appease the rear." Jiang Shui smiled helplessly. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something. She said, "Should I go out and do something too?" Zhou Xuanji touched her nose and said with a smile, "Do what you want to do. I support you." Not to mention Jiang Shui, even Xian Xianghua, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian would find it difficult to catch up with his cultivation. "Then give me a god position," Jiang Shui tilted her head and said. Jiang Shui tilted her head and pondered. She began to imagine her future plans. Chapter 890. After the Qilin 9 absolutes left, Zhou Xuanji returned to his daily cultivation. He arranged a deity position for Jiang Shui and asked the 12 ancestors to announce it to the entire Kunlun origin court. Shitian goddess. Her job was to control the marriage in the origin court. In the Kunlun origin court, every creature was free in their emotions. But there could only be one Tao companion, just like a wife or a husband. Zhou Xuanji took Jiang Shui around the Kunlun origin court to choose a suitable female companion to serve her. This matter couldn't be handed over to the 12 ancestors, in case they were too cautious. This trip lasted for 3 years. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui chose 18 female cultivators from different divine ranges. All of them had the cultivation of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Each of them was calm and beautiful, worthy of Jiang Shui's identity. After returning to the sovereign plane, Zhou Xuanji guided the Kunlun origin court's fate into Jiang Shui's body, allowing her to see the fate of all living beings and find the most suitable marriage. Zhou Xuanji asked Jiang Shui to leave some variables. Some marriages couldn't be destined by the heavens. Everything should have variables for there to be hope. Jiang Shui opened her eyes and sighed, "Fate is truly mysterious. How many people are willing to sacrifice their lives for their love? In the end, they only get the other party's indifference. How many infatuated men and women have been separated by the world? Love is truly difficult." Only she and Zhou Xuanji were in the palace. The 18 goddesses were waiting outside. "So, you have to grasp it well and reduce the tragedy of fate in this world," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Then, he changed his tone and said meaningfully, "Marriage can only be arranged and cannot be forced, understand? Some marriages may be good for you, but they are torturous for the people involved." Jiang Shui nodded and rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Don't worry, I know all this. Love can't be forced." After that, Jiang Shui began to travel around the Kunlun origin court with the 18 goddesses. With their cultivation, few people in the origin court could hurt them. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was at the highest point and could see every corner of the Kunlun origin court. If they were in danger, he could immediately take action. No matter how far they were, he could reach them in an instant. After the birth of Shitian goddess, Zhou Xuanji began to cultivate alone. As for Xian Xianghua, she was busy developing the Emperor Sword Divine range. Sovereign Hongqian took Zhou Shaoxian to the Hongqian plain to cultivate. Everything was so harmonious. In the blink of an eye. Another few hundred years passed. Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the rules of the mortal world became deeper and deeper, but he found that it was too difficult for his cultivation to improve greatly. He summoned Little Supreme Being and told him about his confusion. I didn't expect you to be dissatisfied so quickly. You're just like an animal. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. In the past, after he became a sovereign, he had wasted a lot of his cultivation time. Zhou Xuanji looked straight at him, which made him feel helpless. If that's the case, you'll have no choice but to go out and search for dynasty realms. Only by devouring them will you be able to break through. However, the majority of dynasty realms have grand sovereigns overseeing them. I'm afraid you'll have to get past them first. Little Sovereign teased. Zhou Xuanji hadn't really fought against a great sovereign yet. When facing Su Aoxue and the Qilin Enchantress, they didn't fight at all. Once he left the Kunlun Origin Court, he would no longer be able to use the power of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, after defeating a great sovereign, how do I absorb a court realm? The reason why he was able to become a supreme being was because he had obtained the recognition of a supreme being's power. The other court realms definitely wouldn't do. He could only conquer them by force. I will teach you when the time comes. It's useless to tell you now. Different court realms have different absorption methods. You haven't gone to the endless universe. It's hard to explain it to you, Little Sovereign said, waving his hand. Little Sovereign waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji didn't insist. He sighed and said, the Qilin 9 Absolutes haven't made a comeback yet. It's not good for me to leave directly. Little Sovereign already knew about the Qilin 9 Absolutes. He furrowed his brow and said, they are indeed very troublesome. Back then, I had to take a detour when I saw them. But because of you alone, it's impossible to attract all the Qilin 9 Absolutes. They are all very busy. Mentioning the Qilin 9 Absolutes gave him a headache. Back then, he even scolded Zhou Xuanji, thinking that this kid was too impulsive. Zhou Xuanji asked, how many of the Qilin 9 Absolutes can I kill with the power of the Kunlun Origin Court? Only by killing them can I eliminate future troubles. Kill a few people? You must be dreaming. You can't kill any one of them. I know about the Qilin demon from last time. That girl is ruthless. She might not be your match, but if you fight to the death, she will be seriously injured and you will die, Little Sovereign said in a bad mood. He felt that it was necessary to give Zhou Xuanji a blow to prevent this kid from becoming arrogant. Zhou Xuanji helplessly said, so, there is no solution to this situation. I can only wait. Little Sovereign smiled and said, you can send your avatars out to explore and find the whereabouts of the other court realms. It will be convenient for you to act in the future. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was reasonable. His eyes focused as an outer soul avatar directly separated from his eyes and landed in front of him. This outer soul avatar looked exactly the same as him. Even its aura was the same. After thinking for a moment, he divided another 9 outer soul avatars. With a wave of his right hand, he directly sent the 10 outer soul avatars out of the Kunlun Origin Court. TSK, your avatars are very accomplished. It's hard to tell the real from the fake, Little Sovereign said in amazement. He suddenly couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. It seemed that while he was asleep, this kid had been growing rapidly. Zhou Xuanji just smiled and didn't answer. He then stored the lesser supreme sword in the supreme storage and continued to cultivate. In a purple cloud cosmic domain, a huge ship that looked like a flood dragon was sailing. The dragon head was ferocious and as huge as a mountain. There were 2 tall buildings on the ship, both of which were tens of thousands of feet high. Countless creatures were standing on the corridors of each floor. On the deck, the Qilan demon was standing behind a man in a black robe. This man in a black robe was 10 feet tall. He had 4 curved and sharp horns on his head. His long blood-red hair gave him a wild and domineering look. He was wearing a blood-red heavy armor. He looked as if he had climbed out of a blood pool. The Sword Emperor of the Kunlun Origin Court. Interesting. But are you sure your mission target is still in the Kunlun Origin Court? The corner of the man in a black robe's mouth rose. He was smiling arrogantly. Hearing this, the Qilan demon lowered her head and replied, "No, his fate has changed." But the Sword Emperor contradicted our Qilan 9 absolutes. Are we going to let it go? She gnashed her teeth at the thought of Zhou Xuanji's insolence. The man in a black robe turned around and raised her chin. He then said with a cold smile, Qilan 9 is not afraid of anyone. But there is no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Our current goal is to hurry up and collect opportunity stones, understand? As for the Sword Emperor, when this mission is over, I will personally destroy him. I will also destroy the Kunlun Origin Court along the way. There are always some guys who overestimate themselves in that place. Hearing this, the Qilan demon's eyes lit up. She nodded excitedly. Chapter 891. Big Brother, how far has the main mission evolved? The Qilan demon hugged the black-robed man's arm and asked coquettishly. The black-robed man turned around and looked ahead with a deep look in his eyes. One more person, he said casually. Who? The Qilan demon asked in astonishment. She thought that they were only lacking serendipity stones. Speaking of which, that person is related to Kunlun Origin Court. You will know in the future that he is a formidable opponent of mine, the black-robed man said softly. The corner of his lips curled into a cruel smile. The Qilan demon fell into deep thought. What kind of existence could become a formidable opponent of her big brother? On the other side. In a dusky universe, Zhou Xuanji's avatar traveled at high speed. He looked around and did not want to miss any clues around him. Strange, there's the aura of living beings here, Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Now that he was in his original consciousness, he could still split his divine will. It was not difficult to multitask to become a great sovereign. It had been 8 years since the avatar left. Only this avatar could sense the aura of living beings. In the boundless universe, the aura of living beings was rare. Take the Kunlun Origin Court for example. Other than the sovereigns, how many people could leave the Origin Court freely? After wandering for an hour, Zhou Xuanji finally sensed the aura of living beings. He flew toward the direction of the aura and finally stopped before a fist-sized rock. The rock was silver in color and uneven. There were many similar rocks around, but only this one caught Zhou Xuanji's attention. He grabbed the rock and probed it with his divine sense. The next second, he saw a world. Court realm. This court realm was extremely huge like a pyramid. The court realm was at the top, and below it were countless layers of universes. The aura of living beings gathered together as though they were going to overturn the top of the world. Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He finally found a court realm. Humph! A cold snort resounded beside his ear, which almost shattered his soul. Far away in the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. There was a silhouette in his eyes. This person was wearing a white robe with blue characters on it. He was handsome and had a jade ruler in his hand. It was the sovereign of the Fang Court realm. Interesting. This guy seems to have just stepped into the great sovereign realm, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. The other party did not have enough experience and only discovered him after he found the court realm stone, which meant that his cultivation was inferior to his. However, if he rushed over, it would take at least a year. If the 9 absolutes of the Qilin rushed over at this time, it would be a disaster. He sighed, feeling very unhappy. Damn the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. One day, I will destroy all of you. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself hatefully before closing his eyes again. However, just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly sensed something and opened them again. Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a strange expression. A figure appeared at the edge of the supreme plane. This person was Reverend Dao Jing, the heavenly saint who had once thought highly of him. At that time, Sage Dao Jing had left the heavenly law universe in order to search for the Kunlun origin court. From then on, the Wanshan Great Thousand faced a calamity. His actions were very similar to Sage Wu Zhou's. Zhou Xuanji had some resentment towards Sage Dao Jing, but he had let it go now. He was very curious as to how Sage Dao Jing had come to the sovereign plane. Meanwhile, Sage Dao Jing held a piece of silver jade in his hand. Looking at the majestic celestial mist around him, a look of amazement appeared on his face. What is this place? Could it be the legendary Kunlun origin court? Sage Dao Jing mumbled. He was shocked by the spiritual qi here. He was overjoyed. If he cultivated in seclusion here, his cultivation would surely increase tremendously. After wandering for thousands of years, he had finally found it. Sage Dao Jing let out a long sigh and regained his composure. He was a heavenly saint. He should not be surprised by anything. He scanned his surroundings and flew forward. At this moment, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of him. They were Mortal Sovereign and Zhou Xiaoxian. Sovereign, do you think Father will be surprised by my cultivation? Zhou Xiaoxian asked excitedly. She hugged Mortal Sovereign's arm, looking very intimate. Mortal Sovereign wanted to pull his arm back but was afraid of hurting her. He said helplessly, "Do you think your father doesn't know?" Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and felt that it made sense. After all, her father was already the most powerful person in the Kunlun origin court. He knew everything and knew everything. Mortal Sovereign suddenly turned his head and looked at Sage Dao Jing in the distance. He said meaningfully, "Why is he here?" Zhou Xiaoxian also turned her head, and her eyes widened. Sage Dao Jing. She still remembered Sage Dao Jing. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, Sage Dao Jing was her father's backer. Why was he here? Sage Dao Jing was very nervous, but when he saw Zhou Xiaoxian, he could not help but frown. This woman looked very familiar. He could not be blamed for not recognizing Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxian had been reborn, and her cultivation far surpassed his. Her temperament made her even more beautiful. How could he remember her at first glance? Sage Dao Jing, why are you here? Did my father summon you? Zhou Xiaoxian asked curiously. With a wave of her right hand, Sage Dao Jing appeared in front of them. Sage Dao Jing was shocked. In front of this woman, he could not resist at all. Especially Mortal Sovereign's gaze. It made his hair stand on end, and he did not dare to look at her. He braced himself and asked, "Your father is?" He was shocked. Why did she know his name? He carefully looked at Zhou Xiaoxian, and his eyes suddenly widened. She is, impossible. How could she be here? Sage Dao Jing's body began to tremble. He could not believe his eyes. Hand over the stone in your hand, Mortal Sovereign said softly. As he spoke, the stone in Reverend Dao Jing's hand flew into his hand. Ha! Ha! You! Sage Dao Jing was furious and panicked. Facing mortal sovereign, he did not dare to act rashly. Zhou Xiaoxian blinked and said, "You even forgot my father. Then how did you come here?" "This is the Supreme Plane, the cultivation plane of the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. No one is allowed to enter." Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Sage Daojing was so frightened that his body trembled. No wonder the spiritual qi here was so dense. He asked cautiously, "Then why are you here?" Could it be that Zhou Xuanji is favored by the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court? He had a deep impression of Zhou Xuanji. That brat's talent was outstanding, and he was courageous and had many opportunities. He might have been favored by the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. "My father is the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court," Zhou Xiaoxian giggled. Zhou Xiaoxian giggled. Seeing Sage Daojing trembling in fear, she was very excited. She felt great when she put herself in Zhou Xuanji's shoes. If she was the main character, it would be even better. Sage Daojing felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot, and his mouth opened wide. Mortal Sovereign was playing with the stone with a slight frown. She said in a low voice, "This stone." Chapter 892. Sovereign, what's wrong with this stone? Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Sovereign Mortal World and asked curiously. Her eyes fell on the stone. It looked simple and ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Sovereign Mortal World said softly, "I can't see through it. Maybe you have to let your father see it." But obviously, this stone came from outside the court because I have never seen such a stone. She glanced at Sage Daojing and asked expressionlessly, "Where did you get this stone? It's impossible for you to break in with your strength." Sage Daojing was extremely nervous. He didn't know how to answer. This was his treasure. How could it be robbed by others? If it weren't for this stone, he would have died long ago. But now, facing Sovereign Mortal World, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Come here." Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came, and the three of them were teleported to the Supreme Palace. Sage Daojing looked up and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on the golden throne. He fell into shock. It's really Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that he was the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court in his previous life? Was that why he was so monstrous? Sage Daojing's mind was in a mess. He didn't speak. Zhou Xuanji was so mighty. He had never seen such a mighty existence. It was as if he was the supreme ruler, controlling everything and looking down on the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sage, long time no see. You still haven't found the Kunlun Origin Court." His gaze saw through Venerable Daojing and saw Venerable Daojing's fate. This guy had entered the void boundary before. He was about to enter the Kunlun Origin Court when he encountered a battle between two nine vast heaven sovereigns and was sucked into the turbulence of time and space. In a daze, Sage Daojing obtained this stone by chance. He relied on this stone to cross the universe. After going through many hardships, he finally mistakenly entered the sovereign plane. This stone didn't come from the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji couldn't use the exterminating divine eyes to see its origin. Sage Daojing asked bitterly, "I didn't expect you to be the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Can you tell me where the Kunlun Origin Court is? Does it really exist?" He abandoned everything to search for the Kunlun Origin Court, but, at this moment, he was confused. He even felt that reality was a nightmare. Back then, Zhou Xuanji was under him. If he had stayed, wouldn't he have followed Zhou Xuanji here? When he thought of this, he felt suffocated and aggrieved. The Kunlun Origin Court is far more prosperous than you think. I can arrange for you to enter the Kunlun Origin Court, but this stone belongs to me. How about it? Zhou Xuanji looked at Sage Daojing and said with a light smile. He sighed in his heart. Seeing an old friend again, it was true that things were still the same, but the people had changed. Looking back, most of the people who had left a deep impression on him were no longer around. What would those people think if they knew of his achievements? Sage Daojing hesitated. He felt quite tired and wanted to calm down, but he was reluctant to part with this stone. If not for this stone, he would have died a long time ago. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, there are still people you know in the Emperor Sword Divine range. You won't be lonely there. This stone might not be an opportunity for you. It might be a disaster. This time, it brought you to me. If it brings you to another sovereign, what will happen to you? Sage Daojing was covered in cold sweat as he listened. Although he didn't know what kind of status a supreme being had, it was definitely an existence he couldn't afford to offend. The opportunity is in front of you. If you don't grasp it, then you are really stupid, mortal sovereign snorted coldly. Dark crimson dust snorted coldly, causing Reverend Daojing to feel even more conflicted. Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and said, I am indebted to you, so I will treat you well. This stone is really not something you should have. It might bring a great disaster. Anything that came from outside the Kunlun origin court could bring danger. Sage Daojing sighed and said, okay, I will listen to you. Zhou Xuanji smiled and focused his eyes. Sage Daojing disappeared into thin air and was sent to the Emperor Sword Divine range. He was sent directly to Xian Daoya and Daoya Old Man so that they could settle down Sage Daojing. Father, look at my cultivation. How is it? I have improved a lot, right? Zhou Xiaoxian finally found the opportunity. She came up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a proud smile. She had already stepped into the Origin Fusion Divine Lord First Enlightenment stage. It could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji didn't pay attention to her before. Now, he was very curious about how Mortal Sovereign taught her. Guess what is Tanhua's cultivation now? Zhou Xuanji teased. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxuan's face immediately fell. She snorted coldly, stomped her feet, and walked to the palace with her back facing Zhou Xuanji. Mortal Sovereign then said, I will return her to you. Next, I want to leave the Kunlun Origin Court alone and explore the outside world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew how dangerous the endless universe was. He had already had sex with Mortal Sovereign before. Naturally, he regarded her as his woman. How could he let her be in danger? Don't worry, Starpincher left me an artifact. It will take me to the plane where she is. I can also help you take a look at Tanhua's situation, Mortal Sovereign said seriously. Dark Crimson Dust said seriously. She had considered this matter carefully. Since a long time ago, her cultivation could no longer grow. Only by going to the endless universe could she have the hope of becoming stronger. She also wanted to become a great sovereign. Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Because of the Qilin 9 absolutes, he couldn't leave directly. But he was really worried about letting Mortal Sovereign leave alone. He said in a deep voice, wait a little longer. I will also go out later. I can give you a ride. Mortal Sovereign hesitated for a moment before nodding. Next, Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for a while before letting them go. He picked up Sage Daojing's stone and began studying it. No matter how his divine will penetrated the stone, he couldn't find anything. It looked ordinary, but there was a trace of space-time fluctuation inside. Although it was weak, it was real. What is it? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a puzzled look on his face. He injected his supreme divine power into it. Boom! A wave of violent impact suddenly erupted, shaking the supreme palace until it trembled, and his robes fluttered non-stop. He fixed his eyes on it and saw strange words of light flying out from the stone, coiling around the stone and forming a halo. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Monstrous waves were set off in his heart. These words of light seemed small, but they contained terrifying power. They were even stronger than his supreme divine power. What the hell is this? He quickly took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign looked down in a daze. His eyes immediately widened in shock. Opportunity Stone. How come you have this? He cried out in shock. He was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's the origin of this stone?" Opportunity Stone. Could it be related to the opportunity of the three sovereigns? Little Sovereign adjusted his emotions. His expression was complicated as he whispered, "This is a treasure from the endless universe. It can increase the supreme divine power and suppress spacetime." Chapter 893. Increase the supreme divine power. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was immediately interested in the serendipity stone. Little Sovereign continued, "Opportunity stones are rare in the endless universe. They are treasures fought over by grand supremes. They are even harder to find than the court realm. If you have 10 opportunity stones, you can directly break through to the second court grand supremes." The more Zhou Xuanji heard, the more delighted he became. He had learned of another path to become more powerful. He looked up at Little Sovereign with a bit of bitterness in his eyes and asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you say that I can only become stronger by absorbing the realms of the court?" Little Sovereign rolled his eyes at him and snappily said, "Opportunity Stone, Opportunity Stone. Don't you understand the word opportunity? How difficult is it? I only managed to obtain one opportunity stone in my entire life, and in order to save my life, I had no choice but to give it up." Speaking of this matter, his face was full of unwillingness. "Oh. Who could force you to hand over the treasure in your hands?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He had always been interested in Little Sovereign's past, especially the cause of Little Sovereign's death. Little Sovereign curled his lips and said, "Who else could it be? The 9 absolutes of the Qilin. Those guys wantonly plundered the opportunity stones. It is precisely because of their existence that the opportunity stones became a disaster. Hurry up and absorb it in case the 9 absolutes Qilin divinates this chance stone. After all, you've already been targeted by them. If you attract the chance stone, it won't be good." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the Qilin 9 absolutes to be so domineering. Why does it sound like he's the overlord of the endless universe? Without hesitation, he began to refine the opportunity stone. Opportunity stones contained massive amounts of energy. Zhou Xuanji could not refine them directly and needed some time. In the dark void, there was a mountain range suspended in the air. It was like a coiled dragon, and its aura was violent and imposing. Within the mountain range, there were verdant hills, clear waters, and green trees everywhere. It was like the beautiful scenery of a fairyland. Zhou Tanhua was sitting on a branch with his legs crossed and a sword laid flat on his lap. He closed his eyes and quietly touched the scabbard. His black hair fluttered in the breeze, and his aura gradually increased. Shen Yanqing appeared in mid-air and looked down at him. She nodded with satisfaction and murmured, "This kid is really a genius. He is worthy of being his son." Ever since she accepted Zhou Tanhua as her disciple, she had become more and more satisfied with him. "Pick star, come here." An old voice floated into her ears, and she disappeared into thin air. She came to a Taoist temple and knelt on the ground, worshipping the old man who was meditating in front of her. "Master, what are your orders?" Shen Yanqing asked respectfully. She was arrogant and insufferably arrogant outside, but in the face of her master, she was a good girl. The elder wore a deep blue Taoist robe. He had a head of white hair, and there was a jade hairpin in his hair. His aura was faintly discernible. When he opened his eyes, the light within the Taoist temple became bright. "Niaoxing, you should go and invite his father." His expression was calm and unfathomable. Shen Yanqing asked doubtfully, why did he come? He is the master of the Kunlun Origin Court. If he leaves, I'm afraid the Kunlun Origin Court will be in trouble. The elder replied, the 9 absolutes of the Qilin no longer have the time to deal with him. Hearing this, Shen Yanqing was overjoyed. She had complete trust in her master. She asked curiously, what are the 9 absolutes of the Qilin busy with? They have been collecting opportunity stones since a long time ago. Even I can't guess their purpose. However, they have already gathered and rushed to the myriad domain devil lair. I reckon that something big is going to happen, the old man said leisurely. His expression was still calm. Shen Yanqing frowned and asked, aren't we going to stop them? They are not good people. If they dominate the endless universe, all the courts and planes will suffer. The old man shook his head and said, don't worry, there are many strong cultivators in the endless universe. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin are not invincible. They also have strong enemies. When Shen Yanqing heard this, she became interested in the strong enemies of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. Just as she wanted to continue to ask, the old man continued, go and pick up Zhou Xuanji. I am very interested in him. Shen Yanqing immediately saluted and turned to leave. The door of the Daoist temple closed, and a light figure emerged from behind the old man. His true face couldn't be seen clearly. Zhang Feili, how long are you going to stay here? The light figure asked. His voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. The old man called Zhang Feili replied, the time is not right. The endless universe seems calm now, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. Whoever comes out first will end up the worst. The light figure no longer answered and drilled back into his body. Sovereign plane, boom. Boom. Boom, the giant mountain where the supreme palace was located kept shaking. The sound of air turbulence could be heard one after another. Inside the palace, Zhou Xuanji was meditating in the air. His body was bursting with strands of purple light, illuminating the entire palace. In his palms, the opportunity stone was less than half of its original size. Endless energy poured into Zhou Xuanji's body and turned into sovereign divine power. Half a piece of opportunity stone was enough to increase his cultivation by several times. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the opportunity stone in his hand. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Just half of it. How good would it be if I had more opportunity stones? At this moment, his desire to go out became even stronger. He not only wanted to devour the courts but also to find opportunity stones. He wanted to become the strongest existence in the endless universe. At this moment, footsteps came from the front. He looked up and saw that it was Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing's cultivation was higher than his. The space barrier of the sovereign plane was nothing to her. As for the sage manifestation array, Zhou Xuanji had already tacitly recognized her aura to avoid accidentally hurting her. Who told her to always appear and disappear unpredictably? Why are you back? Zhou Xuanji asked as he quickly stored the opportunity stone into the supreme storage. Shen Yanqing replied casually, I missed you. What kind of stone were you holding just now? It has a lot of energy. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Only a ghost would believe it. How's the epiphyllum? He continued to ask. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation should have advanced by leaps and bounds. Shen Yanqing shrugged and replied, just make do with it. It's only Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 enlightened. Only, Zhou Xuanji's face twitched slightly. Sure enough, the opportunity outside the Kunlun Origin Court is greater. This kid has become stronger. This time, I came back because I want to take you to see my revered master. My revered master said that the Qilin 9 absolutes have all gone to the myriad domain devil lair. They won't trouble you for the time being, Shen Yanqing said as she stepped in the air towards Zhou Xuanji. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed in her heart. His son is monstrous and his father is even more monstrous. Staying in the Kunlun origin court, this guy can also become stronger quickly. It's too unreasonable. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow when he heard this. He had finally waited for this opportunity. Why does your revered master want to see me? Zhou Xuanji asked in doubt. He was just a nobody in the endless universe. How could he arouse the curiosity of such a powerful cultivator? Could it be because of his son? Shen Yanqing shook her head and said, I don't know. Don't worry. With me here, he won't harm you. Maybe it's an opportunity. Chapter 894. Zhou Xuanji and Shen Yanqing chatted for a while. In the end, he decided to leave the Kunlun origin court with her. But before that, he had to give them some instructions. He went to look for Jiang Shui, while Shen Yanqing went to look for Supreme Hongqin. Sovereign Hongqin wanted to leave long ago. Naturally, she couldn't miss this opportunity. Zhou Xuanji didn't want to hide it from her either. Jiang Shui knew that he was going to leave. Although she was worried, she did not stop him. She could tell that he wanted to go out and search for opportunities. After the two of them spent a few days together, Zhou Xuanji met with the 12 law ancestors. When the ancestors learned that he was about to leave, they were all shocked. However, knowing that Zhou Xuanji was going to meet an ancient senior from outside the court, they became excited again. Finally, they promised to protect the Kunlun origin court, and only then did Zhou Xuanji feel at ease and leave. Zhou Xuanji, Shen Yanqing, and Mortal Sovereign came to the Dark Domain together. Shen Yanqing used her supreme divine power to lead the two of them to fly at full speed. My master's name is Jiang Feili. He's extremely famous in the endless universe and has lived longer than your little sovereign. When you see him, you can't be rude. Shen Yanqing turned around and reminded. She directly ignored Supreme Hongqin. It seemed that the estrangement between the two sisters had not been completely resolved. Compared to Qilin 9 absolutes, is he stronger? Zhou Xuanji asked. Now, the Qilin 9 absolutes had already become his standard to measure the boundless universe. After all, he had already viewed the 9 absolutes of Qilin as his #1 enemy. Shen Yanqing nodded and smiled proudly. I'm not bragging. At least the leader of the 9 killers of the Qilin is on par with my master. Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign were both shocked to hear this. No wonder Shen Yanqing was so powerful. It turned out that her master had such a great background. Zhou Xuanji became interested in Jiang Feili. Why was this ancient almighty looking for him? He continued to ask, can you ask your master to accept your sister as a disciple? Shen Yanqing snorted and said, of course, I left her a token before. It's not because of our previous relationship. I just feel that she is talented and she is also a mortal god. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not point it out. Dark crimson dust revealed a smile as well. It had been a long time since she had smiled so sincerely. When Shen Yanqing saw them laughing, she couldn't help but frown impatiently. With two great supremes traveling together, no one dared to find trouble with them, so they were unobstructed. Zhou Xuanji passed by the court realm he had discovered, but he did not stop. Absorbing a court realm required time, and he did not have the time for now. 3 years later, Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign came to a mountain range under the lead of Shen Yanqing. From afar, they could feel Zhou Tanhua's aura. The same was true for Zhou Tanhua. He quickly arrived in front of the trio. Father! Supreme Crimson Dust! Zhou Tanhua excitedly saluted. He still maintained the posture of a teenager. Compared to Zhou Xuanji's impression of him, he was much calmer. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and took the lead. What about me? Zhou Tanhua reacted and said, greetings, master. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes were filled with delight. He knew that Shen Yanqing had gone to find Zhou Xuanji, but he didn't expect her to come back so soon. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and smiled satisfactorily. "Not bad, looks like you didn't slack off," Zhou Xuanji said with a gratified smile. There was nothing wrong with talent. Hard work was always the most important factor in becoming strong. Zhou Tanhua touched his nose and smiled, neither arrogant nor impatient. "Let's go, we'll go see my master first. Tanhua, take your Sanyang to rest," Shen Yanqing said, waving her hand before leaving with Zhou Xuanji. Supreme Crimson Dust's cheeks were slightly red as she bit her lips. Looking at Shen Yanqing's back, her eyes were filled with bitterness. Zhou Tanhua was stunned. He looked at Supreme Crimson Dust with a strange look in his eyes. Humph! Supreme Crimson Dust let out a cold snort. Zhou Tanhua hurriedly lowered his head. On the other side, Shen Yanqing brought Zhou Xuanji into the Daoist temple. Zhou Xuanji also saw Jiang Feili. The first impression this person gave him was that he was unfathomable. He seemed calm but was filled with evil qi. This kind of evil qi couldn't be identified with the naked eye. It was his intuition. "Revered master, he is here," Shen Yanqing said with a respectful tone. Shen Yanqing said in a respectful tone. Jiang Feili replied, "Okay, you can leave first." Hearing this, Shen Yanqing immediately saluted and retreated. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Feili were left in the Daoist temple. The atmosphere had become silent. Zhou Xuanji bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." Jiang Feili opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but squint. "Zhou Xuanji, the Kunlun Origin Court has never had a sovereign like you. Maybe one day, you will surpass Sovereign Heaven," Jiang Feili said meaningfully. Sovereign Heaven. The most powerful sovereign in the history of the Kunlun Origin Court. That was an ancient legend. Some people even believed that there was no Sovereign Heaven at all. He was just a fabrication made up by later generations. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Have you ever seen a sovereign heaven?" Jiang Feili nodded and then began talking about the past. Before he had attained the Tao, the Cardinal Heaven Realm had already dominated the boundless universe. The Cardinal Heaven Realm had played an indispensable role in the boundless universe's current prosperity. Sovereign Heaven opened up the paths of the universe with boundless divine power, divided the planes, and created the second court realm. After that, more and more great sovereigns imitated him, and more court realms appeared. It could be said that the cultivation method after the great sovereign of the court realm was created by Sovereign Heaven. Zhou Xuanji listened carefully. He didn't expect Sovereign Heaven to have such a status in the endless universe. Sovereign Heaven had disappeared for countless years, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. The Qila 9 absolutes that you offended are fanatical believers of Sovereign Heaven. They want to use the sovereign serendipity to create a Sovereign Heaven and make it theirs, Jiang Feili said faintly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked in confusion, "Can a Sovereign Heaven be created? Could it be that a Sovereign Heaven had already fallen and only a remnant soul was left?" If the Qila 9 absolutes succeeded, the Qila 9 absolutes might be able to dominate the endless universe with the help of a Sovereign Heaven. As an enemy of the Qila 9 absolutes, Zhou Xuanji did not want to see such a scene. A sovereign serendipity is omnipotent. They might really succeed. They have collected a large number of serendipity stones and are heading toward the 10,000 domain devil lair. "I hope you can stop them," Jiang Feili said straightforwardly. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Stop the Qila 9 absolutes with his strength. Wasn't this pushing him into a pit? Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Feili warily. Jiang Feili laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die for nothing. When the time comes, I will act as well. The reason why I let you participate is because you are the current sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. If you encounter a Sovereign Heaven's will, you can attract it. Before that, I will help you become more powerful. You have already absorbed the serendipity stones, do you still want more? Speaking to there, Jiang Feili gave a faint smile. It was as if he had completely seen through Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was immediately moved. He came out to become more powerful. If he could get rid of the Qila 9 absolutes, he would naturally do it. This was killing two birds with one stone. It was just that the process would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 895. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Xuanji agreed. Jiang Feili was very happy about this. As expected of the Kunlun origin court supremes. Courageous and daring. Jiang Feili laughed loudly. At the same time, he waved his right sleeve, and 15 serendipity stones of different sizes flew before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji scanned them with his divine will and confirmed that they were really serendipity stones. He was delighted and stored them in the supreme storage. He looked up and asked, "When do we act?" Jiang Feili shook his head and said, "It's not time yet. Go and cultivate first, I'll remind you when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji nodded and saluted before turning to leave. After he left, a figure flew out from behind Jiang Feili. This child is indeed extraordinary. He is very similar to Wu Zhou from back then. However, Wu Zhou betrayed you. Aren't you afraid of repeating his mistakes? The light figure asked coldly. Jiang Feili's expression was calm as he said, "He is not Wu Zhou. I believe in my disciple's insight. He is more principled and decisive than Wu Zhou." In his words, Supreme Wu Zhou wasn't even worth mentioning. "I hope so. Don't waste your efforts." The figure sighed. Saying so, he went back into Jiang Feili's body. Outside the Taoist temple, Zhou Xuanji played with the opportunity stone in his hand as he flew into the distance. Shen Yanqing suddenly stood in front of him and said with a smile, "How is it? Are you satisfied? My master actually gave you the opportunity stone. When I went to find you, weren't you refining the opportunity stone? You even pretended not to let me know." Zhou Xuanji faked a cough. He did not expect this girl to know about serendipity stones. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Is there a suitable place for me to go into seclusion?" Shen Yanqing nodded and turned to lead the way. The two quickly flew to the other side of the mountain. They entered a cave, and after passing through the dark tunnel, they came to a place with verdant hills and limpid water. Blue sky, white clouds, high mountains, flowing water, it was as beautiful as a painting. "This is my cave. You can cultivate here in the future." Shen Yanqing pointed to the front and smiled, looking like she was presenting a treasure. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you, I'm going to cultivate now. In other words, you can leave now. I'll accompany you." Shen Yanqing said with a smile. Her charming smile gave Zhou Xuanji a bad feeling. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively wanted to reject. But this was Shen Yanqing's territory, how could he refuse? "Forget it." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He turned around and flew toward a tall mountain in the distance and landed on its peak. He sat down cross-legged and took out the opportunity stone that he had yet to refine. Seeing him hurriedly enter the cultivation state, Shen Yanqing smiled slyly. 10 years later, Zhou Xuanji began to refine the second opportunity stone. The majestic energy in the opportunity stone fascinated him. He did not allow himself to rest. Instead, he enjoyed this feeling. However, Shen Yanqing came to disturb him. "Don't keep absorbing the opportunity stones, or else your foundation won't be stable. I found another Grand Supreme. Let's go hunt." Shen Yanqing grabbed Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "A Grand Sovereign. Hunting?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless. "Can't you show some respect to great sovereigns?" On second thought, he realized that he couldn't blindly increase his cultivation. He needed to fight to digest it. It just so happened that he hadn't fought against a Grand Supreme before. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji left with Shen Nianqing. Not only them, but Mortal Sovereign and Zhou Tanhua also followed. Shen Nianqing said that she wanted to broaden their horizons. Neither of them refused. On the contrary, they were very excited. Along the way, Zhou Tanhua kept asking questions. He couldn't maintain his usual calm. Most of the time, it was Shen Nianqing who answered him. But in the end, Shen Nianqing became impatient and no longer paid attention to him. How many great sovereigns are there in the endless universe? Mortal Sovereign asked curiously. When she was in the Kunlun Origin Court, she was one of the most powerful cultivators. But when she came to the endless universe, she felt very small. Shen Nianqing shook her head and said, "It's very difficult for great sovereigns to die unless they encounter a stronger opponent. Since ancient times, how much time has passed? Let alone great sovereigns, there are countless court realms. Some stand majestically in the universe and some are hidden in the dust. The endless universe was the greatest achievement left behind by the sages. It represented boundlessness, infinite hope, and possibilities. Perhaps, the first great sovereigns had reached the top because they felt lonely. That was why they had such a magnificent feat. That was why the later great sovereigns had always had a goal to strive for." Zhou Xuanji was thinking about sovereign heaven. Just how strong was that ancestor of the Kunlun Origin Court? To be able to make the 9 absolutes Qilin a believer, it was probably not something that the 9 halls Grand Supremes could do. Of course, it was also possible that a cardinal heaven expert had been deified. Zhou Xuanji was more inclined to believe the former. They flew for about half a year. They arrived at a vast ocean. This ocean surged aimlessly in spacetime, sweeping out for tens of millions of kilometers. The seawater was blue, and there were countless star-like lights in the sea. These lights were all great worlds, and the ocean that gathered together was the court realm. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked over from afar and were all stunned. "It's so beautiful, I can't bear to destroy it," Shen Nianqing said with a smile. A long silver chain appeared in her hand and she threw it directly into the blue ocean. The long chain danced and quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, it became incomparably huge. Boom! The silver chain struck the blue ocean with a domineering aura, and a blue light burst forth, blocking the silver chain. The blue ocean violently fluctuated, and the seawater surged to either side, as if a massive piece of cotton had been struck and deformed. The scene was very spectacular. An extremely powerful aura broke out, enveloping the space-time turbulence. Humph! A cold snort filled with anger resounded. Zhou Tanhua and Hongqin sovereigns' faces turned pale. They felt their blood and qi fluctuating. They felt very uncomfortable. Shen Nianqing immediately rushed over like a sharp arrow and plunged into the blue ocean. Zhou Xuanji did the same. The Life and Death Emperor sword and Soul Kunlun sword appeared in his hands out of thin air. He followed suit and plunged into the blue ocean. Countless great worlds entered his field of vision. In front of him, 2 silhouettes were colliding with each other. Their aura was terrifying, shaking the surrounding spacetime. Shen Nianqing held the long silver chain as if she was holding a sharp whip, wantonly lashing at her opponent. The great sovereign was wearing black armor. His hair was disheveled and he was holding 2 exaggeratedly huge blades in his hands. His face was hideous. He was crazily casting his divine abilities, but he couldn't suppress Shen Nianqing. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique. His figure moved and immediately appeared before the black-armored great sovereign. Clang! Clang! The blades and swords clashed. The black-armored great sovereign was caught off guard and was sent flying. This power, the black-armored great sovereign was both shocked and angry. The sovereign's divine energy in his body condensed into a substance, like strands of black smoke overflowing from his body. Shen Yanqing raised her brow as the corner of her mouth rose. She thought to herself, it seems that he still has a lot of secrets. He recklessly increased his cultivation and his power is still so strong. Zhou Xuanji didn't know what she was thinking. His mind was already focused on the battle. He wanted to truly feel the battle between great sovereigns. Chapter 896. Who the hell are you? Why did you attack my court realm? The black-armored great sovereign demanded angrily. However, his hands didn't stop waving the two sabers in a frenzy. Saber chi crisscrossed and tore the surrounding space apart. Many of them were destroyed, representing the annihilation of a great world. Zhou Xuanji noticed that the Fang court realm was very stable. Although it was not as stable as the Kunlun origin court, the vitality here was much more prosperous. It seemed that this court world was very well managed. I'll leave him to you, and this Fang Ting realm belongs to me. How about it? Zhou Xuanji asked as he fought. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, all right. This fellow really didn't want to suffer any losses. The two of them joined forces to suppress the black-armored Grand Paragon again. Amidst the vast blue ocean, their auras rose steadily, stirring up the seawater and creating raging waves. The outside world. Zhou Tanhua was so excited that he asked curiously, what do you think about the strength of that Grand Supreme Being? How much weaker is he compared to my father and master? Dark Crimson Dust said in a low voice, he shouldn't be much weaker than them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such momentum. Even though she was far away, she could still feel the terrifying aura within the blue ocean. The divine power of a grand sovereign was indeed frighteningly strong. At the very least, Crimson Dust Sovereign didn't dare to rashly approach him. Although she was a sovereign of laws, she was still far from being a grand supreme. While they were cheering outside, Zhou Xuanji was already fully immersed in the battle. He activated his battle physique, and his supreme divine power rose to an unprecedented level. Silver light burst forth from the surface of his body, and it was as if a beam of light was crazily attacking the black-armored great sovereign. The two divine swords also displayed extraordinary strength, and they suppressed the black-armored great sovereign to the point where he couldn't resist at all. The sword light of the Soul Kunlun sword kept flickering. Zhou Xuanji's soul origin had already been injected into the blade. It was destroying the black-armored great sovereign's soul in the battle, making him a little dazed. In a battle of this level, a single moment of absent-mindedness could lead to defeat, let alone prolonged absent-mindedness. Sword wounds appeared on black-armored great sovereign's body. His physical body was strong, so even if his neck was cut by a sword, it didn't break. Rumble, just at this time, the blue sea suddenly became violent, and strands of purple light gathered from all directions, and unstoppably poured into the black-armored great sovereign. The power of the court. Zhou Xuanji had used the power of the Kunlun origin court before, so he was very familiar with this scene. He immediately used the ultimate chaos Dao, and boundless sword chi engulfed the black-armored great sovereign. He did not stop and continued to use the delusion sea of swords. Divine will transformed into swords, and the swords converged into an ocean, filling the blue ocean, fierce and domineering. Shen Yanqing stopped. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of splendor. This guy, she was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's performance. These divine abilities all had their own profoundness, and he continuously unleashed them like a berserk wolf, giving off a majestic aura. If Zhou Xuanji had the same cultivation as her, she might have lost to him. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Jiang Feili wanted her to invite Zhou Xuanji personally. Sure enough, none of the peerless geniuses of the Kunlun origin court were simple. I want you dead. The black-armored great sovereign roared furiously. With a wave of his arms, Zhou Xuanji and Shen Yanqing felt an unstoppable force coming at them, directly pushing them out of the blue ocean. After coming to the spatial turbulence, Zhou Xuanji's qi and blood were boiling, and his face was slightly pale. The same was true for Shen Yanqing. She then waved her right hand backward, sending Hongqin's sovereign and Shen Yanqing behind her. Zhou Xuanji stared ahead. The blue ocean was surging violently as a giant shining with purple light slowly stood up from the stormy waves. He was holding two blades in his hands. It was the black-armored great sovereign from before. "Can you do it?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. Wasn't Shen Yanqing very arrogant? Why was she driven out by the other party? Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, "His own strength is nothing to be afraid of, but now that he has borrowed the power of the court realm, we can retreat. This court realm is stronger than I expected. Let's retreat first and come back next time." Retreat. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, let me test his strength again." After saying this, he rushed toward the black-armored great sovereign without hesitation. The black-armored great sovereign was in a rage. Seeing Zhou Xuanji rushing over, he immediately raised his two blades and slashed down with unparalleled momentum. Boom! The thousand-hand sword Buddha rose from Zhou Xuanji's body. Its 1,000 arms drew a circle as its palms clamped the two blades in succession. Zhou Xuanji followed up with a slash. The Life and Death Emperor's sword and the Soul Kunlun sword flew out of his hands, transforming into two giant dragons that roared and charged. The dragon's roar echoed in the space-time turbulence as the two dragons pierced the black-armored great sovereign's chest. Shen Yanqing was stunned. This guy can still hurt the other party. However, the black-armored great sovereign ignored the hole in his chest. His two blades crushed the 1,000-hand sword Buddha and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji moved away from the space-time turbulence and came to the dark plane on the other side of the space-time turbulence. Just as he was about to go back, the two giant blades appeared again. This time, he had no time to dodge. Puff! He spurted out a mouthful of blood as his body broke through the plane wall and fell into the space-time turbulence. Shen Yanqing caught him and, at the same time, swept away Zhou Tianhua and Mortal Sovereign with a wave of her hand. Her speed was extremely fast, so fast that the black-armored great sovereign couldn't catch up with them. "Father, are you okay?" Zhou Tianhua asked nervously. Mortal Sovereign's eyes were also locked on Zhou Xuanji. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm fine, it's just a minor injury." He wiped the corner of his mouth and began to calm the boiling supreme divine power in his body. "Who told you to show off? Even I am afraid. You still dare to come?" Shen Yanqing said, curling her lips. Her tone was a little disappointed. This guy is too reckless. If it weren't for her, he would have died. Zhou Xuanji smiled but didn't answer. Even without Shen Yanqing's help, he was confident that he could escape. His physique was the absolute time realm. As long as he escaped into the absolute time realm, no matter how capable the other party was, they wouldn't be able to find him. Unless the other party also had the absolute time realm physique. "Didn't you say that you prey on great sovereigns? Why are you in such a sorry state this time?" Mortal Sovereign asked in doubt. She had heard Shen Yanqing bragging before. She didn't expect that the first time she witnessed Shen Yanqing's battle would be like this. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, "Those great sovereigns are either formed by rules or have left their own court realm. I rarely fight in the court realm." Her expression was ugly. This time, she was indeed a little embarrassed. "Then why are you fighting in the court realm this time?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. "Is it not as simple as hunting great sovereigns?" Shen Yanqing hesitated for a moment before she sighed and said, "It's for the ancient life lamp. I found out that this lamp fell into the Fong court realm. I want to get it. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't mention it in front of my revered master. Ancient life lamp." Zhou Xuanji and the other two were puzzled. What kind of artifact is that? The ancient life lamp is a supreme treasure that has been around for countless years. It can freeze time and space, absorb the souls of great sovereigns, and even reverse karma. It is definitely a supreme treasure for battle, Shen Yanqing said with a yearning look. Chapter 897. Ancient Life Lamp. Zhou Xuanji remembered this name. A treasure that could make Shen Yanqing so eager must be extraordinary. If he has this treasure, why didn't he use it? Mortal sovereign asked in surprise. Zhou Xuanji only used the power of the court realm. If he really had the ancient life lamp, how could he be so embarrassed? He could have just used the ancient life lamp to defeat the enemy. Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said, how can he conquer the ancient life lamp? So this treasure doesn't belong to him but to me. It's destined. In the end, she smiled proudly as if she had already grasped the ancient life lamp. She was in high spirits. Are we going back now? Zhou Tanhua asked. He had a look of wanting to say more. After traveling for so long, they ended up going back with their tails between their legs. This was completely different from what he had imagined. Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes at him and said, what? You want to go back? Zhou Tanhua chuckled and shut his mouth. Let's go back and continue to cultivate in seclusion. Someone didn't even gather enough intelligence and wanted to hunt. What a slap in the face, Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile. These words pierced Shen Yanqing's heart like a knife. She glared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred but didn't quibble. In today's battle, she had indeed underestimated the strength of the other court realm. In the sea of clouds, a tall tower was surrounded by white clouds. At the top of the tower, black-armored great sovereign sat on the ground. He took off his black armor. His whole body was covered in blood. His face became even more ferocious as he gnashed his teeth and said, just you wait, I will definitely take revenge. He rarely went out in his own court realm. Today, he had encountered such a disaster. Even if he had driven away the enemy, his anger still couldn't be appeased. He took a deep breath and turned to look at a black lamp behind him. Ancient life lamp. This lamp was 6 feet tall. Its base was slender and its body was transparent. It was burning with 7 colored flames. At the top was a flower leaf that looked like a scorched leaf. It looked a little eerie. Black-armored great sovereign put his palms together and said piously, Ancient life lamp, please give me the power to kill those two. Give me the intuition to find them. He repeated the words over and over. After a while, all of a sudden, the ancient life lamp trembled violently, and wisps of charred smoke rose from it, coiling around the black-armored great sovereign like ghosts. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and Shen Yanqing, who were traveling through the spatial turbulence, frowned at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In that instant, they felt inexplicably uneasy and even suffocated. What happened? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice with a sharp look in his eyes. He instinctively spread out his divine sense in all directions. Shen Yanqing shook her head and looked around vigilantly. Zhou Tanhua and Supremacy Hongqin tensed up. They also looked around to guard against sneak attacks. The atmosphere became silent. After a long while. Is there a problem? Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but ask. He was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord, and his spirit sense was also very strong. How could he not sense the danger? Zhou Xuanji said, It's nothing, let's continue. Shen Yanqing nodded, and the supreme divine power that wrapped around everyone suddenly accelerated, quickly taking them and disappearing at the end of time and space. A few months later, they returned to the mountain range. Zhou Xuanji returned to the blessed grotto heavens to cultivate in seclusion. Shen Yanqing went to see Jiang Feili. Zhou Tanhua and Supremacy Hongqin cultivated separately. After meditating, Zhou Xuanji took out the opportunity stone and continued refining it. The previous battle had stimulated him. This time, he must break through to the great sovereign of the second court. On the other side, in the Daoist temple, Jiang Feili frowned as he stared at Shen Yanqing and said in a deep voice, "What did you provoke? Do you know what you are entangled by now? You have no way to escape." His tone was filled with anger, which made Shen Yanqing raise her brow. Could it be? Shen Yanqing thought of a possibility. A chill immediately welled up in her heart. She subconsciously murmured, "Ancient life lamp." As soon as she said this, Jiang Feili suddenly stood up. "What? You encountered the ancient life lamp? Why didn't you tell me first?" Jiang Feili angrily asked. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. The ancient life lamp is a supreme treasure, but it's also an evil treasure. Are you coveting its ability to distort time and space? Faced with Jiang Feili's questioning, Shen Yanqing's face was livid. She had underestimated the ancient life lamp. This is troublesome. You really can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things. Jiang Feili pointed at Shen Yanqing and kept cursing. He had originally planned to stop the 9 absolutes Qilin, but now the ancient honorable life lamp had suddenly appeared. He began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. He gritted his teeth and said, "The threat of the ancient life lamp is no less than the 9 absolutes of the Qilin." Shen Yanqing frowned. She also knew this, so she wanted to get the honored life ancient lamp. They didn't expect to be cursed by the ancient sovereign fate lamp before they even saw it. Her heart sank to the bottom of the pit. Seeing her silence, Jiang Feili sighed. "Forget it. From now on, you can't leave this place." Did you hear that? Jiang Feili roared furiously. He was like a completely different person from before. Shen Yanqing was not aggrieved, nor was she afraid. She just nodded with a gloomy face. Then, she turned around and walked out of the temple. After the gate of the Taoist temple was closed, she could still hear her master's sigh. She suddenly revealed a strange smile, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. 300 years later, Zhou Xuanji began breaking through to the great sovereign of the 2 courts. But before he broke through, Jiang Feili suddenly sent him a telepathic message, asking him to go to the Taoist temple. Although Zhou Xuanji was in a hurry to break through, he had to give Jiang Feili face. He quickly came to the Taoist temple. "Greetings, Senior," Zhou Xuanji bowed. Looking at Jiang Feili again, he found that Jiang Feili's expression was a little heavy. He was no longer as calm as he used to be. Jiang Feili said, "You and Yanqing have been cursed by the ancient life lamp." Zhou Xuanji frowned. It turned out that the uneasiness he felt when he came back was real. "Do you know the origin of the ancient life lamp?" Jiang Feili asked. And before Zhou Xuanji could answer, he began to talk. A long time ago, there was an evil god. He wanted to devour all the courts and destroy everything so that reality would no longer exist. He wanted to live alone and enjoy eternal loneliness. The ancient life lamp was transformed by that evil god. He was defeated during the primeval sovereign's era, leaving only the ancient life lamp behind. But at the end of the primeval sovereign's era, someone stole the ancient life lamp. Rumor has it that the evil god was released. After that, history was erased until today. The evil god's power of the ancient life lamp cannot be resisted by great sovereigns. You are now equivalent to being cursed by that evil god. Do you understand the seriousness of the matter? After speaking, he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Then what do you want me to do next?" The primeval sovereign's era was extremely distant, even older than the sovereign heaven. "Abandon your body and reincarnate," Jiang Feili said word by word, staring at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 898. Impossible. Zhou Xuanji flatly refused. He had gone through so many hardships to reach this step. How could he recultivate? Moreover, if he gave up his cultivation, what should he do if his family was in danger again? So what if it was the evil god? He was facing the ancient life lamp, not the evil god himself. Jiang Feili's face turned gloomy when he heard this. Zhou Xuanji was an important part of his plan. He couldn't afford to fail. If Zhou Xuanji was killed by the ancient life lamp before he could stop the Qila 9 absolutes, then his plan would be ruined. Thinking of this, his eyes turned sharp. His aura suddenly erupted, enveloping Zhou Xuanji. In this regard, Zhou Xuanji held his head high and puffed out his chest. Facing Jiang Feili's aura head-on, he wasn't afraid at all. He wasn't Jiang Feili's disciple, nor was he a puppet. He didn't force the ancient life lamp. He didn't fulfill Shen Yinqing's promise. Why should he reincarnate and recultivate? For his own good. But his tone was completely different. It was more like coercion. The two stared at each other, giving each other tit for tat. After 3 breaths, Jiang Feili's aura suddenly dissipated. The tense atmosphere also disappeared. Then you should cultivate well and rely on yourself to survive this tribulation. Go down. Jiang Feili flicked his sleeves and turned around. His tone was very impolite. Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly cupped his hands, bowed, and left. After walking out of the temple, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Shen Yinqing's blessed grotto heaven. After returning to the vast world, he was stopped by Shen Yinqing. Shen Yinqing raised her right hand and sealed the blessed grotto heaven. She said with a faint smile, "Your face is so ugly. Did my revered master make things difficult for you?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He naturally couldn't slander her revered master in front of her. "Ignore him, I won't let the ancient life lamp hurt you," Shen Yinqing comforted. Her tone became excited as she clenched her fists and said, "I will control the ancient life lamp. When the time comes, I will help you destroy the Qila 9 absolutes." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Protect yourself first. Even your revered master can't do anything about it. You still want to control it. Can you wake up?" After that, he bypassed Shen Yinqing and prepared to go back to continue his breakthrough. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to bring him a sense of security. Shen Yinqing's eyes widened. She grabbed his hand, pulled him, and snorted, "Shall we make a bet?" Zhou Xuanji looked back at her and said, "Not coming." This girl was too conceited. She didn't even feel the slightest bit of panic. Shen Yinqing said softly, "Let me tell you a secret. I have the means to control the ancient life lamp. In addition, you have to be afraid of my master. He is not as peaceful as he looks. He must have some ulterior motive for taking you in." Zhou Xuanji was surprised. He didn't expect Shen Yinqing to have such an evaluation of his master. He had thought that the master and disciple had a good relationship. Shen Yinqing understood the look in his eyes and snorted coldly, "I do respect him, but it doesn't mean that I'm stupid. Take your opportunity stones as an example. He is reluctant to give me so many opportunity stones. Why do I have to hunt great supreme masters everywhere? It's because he has reservations about me. If I'm not mistaken, the mortal god is also one of the chess pieces in his plan. Letting my sister come here is his idea." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. It seemed that Jiang Feili's goal wasn't just to stop the Qila 9 absolutes. This was a very big game of chess. This plan had begun a long time ago when he took in Shen Yinqing. Shen Yinqing leaned in front of him and whispered in his ear, "Zhou Xuanji, don't trust anyone in this endless universe. The endless universe is not as beautiful as it seems on the surface. Maybe one day, I will also attack you for my opportunity." She took a step back and smiled charmingly at Zhou Xuanji before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. He had heard such words too many times. Right now, all he could think about was breaking through as soon as possible. The breakthrough of each court realm, in addition to the accumulation of quantity, also needed to be guided to create a new dimension in the depths of one's soul. Unlike opening a small world, the court realm was boundless and could accommodate countless universes. It required an extremely stable soul strength and complicated operation of rules. Fortunately, he had Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign could give him guidance when he broke through. This also proved that Little Sovereign had at least the cultivation of a second court Great Sovereign. Before this, Zhou Xuanji thought that he had just entered the Great Sovereign realm and was even weaker than an ordinary Great Sovereign. But now, it seemed that the name Little Sovereign was an insult to this guy. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to the second court Great Sovereign. His supreme divine power had undergone a qualitative change, shaking the entire blessed grotto heavens. In front of a waterfall, Shen Yanqing looked up and saw waves rippling in the sky like waves. What is this guy's physique? How can he absorb so quickly? Shen Yanqing furrowed her brow. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. She knew about the existence of Little Sovereign. But even with the guidance of a powerful expert, it was impossible for him to absorb so quickly. At the same time, in the temple, Jiang Feili opened his eyes. He cried out in surprise, "Strange, this kid." He knew that Zhou Xuanji's aptitude was very good, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Doesn't this mean that if I give this kid more opportunity stones, he can continue to break through? And in a short time. Thinking of this, Jiang Feili pinched his fingers to calculate Zhou Xuanji's origin. However, no matter how he calculated, he could only calculate Zhou Xuanji's past. He felt that something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji's fate was a little vague, as if it had been pieced together. What the hell is going on? Jiang Feili mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a light shadow appeared behind him. The light shadow said with a mocking smile, "Why? Did you feel the change?" Jiang Feili nodded with a solemn expression. "Give up on him, he is still cursed by the ancient life lamp. Be careful not to burn yourself playing with fire." The light shadow shook his head and said with a smile. Jiang Feili fell into silence and fell into deep thought. The light shadow didn't disturb him and let him think alone. After a long while, Jiang Feili said softly, "Forget it, don't need him." The light shadow asked in a cold voice, "You want me to kill him directly?" Jiang Feili shook his head. His eyes flickered with a terrifying cold light. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji was still consolidating his cultivation. He didn't know that a killing intent was coming. Very good. If you can go to the Eternal God realm, it will be great. The extermination immortal physique can absolutely grow wildly there. Like I said, you have the potential to surpass the previous sovereigns of the Kunlun origin court. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. His words were full of praise. Zhou Xuanji could be said to be lucky to obtain the extermination immortal physique. But wasn't it predestined for him to have such luck? Since ancient times, he wasn't the first person with the extermination immortal physique. But very few people with the extermination immortal physique could grow to his level. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to answer Little Sovereign, Shen Yanqing suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a low voice, "Hurry up. Your trouble is coming." Chapter 899. What trouble? Zhou Xuanji looked up at Shen Yanqing and asked in doubt. He immediately had an answer in his heart. Jiang Feili. That old thing couldn't sit still anymore. Shen Yanqing said in a deep voice, "My master wants to make a move against you. When you step out of this world, it will be the time of your death. Don't look at how you have broken through to the second court Grand Supreme. Even if you break through to the 3 courts, you are still not his match. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile. If so, how can I escape? I'm right under his nose. It seemed that Shen Yanqing already had a countermeasure. Could it be that there was a special and hidden teleportation formation in this blessed enclave? Humph, get ready. I'll bring your wife and son in. Shen Yanqing snorted coldly and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled before closing his eyes and continuing to consolidate his sovereign divine power. The Lesser Supreme Sword, the Life and Death Emperor Sword, and the Soul Kunlun Sword floated around him, rotating and protecting him. Not long after, Shen Yanqing, Mortal Sovereign, and Zhou Tanhua appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Shen Yanqing became angry. She rebuked, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and stood up slowly. "Let's go," he said calmly. Zhou Tanhua asked excitedly, "Father, have you broken through again?" He had a look of worship on his face. After being outside the court for so long, he had some understanding of Grand Supremes. How long had it been? His father, who had just broken through to become a first court exalt, had actually broken through again. At this rate, Zhou Xuanji would soon surpass Jiang Feili. Let's stop chatting. Follow me. With a wave of her right hand, Shen Yanqing took Zhou Xuanji and the other two away. She turned into a streak of red light and flew towards the horizon, directly entering the waterfall between the mountains. In the next moment, they arrived at the space-time tunnel. How can you be so guarded against your own master? Zhou Xuanji teased, making Shen Yanqing roll her eyes. Dark Crimson Dust asked curiously, "Where are we going next?" Kunlun Origin Court. Shen Yanqing shook her head. She looked ahead and moved forward at full speed. My revered teacher's target is Zhou Xuanji. Even if he escapes back to the Kunlun Origin Court, he can still find Zhou Xuanji. Shen Yanqing smiled coldly. The three of them were visibly moved when they heard this. They looked at her in surprise, wondering what she was going to do. Isn't it good to let my master fight with the 9 absolutes of the Kirin? Don't worry, we're not going to kill our way into the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Instead, we're going to the Thunder League near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Shen Yanqing chuckled. When she mentioned the Thunder League, her eyes flashed with a hint of heat. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, "What is the Thunder Alliance?" Shen Yanqing did not hide anything and introduced the origin of the Thunder League to them. In the boundless universe, there were not only independent planes and realms. There were also vast domains that were countless times larger than the Kunlun cosmos. There were many living beings hidden in these domains. Where there were many living beings, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts, and the formation of forces was also inevitable. The Thunder Alliance was one of them. It was one of the giants near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. It was very open and did not have many requirements. It was an extremely famous holy land for cultivation and was also a place where resources gathered. Shen Yanqing wanted to collect more opportunity stones for Zhou Xuanji and use the power of the Thunder Alliance to deter Jiang Feili. Fighting was forbidden in the Thunder Alliance. This was also the biggest reason why the Thunder Alliance could become a holy land. Your revered master won't retaliate against the Kunlun Origin Court, right? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He had already left the Kunlun Origin Court for some time. He wanted to go back and have a look after breaking through. Shen Yanqing hesitated and said, "I don't think so." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, "Let's go back to the Kunlun Origin Court." Shen Yanqing became angry and rebuked, "Is the Kunlun Origin Court so important? Can't you live? Don't you want to part with your other 2 wives? After playing for so many years, aren't you tired of it? I will find you more wives in the future." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said in a deep voice, "You are humiliating me." He directly used the sword fusion technique. His aura exploded, breaking through Shen Yanqing's sovereign divine power. Zhou Tianhua and Hong Qin's sovereign's expressions changed drastically. Both of them felt great pressure. Even their souls were trembling. Humph. Then let's go back to the Kunlun origin court. When my revered master finds trouble with you, don't expect me to help. Shen Yanqing said with a cold snort. With a shake of her shoulder, she suppressed Zhou Xuanji's aura. Her sovereign divine power once again wrapped around them, taking them in a different direction. The atmosphere was silent. No one spoke anymore. Supreme Crimson Dust closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation. Seeing this, Zhou Tianhua also followed suit and cultivated. Shen Yanqing glanced back at Zhou Xuanji with resentment in her eyes. She asked through voice transmission, "What's wrong? Are you so narrow-minded? I risked offending my revered master to save you. Can't I make a joke?" Zhou Xuanji looked at her coldly and replied, "Some things can't be joked about." Shen Yanqing curled her lips. Hearing this, she became even angrier. However, no matter how angry she was, Zhou Xuanji didn't care about her. She was helpless. In the dark domain, the dark ship of the Qilin 9 Absolutes was slowly moving forward. 9 figures were standing on the deck. Among them was the Qilin demon. All of them were wearing black robes and looking straight ahead. Most of their faces couldn't be seen. They were like shadows. The myriad domain devil lair is just ahead. Are you ready? Of course, the sovereign heaven is waiting for us. We have to be careful of the Thunder Alliance and Yen Alliance. They are nearby and might disturb us. Don't worry, they won't dare. I've captured the heirs of many of their higher-ups. They won't start a war. It's this kind of trick again. Haven't you suffered enough? You've forced countless great supremes to perish together with you. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin began to discuss, all of them appearing calm and collected. They were determined to succeed in the following plan. The Qilin demon looked at the man in the lead and whispered, "Big brother, I have a bad feeling about this. There was news about the ancient honored life lamp not long ago. Will it affect our plan?" The ancient life lamp. The moment this name came out, the other Qilin 7 absolutes fell silent. The leader of the Qilin 9 absolutes was called Qilin Ancient Desolation. This name represented a nightmare in the boundless universe. Facing the reminder of the Qilin Enchantress, the Qilin Ancient Desolation shook his head and smiled, "I know where the ancient life lamp is. It is being held by an idiot and will not cause any trouble for the time being." Idiot. The others could not help but be curious, who was the Qilin Ancient Desolate talking about? Just as they were about to ask, a violent aura attacked from the front. A dazzling light engulfed the darkness, as if it was going to swallow the giant ship. "Humph, I've finally met you reptiles." A cold snort filled with killing intent was heard, causing the faces of the 9 absolutes to darken. The other party actually dared to call them reptiles. I was wondering who it was. So it's the martial dragon ape. When did you climb out of the coffin? The Qilin demon laughed contemptuously. As she spoke, she took out a blood-colored curved blade from her sleeve. Chapter 900. Humph, Qilin 9 absolutes, today I will destroy all of you. The martial dragon ape sovereign snorted coldly. The bright light in front of him became even more intense, illuminating the entire universe like the sun was approaching. Whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and countless black arrows of light shot forth, each of them over 1,000 feet in diameter, bombarding the giant ship with an unstoppable force. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin disappeared from the deck at the same time. They turned into 9 huge and ferocious black shadows and rushed forward. Bang! Terrifying forces clashed together, directly shattering this universe domain. Within the space-time tunnel, Shen Yanqing controlled her sovereign divine power to move forward. Zhou Xuanji, who was meditating behind her, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and murmured, "This feeling is..." Shen Yanqing looked back at him. Zhou Tanhua and Mortal Sovereign also opened their eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. "It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit uneasy, as if something bad had happened," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. He trusted his intuition. Something must have happened. Or perhaps something was about to happen. He took a deep breath and said, "Can you go faster?" Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes. She was already moving forward at full speed. How could she go any faster? "It won't be long before we reach the Kunlun Origin Court. Don't worry." She turned her head and snorted contemptuously. It was really easy to lose one's mind when it came to love. Zhou Xuanji was usually so calm, but whenever he thought about his family, he would always be filled with worry, which made her feel disdain. The four of them continued forward. About 10 days passed. They finally arrived at the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing had happened to the Kunlun Origin Court. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and the Emperor Sword Divine Range were still alive and well. All the divine ranges in the Origin Court were also fulfilling their duties, urging all living beings to cultivate diligently. There were no large-scale wars, and everything seemed so harmonious. Zhou Xuanji returned to the Sovereign Divine Range, while Zhou Tanhua went to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Mortal Sovereign took Shen Yanqing back to the mortal plane to rest. After entering the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji created some outer-of-soul doppelgangers and moved them out of the Kunlun Origin Court to guard the various places. If there was an enemy attack, Zhou Xuanji would be able to detect it immediately. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and communicated with Little Supreme Sword. "Jiang Feili, what is this person planning? Could it be that he also wants to obtain the Cardinal Heaven?" Little Sovereign touched his chin and frowned, lost in thought. Zhou Xuanji contemplated as he channeled his energy technique. He could not understand why Jiang Feili wanted to deal with him. There was no hatred between the two of them, and they had a common enemy, the Qilin 9 Absolutes. There was no reason for them to kill him. Just because he didn't agree to reincarnate. Myriad Domain Demon Lair. 9 Ultimate Qilin. Cardinal Heaven, and the Ancient Life Lamp. Little Sovereign thought hard and his brows were almost knitted together. He suddenly thought of something, opened his eyes, and cried out in surprise, "I understand. You are the Sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, and his goal is the Cardinal Heaven realm. You might become a variable because you already know that his attention is on the Cardinal Heaven realm. Even if you don't know his true identity, you will still be a potential threat." He clapped his hands in realization. Zhou Xuanji was still frowning and asked, "What relationship do I have with sovereign heavenly beings? Could it be that I can attract Cardinal Heaven experts and make them work for me?" Even so, as long as Jiang Feili did not target him, he would not let a Cardinal Heaven expert deal with Jiang Feili. Or is there a deeper reason? He wants the Cardinal Heaven, and so does the 9 Ultimate Qilin. That's why he wants you to join his plan. When the Cardinal Heaven is resurrected, this invincible sovereign will sense the aura of the younger generation. No matter what divine ability he encounters, the Cardinal Heaven will turn to you. As long as the plan succeeds, the 9 Ultimate Qilin will be led by the nose. He will then let you control the Cardinal Heaven to destroy the 9 Ultimate Qilin. After that, he will find an opportunity to kill you and replace you. After all, you are his disciple. But now, your aptitude makes him afraid, because this plan can't be carried out in a short period of time. If you're already a threat to him by the time the plan is carried out, then wouldn't it all be for naught? After Little Sovereign finished speaking, he started laughing. His laughter was extremely cold. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, "In other words, Jiang Feili will kill me at all costs. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease even if he controls the Cardinal Heaven. Moreover, he will even destroy the Kunlun origin court. Even Sovereign Wu Zhou might be harmed. This old thing is too terrifying. He looks so amiable, but I didn't expect him to be so vicious. Yes. Therefore, we must take the initiative and join forces with the previous sovereigns of the Kunlun origin court to come and help. Little Sovereign said in a deep voice. He used to be a sovereign. How could he tolerate outsiders destroying the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, "You can contact the previous sovereigns." The corner of Little Sovereign's mouth rose as he replied, "Virtuous Great Formation. The number 1 great formation of the Kunlun origin court. Every sovereign of a generation had the power of a sovereign in it." Zhou Xuanji also smiled. "Very good. Jiang Feili, as long as you dare to come, you will die." In the darkness, Jiang Feili was flying forward on his flying sword. A light figure was floating behind him. "Are you sure you want to chase him now?" the light figure asked. After learning that Shen Yanqing had escaped with Zhou Xuanji's group, they were furious. Jiang Feili was searching for the whereabouts of the 4. His potential is too great. If we don't get rid of him, he may become the next ancient genius or even the next cardinal heaven. Jiang Feili said in a soft voice. His eyes were solemn. Ever since Zhou Xuanji escaped, he had been feeling uneasy. Especially when he thought of Shen Yanqing, he felt even more uneasy. As he recalled some memories, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "We will also destroy the Kunlun origin court while we are at it. At that time, we will pretend that it was the Qilin 9 Absolutes who did it. After all, the Qilin demon has been there," Jiang Feili said faintly. He had already made a plan after destroying the Kunlun origin court. As long as he found Zhou Xuanji, he believed that he could definitely kill him. The light figure said in a deep voice, "I always feel that something is wrong. That kid is very strange. He is very confident when facing you. It's fine if he is under your nose. But once he leaves, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill him. Don't worry, no one can save him. What's more, his backer is just the soul of Little Sovereign." "There's nothing to fear," Jiang Feili said indifferently. The light figure sighed and no longer tried to persuade him. They continued moving forward. After 3 hours, suddenly, a jade disc flew over from the front, spinning at high speed. Jiang Feili stretched out his hand and grabbed it. He took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, "Is it the legendary white universe plate? How did it appear here?" He raised his eyes and looked ahead. It was absolute darkness. He couldn't see anything clearly. "Jiang Feili, this treasure is for you. Do you want it?" A cold voice that sounded like a smile yet not a smile came. Jiang Feili's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Without saying a word, he turned around and fled. Chapter 901. Just as Jiang Feili was about to escape, a gigantic golden hand grabbed him from behind and pulled him into the palm of the hand. The light shadow on his body angrily rebuked, "Gu Tianlin. You have no hatred with us. What do you want to do?" Cold laughter came from behind the giant golden hand. "I heard that you want to target the Qilin 9 Absolutes. I also have the same intention. Let's cooperate. The white universe plate is a greeting gift." Jiang Feili's expression turned gloomy. Flames ignited on his body, burning the giant golden hand to ashes. A terrifying and fierce aura erupted. Jiang Feili asked expressionlessly, "What hatred do you have with the Qilin 9 Absolutes?" He frowned. His heart was full of doubts. With Gu Tianlin's background, there was no need to be afraid of the Qilin 9 Absolutes. This guy could make the Qilin 9 Absolutes tremble with just a few words. "I just want to kill them, but my identity doesn't allow me to do it myself," Gu Tianlin's voice came again. His words were full of contempt. Jiang Feili pondered. He looked at the white universe plate in his hand. His eyes turned cold as he said, "Okay. I promise you." But this white universe plate alone is not enough. The light shadow behind him became anxious. It was about to speak when it was absorbed into his body. "Okay, when the myriad domain devil lair begins, I will send my mount to help you." "That's it." Gu Tianlin agreed. As his voice fell, the strong light around him disappeared. Jiang Feili's face lit up when he heard this. Jade-eyed Yama Tao Tai. Very good. He muttered to himself. He was in high spirits. Kunlun Origin Court, Supreme Plane, boom. A pillar of light rose from within the Supreme Palace and rushed into the sky, causing huge waves to appear in the sky. Zhou Xuanji walked out of the hall and looked up. Little Sovereign was floating behind him, looking up. At this time, Shen Yanqing suddenly appeared in front of them. She raised her head and asked in surprise, "What kind of formation is this? What do you want to do?" She furrowed her brows as a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. "Virtuous Great Formation, have you heard of it, little doll?" Little Sovereign smiled proudly. Obviously, he still held a grudge against Shen Yanqing for slapping him. Therefore, he would always make fun of Shen Yanqing whenever he got the chance. Shen Yanqing frowned even more. She knew nothing about the virtuous formation, so she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are you going to deal with my master?" Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign nodded tacitly at the same frequency. "What is the secret behind this formation?" she asked. "Nothing, I just want to maximize the power of the Kunlun Origin Court." Little Sovereign replied casually. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he really wanted to laugh. It seemed that Little Sovereign was still wary of Shen Yanqing. He didn't point it out. What if Shen Yanqing found out the truth and tipped off Jiang Feili? If it were Zhou Xuanji, he would definitely do this to repay his teacher. Shen Yanqing shook her head and said, "Even if the power of the Kunlun Origin Court reaches its peak, it will not be my master's opponent. You know nothing about his strength." Little Sovereign looked at her contemptuously and smiled without saying a word. The three of them stopped talking and continued to look up at the virtuous display formation. In the dark void, there was a small island floating. There was only a crooked old tree on the island. A white-haired man was sitting on the ground under the tree. He was dragging a jade zither between his legs. He had a handsome face and dark blue eyes that looked like two stars. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He gently raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Interesting, someone in the Kunlun Origin Court is asking for help. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He has reached the great sovereign of two courts in just over 2,000 years old. It seems that our Kunlun Origin Court is going to produce another peerless genius." He thought for a moment before slowly getting up. "Forget it, let's go back and take a look. After so many years, there are still people who dare to bully our Kunlun Origin Court." On the other side, in an underground cave that was dripping with water, the faint sound of the wind continued. Sharp thorns emerged from the ground. On one of the huge thorns, a burly man with bare arms was sitting cross-legged. The surface of his body was covered with silver needles. They were trembling slightly as if the surrounding space was twisting. He suddenly opened his eyes, flames spewing from them as he let out a cold snort. Without hesitation, he disappeared into thin air. At the same time, in various parts of the endless universe, many sovereigns who were cultivating opened their eyes at the same time. Some left angrily, some approached out of curiosity, and many continued to cultivate in disdain. After 7 days, Zhou Xuanji, who was in the Supreme Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. He said softly, "He's here." He directly moved out of the Kunlun Origin Court and came into the darkness. The Life and Death Emperor's sword, Lesser Supreme Sword, and Soul Kunlun's sword were floating behind him, rotating separately. He directly mobilized the power of the Kunlun origin court and cast the sword fusion technique. White light burst out from his body. His aura was powerful to the limit. Shen Yanqing appeared beside him and fixed her eyes on him. She saw Jiang Feili flying over on his sword. He had his hands behind his waist and an indifferent look on his face. He saw Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji from afar. He deliberately slowed down and said, "Zhou Xuanji, come here. Don't force me to destroy the Kunlun origin court." Zhou Xuanji, holding the Soul Kunlun sword, said with a smile, "I'm afraid it's not enough." He was anxious in his heart. In such a short time, those sovereigns might not be able to catch up. But now, he had to face Jiang Feili. "You are too conceited. The power of the Kunlun origin court isn't as strong as you think," Jiang Feili said calmly as he continued to charge towards Zhou Xuanji. Shen Yanqing shouted, "Master, you really want to kill him?" Jiang Feili remained indifferent, not even answering her. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, enveloping Jiang Feili. In an instant, all of them rained down like a torrential downpour, drowning Jiang Feili. A barrier of light appeared around Jiang Feili's body, blocking all the sword shadows. "Stop!" Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out. Sovereign Wu Zhou turned into a beam of intense light and dashed over. He landed before Zhou Xuanji in an instant. He turned to look at Jiang Feili and said solemnly, "Jiang Feili, I'm afraid you're tired of living." Knowing that Jiang Feili wanted to deal with Zhou Xuanji and the Kunlun origin court for the sake of Cardinal Heaven, Sovereign Wu Zhou was infuriated. He already felt guilty towards the Kunlun origin court, so how could he tolerate others destroying the Kunlun origin court? "Wu Zhou, you came at the right time," Jiang Feili said with a sneer. A beam of light rose from behind him, spreading its arms and turning into a terrifying phoenix with a wingspan of millions of meters. It wrapped Zhou Xuanji's group of 3 with its wings. Little Sovereign flew out from the blade and teased, "Junior, can you do it?" Sovereign Wu Zhou glanced at him in surprise and replied, "No, his cultivation is far beyond mine." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. With the support of the Kunlun origin court, he also felt that Sovereign Wu Zhou wasn't that strong. At least, he didn't give him the feeling that he couldn't defeat him. Jiang Feili walked towards Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Wu Zhou. His eyes were cold as he said faintly, "So, you called for reinforcements. Unfortunately, you overestimated the strength of your reinforcements." Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Chapter 902. Jiang Feili's expression changed drastically as he turned around. Zhou Xuanji, Supreme Wu Zhou, Shen Yanqing, and Little Sovereign also turned their heads. The sound of the zither was bleak, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. There was also the sound of a woman crying bitterly, endless resentment mixed with killing intent. "What is this?" Dark Wu Zhou frowned. This zither music actually caused his soul to shudder. Not only him, but the others also felt the same way. Even Jiang Feili was the same. How is this possible? Why would he come? Could it be that he predicted this? Impossible. I clearly deceived the fate of the Kunlun origin court. Jiang Feili's body trembled, his face filled with fear. Seeing him lose his composure, Zhou Xuanji was delighted. Little Sovereign laughed even more wildly, "Old bastard. Are you afraid now? Do you think my Kunlun origin court can be destroyed by a lowly person like you?" He turned his head to look in the direction of the zither and called out, "Grandmaster. Help me. Ancestor." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Who was the ancestral master of Little Supreme Zun? Was he also a supreme of the Kunlun origin court? "Little fellow, how did you end up like this?" A chuckle drifted over, its tone filled with ridicule. Little Sovereign was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Jiang Feili turned around and cupped his fist towards the darkness, respectfully asking, "Senior Hong Qin, why have you come?" "I don't want to deal with the Kunlun Origin Court. I just want to capture this brat." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and sneered. At this moment, no amount of quibbling would be of any use. He had already informed all the sages about Jiang Feili's plan through the Sage Manifestation Array. "Then stay here," Senior Hong Qin said in an overbearing manner, causing Jiang Feili's expression to turn even uglier. There was curiosity in Shen Yinqing's eyes. This was the first time she had seen her master so embarrassed and uneasy. Who was this Senior Hong Qin? The situation was instantly reversed. Supreme Wu Zhou rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be the legendary Rainbow Qin Sage Monarch, who could destroy an entire court with a single pluck of his zither? Zhou Xuanji and Shen Yinqing were speechless. The ancestor of the little Supreme Venerables was this powerful. Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered that he had seen the legend of Rainbow Qin Saint Lord before. It was just that in the Kunlun Origin Court's legends, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord was considered to be a myth, and there were very few records about him. The most detailed record was that he had saved the Kunlun Origin Court. He had played the zither with both hands, and with a single song, he had pulled the destroyed Kunlun Origin Court back to its former glory. He had reversed time and space, pulled back karma, and restored everything that had been destroyed. This method made him the savior of the world. Supreme Wu Zhou's divine ability was very similar to that of Hong Qin Sage Monarch. "Hong Qin Saint Monarch, you disregarded your seniority and targeted us. Are you not afraid of karma?" The light figure above Jiang Feili's head rebuked angrily. Facing the Rainbow Qin Sacred Monarch, he actually didn't feel much fear. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked at this figure of light in curiosity. This guy actually has an independent consciousness. They thought that the light was a manifestation of Jiang Feili's thaumaturgy. Judging from his tone, he was even more arrogant than Jiang Feili. Since you want to talk about seniority, then I'll kill you." A powerful and domineering voice rang out, startling everyone into turning their heads to look in another direction. A raging flame suddenly appeared in the darkness in that direction. It was like a brilliant flower suddenly blooming, rapidly expanding. Jiang Feili panicked and cried out in alarm, "Li Yingyu, why are you here?" Supreme Wu Zhou and Shen Yinqing were also shocked. It was as if they had heard something incredible. Zhou Xuanji asked Little Sovereign, "Who is Li Yingyu?" Little Sovereign had a complicated look on his face as he replied, "A junior. I didn't expect him to become a sovereign. No wonder he didn't put me in his eyes back then. At that time, I was the sovereign. I liked to pick geniuses. One time, I met him. He threatened to surpass me and even dared to attack me. At that time, the technique ancestor wanted me to execute him, but I didn't do so. I just banished him to some lost land to test him. After that, I didn't hear any news about him until I left the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. In this case, Li Yingyu might be their enemy. Shen Yinqing looked at him and asked, "Why is Li Yingyu also here? What did you do?" She suddenly realized that the virtuous Great Formation wasn't used to fight against Jiang Feili but to ask for help. Otherwise, how could Hong Qin Saint Monarch and Li Yingyu come at the same time? "You want to destroy my Kunlun Origin Court. You are courting death and you still ask me why I am here. Sword Emperor, don't panic. With me here, even 10 of him can't kill you." Li Yingyu's overbearing voice came again as a majestic figure walked out of the huge fireball. His figure was extremely tall and sturdy. His arms were bare and his whole body was burning with flames. He was like an unparalleled god of fire walking through the air. With every step he took, a spark would appear under his feet. It was very spectacular. Upon seeing Li Yingyu, Jiang Feili's face turned extremely gloomy. The most important thing was that Hong Qin's Saint Monarch's zither was still playing. It was as if he was playing music for his end, tormenting his heart. Ha ha ha. At this moment, another burst of arrogant laughter came. Everyone turned their heads and saw a pair of green eyes appear in the darkness. They had no pupils and were looking at them with an evil smile. Yo, you old demon is also here. I almost forgot that the Kunlun Origin Court still has a sovereign like you, Li Yingyu said with a grin. He looked a little excited. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Jiang Feili's face turned pale. He clenched his fists, trying to keep calm. However, his nightmare had just begun. Waves of peerlessly powerful auras came from all directions, shaking the darkness. Almost in an instant, the dark void turned into day. Oh, you're all here. It seems like our Kunlun Origin Court is still of the same branch. After so many years, has the Kunlun Origin Court declined? Even cats and dogs dare to try and destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. How do you think we should kill him? One divine ability per person, let's see how much he can withstand. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked around. They couldn't tell how many sovereigns had descended. He fixed his eyes on it and took a deep breath. So many supremes. There were at least 20 of them. Shen Yinqing was silent, while Supreme Wu Zhou was extremely excited. TSK, there are so many acquaintances. Little Sovereign glanced around and said with interest. Jiang Feili's aura was suppressed. His forehead was covered in sweat as he tried to think of a way to escape. With so many Supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court, how could he contend against them all? Damn it! Why is it like this? Why? Why did they all come to save Zhou Xuanji? The Kunlun Origin Court also had a disaster before. Why did they all come this time? Jiang Feili felt that he was going crazy. He had never encountered such a dangerous and embarrassing situation. The light shadow behind him was also frightened. He didn't dare to speak again. Jiang Feili, kneel. A voice filled with boundless saintly might descended from above, accompanied by a great pressure. Jiang Feili coughed up a mouthful of blood as he knelt in the void. The light shadow behind him was crushed and shattered, turning into countless light stars that drifted away without any resistance. Chapter 903. Seeing Jiang Feili kneeling down, Shen Yinqing frowned. In her heart, Jiang Feili was definitely a top-notch almighty being in the boundless universe. Why did she feel that her master was so weak now? No matter what, even if he died, he couldn't kneel. Jiang Feili, kowtow and apologize to the Kunlun Origin Court. You dare to target the Kunlun Origin Court? Are you worthy? I should imprint this scene with a spell so that everyone can see it. Ha ha ha, it's time to let the endless universe remember the might of the Kunlun Origin Court. The sage has personally come. Your death can be considered glorious. The autarchs mocked Jiang Feili to their heart's content. Aside from Li Yingyu, the other autarchs did not reveal their true forms, but their might continued to envelop this dark domain. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's blood boiled. No matter how stable his Dao heart was, he could not remain calm at this moment. The gathering of sages proved the foundation of the Kunlun Origin Court. The name of the origin of all living beings was not just for show. Under their gazes, Jiang Feili's body trembled in extreme fear. He suddenly thought of something. He flipped his right hand, and the white universe plate appeared in his hand. I will never forget what happened today. He roared hoarsely. Then, he suddenly crushed the white universe plate. The plate of white fate. This old man. Sovereign Wu Zhou's eyes widened as he exclaimed. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Feili vanished into thin air. Zhou Xuanji frowned. If Jiang Feili escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. After all, it would be very difficult to gather so many Supremes to help again. They could already be considered repaying the kindness of the Kunlun Origin Court by coming here once. I'm here, and you still want to escape. The Rainbow Qin Saint's light laughter rang out, and the sound of the zither suddenly changed, becoming harsh and sharp. Ah! Zhang Feili's screams followed, and in the next second, he reappeared at the place where he had just disappeared. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his clothes were ragged. He was in an extremely sorry state. Supreme Wu Zhou let out a sigh of relief and sighed. The sage is invincible. Zhou Xuanji and Shen Yanqing were also shocked. None of them had seen what had happened, but it was precisely because of this that they were shocked. No matter what methods Zhang Feili used, he could not escape from Hong Qin Sage's eyes. TSK, the sage's cultivation is truly unfathomable. In the current boundless universe, there aren't many who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Saint Monarch. Senior is a senior indeed. Actually, we don't need to come. It's enough to have him. Zhang Feili is also a famous person, but it's a pity that he dared to find trouble with our Kunlun Origin Court. Does he really think that our descendants have no backing? His death is not to be regretted. The voices of the supreme martial artists rang out again. They were all in awe of Hong Qin's sacred monarch's strength. Li Yingyu appeared behind Zhang Feili in a single step. His right palm landed on the top of Zhang Feili's head, and a terrifying flame ignited on his palm. Zhang Feili didn't even have time to scream before he was burned into a puddle of blood and his soul turned into smoke. He had fallen. A great cultivator of a generation died just like that, and his countless years of cultivation vanished into thin air. The Kunlun Origin Court still has to rely on itself in the future. Current Overlord, please work hard. If you can come to the illusory divine realm in the future, you can look for me. The Rainbow Qin Saint's voice rang out. When his voice landed, the sound of the Guqin came to an abrupt halt. The sage left. He came without a trace and left without a trace. The other sovereigns also left one after another. Before leaving, they told Zhou Xuanji in the tone of a senior, hoping that he could lead the Kunlun Origin Court to prosperity and that such a crisis would not happen again in the future. From the beginning to the end, they did not show themselves. Li Yingyu smiled at Sovereign Wu Zhou, then transformed into flames and disappeared into the darkness. The calamity ended just like that, and the dark void returned to silence. Supreme Wu Zhou turned around and sighed. You guys really have some tricks up your sleeves. How did you contact me and the other Supremes through the virtuous manifestation formation? As a supreme martial artist, this was the first time he knew that the virtuous manifestation formation could be used like this. Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, "This is a magical ability that only the great sovereigns of the two courts can display." After all, ordinary great sovereigns can have the strength of the two courts after obtaining the power of the Kunlun Origin Court. If even the great sovereigns of the two courts can't resist this calamity, it means that the Kunlun Origin Court may really be in danger of destruction. Zhou Xuanji suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Little Sovereign didn't say anything before. Shen Yanqing had a complicated expression as she said, "The heritage of the Kunlun Origin Court is really amazing." She didn't feel too sad after witnessing her master's death. On the contrary, she had a strong interest in the Kunlun Origin Court. Of course, the Kunlun Origin Court is the origin of everything. Little Sovereign proudly stated. Although he had already fallen, his sense of responsibility and honor as a sovereign had always been there. Supreme Wu Zhou smiled. He then bowed to Little Sovereign and respectfully said, "Wu Zhou pays respect to Senior. This calamity is all thanks to Senior." Little Sovereign glanced at him and snorted, "You are really idle as a sovereign. But that's good. At least you gave him a chance." Supreme Wu Zhou immediately felt embarrassed after hearing this. He quickly changed the topic and asked Zhou Xuanji, "You said that the 9 absolutes of Qilin want to resurrect the cardinal heaven sovereigns. Do you want to join hands to go to the myriad domain devil nest and annihilate the 9 absolutes of Qilin? When I first left the Kunlun origin court, the 9 absolutes of Qilin suppressed me a lot. He didn't hide his murderous aura at all. It seemed that he was also very embarrassed in front of the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Zhou Xuanji readily agreed without hesitation. Very well, we will meet at the Thunder Alliance in the Myriad Domain Devil Nest. I will stay there. You can find me by mentioning my name, Supreme Wu Zhou said with a grin. After saying this, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji turned around and returned to the Kunlun origin court with Little Sovereign and Shen Nianqing. Shen Nianqing sighed with emotion and said, "This time, I have really opened my eyes. I have decided to stay in the Kunlun origin court. I want to see how many secrets are hidden in the Kunlun origin court." After saying this, she left alone. This girl is really heartless. She is indifferent to the death of her revered master. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He had always been helpless against Divine Star. Little Sovereign said meaningfully, "She is not heartless. On the contrary, she is not simple. Just now, I clearly felt that she was trying to suppress her aura. She is standing behind you. She is under your protection. Why would she hide her aura?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It was really unnecessary. Unless she was afraid of a sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. But so many sovereigns and no one mentioned her. What is the reason? Thinking of what she had said to him before, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. I have to be more wary of her in the future. I always feel that she is plotting something. At first, she pretended that she didn't know that she had a sister and didn't know you. But now, she is so close to you. Something is really wrong, Little Sovereign reminded in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji nodded before entering the sovereign plane. As soon as he entered, he suddenly stopped as a figure appeared in front of him. His whole body was shining with light. Only his figure could be seen but not his face. Chapter 904. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked vigilantly. The sovereigns had just left, and a mysterious person had infiltrated the sovereign's plane. This meant that this person's cultivation was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to appear at this juncture. The figure in the light smiled and said, Zhou Xuanji, don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. This voice was so familiar, as though he had heard it before. It seems like you really don't remember me. That's right, you have already become a sovereign who dominates the Kunlun origin court. How could you remember your opponent from back then? However, we haven't become opponents yet. What a pity, the other party continued with a smile, his tone filled with ridicule. As the light dissipated, a man wearing a noble golden robe appeared. His face was cold, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His eyes were like a king's, domineering and sharp. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and he exuded a proud aura that looked down on all living things. Sunlight Emperor. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Why was this guy here? In the past, in the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor had suppressed Xian Xianghua for thousands of years and dominated the first throne in the world. When the boundless world attacked, in order to obtain the heavenly law stone, Sunlight Emperor was sucked into the space-time turbulence and disappeared. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji had thought that he had died long ago. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. Judging from his aura, he was also a Grand Supreme Master. Could it be that this guy was involved in another timeline like Shen Nianqing and Hongqin Supreme? Seeing Zhou Xuanji's expression, Sunlight Emperor loudly laughed and said, Do you not dare to believe it? To be honest, I'm even more shocked than you are. Originally, I thought that you were just one of my regrets in the past, but I didn't expect your growth to be so exaggerated. You actually became a great supreme of the second court in such a short time. In terms of talent, I really can't compare to you. In fact, I can even say that I'm far from you. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Zhou Xuanji did not care about his flattery and asked, "Why are you here? What do you want?" Although Sunlight Emperor was not hostile, he had sneaked into the supreme plane without any warning. How could he not be vigilant? "I heard your call for help and came to help. We are old friends. Don't tell me you don't welcome me." He flew up to Zhou Xuanji, looked at Little Sovereign, and nodded slightly. Little Sovereign looked at him and didn't say anything. When he saw him approaching, he said, "You must have obtained the soul fusion inheritance of a sovereign." Soul fusion inheritance? What was that? Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign in confusion. "That's right, that person is my benefactor. I promised him that I would protect the Kunlun Origin Court. Now that Zhou Xuanji is the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, I will naturally not oppose him." He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was still very resistant to him, so he did his best to prove his position. Little Supreme stared at Sunlight Emperor and said, "The soul fusion inheritance is to dedicate everything, including your soul, to the inheritor. Your own will be completely annihilated. This kind of inheritance can allow the inheritor's cultivation and realm to soar in an extremely short period of time. It's very stable." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. Yang Di's luck was that good? What kind of sacrifice did he have to make for the other party to be willing to help him? Yang Di sighed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you said that the 9 absolutes of Qilin want to revive Cardinal Heaven. I'm willing to join you and fight against the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Cardinal Heaven is the ancestor of my benefactor, and it cannot be blasphemed." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What's your stage?" Sunlight Emperor replied, "The great supreme masters of the 3 courts have just broken through." He was 1 court higher than Zhou Xuanji, but he wasn't complacent. Based on his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, this gap wouldn't last long. The soul fusion inheritance will make your cultivation improve steadily. Zhou Xuanji will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with you, Little Sovereign said with a smile. Little Sovereign laughed with his hands on his hips. Sunlight Emperor also laughed. He could hear the hidden meaning in Little Supreme Expert's words. Spend a lot of effort. What a good choice of words. Sunlight Emperor didn't refute. He shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you have agreed, I will wait for you at the Thunder Alliance." After saying this, he turned into a ball of true sun fire, spinning and shrinking before quickly disappearing. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "It's really interesting. The Kunlun Origin Court has produced a lot of people with great luck in this period. It seems that it often encounters disasters, but in fact, it is showing signs of revival. Maybe it will restore the prosperity of the ancient times under your leadership. You need to encourage more geniuses to grow." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He began thinking about how to discover and stimulate geniuses. A grand event like the Superstar competition was not bad. However, it would be easier to find geniuses if it was developed and divided into different thresholds. He thought as he returned to the Supreme Hall. The people of the Kunlun Origin Court didn't know that the previous Supremes had just returned and helped them resolve a disaster. The Supreme Martial Artists didn't show themselves. They didn't even leave behind a word. Perhaps from their point of view, they didn't want their descendants to have any lingering thoughts. Only by relying on themselves could they truly pass on their legacy. The ancestors could not protect the descendants forever. In the space-time vortex where thunder and lightning interweaved, the giant ship of the Qilin 9 Absolutes was still sailing. Qilin Ancient Desolation sat on the deck, quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Feili is dead. Impossible. Who could kill him? Could it be those old monsters?" He immediately began to deduce Jiang Feili. However, Jiang Feili had isolated his own fate when he was still alive, fearing that he would be able to divine it. The Qilin Ancient Desolate's deduction was fruitless. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Qilin Mei came from behind, bent down and asked, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" She rarely saw the ancient desolate Qilin in such a state of unease. The other Qilin 7 absolutes who were cultivating also opened their eyes and looked at Qilin Ancient Desolation in doubt. Jiang Feili is dead. The Qilin Ancient Desolation calmly said. As soon as he said this, all the Qilin Absolute were shocked. Jiang Feili had always been a formidable enemy of the Qilin 9 Absolutes. After countless years of fighting, they were unable to kill the other party. Now that they heard about Jiang Feili's tragic death, they were shocked and even more terrified. Who exactly killed Jiang Feili? The Qilin 9 Absolutes might seem majestic, but the boundless universe was vast. They did not dare to claim to be invincible. Are we still going to carry out the myriad domain devil air plan? A tall black figure asked solemnly. The Qilin Ancient Desolation glanced at him and said coldly, "Of course. The other party is Jiang Feili's enemy, not ours. Moreover, if we control that power, why would we be afraid?" Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. However, their hearts were shrouded in a shadow that could not dissipate for a long time. At that time, I will ask an ancient great expert to take action to ensure that nothing goes wrong. He still owes me a favor. The Qilin Ancient Desolation continued to say, causing everyone to become excited. Who? A Qilin Absolute asked. The Qilin Ancient Desolation spat out a single word, "Hui." The others immediately opened their eyes wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qilin Mei carefully asked, "Big brother, isn't this too risky?" Chapter 905. Isn't taking risks our norm? Why, are you suddenly afraid now? If you are afraid, then disband the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Ancient Desolation frowned and shouted coldly. His face was filled with impatience. In the outside world, the Qilin 9 Absolutes were extremely awe-inspiring. Over time, Ancient Desolation had become extremely arrogant. Seeing his companions being afraid, he was very angry. The Qilin 9 Absolutes didn't dare to dissuade him anymore. Ancient Desolation let out a cold snort before turning around and walking toward the pavilion. The others looked at each other with different expressions. They were angry but didn't dare to speak. The atmosphere on the giant ship became extremely depressing. The Qilin 9 Absolutes each had their own agenda. They seemed to be united but in fact, they had already fallen apart internally. Kunlun Origin Court, Supreme Palace. Zhou Xuanji was meditating and cultivating with the Emperor Sword hovering above his head. The Emperor Sword of Life and Death was transformed from the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. It was one with the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the power of the Kunlun Origin Court through the Emperor Sword of Life and Death. His absorption method wasn't a one-sided absorption but a win-win method. He fused his supreme divine power with the power of the Kunlun Origin Court, intertwining and tempering each other. He then guided the energy outside the Kunlun Origin Court to achieve a great cycle, consolidating the strength of himself and the Origin Court. Under such a cultivation method, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had been steadily improving. However, he was still far from breaking through to the great sovereign of the three courts. He couldn't see the end. A soul flew out from the lesser supreme sword next to him. Little sovereign stretched and yawned, asking, "Kid, why are you still cultivating? You really don't stop for a moment." With the death of Jiang Feili, Zhou Xuanji's only enemy was the Qilin 9 Absolutes. However, the Qilin 9 Absolutes were being targeted by other sages. If he was Zhou Xuanji, he would definitely take a break. One couldn't just cultivate all the time in one's life. Not to mention that Zhou Xuanji was already very strong. He was a sovereign above the Kunlun Origin Court. Is there any movement from Shen Yinqing recently? Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes. Ever since Jiang Feili died, he had been asking Little Sovereign to pay attention to Shen Nianxing. Shen Nianxing was wandering around the Kunlun origin court as if she was looking for something. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "I don't know. I always feel that a power is recovering in her body. Could this girl be someone else in disguise?" With this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned instinctively. The term Little Supreme Being was too terrifying. If Shen Nianxing was not Shen Nianxing, wouldn't he be surrounded by danger during this period of time? "Do you have any proof?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Little Sovereign shook his head in response. He smiled and said, "I was just guessing." He then changed the topic and said, "Speaking of which, everything has a price. The speed of your cultivation breakthrough is already exaggerated enough. The same is true for Shen Nianxing, Shen Tang, and Yang Di. I guess they will have to pay a painful price. Shen Tang will forever be trapped in the sovereign realm of laws. It will be difficult for her to become a great supreme being. That Sunlight Emperor seems to be high-spirited and in an extraordinary state. However, the soul fusion inheritance is not so perfect. I can feel that his eyes are abnormal. There are two souls in them. As for the divine pinching star, I can't see it at the moment, which means there's a problem." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Listening to Little Sovereign's words, it seemed that Shen Nianxing and the other two were about to face misfortune. Puzzled, he asked, "Wait. Why does Yang Di have two souls? Didn't you say that the soul fusion inheritance is the most perfect inheritance method?" Little Sovereign suddenly smiled. His smile was extremely sinister. He said in a meaningful tone, "I was just bluffing. When he first appeared, I noticed that there was another soul in his eyes. I know that guy. He used to be in existence like the evil mother spirit controller. I deliberately said that to make Yang Di let his guard down." How despicable. Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign with a complicated look in his eyes. This guy is too sinister. Will he plot against me in the future? Little Sovereign faked a cough and said, "What do you mean? I have done my best for you. You actually doubt me. It hurts me so much." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him. He didn't bother to answer. After a few breaths of silence, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ask, "What will happen to Yang Di? Will he be possessed?" Yang Di's return this time showed kindness to him, which changed his impression of Yang Di. The thought that the high-spirited Yang Di was about to be possessed made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Who knows? Anyway, it won't end well. Don't even think about intervening. You have already been targeted by the ancient life lamp. Do you want to be targeted by another evil? Little Sovereign snorted. Zhou Xuanji didn't think much about it. Yang Di had his own life. He didn't care about it. He changed the topic to Supreme Crimson Dust. Don't ask. When the time comes, you will understand everything. Instead of worrying about others, it's better to think about yourself, Little Sovereign said impatiently. Little Sovereign said impatiently. How come this brat's heart warmed up after becoming a sovereign? This isn't a good thing. Perhaps because he absorbed the power of the Kunlun origin court, this kid has seen too many things in the world. He rolled his eyes and began to think about how to refine Zhou Xuanji's Dao heart. In a great world, Shen Nianxing strolled forward. Gloomy mist billowed. She was surrounded by mountains that looked like giant devils. She raised her right hand and said to her palm, "Is it here?" A pair of eyes emerged from her palm. This pair of eyes was cold and filled with evil qi. It turned forward. Shen Nianxing immediately understood and continued moving forward. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently. Coffins covered in soil rose from the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The giant mountain in front of her directly broke as if it had been split in half by a divine sword. Shen Yanqing's face was expressionless. She turned into a ray of light and flew between the two halves of the mountain, disappearing without a trace. After 10 breaths, mortal sovereign appeared. She frowned and looked over, murmuring, "Sure enough." Her eyes turned cold, and her body dissipated into wisps of the red dust qi, sinking into the flying dust. Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating when little sovereign woke him up. "That girl has started to act. I'm very curious. Is there any secret hidden in the Kunlun origin court?" Little sovereign said with narrowed eyes. Even a sovereign couldn't completely see through the Kunlun origin court. For example, Sovereign Kongxing had been hiding in the origin court to cultivate for countless years, unknown to anyone. Zhou Xuanji activated the exterminating divine eyes and locked onto Shen Yanqing's aura. But he couldn't see what Shen Yanqing was doing. There was a layer of mysterious power that isolated Zhou Xuanji's divine will, making it impossible for him to spy on Shen Yanqing. This kind of power wasn't strong. It was extremely weak, but it could completely block the divine will of a sovereign. "Is what you said true?" Zhou Xuanji murmured. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If this Shen Yanqing wasn't the real Shen Yanqing and she would harm the Kunlun origin court, then he wouldn't show any mercy. "Keep watching and you will understand. I hope that what she is looking for is not what I fear the most," little sovereign said, shaking his head. His tone was full of deep meaning. Chapter 906. "Oh. What do you fear the most in the Kunlun origin court?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He could see every corner of the Kunlun origin court, but that was only on the surface. He couldn't see all the planes thoroughly. Little Supreme shrugged and said, "It's an evil treasure more powerful than the Soul Source bead and the All Lives brush. You can't even say its name, or you will suffer a backlash." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did the Kunlun origin court hide such a terrifying evil treasure? Wait a minute. Could it be related to the Holy Ghost? Ever since he had become a supreme being, Nanmu Tianyi had sealed the Holy Ghost in an independent plane and made the Tianyi divine range guard it. Although the Holy Ghost had stopped moving, the panic it had caused back then was still vivid in his mind. Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. Why is the Holy Ghost born? Listening to Little Sovereign's previous words, he obviously knew the Holy Ghost's body. Could it be that it was because of this evil treasure that someone became a Holy Ghost? He looked up at Little Sovereign and asked with his eyes. Little Sovereign nodded slightly. Some things could not be said, but they could be communicated with eye contact. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. It seemed like he couldn't completely abandon the Kunlun origin court in the future. If something exploded in the Kunlun origin court, wouldn't it be a monstrous disaster? This had been the case when Wu Zhou had been in power. In the rolling black mist, Shen Yanqing floated in the air. She looked down. The mountain stream below was like an abyss, dark and gloomy, and the whistling wind was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. She raised her right hand with her palm facing downwards. Her eyes widened, and 2 streaks of bloody light shot out, breaking through the strands of black mist and penetrating downwards. Rumble, the earth shook and a terrifying aura erupted. The wind was blowing wildly, blowing Shen Yanqing's hair. She squinted her eyes, trying to see everything below. Xiao! A scepter that looked like scorched wood suddenly rushed out. A fist-sized bead of blood was embedded in the top of the scepter. Fresh blood kept flowing out of it, making it look extremely terrifying. Shen Yanqing immediately stretched out her hand and grabbed the blood bead black staff. She frowned, her right hand trembling. Meanwhile, the entire Kunlun origin court was shrouded in a terrifying aura. All living beings felt an inexplicable sense of panic, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. What happened? Could it be that another supreme martial artist from outside the court has come to attack? That's impossible. How long has it been? The calamity of the Kunlun origin court is coming again. Everyone, be careful. What a terrifying feeling. Even when I faced the Sword Emperor back then, I did not feel so terrified. Don't be afraid, we have a supreme being. He will protect us. All the creatures in the divine ranges were discussing this matter in fear, comforting each other. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside Shen Yinqing out of thin air and grabbed her wrist. In an instant, a sinister and powerful force entered his body through his palm, wreaking havoc in his muscles and bones. He frowned and immediately used his supreme god force to resist. The two powers clashed, and with an explosion, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness exploded. Following this, he saw scenes. The Grand Sovereigns held the blood-bead black staff and laughed wildly. Their postures and smiles were the same, crazy and evil. What is this? Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Could these be scenes of the previous owners of the blood bead's black staff wielding it? Could these great supremes be the supremes of the Kunlun origin court? The scene kept changing, getting faster and faster. Zhou Xuanji wanted to break free from this illusion, but he felt an extremely powerful suppression on his soul, making it impossible for him to break free. Humph! Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he cast the sword fusion technique. At the same time, he created countless avatars that rushed in all directions. Boom! 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 The surrounding illusions shattered one after another. Gusts of wind swept over like the turbulence of time and space. He took the opportunity to cast the exterminating divine light to destroy everything as his consciousness returned to reality. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Shen Yinqing's face. Her face turned hideous as blood streaks crawled up her cheeks. Her long hair turned white, fluttering in the wind. She grabbed the blood bead black staff with both hands, looking extremely crazy. She wouldn't let go no matter what. At this moment, she seemed to have become another person. A person that Zhou Xuanji had never seen before. The lesser supreme sword appeared behind him as Little Sovereign's voice came. Sure enough, it's this thing. Don't worry about her, run. His tone was incomparably anxious and terrified. Just as Zhou Xuanji was about to let go, Mortal Sovereign flew over from afar. Pinching star. Mortal Sovereign reached out and grabbed Shen Yinqing's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as he shouted, "Get away." As soon as he said this, Mortal Sovereign's hand fell on Shen Yinqing's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji could clearly feel the strange force fiercely attacking Mortal Sovereign's hand. He immediately used his supreme divine power to block it. But even so, he couldn't completely block it. Mortal Sovereign gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and let out a painful groan. She looked at Shen Yinqing and said with difficulty, "Pinching star, what are you trying to do?" The devil-like Shen Yinqing glanced at her and said with a sinister smile, "Stupid, do you really think I'm your sister? Your sister is already dead. I'm already a different person." Hearing this, Mortal Sovereign's pupils suddenly shrank. She was dumbfounded. All along, she had been looking for Shen Yinqing as her goal. After learning that Shen Yinqing had already died, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She seemed to have lost her soul, forgetting her own pain. "Then who the hell are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at Shen Yinqing. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was Shen Yinqing. Could it be that she has been possessed? Shen Yinqing looked at him and said with a contemptuous smile, "You don't deserve to know my name. I can only tell you that Shen Yinqing is indeed my previous identity. But she has already fallen in the passage between the two worlds. I'm just using her identity to gain a foothold. Let me go, and you and I can still maintain a friendly relationship. If you insist on stopping me, you will regret it." She pulled hard, trying to take away the blood bead black staff. But Zhou Xuanji's strength continued to increase. She couldn't take it away by force. Little Sovereign's voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears, "Let her go. This thing isn't a good treasure. She will reap what she sowed. The real treasure is down there. This kind of evil thing can be suppressed. Naturally, there is something that is not weaker than it." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He hesitated for a moment before letting go. Shen Yanqing's smile was extremely evil. With a shake of her shoulder, Mortal Sovereign was sent flying back while vomiting blood. The blood bead black staff in her hand quickly disappeared. "Zhou Xuanji, after getting along with you during this period of time, I still like you very much. We will meet again in the future. At that time, you will see my true body. At that time, I will let you understand how powerful I am." Shen Yanqing burst into laughter. Her voice echoed between the heavens and the earth for a long time. Zhou Xuanji took Mortal Sovereign into his arms and healed her. He scanned her with his divine will, but he could no longer find Shen Yanqing. "What the hell does she want?" Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. His heart was filled with anger. Little Sovereign's voice rang in his ear, "Quick! Go down. Don't let it run away. This is a great opportunity." Chapter 907. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and put Mortal Sovereign down. Then, he swooped down and disappeared into the dark mountain stream. After about 15 breaths of time, he suddenly rushed out, holding a red bead that was surrounded by flames. It was as big as a human head and looked very similar to the blood beads on the black staff. Compared to the blood pearl, this red pearl had more righteous qi. Holding it in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with passion. What a powerful strength! Every time his spiritual force probed inside, his soul would tremble. He even felt that if he tried to force his way in, his soul would be severely injured. "What is the name of this treasure?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. He cast a glance at Sovereign Hongqin, who was healing himself in the distance. A dark crimson dust flew over, an ugly look on her face. The injuries she had sustained had caused her to lose a great deal of blood, and even her soul had been damaged. But what hurt her the most was her heart. Knowing that Shen Yanqing had died a long time ago, Hongqin's supremacy lost his soul and lost his purpose of living. She came before Zhou Xuanji but did not congratulate him. She was still in a daze. "I don't know the origins of this orb either. There are no records of its name in history either. I've only seen it once, and that was when my master took me on an adventure. I came back to search for it after I became a sovereign, but I was forced into retreat by the evil being from before. My cultivation as a great sovereign of the three courts directly dropped to reciprocity sovereign. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have died so easily back then." Little Sovereign replied with a sigh in his tone. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Was it really that terrifying? Fortunately, he didn't forcibly take away the blood bead black staff. Otherwise, he would have followed in the footsteps of Little Supreme Master. He immediately led red bead and dark crimson dust away. Inside the Supreme Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne. He looked down at Hongqin Sovereign and said with a frown, "Don't think too much. I think she is Shen Yanqing. It's just that her body might be occupied by another person. I can feel her soul. After all, I have the soul origin." Upon hearing this, dark crimson dust jerked his head up, a look of delight on his face. "Your task now is to work hard on your cultivation. Rather than being depressed, why not work hard? What do you think?" Zhou Xuanji said earnestly. Supreme Crimson Dust took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mood. She nodded at Zhou Xuanji and left. Looking at her back, Zhou Xuanji did not try to persuade her anymore. If it were him, he would also want to be alone. He sighed softly, then took out the red bead and observed it carefully. The lesser supreme sword appeared next to him. Little supreme sword floated out and excitedly said, "Hurry up and give it a name." Although he didn't know the origin of this treasure, nor did he know how strong it was, he believed that the red pearl represented a great opportunity that even grand sovereigns would find difficult to obtain. Zhou Xuanji said, "Let's call it the fated fate pearl." It meant that he had come across an opportunity. Little sovereign rolled his eyes and said, "This name is too vulgar, quickly change it." Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he stared at the fated fate pearl and said, "I believe this is its name, now and in the future." He played with the fated fate bead repeatedly, trying to see through it. In his eyes, the fated fate pearl was very mysterious, and this kind of mystery had an irresistible attraction to him. If you want to comprehend its true essence, I'm afraid you can't find the answer in the Kunlun origin court. You have to go to the endless universe. Little Sovereign continued. His tone was heavy as he warned, "Don't take out the fated fate pearl outside, to avoid unnecessary trouble." Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking about when to leave. He also wanted to go to the Thunder Alliance and the Yen Alliance. There was also the illusory god realm that Hong Qin Saint Lord had mentioned. The endless universe was so big. There must be many mysteries that he couldn't imagine. "Maybe this pearl will change your fate," Little Sovereign said meaningfully. Little Sovereign said meaningfully as his eyes flickered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have already become a grand sovereign. Is there still a fate to speak of?" In response, Little Sovereign just smiled and didn't say anything. In the dark void, Shen Yanqing was sitting on an old tree. Under the tree was a meteorite shining with a metallic luster. She was looking at the blood bead black staff with a frown. Why not? Could it be that the bead has weakened its power? As soon as she thought of the fated fate pearl, her eyes turned cold. The fated fate pearl had a great restraining effect on her. She didn't dare to touch it. She looked ahead and murmured, "It seems that I have to go to that place." She held the blood bead black staff tightly, absorbing its power. A light appeared in front of her. The old tree swayed as leaves drifted down. She immediately got up and said, "Who dares to play tricks in front of me?" Balls of raging flames swept out from the bright light, like a blooming flower of fire, bright and beautiful. "Humph, evildoer, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Li Yingyo's cold snort resounded, causing Shen Yanqing to narrow her eyes. Sure enough. When they gathered outside the Kunlun origin court last time, this guy had seen through her identity. Shen Yanqing didn't panic. Instead, she grinned and said, "Kid, do you want to experience the pain of the past again?" Li Yingyu stepped out of the fireworks. His face was filled with killing intent. He coldly smiled and said, "That was the past. I have been reborn and you are no longer as invincible as you were in the past." His eyes locked onto the blood bead black staff. A fiery light flashed in his eyes. Shen Yanqing raised the blood bead black staff and sneered, "What? You want it? Are you worthy?" After saying this, she waved the staff and struck forward. Li Yingyu didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward her. Hundreds of years later, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and Xian Xianghua gathered in front of the Supreme Palace. He looked at the three women and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's not life and death. No need to frown." Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, "Since it's not dangerous, why didn't you take me with you?" Her cultivation had already reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8th level. She was still far from 9th level. Not making progress for a long time made her very annoyed. "Yes, the gap between us and you is getting bigger and bigger," Zhou Shaoxian nodded and said with a pitiful look on her face. She was hoping that Zhou Xuanji would agree. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was very calm. She just looked at him quietly. Zhou Xuanji glared at them and said, "When I am strong enough, I will take you out sooner or later." Don't forget what I said to all living beings before. We will expand out sooner or later. When the time comes, you will be able to go out. Zhou Xiaoxian wanted to continue, but she was stopped by Jiang Shui. Listen to your father, we have to believe in him, Jiang Shui said with a soft smile, looking at Zhou Xuanji with gentle eyes. Zhou Xuanji took her hand and said, the superstar competition is about to begin. This is a brand new superstar competition. You must pay close attention and prepare well. I will leave an outer soul doppelganger to help you. You can contact me if you have any trouble. Jiang Shui nodded and said excitedly, I will try my best. Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said, you have to help her too. Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and snorted, nonsense, of course. Chapter 908. After chatting with his family for a while, Zhou Xuanji left on his sword. Jiang Shui raised her head and muttered, I really hope I can see the scene of the Kunlun Origin Court attacking the endless universe. Xian Xianghua put an arm around her shoulders and smiled. Don't worry. That day won't be long. The speed at which this brat grows is something we can never imagine. Zhou Xiaoxian rubbed her chin and pondered. She was thinking about the difference between her and Zhou Xuanji. She had now begun to be independent. Although she had gained a lot of training in the Kunlun Origin Court, she was increasingly aware of how insignificant she was. Only when she faced everything alone could she truly feel how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. Wanshan Great Thousand has an opportunity that I left for you. Go. Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came into Zhou Xiaoshuan's ears, which stunned her. Her eyes reddened, but she didn't cry. Instead, she laughed. Passing through the darkness, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword. He played with the faded fate pearl in his hand, thinking about its profoundness. Little Sovereign, who was floating behind him, was also thinking. They were already obsessed with the faded pearl. Little Sovereign was even more frantic than Zhou Xuanji. At first, he was patient. He wanted to wait until he went to the endless universe before comprehending this treasure. But when he saw Zhou Xuanji meditating, his heart itched. This is not. Because he couldn't suppress his curiosity, he also fell into the trap. He and Zhou Xuanji could look at the faded fate pearl for many years without moving. The two of them walked aimlessly, their gazes locked onto the faded pearl. In the blink of an eye, they flew past dozens of planes and territories. During this period of time, they seemed to be frozen in time. Their eyeballs didn't even move. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from ahead, startling the two of them as if they had just awoken from a dream. The Life and Death Emperor sword and Soul Kunlun sword instinctively appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, guarding against any enemy attacks. Zhou Xuanji reacted quickly and stored the faded fate pearl into the supreme storage. Little Sovereign glanced at the red domain in front of him. There were countless stars scattered all over. Most of them were very small, like meteorites, but there were living beings living in them. These creatures had powerful qi and blood, but they didn't have intelligence. They were muddle-headed and couldn't escape the gravitational pull of the stars. It's fine. It's just space-time collapsing. Little Sovereign shook his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his expression froze. Zhou Xuanji frowned as well. He asked, have we been targeted? The space in front of him fluctuated, and a pair of scarlet eyes opened. Its pupils were larger than all the stars here. A terrifying killing intent swept over them like a tidal wave, drowning them. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the wind. He activated the sword fusion technique and raised his aura to the maximum. Without waiting for the other party to appear, he raised his sword and slashed out. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Boundless sword chi tore through the universe and shattered the pair of scarlet eyes. Roar! A roar exploded, reversing time and space. Zhou Xuanji's soul trembled, and violet light shot out of his eyes, freezing this shattered spacetime. Not good. It was a jade-eyed Yama Taotai. He was Gu Tianlin's mount. It was an ancient demonic beast that once dominated an area of the boundless universe. Cried Little Sovereign. His fear made Zhou Xuanji feel a sense of danger. Zhou Xuanji charged straight into the spacetime turbulence and into the absolute time realm to avoid the green-eyed Yama Taotai. No matter how strong the jade-eyed Yama Taotai was, it wasn't strong enough to kill its way into absolute time. Zhou Xuanji asked, was that demonic beast a coincidence? How could he not think too much about encountering a rare ancient demonic beast? Little Sovereign hesitated and said, I don't think so. After all, this beast has a master. Its first master is Gu Juejiu, who is also Gu Tianlin's father. You should know who Gu Juejiu is. He is a legend in the endless universe. He is close to the cardinal heaven realm. Ancient prodigies. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted abruptly, and his heart was in great shock. Gu Juejiu was an existence that shook the long river of history of the Kunlun origin court. If a cardinal heaven expert was praised as the strongest, there would definitely be people who would refute it. Moreover, only Gu Juejiu could stand side by side with a cardinal heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, could it be that the ancient genius is here too? He has his eyes on me. When Jiang Feili attacked, many supreme sages gathered outside the Kunlun origin court, but most of the supreme sages didn't show up. Even little supreme sages couldn't recognize their voices. Little Sovereign was also worried about the problem that Zhou Xuanji mentioned. Gu Juejiu was an existence that Jiang Feili could not compare to. If even he wanted to target Zhou Xuanji, it wouldn't be good. They could feel the killing intent of the jade-eyed Yama Taotai. The two fell into silence. What should we do now? Is there another way to the Thunder Alliance? Zhou Xuanji asked. He didn't know how to go to the Thunder Alliance, but Little Sovereign knew. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow and said, let's avoid it for a while. That guy can't always wait for you outside. Zhou Xuanji agreed with him. He immediately took out the faded fate pearl and began to observe it. Little Sovereign's eyes were also fixed on it as he concentrated on it. Once again, the two seemed to have lost their souls. They didn't say a word. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and looked at Little Sovereign. He saw that this guy's eyes were wide open like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji angrily said, wake up, shouldn't we set off? Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. He didn't notice it before. But when he saw Little Sovereign's expression, he inexplicably panicked. This is too terrifying. He suddenly felt that the faded fate pearl wasn't a supreme treasure but an evil object. Little Sovereign woke up from his trance and subconsciously replied, let's go. Wait. Don't worry. He furrowed his brow and began to think seriously. Zhou Xuanji's blood ran cold when he saw his reaction. The faded fate pearl could really make them lose their way. Even someone as strong as Little Sovereign would be the same. He immediately raised this question. The Thunder Alliance wasn't important right now. The key was how to deal with the faded fate pearl. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow after hearing this. His soul slightly trembled as he muttered, damn, it's okay if I didn't say it, but now. He also began to feel afraid. If the enemy attacked without anyone knowing and they were addicted to the faded fate pearl, wouldn't that be the end of them? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He looked at the faded fate pearl with fear in his eyes. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a perfect treasure in this world. The better it is, the more dangerous it is, he muttered to himself. His expression was full of vigilance. Zhou Xuanji squeezed hard, trying to crush the faded fate pearl. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't crush the faded fate pearl. Little Sovereign took a deep breath and said, "It seems that we need to find Rainbow Chin Saint Lord. Only an existence like him can understand the mysteries of the fated Fate Pearl." Zhou Xuanji asked, "If Rainbow Chin Saint Lord is also deceived, wouldn't it be a disaster?" Little Sovereign glared at him and snorted, "You can't imagine how powerful a Saint Lord is. If this pearl was really that terrifying, the Kunlun Origin Court would have long perished." Zhou Xuanji felt that it made sense. He then put away the fated Fate Pearl and prepared to leave the Absolute Time Realm. Chapter 909. After leaving the Absolute Time Realm carefully, Zhou Xuanji was not attacked by the jade-eyed Yamatoutai again. He took Little Sovereign and moved forward at full speed. In the future, he no longer took out the fated Fortune Pearl and regarded it as a taboo. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign, he passed through many planes and got closer and closer to the Thunder Alliance. Without the fated Fate bead to attract their attention, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign felt very uncomfortable at first. But after they got used to it, they felt relaxed. "It's better now. I almost fell into their trap. Just thinking about it gives me some lingering fear." Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. It was he who instigated Zhou Xuanji to get the fated Fortune Pearl. Therefore, he felt ashamed about it. He secretly warned himself to never relax his vigilance. No wonder the fated Fate Pearl could stay there for so many years without being taken away. Its terror was not inferior to that of the Blood Bead Black Staff. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How far is the Thunder Alliance?" As a great supreme of the Second Court, he was already far stronger than before. Even at full speed, he still could not see the shadow of the Thunder Alliance. "Soon," Little Sovereign said perfunctorily. The endless universe was vast. In the past, he had found the Thunder Alliance by accident. Zhou Xuanji frowned but did not ask further. 10 years later, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign came to a strange universe full of spacetime vortexes. These spacetime vortexes varied in size. They were like eyes staring at them from all directions. This is close to the 10,000 Domain Demon Lair. The 10,000 Domain Demon Lair is huge, and there are many forces stationed around it. There are dozens of sacred grounds like the Thunder Alliance, but the Thunder Alliance is the most famous and has the longest history. Little Sovereign stared ahead and said leisurely. Without the jade-eyed Yamatoutai chasing after them, their journey was very easy. They didn't even encounter a Grand Supreme. Zhou Xuanji could already sense an aura that made him feel uneasy. It was similar to demonic might, but it was more profound and unfathomable than any demonic might he had ever seen. The Myriad Domain Demon Lair was a place where demons from billions of planes gathered. Countless demon bones were buried there. In the endless universe, the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was also known as the ancestral grave of the demon race. Little Sovereign began to tell him about the legend of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. The birth of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was extremely long ago. It could be traced back to the era of the primeval sovereigns. The primeval era was an incomparably resplendent era in the boundless universe. At that time, the primeval era dominated the boundless universe, and countless heroes emerged one after another, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. It was said that the current Grand Supremes would be cannon fodder in the primeval era. The primeval era was a legend that was passed down by all living beings in the boundless universe. Countless cultivators took this as their goal and advanced wave after wave, hoping to create a new golden age just like the primeval era. It was rumored that the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was once a battlefield. The ancient demon race challenged the ancient venerables, but they were all annihilated. Their resentment did not dissipate, and now it had become a fiendish domain. Even Grand Supremes would encounter misfortune if they entered its range. Listening to Little Sovereign's narration, Zhou Xuanji also became very interested in the Prime Sovereign era. By the way, legend has it that Gu Zun also loved using swords. His sword was said to be the strongest in history. Little Sovereign suddenly thought of something and said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji was determined to become the only sword emperor in history. If Gu Zun was still alive, he would definitely challenge him. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, Ancient Sovereign, Sovereign Heaven, and Ancient Absolute Genius, who is the most powerful? Little Sovereign rolled his eyes at him and snappily said, Do you still need to ask? Can Cardinal Heaven and Ancient Peerless Geniuses create their own era? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It seemed that no one in the endless universe could compare to Gu Zun, at least on the surface. Could it be that Gu Zun had mastered a sovereign's opportunity? After all, legend had it that if one had a sovereign's opportunity, they could dominate the endless universe. All grand sovereigns would have to obey their orders. Another half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji finally came to the Thunder Alliance's territory. The Thunder Alliance was very big and was made up of dozens of universes. There were countless living beings here, and there were countless floating islands. There were also massive cities that were as majestic as the sun. There were no guards in the Thunder Alliance. Any creature could enter and exit freely. Even so, Zhou Xuanji didn't see any fighting scenes when he scanned with his divine will. It seemed that there was some kind of extremely powerful force restricting the creatures here. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew toward a giant city ahead. Little Sovereign was still floating behind Zhou Xuanji. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. In the endless universe, he wasn't a big shot. He wouldn't cause any disputes. I haven't been here for a long time. I really miss it. Many great sovereigns indulge in this place. You have to take it easy, Little Sovereign said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow upon hearing Little Sovereign's words. Looking at his smile, he was probably talking about some brothels. Soon, Zhou Xuanji entered the city with Little Sovereign. After landing, he strolled forward while glancing at both sides of the street. Not all the creatures here were great sovereigns. But the weakest was at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. There were all kinds of races. Even if they didn't speak the same language, their souls were powerful enough to understand each other. There were no stalls on both sides of the street. There were only overlapping pavilions selling all kinds of treasures. Zhou Xuanji felt the aura of hundreds of great sovereigns before he even took 10 steps. He sighed in his heart. Great sovereigns are really everywhere. A man in a blue robe quickly walked over from the front. He had 4 eyes but didn't look strange at all. On the contrary, he looked very handsome. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and bowed. Senior, you must be the Sword Emperor, right? My Saint Lord sent me to meet you. Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. Although Rainbow Qin Saint Lord had invited him before, he didn't expect Rainbow Qin Saint Lord to give him so much face. He even sent someone to pick him up immediately. Could it be that Rainbow Qin Saint Lord is plotting something? He couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Please lead the way. The man in the blue robe shook his head with a smile before flying into the depths of the universe with Zhou Xuanji. After flying over one giant city after another, about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. Zhou Xuanji saw a giant golden tower standing in the clouds. It was surrounded by giant cities in all directions. It looked incomparably magnificent. At the top of the giant golden tower was a fire phoenix with a wingspan of hundreds of millions of feet. It looked like a sun hanging high above, overlooking all living beings in the universe. The man in the blue robe led Zhou Xuanji to the gate below the giant tower. He respectfully said, You can go in directly. Follow the sound of the guqin. The Saint Lord is waiting for you at the end of the sound. Zhou Xuanji nodded before pushing the door and entering. The inside was resplendent with gold and jade. An endless path appeared before his eyes. The walls on both sides were engraved with different portraits. They seemed to be recording some historical events. They were emanating a boundless aura. These murals have extremely powerful artistic conception. If you can keep comprehending them, it will be of great help to your cultivation, little sovereign exclaimed. He was even more in awe of Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of the guqin coming from the front. It was very weak, but it had a penetrating power that made his heart ripple. He immediately walked forward. As he walked forward, the sound of the guqin grew louder and louder. The atmosphere also changed. Chapter 9-10. The sound of the zither was chilling. With every step Zhou Xuanji took, he felt an additional sound of the zither. After 100 steps, he felt hundreds of zither players playing at the same time. The sound of the zither was giving off a mighty pressure that was constantly increasing. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. Hong Qin Saint Lord wanted to test him. Little Sovereign curled his lips. His awe of Hong Qin Saint Lord had diminished. In his opinion, Hong Qin Saint Lord didn't need to do this given his status. After all, Hong Qin Saint Lord invited Zhou Xuanji to be a guest. But he still wanted to test him. Wasn't this bullying the weak and losing the demeanor of his ancestor? Zhou Xuanji didn't notice Little Sovereign's emotions. He began sprinting forward. He quickly came to the end of the corridor. In front of him was a golden spiral staircase. He looked up but couldn't see the top. He leaped up and quickly rushed to the top of the tower. In less than 2 breaths, he rushed into a corridor at the top of the tower. He looked ahead and saw Hong Qin Saint Lord at a glance. Hong Qin Saint Lord was sitting on a piece of red cloth, playing the zither. In front of him was a pool. The surface of the pool reflected the scenes of the cities of the Thunder Alliance. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the pool and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Saint Lord. Thank you for your help that day." Hong Qin Saint Lord looked up at him and said with a smile, "No need to thank me. After all, I used to be the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then began thinking about how to tell him about the fated pearl. He wanted Hong Qin Saint Lord to see what secrets were hidden in the fated pearl. Apart from dealing with the 9 absolutes of Qilin, the more important task is to stop the resurrection of Cardinal Heaven. Cardinal Heaven deliberately left this legend of opportunity to make everyone crazy. In fact, he wants to resurrect himself. With his ability, the 9 absolutes of Qilin can't control him at all, Hong Qin Saint Lord continued. Hong Qin Saint Monarch continued. His eyes were so deep that no one could tell what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He asked in surprise, "Why do you want to stop the resurrection of Cardinal Heaven?" Cardinal Heaven was also the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. He could be regarded as his ancestor. He was also a sovereign now. If there was no special reason, he wouldn't want to kill his ancestor for no reason. That's because Cardinal Heaven's ambition was too great. He wanted to surpass Guzun, but his methods were too iron-blooded and would bring disaster to all living beings. Back then, when he fell, he provoked countless enemies. I was one of them. Although we were dissatisfied with his tyranny, he had indeed contributed greatly to the boundless universe. So, we wiped away all of his dark history and only left behind his invincible legend. Hong Qin Saint Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously. In the endless universe, there were many fanatical believers of the Cardinal Heavens. He wanted to see through Zhou Xuanji. Would this guy be fanatical about Cardinal Heaven? Fortunately, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes did not change too much, just a little. Hong Qin Saint Lord could understand. After all, a Cardinal Heaven expert was Zhou Xuanji Sr. Moreover, he had no obligation to bear this responsibility. If you agree, I'll satisfy one of your requests. Anything is fine. Hong Qin Saint Monarch smiled. His expression was amiable, no longer giving off that oppressive feeling. Of course, you can also refuse. I'm not forcing you. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled when he heard this. He was weighing the pros and cons doing so might offend a Cardinal Heaven expert. If he succeeded in suppressing a Cardinal Heaven expert, it would be fine. But if a Cardinal Heaven expert was resurrected, he would definitely become the #1 target for revenge. If he was stopped by a nameless junior, he would definitely explode in anger. Hong Qin Saint Lord stopping a Cardinal Heaven expert was understandable. After all, Hong Qin Saint Lord's reputation was ridiculously high. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "Why do you need me?" He needed an answer. Hong Qin Saint Monarch replied, "Because you're weak, you won't raise his guard. However, your strength surpasses your realm, and you'll be able to catch him off guard and deal him a fatal blow. I'll restrain him head-on with the other great experts." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow upon hearing this. Why is this opportunity so similar to Jiang Feili's plan? Is he that weak? Zhou Xuanji was a little speechless. He glanced at Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's face turned solemn. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Seeing this, Hong Qin Saint Lord smiled. He curiously asked, "I still remember you. Back then, you were very similar to the Sword Emperor. But you were more high-spirited. If you really want to talk about who you are like, it's the Sovereign Heaven path." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The Sovereign Heaven path. He glanced at Little Sovereign, only to see him smiling awkwardly. The Sovereign Heaven path is overbearing. Could it be that Little Sovereign was also overbearing in the past? Didn't he love to cultivate geniuses without asking where they came from? Zhou Xuanji no longer thought about it. He looked at Hong Qin Saint Lord and said, "I can promise you, but I have a treasure. I want you to help me identify it and help me comprehend this treasure." Hong Qin Saint Lord nodded. He even felt a little surprised. Everything he had learned was a great treasure. Couldn't it be compared to an artifact? Zhou Xuanji took out the faded pearl. Hong Qin Saint Lord glanced at it but didn't pay much attention to it. The next second, his eyes suddenly fell on the faded pearl. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. Little Sovereign didn't interrupt either. After a long while, Hong Qin Saint Lord asked with a complicated expression, "I didn't expect you to find this treasure." Obviously, he knew about the faded pearl. What is the origin of this pearl? How long has it existed? Asked Little Sovereign. Now, when he looked at the faded pearl again, his eyes were filled with fear. Hong Qin Saint Lord replied faintly, "The origin of this pearl is extraordinary. It has existed since the birth of the Kunlun Origin Court. Some sages speculated that it created the Kunlun Origin Court. No matter how high one's cultivation is, they will be attracted to it and unable to extricate themselves. No matter how evil the power is, it will suppress it. Strange, how did you get this treasure? It didn't resist you." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied, "It didn't resist when I grabbed it." Little Sovereign rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hong Qin Saint Lord sighed and said, "It seems that it has chosen you. I can't help you with this because it is an existence that even I can't see through. Change your request." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. What is this? If even Hong Qin Saint Lord can't see through the faded pearl, who should I look for? The time is not right. One day, it will open up to you. All you need to do is wait. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't play with it if you have nothing to do, Hong Qin Saint Lord said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to take back the faded pearl. Little Sovereign gave him a look and said telepathically, "In that case, learn the Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao from him." Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao? What's that? Zhou Xuanji was confused but he still made this request honestly. Hong Qin Saint Lord burst into laughter and said, "I have been waiting for you to say this. It seems that you are not knowledgeable enough. You need someone to guide you. Zhou Xuanji smiled awkwardly. He was even more interested in the Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao. In that case, you will stay here and learn the Divine Rainbow Monarch Tao. When you reach the first level, I will let you out. If you can't do it, don't think about leaving. Hong Qin Saint Lord's expression turned serious. Zhou Xuanji looked confident and not worried at all. Chapter 9:11. Sit down. Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat down as well. Little Sovereign looked curious as he waited for Hong Qin Holy Monarch to preach. Hong Qin Saint Monarch glanced at him and smiled, "Don't look at indecent things." Little Supreme Being felt as if he had been hit in the head and instantly returned to the Lesser Supreme Sword. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could only put the Lesser Supreme Sword into the Supreme Storage and wait for Hong Qin Saint Lord to preach. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao is a supreme sacred art that I created. It requires a firm heart. If one's will isn't firm, they won't be able to unleash the power of this Tao. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with an incredibly sharp gaze. He looked elegant and dignified, but he could always subconsciously give off a powerful aura that made Zhou Xuanji's scalp numb. Zhou Xuanji did not know if Hong Qin Saint Lord was doing this on purpose or if it was just an accident. Thereafter, Hong Qin Sage Monarch started to explain the sacred Rainbow Sage Monarch's way. Zhou Xuanji listened earnestly. Several years passed just like that. During this period of time, he and Hong Qin Saint Monarch did not move from their positions at all. They only moved their mouths and eyes. By the pool, Hong Qin Saint Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "Do you understand?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied, "I roughly understand." He slowly stood up and prepared to find a quiet place to comprehend alone. "Just cultivate in front of me. There's no need to care about me." Hong Qin Saint Monarch called out to him with a thought-provoking expression. Zhou Xuanji did not retort and sat down again, closing his eyes and cultivating. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao was a type of will sacred art. It could continuously temper one's will, allowing one's cultivation to erupt in a short period of time. This kind of explosion would not harm the physical body or soul, and was extremely powerful. It could even influence the will of others. Currently, Zhou Xuanji had only learned the first level of cultivation, and he began to comprehend it seriously. In his opinion, the Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao was the pinnacle of a sword master's dominance. He was extremely interested in this divine ability. If he used the sword Tao to establish the divine Rainbow Monarch Tao, then wouldn't he be able to make all the swords in the boundless universe respect him? What a bold idea! Even if he managed to cultivate the first level of the Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao, he wouldn't be able to do it. But he dared to dream. As he began to cultivate, his swordsmanship appeared, as if countless silver stars were circling around him. Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, "This kid's talent is indeed extraordinary." He actually directly understood the true essence of the Saint Rainbow Monarch Tao. He is truly an exceptional genius. At this moment, a ray of red light flew out from Zhou Xuanji's head. It was the Fated Pearl. The Fated Fate Pearl covered Zhou Xuanji and red light shone on Hong Qin Saint Lord's face. His eyes widened in shock. "This pearl, how could it be?" Hong Qin Saint Monarch frowned and murmured. His gaze became complicated. He suddenly had expectations for Zhou Xuanji. How long would it take for this kid to master the Monarch Rainbow Tao? Inside a pavilion, Yang Di was drinking wine when a man in golden clothes appeared beside him. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists as he said, "Your Majesty, the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji has come to the Thunder Alliance, but he was taken away by the Saints' people." Sage. Sunlight Emperor narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It seems that the sage has chosen him." He sighed with mixed feelings. He sighed to himself. "Zhou Xuanji, oh Zhou Xuanji. Why are you able to encounter great opportunities wherever you go?" "Your Majesty, do you still need me to wait for him to appear? The golden-robed man asked. Sunlight Emperor nodded and waved his hand. Go. Remember, do not offend the Sage Tower. Otherwise, I will not be able to protect you. The golden-robed man left immediately. Sunlight Emperor continued to think. He flipped his right hand, and a golden dove appeared. It flapped its wings and flew out of the window. He then looked out of the window and said to himself, Chilan 9 absolutes. Even the sage wants to deal with you. It'll be hard for you not to die. The Thunder Alliance was vast. There was a world here, and there were undercurrents. The news about Hong Qin Saint Monarch taking in a disciple spread quickly. Hong Qin Saint Monarch was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Thunder Alliance. His sage tower attracted a lot of attention. That day, many people saw Zhou Xuanji enter the sage tower and did not come out again. If this wasn't taking in a disciple, what was? If Hong Qin Saint Monarch wanted to harm Zhou Xuanji, he would not dare to lure Zhou Xuanji into the tower in front of everyone. Soon, all factions began to dig into Zhou Xuanji's background. A powerful cultivator divined that Zhou Xuanji came from the Kunlun Origin Court and was the current sovereign of the Origin Court. When this news came out, it completely shocked the Thunder Alliance. Hong Qin Saint Monarch was once the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. This further proved that Zhou Xuanji was Hong Qin Saint Monarch's disciple. Hong Qin Saint Monarch never took in disciples. Zhou Xuanji would be the first. All the giant cities were talking about this. In one of the inns, people were drinking and talking about this. TSK, I didn't expect the Saint Monarch to take in a disciple. So, the legendary decisive battle is coming. That's right. Gu Tianlin's name has already shaken tens of thousands of domains. How can Zhou Xuanji fight him? Believe in the Saint Monarch. His eyes are definitely ruthless. But how long will this unprecedented decisive battle take place? Back then, when Gu Tianlin was rejected by the Saint Monarch, he swore that he would kill every disciple the Saint Monarch took in. Gu Tianlin seems to be coming to the Thunder Alliance soon. In a corner of the inn, a woman was shaking a jade cup alone. It was Shen Yanqing. Hearing the discussions around her, she said in amazement, that guy really causes a commotion wherever he goes. I like it. She smiled and got up to leave. While the outside world was in chaos, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. He didn't know that he had become the focus of the Thunder Alliance. He didn't open his eyes. He was in a wonderful state. The sword's way was transforming. The sword's way, the sword that ruled everything. Not only the sword, but he wanted to rule everything. His will began to transform toward the divine rainbow monarch Tao. So fast. Hong Qin Saint Lord said in amazement. His gaze fell on the faded pearl above Zhou Xuanji's head. The faded pearl gave off strands of red light that surrounded Zhou Xuanji like a river. It made him look so sacred and majestic. Hong Qin Saint Lord fell into a daze as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Another long period of time passed. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. The faded pearl quickly disappeared into his body, and the surrounding red light dissipated as well. He looked at Hong Qin Saint Lord and asked, Saint Lord, did I succeed? Hong Qin Saint Lord nodded and said calmly, you have great serendipity. You succeeded. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He only smiled calmly. What about the cultivation method after that? He asked. He couldn't wait to continue cultivating the second and third levels. He was fascinated by the power of the divine rainbow monarch Tao. That's all. The divine rainbow monarch Tao has countless levels, but only one can be cultivated, Hong Qin Saint Lord replied with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji understood immediately. Hong Qin Saint Lord was telling him that he should create his own divine rainbow monarch Tao. After you leave, you must be careful. There is a cause and effect. You have cultivated my divine rainbow monarch Tao, which is equivalent to half a disciple of mine. You must bear this karma, Hong Qin Saint Lord said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 9:12. Bear the karma. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, Saint, I didn't learn your Saint Rainbow Monarch way for nothing. I'm going to help you deal with Cardinal Heaven Saints, and yet you're saying this now. Aren't you digging a trap for me? Hong Qin Saint Monarch shook his head and said with a smile, How can you say that? This is also your fortuitous encounter. After you leave, you can choose whether or not you want to accept this karma. If you refuse, the fortuitous encounter will leave. It's all up to you. Zhou Xuanji did not believe him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord waved his right hand and sent him out. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the Saint Tower's gate with a deep frown. At this moment, he suddenly felt countless divine wills sweeping past him from all directions. He turned around and saw that this part of the universe was vast and boundless. In the distance, giant cities stood in great numbers, and countless living beings came and went. Everything looked so prosperous and harmonious, exactly the same as what he had seen before. However, at that time, he had not been the focus of so many divine wills. What happened? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow in confusion. Could this be the cause and effect that Hong Qin Saint Monarch mentioned? He scanned his surroundings and flew toward a nearby city. As soon as he entered the city, he quickly found an inn to stay in. During this time, there were still many divine senses locked onto him. In the Thunder Alliance, there were many people whose cultivation surpassed his. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked Little Supreme Sword why it was like this. Wait! I suddenly remember. Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Cold sweat began to overflow from his forehead. Seeing how nervous he was, Zhou Xuanji felt even more confused. It still related to that Gu Tianlin. When Gu Tianlin was young, he was peerlessly talented and considered himself to be extraordinary. He once wanted to become the disciple of the Holy Sage, but was rejected by the Holy Sage. Deeply humiliated, he swore an oath that if the Holy Sage dared to accept a disciple, he would kill the disciple. Before I died, one of the Holy Sage's disciples was brutally killed by Gu Tianlin. Moreover, it wasn't a sneak attack, but a challenge. He killed him in front of everyone. He believed in Zhou Xuanji's talent, but what kind of person was Gu Tianlin? Gu Tianlin had been cultivating longer than him. How could Zhou Xuanji fight against him? Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, The saint doesn't hate you? Or is it that Gu Tianlin is so powerful that even the great sage is afraid of him? Or could it be that Gu Tianlin's father, the peerless genius of the ancient times, was still alive? Little Sovereign glared at him and disdainfully said, This is an open and above-board battle. Life and death are up to fate. How can a highly respected expert like the sage take action? Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and said in a low voice, You want to save face and suffer. Gu Tianlin was obviously targeting Hong Qin Great Sage. What was the point of talking about morality at this time? Don't worry about it too much. I reckon that the outside world has already regarded you as the Holy Sage's disciple. Gu Tianlin has his eyes on you and will definitely not let you off. Little Sovereign said with a dignified expression. Just the jade-eyed Yama Taotai alone was enough to make them tremble in fear, let alone Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji sat in front of the table and poured wine for himself. Since it's like this, let's wait for him to come, he said calmly. He already understood sacred monarch Hongqin's intentions. To him, Gu Tianlin was both a crisis and an opportunity. He had just arrived, and if he could defeat Gu Tianlin, he would truly be the disciple of the Hongqin sage. At the same time, his reputation would skyrocket. In the future, when he led the Kunlun origin court to the boundless universe, everyone would definitely give him face. At that time, the Kunlun origin court would completely soar. Thinking of this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned sharp. Little Sovereign understood what he was thinking and frantically said, "Brother, don't think too highly of yourself. You are not Gu Tianlin's opponent at all. Even Jiang Feili couldn't compare to Gu Tianlin's strength." "I know, but doesn't Gu Tianlin like to fight? In other words, the battle won't come too soon." "I can stall for time," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After learning the Holy Rainbow Monarch way, he really wanted to see how powerful he was. However, Gu Tianlin wasn't a good opponent for the time being. Right now, he just wanted to fight the Qilin 9 Absolutes as soon as possible. At the same time, he also wanted to know who made the Qilin 9 Absolutes issue the Universe Kill Order. That guy shouldn't even think about living. Little Sovereign began to ponder. After a while, the door was knocked. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Yang Di stepped in. He said with a smile, "Sword Emperor, you are really amazing. You have just arrived and you have already stirred up a storm in the Thunder Alliance. Now, everyone in the outside world is talking about you." He sat on the stool next to Zhou Xuanji and picked up the wine pot. He didn't treat Zhou Xuanji as an outsider at all. "Since you already know, you still dare to come to me. Aren't you afraid of offending Gu Tianlin?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. He looked at Yang Di curiously. "Is the soul really in Yang Di's body?" Yang Di smiled confidently and said, "Gu Tianlin is looking for you, not me. He is proud and aloof. He cares about his face the most. How can he kill the innocent? Besides, Gu Tianlin also wants to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Before that, he will not cause trouble for you." Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Gu Tianlin also wants to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Previously, he guessed that Gu Tianlin had something to do with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. That was why he sent the jade-eyed Yama Tao Tai to deal with him. This is what happened. Since the establishment of the Qilin 9 Absolutes, they have issued the Universe Kill Order and accepted hunting missions everywhere. They have provoked countless enemies. One of Gu Tianlin's illegitimate descendants was also attacked by the Qilin 9 Absolutes. This has become Gu Tianlin's biggest joke. As long as the Qilin 9 Absolutes are not destroyed, it will be difficult for him to quell his anger. Zhou Xuanji shook his head after listening to Yang Di's explanation. Why are there still so many powerful cultivators who care about their face in the endless universe? The Qilin 9 Absolutes didn't care about their reputation. That's why they have such momentum today. "Why did you come to me?" Zhou Xuanji asked, changing the topic. He couldn't wait to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. The corner of Yang Di's mouth rose as he said, "Get ready. The Qilin 9 Absolutes have already rushed to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They are gathering their minions. They have already caused a lot of turmoil. Everyone thinks that they just want to kill their way in to find the Sovereign's opportunity. Little do they know that their real goal is the Sovereign Heaven. Therefore, they didn't hide their actions. It is said that the martial dragon ape Sovereign has been captured by them." His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he gripped his wine glass tightly. Martial dragon ape Sovereign. TSK, the Qilin 9 Absolutes are already this strong. Little Sovereign sighed. He had obviously heard of the martial dragon ape Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji wasn't interested in the martial dragon ape Sovereign. He asked, "When can we leave?" Yang Di replied, "We have to leave in half a year at the latest. This is also the reason why the saint released you." "Half a year?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He didn't expect the Qilin 9 Absolutes to move so quickly. He originally thought that the Qilin 9 Absolutes would take some time to prepare. Okay, you get ready first. I also need to find other helpers. Yang Di got up and left after saying this. Chapter 9:13. Half a year was very short in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate but wandered around the Thunder Alliance. Occasionally, he would buy things that he was interested in. The common currency in the endless universe was the Supreme Crystal. Supreme Crystals were produced by Supreme Divine Power, and required special methods to refine them into pure energy crystals that could be used by other creatures to cultivate. In the Thunder Alliance, every single Supreme Crystal had to be inspected before it could be used to trade for treasures. Apart from that, one could also use treasures and divine abilities to exchange for Supreme Crystals. Zhou Xuanji's Supreme Storage had plenty of artifacts, natural treasures, and cultivation techniques. He did not need to consume his own sovereign divine power at all. On this day, Sunlight Emperor found Zhou Xuanji and prepared to bring him to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked in his heart, "Should I contact the saint?" Little Sovereign replied, "Don't worry." How could he not know? That's right. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relieved. Holding the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand, he flew out of the Thunder Alliance's domain with Yang Di. Hundreds of figures were floating in the dark void in front of them. All of them were great sovereigns, and half of them were great sovereigns that he couldn't see through. "Sunlight Emperor, you are finally here," a Grand Supreme said with a smile. The other Grand Supreme also looked at Sunlight Emperor. Their gazes fell on Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, nearly half of the Grand Sovereign's faces changed. Sword Emperor, the disciple of Hong Qin Sage Monarch. Zhou Xuanji understood their expressions and felt a little helpless in his heart. Even though Hong Qin Saint Lord was highly respected and had unfathomable cultivation, Zhou Xuanji no longer wanted to take him as his teacher. He did not need a master. Even without the divine Rainbow Monarch Dao, he could still become stronger. After exchanging some pleasantries, the group continued moving forward. Zhou Xuanji received a lot of eager attention. He didn't put on airs in front of these great sovereigns and chatted happily with them. The Thunder Alliance was at the edge of the 10,000 Domain Demon Lair. After flying for a short while, they could see the majestic scene of the 10,000 Domain Demon Lair from afar. It was as if a huge black mouth was hanging in front of him, and its edges were suffused with red clouds. It was extremely bewitching. Myriad Domain Devil Nest, Supreme Being Graveyard. Since ancient times, how many heroes have died here? Sunlight Emperor sighed with a complicated look. But Zhou Xuanji saw a face flash across his eyes. It was extremely horrifying, but it disappeared in an instant. What should we do? Should we force our way through or hide? A girl asked. All the supreme beings gathered here had a blood feud with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Her Tao companion had been killed by the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, and her soul had even been refined into an elixir. At the mention of the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin, her gaze was incomparably vicious. Sunlight Emperor pondered and said, "Let's hide first. The 9 killers of Qilin have been loitering at the edge of the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I'm afraid their target is not the supreme opportunity. Let's see the situation clearly before we make a move. This time, it's not just us who are dealing with the 9 killers of Qilin." He did not reveal the true purpose of the 9 Absolutes of the Qilin. If other people knew that a Cardinal Heaven expert could control it, there would be a huge uproar. After that, Sunlight Emperor took out a stone and put everyone in it. Then he held the stone and flew forward. Zhou Xuanji came to a dark space. He and the other great sovereigns landed on a floating island and waited quietly. Before the battle, everyone stopped chatting and adjusted their state, ready to fight at any time. Zhou Xuanji walked to an empty corner with the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand. He leaned against a rock and asked in his heart, "Did you notice it just now?" "Well, that guy's soul is indeed still there. The soul fusion inheritance is just a cover. Looking at his face, I estimate that it won't be long before Sunlight Emperor's body will be seized. This process is irreversible unless Sunlight Emperor is killed. Little Supreme replied with a solemn tone. He was afraid of the soul in Sunlight Emperor's body. He can perfectly use the soul fusion inheritance and hide his soul. I'm afraid his origin is more terrifying than I thought. After dealing with the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, you must stay away from Sunlight Emperor as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble, Little Sovereign reminded. Little Sovereign, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would stir up trouble again. Zhou Xuanji snorted in his heart, I'm not that bored. After dealing with the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, I still have to face Gu Tianlin. Although he and Sunlight Emperor were old friends, they weren't so close that they would risk their lives for each other. This cooperation was only because the two had a common goal. But then again, what was the hatred between Sunlight Emperor and the 9 absolutes of the Qilin? Did he really just want revenge? Zhou Xuanji was very doubtful about this. Every time Sunlight Emperor mentioned the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, it was more playful than murderous. On the other side, Sunlight Emperor flew straight toward the 10,000 territories devil lair. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, like a sun, traversing the void. After flying for a long time, he finally saw the giant ship of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. From a distance, it looked like a giant beast crawling in the void. Ancient desolation of the Qilin, long time no see. Sunlight Emperor flew toward him and shouted in a loud voice. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of black saber chi swept over with great momentum, intending to cut him into ashes. The golden light on his body suddenly surged, counteracting all the black saber chi. He smiled contemptuously and said, "What? You 9 absolutes of the Qilin are so afraid of me. If you don't let me finish, you will attack." Facing the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, his eyes were sharp. His hands and his sleeves were clenched into fists. He was obviously very vigilant. "Who are you? We have met before, but I can't remember your name," Ancient Desolation's voice floated over. The Qilin Ancient Desolation's voice floated over, its tone hesitant. Sunlight Emperor wasn't worthy of his attention. In this regard, Sunlight Emperor wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "I know your plan. I can help you awaken the cardinal heaven." As soon as he said this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Sunlight Emperor. It was the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab Sunlight Emperor's neck. Sunlight Emperor's body flashed and turned into countless shadows, dodging his hand. The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin cried out in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this guy dodge him? That is, the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin squinted his eyes. Seeing the face in Sunlight Emperor's eyes, he immediately thought of something and smiled weirdly. Looking down at the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin, Sunlight Emperor said, "I am from the Kunlun Origin Court. If you attack again, I will not help you. I will help others to awaken the cardinal heaven." His face was cold. He was trying his best to restrain the murderous intent in his heart. This guy is too presumptuous. He didn't take me seriously at all. The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin asked with a faint smile, "How can you help me?" Sunlight Emperor snorted coldly, "Jiang Feili has already told Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji about your plan. And in order to deal with Jiang Feili, Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji told all the sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court. Do you understand your situation now?" Having heard this, the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin's expression changed drastically. Although he was confident, he wasn't so confident that he was invincible. The thought of some powerful cultivators from the Kunlun Origin Court made him shudder. No wonder he had been feeling uneasy recently. "Then how do you want to help me?" the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin asked coldly, staring into Sunlight Emperor's eyes.